Jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's fun late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, woo, woo. We can do this. Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am.
satisfy your needs. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need.
Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now, I'm ready. 100% now, yes I'm ready. Eyes wide open, I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now, I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open, I'm ready to move. Well,
like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Five, 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 five. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I sing the same old song. Been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause maybe without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
A very good morning. I hope you all have fond memories of yesterday's action. What's happening here? You guys, wakey wakey! It's time for day 2 of DreamLeague Season 26 with the PogChamp Pandas. very good morning. Thank you for joining us. Day 2, we're going to have a lot of days, by the way. It's day 2 of 14. We got here Jenkins, Synderen, and Sunspan. And the fact that it's day 2 means we are still filled with energy. Jenkins, isn't that right?
That is absolutely right, Synderen. I'm filled with energy. There's great Dota 2 happening. Team Aurora with Nightfall. The best carry since Prime Nightfall. Top of groups. Very exciting. He's my neighbor.
You've hung out with him?
I haven't hung out with him, but he puts fucking trash in the laundry room.
Does he know that you're his neighbor?
Yeah. He actually recommended for me to live in the location that I'm living right
Oh,
now.
wow.
All right.
So,
Very cool.
yeah. So,
Living with your idol.
but leaves trash in the trash room, and he needs to stop that. I've contacted the landlord, and people will be sending you an email about that. Official complaint.
I don't think he's watching the broadcast.
I think he watches.
No,
That's
no,
my
I know. He's probably preparing for, the match that you mentioned that he is going to play. How are you doing, Shannon? Are you doing good? Are you filled with energy?
Why are you smiling, Shiva? Yes, jet lag is slowly fading away.
Okay, good.
I think it'll be fixed in 2 days, is my estimate.
I'm gonna
Maybe
hold you to-
tomorrow. It's
Maybe
possible.
tomorrow. We'll
Yeah.
check in. We'll check in with that tomorrow.
Of course, you won't be able to tell the difference with my energy levels
Oh.
because it's just always the same.
So what is the difference for you?
It's just not sleeping at 6 p.m.
Okay, fair.
and waking up at 4 a.m.
How about you, Sin?
I'm good too. I just wanted to say I'm impressed. This is a personal best for you if you get rid of jet lag in 4 days. Usually takes 3.5
No,
weeks.
when I go back, it's 2 weeks.
Oh.
I was
Here
gonna
it's
say
usually-
that's a very optimistic estimate from you, but I didn't want to
What,
you
2
know.
weeks?
Well, 'cause-
shit in your cornflakes.
But normally going east is easier than going west, and obviously you went west by coming to Stockholm, so that should normally be the more difficult one to adjust to. So then 4 days is
Wait, I
pretty
went
optimistic.
I went east.
I think you said it the
From
wrong way
the
around.
west.
Oh, I
It's
did
easier
say
to
it
go
the wrong
west.
way. I did say it the wrong way.
Well, the
around.
people-
Okay.
this is becoming more and more uninteresting, but I have to finish this now because you started.
Go for it.
Everyone tells me that it's the opposite direction that screws them over. For me, it's whatever. I don't know why. It's going back west.
Okay.
Ruins me.
Fair. But glad that
It's
this
probably
is the easier one.
bread
then.
and the water here. They're actually high quality. So
I can see that. I can see that. And Synderen, you were doing good too,
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. Not very jet lagged.
you went to bed at 4 a.m.
My
last
trip
night.
here wasn't that long. No, I didn't. You're just exaggerating.
3 a.m.
When did you go to bed?
I
3?
slept at around 3. It's good enough. I got like 6 hours in a bit.
That's not good enough.
That's not good enough.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Dude, it's actually an urban myth that as the older you grow, the less sleep you need. That's just bullshit.
You need
That's
more.
Not,
You
that's
just
not-
can't
pardon my
sleep as
French.
much because you're
Yes.
peeing all the time. How many times a night do you get up to take a leak?
On average, 0.01.
So first night here,
Yeah.
What?
8 times.
Because you're sleeping 6 hours.
I am not. It's not even me. You know I don't exaggerate. 8 times.
To,
first
just
night.
to pee.
Yes, because
Do you drink loads of water?
that's the issue. I drank a liter of water before bed, which
Okay.
I usually never do. But I was so tired, I couldn't wait.
Is your bladder that small?
You were so
I had-
tired you couldn't wait to drink.
But if you go 8
The
times.
word you're looking for is thirsty.
Jenkins, real
Well, I
quick.
ate and then had to drink. and
1
it's a
liter
snowball effect.
divided by 8. Actually, you know what? Let's make it easy. Your body
120 something.
probably uses 200 milliliters just to function. That means that your bladder is the size of 100 milliliter.
How does
Really,
this
you really
always?
bring the
just-
best conversations. to
I don't
Freedom.
even bring it up anymore. That's
Okay.
the thing.
You have an aura.
Don't worry, I will save you by changing the top.
He's
the topic
serious.
and the
He's
subject.
seriously upset about this.
I'm really upset right now.
It's all good. Let's take a look at what's happening here. We're in the final stop here for this season of the EPT. Obviously, the road to the Esports World Cup has had 4 stops before this one, where we had. This will be the third DreamLeague and 2 ESL ones, and that leaves us with a lot of points on the board. There's still a lot of teams here fighting for those remaining spots. There's 3 spots left for grabs. Tundra is most likely locked in already with those 7k points, but those other 2 definitely, as we pointed out yesterday, very close together in the points total. And we can take a look at how the second place team here, Team Spirit, has done in this season. It has been a fairly consistent road, Jenkins.
Yeah, they've done well, and Spirit, they took a break at the start of the year, and they said that it was for mental health reasons. Of course, we had a different roster start of the season, and for mental health reasons, so they could reset, so they could perform in tournaments, not just TI and Riyadh, and it's worked out. These guys have done extremely well so
Yeah.
far.
And they've taken a well-deserved break here for this DreamLeague 26. But of course, we'll see them in Riyadh. You know something that I hope we won't see in Riyadh? Because I have on my patch wish list... and I think-
Gargoyles
No.
attacking the venue.
I do indeed hope that won't happen. But I have on my patch wish list, you know, I have the fact that there's rumors of model reworks. And that's what I wanted to talk about this morning, because we got a little bit of a reminder of why some heroes need reworking. There's a couple models that are a little bit worse than others. Let's take a look at our first model that we just wanted to highlight.
Oh, yeah.
This is an oldie Synderen. How long has this hero been in the game? Forever.
Since 2011, Shiver. She was in
Yes.
the original roster when the game came out.
That was made with technology that is not as good as now.
That's right. Graphics cards have come a long way since 2011.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Crystal Maiden was made on Source 1. And they have not updated her to Source 2 yet.
That's probably not true.
I think she's still a JPEG, actually.
Yeah.
I will say she has an Arcana that makes
Yeah.
her look a lot better.
That's
why
right.
they're not
Two
gonna do it.
Arcanas.
That's why they're not going to upgrade it.
Yeah, why
That's
would
how
they?
you sell the
It's same
Arcanas.
with Windrunner. Yeah, there's no way they're gonna do it.
No.
You don't
0%
think so?
chance, Shiver. Sorry.
You gotta appease to the new kids somehow, you know, because this is not gonna. Actually, do you know what World of Warcraft
This is one of
has
your
been able to
favorite
do it
heroes,
for
Shiver, right?
years.
This is one of your favorite heroes, right?
It's definitely one of my level 30s. Yeah.
Is this going to be a reel of heroes that you like and therefore want an update?
No, there's two that I like least.
Okay.
Less.
Oh,
Okay.
so do I. I mean,
But
this
there's
obvious one.
only 4 heroes total that I wanted to show. There's more heroes that, in my opinion, are probably due for a rework. Maybe Wind Ranger is one of them, but that's not the ones that we wanted to look at today. Because another one that we want to look at is one that maybe needs a little bit of an update on the face. We can take a look at Marana, as she is also.
Oh, no.
What do you mean? Oh no!
She's hot.
Wait, didn't she get an update?
No, that is a persona.
No, I know about
Very
the, I know about the
insulting to say she needs
persona.
an update on the face, Shiver.
No, but I feel like it's.
There's
just-
nothing wrong with resting bitch face. Okay, I have
No,
it
that's
too.
not. But that's
Actually, I have resting indifferent face, Shannon. Before
I
we
have
get started.
resting sad face.
But
You know, that's also a thing. But like,
Yeah.
the resting bitch face is not a problem. I
Okay.
think the squareness of it.
I think Sagan has a worse model than Marana. Who cares about Marana? I want to look at the cat.
The cat
Looks
has.
like he has a cone head.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Well,
you
some
can write in
people
dark
might
here, as
say
it said.
that he
about
just
that.
has a lot of muscles in his neck.
He's got a thick neck.
He does.
The cone head,
Who
Shannon.
has
You
thick
talk-
necks? There's racers. Racers have
I thought you
thick
were gonna
necks.
say me.
No, your neck is. That's a
pretty-
chin. That's more like a chin.
The double chin, double neck, whatever.
Yeah, it's all blends together. No, racers have a thick neck because they're driving and they have to, you know, steady themselves. You look at racers; they got these big, thick necks. Maybe Sagan, because he's running all the time,
Yeah, but normally.
stabilizing.
Okay, but if you think of Sagan, he's type of cat.
Uh huh.
That's what their tail's for.
Yeah, cats generally don't have that big necks. I guess unless they're like one of the big Siberian tigers, they normally are pretty chunky.
Yeah.
But that's like, you know, this is
Yeah.
supposed to be a panther.
I'm thinking, how much kibbles would Sagan have to eat? How much would it cost to feed this animal?
A lot, yeah.
This
Yeah.
would be expensive.
Well, I would imagine he hunts for himself.
But he's domesticated, so
He's
he's gonna eat quite
domesticated, guys. He
useless.
can kibble.
No, but he's only domesticated for Marana, so the rest is like, you know, you can, if you go off and hunt, it will do it. He will do it, sorry.
Yeah, that is true. I think in the anime she lived in the woods or something like that.
God, let's
Sure.
not bring up that abomination.
Well, actually, speaking of the anime, the next hero is also
Oh,
in the anime.
boy.
Let's take a look at our next hero that we've got
Oh.
featured. That needs a potential remodel. This
Yeah,
is
this
another
one's
one
pretty
that's
bad.
been in.
I don't mind his
content.
because the sets for him are really good.
Yeah, but you gotta look at it through the lens
God, look
without
at
cosmetics.
the shoulders, the pauldrons. That is horrific.
This-
I never even noticed.
Those the black lines are just too thick.
Yeah.
I think it always stood out to me with this original hero model that it looks, it's the gray that just, to me, this looks like it's unfinished.
It's alpha.
Yeah, it actually looks unfinished. Like they never, that stands out more than the shoulders and the shield to me. It looks like something from a browser game.
RuneScape. You're
That's
talking
right.
about RuneScape.
That's actually, that was not what I was talking about, but you're right, that could have been a model in RuneScape.
No, I think I'm with Shannon on this one. The thick lines on the pauldrons, I could have drawn that too.
Yeah.
There's no shade or no
You're
depth.
great
in
at
that.
drawing shit.
Are those all the heroes we're looking at?
No, there's one more.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, well, that's obvious.
I wonder what the fourth one is. Does anybody want to have a guess?
Wait, how is Windrunner not on this though? Because she has a worse model than everyone except for this, I think.
I didn't
Base.
make the list. The list can go on, but
This
Morphling I
is
think is
shocking.
a classic example as well.
Wow.
Ironically, now that we see him after Dragon Knight, I actually think this model looks better.
I
this-
think it's because of the moving parts.
Yeah.
The moving. Okay.
I would take it back. That looks like a toilet.
I did not need to see that. I feel like there should be a not suited for work
Jeez.
title on the stream now.
The effect that
That was
it
a
has
big
is
hole.
actually extremely easy to replicate. This is worse than the Dragonite model. I know what you're saying though. The problem is you can barely cover up this hero with cosmetics.
Right.
Dragonite,
That's why.
you turn into
Yeah.
a dragon half the time. And you have a lot of cool sets. This hero is horrific.
And it doesn't fit, right? Because the Dragon Knight model we just saw, when he turns into a dragon, he should be like a dragon that's like some boring gray, but he doesn't.
That's right. Turns into a badass one.
Yeah.
Well, depending on the set. What is his original base dragon?
It's just a dragon.
Yeah, but is it good?
I think
okay.
it's pretty good. It's,
It's
a
better
fine
than the
dragon.
DK base model.
That's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not hard apparently to do.
Maybe that's the idea, is that they make the base model so bad that when you turn into like the OK dragon, you're like, this is awesome.
Or you make the base model so bad that you want to buy cosmetics to cover that up.
That's right.
Great sales pitch.
I
That's
think
what they should
nobody
do. They
has-
should make all the models worse, Shiver.
Maybe that's
Good for
patches.
business.
Maybe
we should have a
that's what's
patch that
happening.
Valve is spending days and months
Yeah,
right
why
now
would they do
downgrading
this,
all
though?
their assets.
At this point, why now? Let's say they remodel Morphling.
Maybe it's all just been on their I would
To-do
imagine
list?
there's like a to-do list and it's
Yeah.
obviously very low on the priority.
It
But
must be because
I-
it's been
I
on there
can
since
tell you-
they have
2011.
to have
Yeah.
an excuse to not make a battle pass potentially. and
I don't think it has
who
anything
knows?
to do with this. I can tell you why they would do it. They're bored. Valve doesn't do things because it's good or it's bad. They do things because they have a bunch of genius developers just like, fuck it, I want to do this today. And they do it. This is how they operate. This is why there are things they're on the bucket list for years and years and years, because they just don't treating them like a regular company is not correct.
Yep.
They're completely different. They do not operate like a normal company.
Well, we have a similar way to operate because I can just say I want to talk about something else and it will happen. So, for example, I want to talk about.
It's tyranny right there.
No, it's not. I want to talk about what happened yesterday. We had our first day of group stages, and there's a lot of streams going on at the same time because there's a lot of games going on at the same time. So we have a little bit more of an idea of how people are doing in the first day of group stages as we see Group A first. Nobody is undefeated, and nobody is left with 0 victories either, which is kind of nice, Shannon.
Very
Everybody gets
competitive
a win.
field, especially OG Latam. How do you guys say it?
Latam?
You say Latam?
No, this is like it's
Latin
because it's Latin
America.
America. So
Latam.
it's like,
That's right.
Yeah,
That
well,
sounds
they have-
similar.
Latam, baby.
Shout out
Latam.
to
OG Latam.
Yeah.
Shout out to my Chinese friends from Extreme Gaming for being bottom of the list once again. We're
But you
hoping
didn't
for.
choose. You didn't choose for them to do well. So they're gonna
I
bounce
think
back.
I maybe picked them as a dark horse for this
Oh.
tournament.
Oh,
but
you
But
really
you
did that.
could-
But
doing
Yakult
better.
Brothers, on the other
Yeah.
hand, are doing very well in Group B so far. So, but it's also early days. You know, sometimes you're going to go into Group Stage 1 and you're going to have a 1 and 3, but then it turns out you were playing against the 2 best teams of the group at the end of the group. You
Yeah.
figure that out, right? So always take things with a grain of salt in the beginning. To me, the biggest story here, the biggest positive, Navi Junior 3-1. I love this team.
I was
have
gonna
high
say
hopes for them.
Falcons 1 and 3.
I'm gonna
Let's
actually politely disagree with this piece of shit right here.
All right.
And say the biggest story to me is actually Talon. They're in the middle of the group, but they won one.
That's a big story.
They won one Paravision. Did you know that?
Did you
I
see
did
the
know that.
games?
They beat Paravision.
Did you
yes.
see the games? They
yes,
were
I
very
did.
exciting
They were
endings.
exciting games.
Yeah. They were, but this is the bell. I know this
I was
sound. I
wondering
know
what that
this
was.
sound. Hello, Gareth and Wagga. How are we doing this morning?
Morning.
Good morning, good morning. I know you guys will be active on the Storm stream. So I said earlier there's 4 streams at the same time. The Storm stream is one of them where you can see these wonderful faces. How are we this morning, Wagga? You ready for this one?
Oh yeah, I'm excited. We get to cast, Liquid Extreme Gaming. It's going to be a great start to the day. So yeah, we're going to head right into the action. We saw Extreme yesterday, and they did seem a bit sleepy in the first game against Boom. Dropped that one, but then they came back big.
Yeah, and I heard that you guys got something to tell us regarding the carries right here.
Yeah, obviously.
Go for it. I mean, I'm excited to see VTune play, right? Wag and I both spent a long time casting Eastern European qualifiers for like 2 years straight, so we got to see a lot of, VTune on Na'Vi, on all these different squads and rosters playing, and he has such an identifiable hero pool that it's kind of cool to see Liquid play into that. We didn't get to cast their games yesterday, but watching the replays, looking back at the draft, seeing Drow Ranger and Lifestealer come back for him is so nice to see.
Yeah, I believe actually VTune yesterday got a lot of tips from his team when he was playing against Nigma and when he was playing that Drow Ranger, as they were able to turn a 25k lead or something silly like that. Quite the exciting series yesterday, but today, what do you got coming our way then?
Yeah,
I mean, Team Liquid against Extreme straight up first.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting test to see if Extreme keep the high level that we expect them to play at, and also to see if Liquid, can keep performing now with VTune as a stand-in, because it is a bit different having a stand-in. Mickey was a very essential role to Team Liquid, and while VTune was very active in the Drow game, I watched and studied some of the stuff he did. It felt like you can get very stressed when you're a stand-in, feeling like you have to participate in everything. So he'll have to navigate that kind of urgency of, I got to help my team, and also balance it with, I still have to farm. I'm against one of the best farmers in the world.
Yeah, it should be exciting times for that series. A good test for both teams, actually, for their own reasons, for sure. And of course, that starts in like 15 minutes, so we're going to let you guys prepare for that one. Make sure to check out the Storm stream, where you can watch Waga and Gareth commentate not just that game, but Avalanche versus Gaming after that as well. So enjoy that, gentlemen, as we are moving back towards here, as we have more streams to talk about, because there are other streams.
Can we quickly talk about Garrett's beard?
Sure.
It becomes more red each year.
What do you mean?
It's amazing.
Every
year it's more red than the last.
No, that's because the beard is getting more dense. I feel like the color has always been the same.
The density is that we can...
He dyes it. He's actually not ginger.
I was going to say, I feel like he's dyeing it.
He's blonde. He's a blonde guy.
It's good to know.
It's a lie.
He's got a good beard going for him, that's for sure. This is the other stream, by the way. We glossed over Ember, but Earth is there as well.
Oh.
And it starts with Boom and OG Latam.
Based on how yesterday went for Edge, Na'Vi Junior could find themselves with a really good scoreline after today, right?
Yeah.
So they were 3-1, but they also Edge were 0-4 in Group 2 yesterday. The only team to not win a game yet. Yeah. They're going up against one of the current top dogs in Na'Vi Junior. So imagine that. Imagine you're a Na'Vi Junior coming into this tournament, and then after day 2 you're like 5-1 or 7-1 or something. That would be amazing.
They came top 8 in the Swiss group stages of the previous Wallachia, so they did pretty well.
Yeah.
So I hope for them that they can also make it out of this initial group stage as well, just to continue the growth path as we here have the schedule for our stream today, filled with blockbusters, of course, as you're used to. We got Gaming, Paravision, Liquid, Aurora. Flips or Talon versus Falcons, Jenkins, but I know you're looking at a different game. Actually, would you prefer Enigma Galaxy Aurora or Liquid Aurora? I know you prefer Aurora.
That's it.
I know.
Yeah, you know me too well. Any Aurora match. I mean, probably I would say Enigma versus Aurora, because Aurora is the type of team that they will score incredibly well in the tournaments they play in, but no matter what the series is, they're going to go 2-1. They're going to probably throw one of the games, and then if they're supposed to win the series, they will, and if they're supposed to lose the series, they will.
Okay.
But no matter what, they'll put up a competitive fight, and one of the games will look extremely not competitive because of Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo factor. And Kiyotaka as well. I mean, this guy's...
It's a volatile team.
At least one throw per game.
Yeah.
Huge throw.
Sinner, if you think about Aurora, where do you normally slot them in terms of the top
power ranking?
Yeah, what power ranking? Like, it doesn't have to be exact, but like, for example, top 8, top 6, top 4.
I mean, they're probably like a 5th, 6th team right now.
Okay, with that in mind, this team is very young. They've not played in any of the EPT stops. They don't have any points, right? So let's take a look at all the points that they can earn, because doing well here definitely still puts you on the board. We just saw that Tundra is 6th with 7,000 points or something like that. You can get that.
Yeah.
Or close to it, because you also get points for placements in the group.
The current 8th was something like 2.3k, I think.
Yeah.
So realistically speaking for Aurora, if they want to have a chance, they probably need to get 4th, right? 4th or higher, and then even 4th specifically is probably potentially not enough, depending on other results.
Yeah, and depending on if they do well in the group stage itself.
Right.
Because coming first, you get an extra 600 points.
But with the top 3, there would be very likely to
Yes.
make it, right? So that's probably the target here for them. And of course, it's an interesting tournament because there are a couple of participating teams that are locked in, and then there are other teams that are really vying for that top 8. So, you know, like perhaps the motivation and the drive that you have going in, and you're going to try your absolute hardest. Maybe Aurora could. Also, for the fact that 2 of their strongest opponents aren't here in Spirit and Thunder, right? Those are 2 of the teams that tend to knock Aurora down or out. This could be a run for them.
Yeah, that will be exciting first series. We're going to let you guys prepare for that as well, as we're going to
Shiver,
move over.
can I say, when I cast Flipster Talon,
Yes.
can I just say Flipster, you think?
Sometimes.
Think it would be okay?
Yeah, we got told.
Nobody's going to get upset?
I don't think they'll get upset, but you can...
What would make them upset?
He thinks you're a
Don't-
tyrant. He's asking you for the permission. This
First of
me
all, I'm not the
permission.
right person to ask for permission.
Give it to me.
You want
Shiva.
Give
you
him
want to know what
permission.
would make them upset?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anything would really make them upset,
I
as
think
long
you
as
told
you
them-
say Flipster or Talon or both.
I'm sure I can.
I think there's something-
Say it, Jenkins, say
I'm
it.
not gonna say it. I would like to.
Don't do it. Just keep Flipster or Talon or Flip
All
your
right,
Talon.
thanks, Shiva.
You're welcome. Enjoy
that
the
in mind.
cast, and we're gonna move over and get ready for our first series of the day. Let's go.
And for this first series, Shiver, we got Nigma versus Aurora Gaming, and I wanted to take a look at what I feel like is kind of causing the woes of Team Nigma from the last few tournaments, but also we saw it again yesterday where they seem to be struggling against the top 8 to 6 teams, and they managed to be beating everybody else, but there's some games where they lose in the draft where at the laning phase, the game just looks over, but there's other games where they have convincing leads that they seem to be throwing away and losing games that they have no business losing. So they did that again yesterday, and I just wanted to talk about what I feel like is happening by showing you guys some clips from yesterday's games against Team Liquid, where this is game 2, and they're up by 3K at 18 minutes, and this is the first example where Ghost uses his Manta, and his team is actually right behind him. As you see on the minimap, there's 3 players from Nigma, and because of the one time where he doesn't have his Manta, he gets silenced by Puck and gets bursted. This ends up leading to like Team Liquid having a lot of control in the mid game, and then later on, we're gonna see that they're going high ground 49 minutes in, up by 27K. He is against the Drow Ranger who pierces all of that armor, so this is not something that often happens to Morphling as a hero, but ends up getting 3-shotted, and the game prolongs because of this play. And so I'm not here just to critique Ghost nonstop. This is another example of Noob, in this case, getting caught without buyback, so he's forcing the rest of his team to come help him. They feel the need to go on Vtune, who has the shard that allows him to dish out all the damage despite heroes being on top of him. And this just felt like one of those games that has become, I don't want to say Enigma staple, but they're pretty much convincingly controlling the entire game, and there's odd tendency to have these late game plays where people get a bit caught out of position. It feels like they're trying to do a bit too much. Noob was perhaps trying to set up in a way that was a bit precarious. We saw Ghost blink onto the high ground looking like he felt confident and just not playing within their limits. And as a team, I think if they can be a bit more patient and hold their composure, they might be able to take more games off these best teams like Aurora that they're going to be playing today.
Yeah, patience is key, and I think, or rather, I hope that Nigma Galaxy after yesterday. I mean, those seems like some points that are maybe easily fixable, at least with the talk. You can get on the same page with that, and I think it's good also that we maybe get on the same page as we're also welcoming Misery. Good morning.
Morning.
Oh yeah, there we go. We started a wish list. And I already know what Jenkins wants. We had some extra wish items added from yesterday's later stages of the panel, but Brian and Misery have not yet added theirs. So that's what we're going to do before we continue talking about the upcoming series. So just to recap what Lacoste and Effie said, those are the new additions. Effie wants to nerf stacking, and Lacoste would like to make the jungle viable again. That's not a laughable matter. People legitimately want them nerfed, yeah? We also had DM say that he wants to be reworking Veno to a 3, buff Death Prophet to be viable as a 3 save, likes the current patch. I want model updates. Cinderin wants all neutral items removed. Jenkins wants the Pudge supports Facet better. And Sunsfan said that the Axe and Shard should be dependent on the Facet. And Misery, what would you like for the current, or for the upcoming, what would you like changed?
I think they should just remove the Watchers.
There's a lot of removing.
I don't like the Watchers either.
I hate the Watchers. I think it's useless. So I wouldn't mind seeing those removed completely. I'm also a little bit skeptical of the whole water theme, where you can like run fast in the water and the safe lane. Feels like it doesn't really have much of a use in general. So I think they could also do something with that. Either make it so that all water in the game adds some kind of buff, maybe not to the extent that it is now, but something maybe in the main river as well.
Something terrain-based that would affect you in the
some
water.
kind of buff with the water. If you're going to do a water theme, might as well make it the whole map, right?
Okay, Brian?
I don't know exactly how I would want this changed, but I would like an addressing of somehow these like super oppressive safe lanes that the main strategy for the offlaner is to level 3 and go farm.
To leave?
Yeah, so I feel
That's
like
a
there's
good
a
one.
lot of things in the safe lane currently that are promoting no hero-to-hero interaction. It feels just like they're either going to cut creeps or they're going to go farm jungle, and it ends up in like this timing snooze farm fest where I think that ties into Mira's stacking problem. So I think it's like this. I'd like to see people be more inclined to like brawl with each other between minute 3 to like 8 in their lanes. You know what I mean?
Make
Make laning great again.
I'm not gonna write that.
Okay.
Mala.
Malga.
You have a hat that's very close to that, don't you? The red
Make
one.
Yeah, the team
more
yeah.
rewarding. Yeah.
There you go, rewarding again, exactly.
I agree with that. I agree with both of these takes. I think these are good takes. See, for other people, they just ask for what they want. Like they just, I was greedy. I just said, give me Pudge buffs. DM, clearly these are just DM heroes that he said. It's like he's not like, oh, Venomancer, what a plight. He wants to play Venom.
I mean, it's like 9 classes playing the Venomancer, so he's like, wait a second,
jealous.
look at 3 again, please.
Well, Val's not likely to listen to you if you're clearly like selfishly motivated by this. My motivation was like, this will make Dota more interesting as a whole.
I'm impressed with yours because you're a safe laner and you want the off laners
to fight you.
You want to destroy them in lane again.
Yes, I want it to be a matter of skill rather than I have to pick Darkseer, Sand King, or some guy that cuts creeps and never lanes against me again.
Yeah.
Liam did say something other that he said that he wanted some heroes buffed and some heroes nerfed, right? So it's more balanced. I think I agree with that. Like some heroes don't really have an innate.
But I feel like isn't that like normal, like a balancing pack?
I don't think it is now. I think there's
Yeah.
an S tier, empty A tier, and then B tier. I think the S tier heroes are so good right now.
I also think that the difference in the strength of the heroes becomes even more when there's a facet and an innate, right? And some of the innates are really strong, some of the facets are insanely strong, others are not so much. Like, I think some of the heroes that are unplayed, like for example Vengeful Spirit or Skywrath Mage, like I don't even remember what the innate
Vengeful's innate is that she does more damage to the person that killed her.
Exactly.
Like,
so
this is the most
what
random,
is that?
obscure...
Like, what is that? Lions is like, oh, when he respawns, he has some cleave.
Debuff and
Because he's been to hell and back. That's why.
Exactly, right?
The lore.
If you compare that to some of the other like strong heroes now, it's not really fair, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit gimmicky almost in a way. Oh, well, let's see what we got coming our way today. We're gonna, of course, have Nigma Galaxy taking on Aurora, and before we jump into that, we're gonna learn a little bit more about Aurora.
Historically a Southeast Asian team, Team Aurora have now locked their eyes on the growing powerhouse that is the Eastern European Dota scene. Made up mostly of Bet Boom rejects, this brand new team has yet to make their mark. Once claiming the Aegis together under the banner of Team Spirit, Mira and Toronto Tokyo join hands in the offlane. Kiyotaka, whose incredible tinker play made him famous, is trying to show the world that he is more than just a one-trick pony. And Nightfall, well, he's ready to do the Nightfall. Their captain, Ponto, led Chimera Esports to a respectable 4th place finish at DreamLeague Season 25. Together as Team Aurora, during PGL Wallachia Season 4, they managed to take down Tundra and Navi Jr. in the group stage, as well as their old teammates Bet Boom in the quarterfinals. Team Aurora are going into DreamLeague 26 with a point to prove that they are more than just rejects.
Yeah, this is a team that, as Sinner said, he's expecting them to do well. We are expecting them to do good, maybe especially in this series. On paper, they should be a step ahead. I do want to have a little bit of a PSA here in regards to Nigma Galaxy, as Omar will not be playing with the boys. He will be replaced by Yamish for this series due to the emergency. So that is going to be happening. They're playing with the stand-in. a last-minute standing at that, so not as much time Jenkins to prepare might be an issue.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie and sugarcoat it here. Omar has been such a huge carry for this team. I mean, the thing is, you look at the team and it doesn't really look like it. Like, ever since Quest, Omar has been a really standout player. Like, the way this NGX formed is that they took arguably the two strong players from the strongest team in the region that were beating them, dissolved that team, and then formed this one, and this is how they became competitive again. So I do think that Omar and Noob in the offlane have done very well. Noob also, I think, is having a lot of effect on the games. So, of course, they still have him, but the question is, how important is that synergy between those two players who have played together for so long in giving Noob these strong starts?
Sure, but I also think that what we've seen with stand-ins in the past, even yesterday, is that they come in with fresh energy, something to prove, right? They want to find a team for themselves. They want to look as good as possible. I think there's a chance that Yamich just pops off today because he hasn't been in the team since Secret, I think, right? So
that's true. You want to like use it as a
it's like a resume.
Yeah.
That's true. You can't underestimate that factor.
Yeah, prove to the world that you're worthy of looking at for potential replacements, as we are already in the draft. For the first game of this two-game series, we got Aurora on the Radiant side with first pick, Enigma Galaxy on the Dire side with second pick. I do always like that you still kind of apparently have to ban IO against Enigma Galaxy. It just brings a smile to my face. GH, too strong on that hero.
His way into the first round bans. We've been seeing it non-stop yesterday already. It was rising in popularity at Blast Slam with a 8-1 win-loss record, and Nigma first picked it yesterday. I'm looking at Team Nigma's games from yesterday, and the first 3 out of 4 all had a Shadow Shaman in the first 4 picks. So between the two teams, so very high priority hero. Just feels difficult to play against on the map, and also he gives objective threat. He has his wards for towers, for Roche, for Tormentor. So a hero that gives you objective and stun is always going to be conceptually broken in Dota. It's always been about his lane. I believe you talked about that yesterday, Misery. So looks like his laning stage is no longer a problem. I feel like a lot of 4s aren't even laning right now. Like, as we mentioned, the 3 just leaves. So turns out if you're a 4 that can't really lane, that's fine. He also comes online with level 3.
Yeah.
Like a pretty early timing. He can feel very active on the map with just 1-1-1. So
I think either you want 4s that can rotate, or you want 4s that can take the lane. Like Tundra, they will play like Coddle or Windrunner when they have a Sand King, and they'll
long-range nukes.
Long-range nuke to get last hits, and they'll like have that hero play in the lane. Or you have Shadow Shaman that Tinker will of course march the lane. Also Steel stacks himself. But yeah.
Looking at Aurora's ban is kind of interesting. Right? It's the focusing GH. It's talked about the Eye already, but there's also the Phoenix and the Coddle.
Yeah.
Some of his most played heroes.
They haven't even played it yet in the tournament. But they're still like, we don't want to get GH'd. Like, this is the threat here, is to get GH'd.
I wonder if this is going to be a GH Tinker. To me, this looks more like a Yamich type of hero without even knowing where that's coming from in my head. But I think it's more likely to be Yamich playing this Tinker.
I think so too, because I just thinking back to when he played for Secret, he was a greedy 4-position player. Like, if we could see Dota 2 Pro Tracker, I also have that read that like you would see a bunch of Tinkers on his page.
I also think Tinker's role in the game is pretty easily understood by everybody on his team, and it doesn't really require a lot of communication.
You're kind of on an island on your own.
Yeah, but it's like he'll show up. Like, that's what a Tinker's going to do. He's going to help us push, take objectives. Like, I'm just imagining there's certain heroes. I think a perfect example of what I would never want to stand in playing is like Grimstroke. Like, you and I need to be on like the exact same page of when I'm going to ink-sport you, when you're going to go.
Or Batrider. Like, you have to be the one making the decisions.
Yeah.
It's kind of like your team goes in, starts a fight, and Tinker's like, all right, I'll show up to it. Otherwise, I'm hitting creeps.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're going to see those particular heroes.
I just meant the type of hero that requires coordination.
These heroes
not like patch related.
It's been dead for so long, actually. It's kind of sad. But Aurora Gaming keeping it pretty standard here with Grim.
Very simple.
I mean, with
Ringmaster. That's a Grim stroke right there.
It's a Grim Ringmaster.
Definitely good against both of these heroes. I mean, especially Kunkka. Like, you have single target. We're going to pick this guy, burst them down. Ringmaster has a save. I mean, you could argue on the other side, though, that Kunkka has, like, ground-targeted stuff, and that's good against the box.
But it's 80% magic resistance, so I think the best ground target ever, like guys, so we saw it a bit yesterday as well, as Pango versus Ringmaster.
This is the counter, yeah.
Wondering if you consider, because it's all physical damage that just does full damage to the hero that's inside the box.
And he already wants to build a nullifier as well.
Yeah.
But this to me looks almost like they just picked the best quote-unquote tier heroes that are in the pool right now, rather so than trying to counter the Kunkka with something specific or think about the Tinker too much. Just, okay, Jakiro's in the pool, Ringmaster's in the pool, A is banned, Shaman is banned. Let's just pick the best, heroes that are in the meta right now.
And do you have a problem with that? Like, are you skeptical?
Not necessarily. I think they're just, maybe it's the first game of the day. We want to get a solid draft. We don't want to be too fancy here.
I agree.
Just keep it simple.
I feel like they think they're a better team than NGX and just ban out the GH weird heroes that could surprise them, play normal Dota, and they think they're gonna win. So let's see, for Toronto Tokyo, what would be the pick here that's still available?
Well, you're going to have a lot of information before you go for it, right?
Yeah.
He played a lot of Mag at Blast, so that's a hero he really likes. I think also Underlord is rising in popularity. I think in particular in their series yesterday, he was a big factor. So that could also be something we might see.
Underlord is a natural Greaves builder against Silencer. That's pretty nice.
I think it looks pretty good against Nigma right now. It seems hard for them to kill an Underlord, right, with the heroes that they have.
The worst thing that the problem that Underlord often presents is you can look at the enemy team and just not be able to kill them. Like, I feel like it's kind of, do you know what I'm saying?
Both ways? Like Underlord can't kill. Or
like what I'm saying is you can cast a bunch of spells into them, but Underlord reduces your physical damage.
Yeah.
He makes it difficult to commit because of all the AoE roots and the Firestorm, and then he buys all the auras. So what I'm saying is I feel like right now I look at Nigma Galaxy's draft and I'm just like, you're going to be casting a bunch of long-range spells, the X, the Boats, the Torrents, the Link, the Tinker, the Silencer, and if you have a hero like Underlord that just says okay, great, you guys are poking us, but
he's like Ataxia.
So a little bit exactly.
Ataxia works same way, yeah. So the Nags is kind of an interesting pick here because it does way you away from picking that type of hero.
It blocks it a little bit,
It does
for
block
sure.
a little. Plus, it's good against what they see, right? It's good against Tiny, especially.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I was thinking. I know teams do this right now too. Because in the second draft phase, there's so many picks. You have to pick, assuming what they already want.
I would love it offlaner. It could be Underlord, but it's something like Sand King that just cuts creeps, man. Because Lifestealer, Silencer, bit of an oppressive lane. Like when it gets to level 4, level 5,
and they don't stop.
And they don't stop you from just doing whatever you want on the map, basically. If you're an offlaner, but if you're not allowed to jungle or not able to, then these two heroes will absolutely prevent you from farming. So they just need a hero that, like Mag would be fine.
Mag's
Sand
good.
King would be good. Yeah. I think Underlord would be fine. Yeah, Mag's good. You mentioned that. I like it here. It's a hero that he can just drag creeps. He can go stack on the Ringmaster, and they should have their timings. I'm not a huge fan of Lifestealer this patch unless I see an offlaner that can't leave, which doesn't happen very often.
They all leave.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think heroes like this kind of went down in value.
Yeah.
Because part of what they offer is this oppressive nature as they get levels.
Nigma's last pick does feel like it has to offer something that's a lot of damage or something to play around, that ties it all together. Because right now it doesn't look like they have that much damage. Their team fight is not necessarily that strong either. I think if you look at Aurora's gaming, their spells are a lot stronger right now in the early mid game. So I think Sumail's hero is going to be very important. We might see a mid Tinker. That could break how you play the game.
That is true. That would offer damage.
Yeah.
My question, Misery, when you mention all this team fight and you like their spells, for me, the way I define this is I look at Aurora and I'm imagining the sequence of buttons that go off in a fight. That's they would win the fight with a 2-man RP or a toss back into an ice path and micro. There's an obvious chain of spells. For me, I'm what's the chain of you have X-Boat and then Tinker March? What's the follow-up? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I also think about it how easy is it for Aurora to kill a hero? Let's say they find a Silence in the jungle.
Yeah.
To kill this guy, right? And on the other hand, do they find Grimstroke or Jakiro? Can they kill him, right? And I think Nigma's way of killing Jakiro right now is what? X-Torrent? Lifestealer has to be there hitting him right now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's not going down, right? And same with Aurora, right? If you look at Aurora's draft, any target they find in the jungle, apart from Nags, will die, right?
Yeah, I agree.
One combo from Tiny or one skewer back, with the Jakiro spells, Ringmaster spells, the target dies, right?
Yeah, I think having this displacement / disruptive type of gameplay is good against the likes of Silencer, Tinker. They'll probably itemize to be able to we've seen that Tiny build where they're going Octarine, Wind Waker and stuff like this, if it is played mid. where your whole idea is to bait out these defensive spells like Global and then just reset.
What do we think about like a Sand King for Nigma? Like a mid Sand King for Sumail. I mean, they can also run it as an offlane as well.
I would have rather seen Pango that's already banned, and I want to highlight why Pango is because Pango presents this consistent damage that will kill you. Like, I feel like Sand King he doesn't solve the damage problem except for on a 120-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. I mean, they get absolute aspect. They see what they're up against. If they know it's a tiny mid, maybe they go Slardar, counter the tiny. The only thing is that's a bit risky because, I mean, you have Slardar and Ace, which is a classic combo. Lots of physical damage, good infest target. But if Slardar falls off, it is not like snowballing. The fact that he cannot kill creeps anymore feels really bad as a mid. But Suma has been playing it.
Okay, I mean, I don't mind Slardar. I think Nigma just needs some way to play the game. Like the last hero that allows you to play the game one way or another, right? Either is to just farm and sit back and have your mid-tinker or whatever carry, or it could be that, like you said, the Slardar wins his lane and you have the combo with the Nakes. Like you have some timing that is clear that you can play around.
Yeah. Ember ban also makes me immediately think of Storm. It's like the counter, but then they also ban Monkey.
These were weird bans on the side of Nigma Galaxy because if I'm looking from Aurora's perspective, I thought the only problem with our draft is we don't have a guy that kills a BKB Nyx. Like, that was my only thought, and I'm like, why would they pick Ember? Because I'm not going to first pick Tiny and then go, yeah, I want the carry-to-carry matchup against Lifestealer. Like, that's not what I want. I was thinking, like, the Spellcaster Tiny just makes a lot more sense in their draft, so I'm confused why they... Like, why these heroes caused an issue for them. I did feel like consistently at Raleigh when we were watching Nigma Galaxy's draft that they were significantly, or not significantly, that they were a bit off in regards to what I felt like the enemy team needed in their bans. Like, I never really liked their bans as the draft went on. I think this PA makes so much sense with Mag because it kills the Lifestealer during BKB. It has the, like, Mag PA is one of the classics. We talked about stanking, like you mentioned. I still think now they have a damage issue except for on a 120-second cooldown. You're talking about people they find on Aurora Gaming, they're going to die. And this is like all 20-second cooldown spells that are going to kill you. So I'm pretty heavily favoring Aurora Gaming, but Tinker is a hero that always can throw a wrench in things.
Yeah, I agree. I think like you said, for you to kill a hero, it feels like you need to use Epicenter right now. And maybe if Tinker gets fat, you'll set that, then that thing changes. But right now I like Aurora Gaming more. I think their draft is very solid. The Mag PA, classic, and Tiny from mid with 2 strong backline supports. It's just, you don't go wrong there, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I understand the last pick Sand King from NGX for sure, because there just wasn't really anything else that was like completely meta, that didn't have like the fall-off potential of a Slaughter or something like that. Like, it felt like it was the best option that they actually play, but Aurora has everything in their draft. Like, they have all the OP heroes and an insane combo.
Yeah, I feel like you have not mentioned the Nightfall PA once. I'm disappointed, Jenkins.
It's because it's such a classic now that I feel like letting it through until last pick is almost a blunder. You give them Mag PA, plus, as Misery was saying, all of these like S-tier meta heroes. If they can beat this, they're winning the whole series. If they win this game, it's a 2-0.
If Nigma Galaxy can do this, yeah.
I would just like to say that I'm thinking about it now. Kunkka is one of the best heroes in the game at countering BKB TBs because you can X the person as their BKB and if it's still less than 3 seconds. So that might have been a consideration.
That's why they
for them.
That's how you beat Aurora.
Yeah.
That is how you beat them.
They countered the Nightfall.
Yes.
I mean, let's see if this is gonna come into play, and let's see if we're gonna have a back and forth game on our hands. Even though my panel just painted a little bit of a one-sided picture in favor of Aurora, but it is time for game number 1 of this first series of the day. We're heading over to Sunsvan and Slytherin via the PogChamp Pandas.
I'm going to practice.
Hello and welcome to game number 1 between Aurora and NGX. Unfit here with Cinder Meister.
That's right.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
You know what? Let's not beat around the bush here, Shannon.
Okay.
I think Nigma are in trouble.
Okay.
As much as the panel were loving Aurora's draft versus what Nigma have, I love it even more. So I will be equally impressed with that narrative if Nigma Galaxy managed to win this game. Or, honestly, if I can be so blunt, if they managed to make it competitive, I would already be impressed.
Okay.
We've cast 4 games yesterday, and this is our first one today. Out of those 5 games, to me, personally, this is the most one-sided draft for this patch that I've seen out of this tournament. So
on day 2, that's a big...
I mean, there were also other games yesterday, right?
Big proclamation from Cinder in here.
The thing about that, too, though, is that if I'm right about that, and if the panel is right about that, then Aurora also should just show up, right? And make this a one-sided affair, if we are right in our breakdowns of this. But let's see. So
how often would you say that you are right, Cinder? And it's Nightfall.
Yep.
Getting gone on to start the game. Not really too close to any teammates. Is this actually going to be enough damage? Kiyotaka is the target for the Phantom Strike, and well, Nightfall starting out the game with 10% HP, not ideal.
And he's heapies to lane, so
okay.
he's gonna need some regen immediately. He will be given that, of course, by his good old friend Panto. All right, let's look at how, because like Misery was talking about, one of the ways that Nigma Galaxy can make this work is by getting really farmed on the Tinker. And by trying to play a slow game and playing keep away. The issue I have with that is that I think Nigma Galaxy's games are the best when they want to fight, and when Ghost can really take initiative in the game and play an aggressive carry. When he plays an incredibly good lifestealer, this is one of his best heroes, but for this patch and for how the teams in general are playing, I really like seeing him on a hero like we saw yesterday on something like a Gyro or a Morphling, where you get involved and fight at least semi-early. Lifestealer to me is a hero that needs a lot of AFK time and is very core-to-core matchup dependent, but the problem is he didn't end up playing against a carry Tiny. It looked like Nigma kind of were just assuming this was a carry Tiny from the get-go, and then obviously it got pivoted in the end to mid, and now he has the PA matchup, which is way less appealing.
Yeah. Well, the mid lane, like you talked about, Tiny versus Kunkka.
Yep.
Are you expecting this to go one way or another? Both pretty tanky?
It's generally this lane goes pretty evenly, I would say. If anybody is to inch out an advantage here, it's probably going to be Sumail off of... I think Kunkka does a little bit better than Tiny, especially when you hit level 3 and level 5 for the higher levels in Tidebringer. But also just Sumail his lane mechanics are exceptional.
Nope. Looks like he's going to drop, although gets the Burrow Strike off first, and that's first blood for Yamich.
Nice counterplay there.
Panto and Noob will actually survive. And drops on the other side, so Cinder and said it's going to be an easy one for Aurora, and they're off to a 0-2 start.
You know what? If I can curse Aurora into losing this game, I will be proud. And I will also be very happy for Nigma Galaxy on getting a win here. Obviously, it's a team that a lot of people want to see do well. We're still looking for that true, how to say, back to the old days of glory result or tournament from them. Obviously, especially... I would say especially, who do you think has the most fans in this team? I think it's GH or Sumail. I'm not sure who, if you had to pick, but GH is kind of, you know...
I can't tell if you're kidding.
Huh?
Are you kidding?
Okay, so...
It's not close.
Okay, it's Sumail.
Yes.
But...
Okay.
Okay, let's rephrase this.
All right, thank you.
Is there anybody that is more universally liked by the community in the pro scene than GH?
No, absolutely not. He's amazing.
So his,
how
to say,
awesome.
There's no polarization. Everybody just thinks GH is a...
Yeah, if you think otherwise, you're a psychopath. As Noob, inside of the Lotus area, gets off the Burrow Strike, but will fall shortly after. So Nightfall and Panto successful in that engagement, and that puts 1 kill on the board for Aurora. So, sorry, I actually missed the entire point of what you were talking about. Why were you bringing that up? Is Mira slowed here?
Nice Funhouse Mirror dodge on the last word damage.
Gets off the open wounds from Ghost, though he's going to continue on here. Already has the HP from the first kill he got, which is always, it feels good for Lifestealer players.
I don't really remember the conversation anymore, so I don't think it was important.
Nobody does. No. Nobody does.
I don't know why you would loop back around to it. You didn't care to begin with. You're just pretending.
That's true, actually.
Yep.
You know me too well.
That's right.
GH and Mira having a 1v1 support battle for the ages, and GH will win that and get extra int as a result.
Yep.
Brain Drain has begun. They should just rename that to Brain Rot. I think that's more fitting for the scene that we're all in.
Yep.
Plenty of players have Brain Rot just without playing Dota.
Yeah, I was going to say you need a special type of brain rot to play Silencer, but you actually don't. I don't think that hero is particularly... You know, there's like a type of heroes that just has a type of player on them. Silencer is not one of the ones that falls into the category of, you know?
Well, that's the thing. We talked about the facet, how great it is. If there was that type of a player, they would be picking him without the good facet, right? And that is just not the case. Still waiting for the carry silencer with the other facet, though, where you cannot be silenced. Really strong.
Really strong.
Really good.
Say that.
Try
to say it without laughing.
The whip was
big damage.
Mira's still going to get completely zoned out. We'll get the whoopee cushion to the low ground.
Almost
the
cushioned too
curse.
early there.
Yeah, that was a close one. He's got this calculated,
the
though.
creep wave is still following him.
Better be careful, young man. Well, Sumail won't be able to connect in all likelihood.
So in that trade, GH really leveraging the fact that he had the creep wave advantage on his side, just telling him, oh my god, he's actually going to chase him down and kill him.
He actually
Mira's
is.
in disbelief here.
That is insane. More brain rot
Really well
in
done.
favor of GH.
Nicely done. Yeah. He's very much so pressuring this Ringmaster in this top lane. I'm very impressed so far.
Let me ask you a question. Go ahead and continue your thought process, because I know you can't do more than one thing at a time.
That's okay.
You forgot what you were
No. I'm wondering if Mira is a little bit autopiloting here, because as Ringmaster, you're used to, I am the boss position 4, I will fight the 5.
Yeah.
But Silencer is actually one of the very few 5s that can take you on in that 1v1 fight. And he's overplaying his hand a little bit. He's 0-3. This is pretty uncharacteristic for Mira minute 6.
Yeah, that's true.
That he has multiple deaths. And it's not because he's been like surprised or rotated on, or, you know, it's kind of just lost to GH.
Oh, nice dual breath on him too. Nightfall feels like he's been on low HP the entire laning stage, thanks to that early engagement.
Yep.
But his CS has not suffered Cinderant. Second overall in the game, top of his team. Which is really good news for Aurora fans. And on the other side, the Lifestealer, Mr. Ghost. Despite getting that kill, 21 and 5 CS is the lowest of all the cores right now.
Yeah, there's just a lot of denies on the Magnus. What can you say? You're playing at an inherent massive disadvantage in terms of CSing, right? The Magnus has currently 120 damage, and you have 68. It's not fair, you know? This is not...
Yeah, Lifestealer hits pretty softly at the beginning of the game, for sure.
And if nothing else, this is what Mira accomplished top by fighting GH the whole time. Is that Toronto Tokyo got to more or less play a 1v1 against Lifestealer, and Magnus is going to win that every time on just raw CS. You just can't. You can't compete with the level 3 in power.
Yep.
Nope.
He's
Trying
found
to cut
out.
The wave.
Dust applied as Mira going to miss the knife, but the whip is there. Finally getting something on the board for himself. Ghost in the meantime with the help of GH onto Toronto Tokyo. He does have Skewer, which he will expend. But Ghost doing a nice job of creating some good space here.
Yeah, they got to pressure him as soon as Mira shows for that kill bottom. You can't let Magnus hit a creep after that. Just bully him away in your 2v1 situation. Leveraging the numbers. And this will give Ghost some nice me time up here on the Lifestealer. This hero, as we established, it needs time. I found this hero in general to actually be very underwhelming for a while, but it did start to pick up some steam in 738.
The Ag,
especially because of some core matchups. But yeah, you don't have that core matchup in this game that you were hoping for, right?
Yeah, it feels like he's been used a lot as anti-carry almost.
Yes, exactly.
And then the Ags doesn't disarm anymore, so that is a huge loss for Lifestealer players. It did feel kind of random as a design choice for him. So once it got too strong, they nixed it. Now he does more damage essentially because he lasts a little bit longer in there. Or no, sorry, he just gets more hits off.
Yep.
So going for like these raw damage items for the late game end up feeling a lot better. If you do go the Ags route at some point.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? I feel like most of the time we don't even see Lifestealer buy the item anymore.
Yeah, it feels like a fourth, maybe fifth item in a lot of these games.
Because you need to... The games in which you pick this hero, you pick it specifically, like you said, as a core-to-core matchup against a hero like Tiny, if you were expecting that to be carry. Then you're investing all of your net worth into how am I going to destroy Tiny in fights. And that's not going to be the Ags most of the time. It's just going to be being tanky and hitting harder consistently. So items like AC or no crits or whatnot.
Kiyotaka, the Ava toss onto the Tinker, back into the arms of Nightfall. Panto gets that one, but nice pick off for Aurora. Yeah, I think the Lifestealer versus PA matchup without that Ags disarm feels pretty bad these days.
Pretty one-sided, honestly.
I feel like it's, I mean, Lifestealer does not really want to go MKB generally.
He's going to have to, though.
But he has to, as like a third, fourth item.
It's going to have to go that or Bloodthorn, but the problem with Bloodthorn is it's just not reliable enough anymore, I think, to... Because in this game, PA can probably hold her BKB quite long. Because what's going to kill her except the Lifestealer once she gets to a later portion?
GH casually taken out by Kiyotaka. Sumail, though, finds a support in the form of Mira. It'll be a trade.
Cool little
Ghost and
interaction
Sumail
there.
now.
The X mark. Oh, hang on. Let's see if Kiyotaka can play his way out of this one.
Yeah, well, Ghost doesn't do much damage, so...
Unless they get another X.
And the Avalanche, just for safety measure, we'll get to the high ground.
So the Escape Act box has a maximum reach. As soon as you move 500 units away from the original location of the box, it breaks. So Sumail actually pulled him out of Escape Act with X mark, which is kind of interesting. Could maybe come into play later against a situation where you maybe try to save a core on Ringmaster. In addition to that, Sumail also managed to steal the enemy stacks on the hard camp. This is what largely is pulling him ahead right now. By a few hundred over the Tiny was that stack.
Yeah, he's having a very good start to this game. In fact, the only member, I would say, of NGX off to a good start. Goes for the Blade Mail, so wants to get active pretty early. We've been seeing, what, was Blade Mail into Radiance in the last time. Are you expecting the same type of build here?
Yeah, probably. It's just
so what's the build from Lifestealer these days? If it's not Armlet Radiance.
I mean, we've seen some Armlet SNY builds. We've seen Armlet Deso sometimes. We've seen Armlet Radiance. But yeah, like you said, if the Kunkka is going Radiance, you are not. So in this game...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. That's what's a little bit tough for me in this one, is that if you get Deso, you're only really getting it for yourself and a little bit of Kunkka damage. You don't have this, like, hell yeah, my offlaner is going to love that I have minus armor.
Yeah. It feels like Deso and then having to go MKB later is a lot of the same.
I mean, can you go Armlet MKB? Is that a thing?
It's a bit weird, but you might have to, because...
Armlet BKB, MKB maybe? Well, so you have staying power?
I think SNY you have to get this game, right? Because BKB is not going to do it all with the RP at the ready.
Yeah, he's queuing up Radiance, so maybe the Kunkka just doesn't get it then.
Okay.
I'm also okay with that solution, and then Sumail will go a different route. I'm curious to see what he's going to buy then. Panto will get
in
spotted.
The trees.
And
Ice Path onto both targets, though. This should be inevitable. As Kiyotaka takes out Yamich. Actually, Macropyre is going to go off along with the Global Silence, and looks like the Jakiro and company will have to exit. As one kill for NGX here. They're going to get a second in the form of Mira, so Sumail with a double. Now the Avalanche from Kiyotaka. This will be a big, big kill for Aurora if they're able to get it, and they should be able to in a 3 versus 1. So killing spree ended for Sumail.
That honestly was a decent outcome for Enigma Galaxy, I would say. Sure, Sumail ends up dying in the end, but Ghost is completely free farming top and taking the tier 1 tower and forcing a TP rotation from Jakiro, which is not going to defend this, by the way, mind you. That's a solid overall outcome for them, for sure. And this is, I think this is the ideal thing that can happen in the game right now for Enigma Galaxy, is that Sumail gets very active and they try to play off of GH's good start with an early Global Silence and try to find some fights when they can. Because they know Ghost is going to be AFK up here for another 10 minutes because he's Lifestealer and therefore he's AFK. I have my own personal biases against playing with this hero. It's very... Sometimes it can be a bit frustrating. You just know you have to wait.
Yeah, I've never heard you so angry talking about something.
Maybe that's a... If this is me being angry, I'm a very peaceful person.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty true, but...
Unless you're playing World of Warcraft, of course.
Okay, then I get really upset, apparently. Fair enough. Still nothing in the quick buy for Sumail. I'm still wondering what he's going to go for here. Is he going to rush something like a Shiva's? Is he going to go... I don't think Eggs is really on the table here, but...
That is a nice stack, though. Kiyotaka getting most of these.
Tiny with Empower as well. It's just...
Yeah, they have 2 good targets. And Kiyotaka, you can see his net worth is by far #1 at the moment, and this is one of the scariest heroes to go up against when they start to snowball. But overall, still only a 1K lead for Aurora at the moment.
Oh, nice find here for Enigma Galaxy, potentially. They'll find Nightfall bottom. They'll use Global
Silence. Nightfall is dead.
Well
TP's come in. Will they be able to get anyone? GH with the TP. Noob looks to be the sacrifice, but well worth it for NGX.
Without a doubt. I think that was...
Forced out all these TPs as well.
Exactly. You trade Sand King for PA plus, was that 3 TPs? I think all 3 of them ported down here, actually. A bit of maybe a defensive over-rotation, you could argue, from Aurora. But in the heat of the moment, you're just going to bring people there to try to salvage the situation. Yeah, another little win here for Enigma Galaxy, but in spite of these early plays going quite well, they are still trailing a little bit on the net worth, and that is concerning against Mag PA. This is a hero combination you kind of want to try to beat early, or at least in the mid-game, before PA truly takes off. And if you're also not going to get the Tormentor here, if Aurora make a move, they will.
Oh, RP from Toronto, Tokyo into Nightfall's arm. Panto again takes the kill. We're going to be seeing a lot of supports just casually get a kill just by accident, but they'll take it either way.
Oh, Yamich,
Avalanche onto Yamich.
Toss.
Gets tossed back. Ice Path is there as well. Boat coming in, only hits the one, but this is a really important target. The box saving the Tiny for the time being. Kiyotaka getting saved with the whip as well, and now you can see Nightfall just going ham on the back line. Gets one, and they have so much to work with. Rage forced out from Ghost. Looking for a potential Infest target into Sumail. They'll get away, but Aurora getting pretty much everything they wanted.
3 kills and a Tormentor. Pretty good result here. Who are you hoping for the shard on? Probably... I guess I'd rather have the Jakiro one in general, but he only has level 1. Liquid Fire for now. It's still nice to be able to cast both of them, even if it's only level 1. But yeah, rather uncharacteristic here. Panto's maxing Ice Path. Most Jakiros we've been seeing have been maxing out Liquid Fire. So I wonder what the rationale is here, because this is not even an obvious Ice Path game since the enemy carries Lifestealer, and you're playing against Global Silence as well, so maybe you can't combo effectively. So I'd be curious to hear what the logic is behind that in this particular game.
Oh, Nightfall. He's found again. They're going to use the Epicenter. They're going to use everything that they can because that is a very important kill again for NGX. Of course, he has his Battle Fury on the PA, but I think he's going SNY as a secondary item.
If he were... No, he's going BKB.
Okay, he changed it up.
He has the maybe he just bought the hammer after you said that, probably. Guess he's tired of getting killed. I can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, this is BKB's mandatory.
Yeah, he has to get that anyway. I don't think there's any point in buying SNY in this game, actually. You want to get one good burst off during RP and just kill heroes. And you know you have extra damage coming in from Empower, so you can... Theoretically, you can go for a little bit, a slightly more defensive build in general when you have Mag in your team. I think BKB is solid, and I think he shouldn't buy Sanjin Yasha at all this game. I think you just get BKB and then you go for bigger items. Some like true late game value. GH and Kiyotaka, this is not a fair fight.
Casual silencer here, trying to die to the Polywogs, but the toss should finish the job. Kiyotaka with a nice solo kill, and of course Ghost still, oh, he really needs this Sacred Relic. He's so close to finding it, but he's gonna find his way to the grave first. Only loses about 200, actually, a lot less than I thought.
But
still, that's 38 seconds of not getting farmed for the eventual Radiance.
That's the thing about these kills. You look at the numbers, you're like, oh, he only lost 200 and PA only gained 200. That's not a 400 gold kill. It's the 40 seconds that you're dead plus the travel time to get to the next camp is probably a minute. And if your GPM at this point in the game is like 500 or 600, then all of a sudden that kill is worth 1,000 gold rather than the 400. So makes a really, really big difference to find these cores early. And it is the reason that Nightfall isn't completely crushing this game in terms of net worth is the fact that Enigma managed to kill him twice. Otherwise, he would have easily had his BKB already. See him only being 600 shy of it at this point.
Dire are scanning.
And you know, we talked pre-game about how this is going to be a rough one for Enigma Galaxy off of overall draft. I think the hardest part is yet to come, and they are still already behind. In this stage of the game, when PA gets BKB, you can literally just Magnus can just take his target and they kill it, and I don't think Enigma can really counterplay it very easily. You can blink RP. You don't even need to skewer them back if PA is close, because PA herself has a built-in blink to follow through. So the skewer is not necessary compared to other carries that you need to bring the hero to. So I would love to see Enigma Galaxy try to honestly press the issue at the moment they get Radiant and just try to fight their way back in the game. Because I think farming is not winning this game.
Yep, Noob found out. Gets off the blink, but Kiyotaka has a blink of his own. Another valuable kill going the way of Aurora, as Kiyotaka let Mira have that one, actually. Very unusual for a core. Mira seems to really run a tight ship here for Aurora.
Speaking of
ships, that is a shark ship onto Panto. Is he going to actually survive this? The RP from Toronto Tokyo onto 2. Skewer next to their tier 1 towers. The TPs come in. Global Silence follows suit. GH is the trade. So far, just the support for support. As the Avalanche now from Kiyotaka finds the Tinker as Roche is going to throw him, but Nightfall gets the last hit. Roche really hungry for a kill. Not going to happen this time. Tier 1 tower for Aurora. 7K lead.
I don't think I've ever seen this before. I mean, it's also a new feature, but he died while Roche had him in his hand. I think the model just disappeared.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to click with those hitboxes, Cinderman. And they find another pickoff onto Noob, who's now in Struggle City. Bottom net worth for cores. You see the Roche replay. Let's see. Yeah, at this stage, you just hope that you've clicked on him beforehand. Well, the Radiance is online for NGX, but their Roche will be gone. I say their Roche. It's a neutral. It's our Roche.
Yep.
So likely...
it's so tough to contest this without saying, but they're
going to Company will actually want to try for this. The boat is coming in. Nightfall takes the Aegis. They get Roche as well, and that's a newly picked up BKB from Nightfall. As Toronto Tokyo kind of stuck into the pit right now. Will skewer away, but he's going to take 2 members of NGX with him. He actually might live through this as the Wheel of Wonder is going to be placed. A beautiful whip from Mira as well. They're actually losing nobody on Aurora. That is insane. That was such a sick whip. And Aurora get away with murder, and the Aegis still on Nightfall.
Yeah.
I actually didn't notice. Did Nightfall just BKB TP? Or did he actually fight?
He did fight with his BKB.
He fought initially.
Yeah, he didn't TP at all, I think. I think he's just run over here. His TP is ready, so...
It's almost, casting him is quite the wonder.
Yeah.
Just assume things at this point. He could get a rampage. Like, did he BKB TP? Looks like he is going for the SNY.
If you think about the fight we just saw, Misery talked about this during the draft, that his concern for Enigma is how do they kill a hero without Epi? And that's kind of what happened exactly there. Sand King was dead. Aurora in the pit. Sumail goes in, casts all his stuff, goes in with his Shiva, and people just leave. They get boxed, or they skewer out, or they blink out. Just some serious damage issues here when Noob is on the sidelines, so gotta make sure your Sand King gets caught less. He's got 6 deaths so far. He needs to get that Ags. It's almost there. That'll be a massive damage upgrade, but you still gotta kill people outside of the BKBs. You're not killing them in.
Avalanche into the ice path with the Global Silence to save Ghost. Using that in just a purely defensive way feels pretty bad. Now he'll have to infest a creep and exit. That's a big cooldown. Aurora can certainly take advantage. They're going to smoke up and look for a fight immediately. Throw that Aegis for 3 minutes.
This is a 3-man move. The other 2 heroes are far, far away.
Oh, I think they heard an infest here. Nope, they're going to go for Noob on the Sand King. Feels like we've seen this a time or two this game. Oh, they get to the high ground. The Sumail is waiting for them as well. Ghost Ship is coming. Noob, he's going to eventually tick out. Oh, did I say that? RP onto 2 in a very awkward spot in the corner. And that is going to lead to a double kill for Nightfall. And Sumail now surrounded by enemies. Gets off the Blade Mail, but it's just a matter of time. Attempts to TP, but they have plenty of ways to cancel that. Kiyotaka gets credit for another. So 3-0. Aurora favored again.
He actually died to the Yules. He got
Oh,
Yuled
really?
at like 10 or 15% health, but the rum was ticking while he was in the air,
yeah.
so he died from the landing damage. It's pretty rare nowadays to see that. It's 50 magic damage, but got the job done there and then.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now a tier 2, in all likelihood going the way of Aurora.
Yep.
And, I mean, how much more can they get with this Aegis? There's a tier 2 bottom and top still remaining.
I think as long as they have all their spells ready and they keep good formation, they can take whatever they want with their Aegis, including even the enemy high ground, but they have RP on cooldown, so they're not going to go there. But the tier 2 towers, I would still imagine, are within their grasp, at least one of them with this Aegis. But let's see if the high ground is on the cards here. Considering how Nightfall is sticking around this mid area as much as he is, it does feel like that's the plan, that they want to find any sort of pick off here and then just go for the base. And there's the smoke. Bring in
Scepter.
Tokyo into it.
And Kiyotaka toss back onto Sumail, gets off the Shivas. Getting clipped by the Ice Path. Gets the Tidal Wave onto Tiny. And now the open wounds from Ghost are going to try to apply as much pressure to the Tiny as possible, but the global silence, and now the fight has changed places. Nightfall, nobody wants to deal with him because he has that Aegis. Toronto Tokyo, the beautiful skill with the Avatos to follow. Epicenter a little bit late, and now the BKBs come out. Panto, the lone casualty for Aurora as GH gets deleted. Noob currently infested, currently tossed, and soon to be currently dead. Nightfall gonna clean this up. RP just for the Lifestealer. Does not have Infest to work with, so this should very well be a team wipe. Trying to give it to Nightfall, but Kiyotaka takes it with a toss. 5 for 1. And guess what? Aegis still there.
Yeah, they have the glyph here to wipe out the wave. Oh, wow, okay. Our Aurora actually is going to fall back. No, it's just the Tiny going back. I'm a little bit surprised to send Tiny back to defend out of all heroes here because he does pose quite a bit of building threat. I suppose he doesn't have his shard. So, okay. They don't even get the tower. I'm
That's
surprised.
surprising. I mean, the death timers are a bit low as well at the moment.
It's fine. I don't mind it. I think showing discipline is obviously a good trait here, and it would be a mistake to overstay. It just took longer than I was anticipating.
Imagine Aurora with constant discipline. Just imagine the possibilities for this team.
Well, the ceiling is high, that's for sure. And I wonder what they're going to do now. They know they're ahead. They know they're far ahead. They might not realize it's almost 20K, but these players are very experienced, so they should have a feeling of at least we're crushing. So I wonder if you're planning to just map control until next Roche, or if you are going to be eager to just fight because you feel like you kind of are in an unlosable position almost. Can be a bit telling about teams how they approach situations like this. It can be just as telling how you play when you're absolutely destroying your opponent as how you're playing in a close game about the overall team mentality is. Knowing Aurora, I don't think they're just going to sit back and farm for next Roche. I think that's something you would more likely see out of a team like Falcons in a game position like this. I think Aurora's DNA is more of, all right, guys, we're owning them. Let's try to finish the game. And that's what's costing them games sometimes.
Yep.
And it's also what's making their average game time short sometimes is that,
well, horn tossed into the RP, and the damage from Nightfall, it is enough. Thought he was going to get the infest off, but not happening. 50 seconds of no Lifestealer, 5v4.
The wave mid on the way, and this time there's no glyph.
And this time they have Mr. Tiny with the damage rune as well. And they're going to find a Tinker on the way. And this should be Elena Rax at the very least. You're right, Kiyotaka's still without the shard. It's a bit awkward, I guess.
It's kind of standard for mid Tiny, though, right? Like, is it worth spending 1,400 on that? Maybe sometimes. All right, first lane of the game. They can't get more, but the two tier 2s on the side lanes are still up.
Is under attack.
Call it a win. TP back. And start going to work down bottom with Nightfall. So maybe just going to push this through and try to get that tier 2 tower without the Aegis. He obviously has Satanic, so he's feeling extremely powerful. If they don't 100-0 him with an Epicenter, he genuinely cannot die. I think that's the only way this carry will die from Aurora's side. It's full-on dropping everything on him perfectly with Global. And even then, it could still go wrong. He gets a little bit lucky. You might not kill him off fully, and he'll pop BKB Satanic, hit you twice, and be back to full. And then the fight's over.
The Nightfall's actually prioritizing MKB for the Radiance, I suppose.
Yep. Fine. Pretty standard.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Figured he might go Basher. I guess they do have plenty of stuns.
They have so many stuns, yeah. I think this is a better purchase overall. It doubles against laser as well, right?
Yeah, true. And the 25 level talent for Sand King, which we will not be seeing this game. Prediction.
Yeah, and if he were to get to 25, he also wouldn't pick it, so...
True.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because he has MKB. You're right.
Yeah, that's definitely why. That 25 talent on Sand King has got to be up there with the best talents of the entire patch, right? The 10 Epicenter Pulses one is incredible.
I don't know if it would make top 10, I'll be honest.
You don't think so?
I'm not saying it's not good.
It's really good.
There's insane 25 talents, though.
The thing is, the way Epicenter works, the pulses get bigger every time, right?
Yeah.
So that's why this 10 extra pulses isn't just,
I feel like it used to be 8.
50% more
it used
damage.
to be 8 back in the day.
AoE is obscure.
Yeah. It's obscure.
That's the wrong word. Absurd. It covers almost the entire screen when you have the 25 talent. Absolutely obscure. As is this smoke.
Desperation smoke from NGX. Sumail leading the way. They need this to go perfectly. It doesn't look like they'll find anyone, though. And yeah, we'll see about Roche. Could spawn in the next minute and a half. Now we have a counter smoke from Aurora. Okay, Roche has landed.
I mean, this is very telegraphed, right? From the side of Enigma Galaxy. Aurora knew this was going to be an attempt. They're not showing anyone mid. The wave is pushing through the...
Another smoke from NGX is Toronto Tokyo. Ooh, actually had a good opportunity there, but they have the toss back onto 2 with the Avalanche. And now the fight's a bit segregated. Global Silence goes off as Ghost in a battle against Kiyotaka, just kiting, waiting out the Global Silence. Now the Avalanche comes in. Nightfall deletes Yamich. There's the skewer onto 2 with the RP to follow. Wheel of Wonder, why not? 3 dead for NGX. Noob, Epicenter is not even going to be cast. GG's called. Aurora dominating game number 1.
Yeah. I mean, that was... I'm not going to say this one was always going to be easy, because I don't think so necessarily, but I think this was most of the time going to be easy for Aurora. A little bit of a shame that this draft ended up being this one-sided, in my opinion, because I think Enigma Galaxy didn't really get a chance to show what they can do. It's clearly a series where Aurora are the favorites. This is a team that has the potential to make top 3 at tournaments. Enigma is probably the tier below that generally tends to end around the middle of the pack. There was a tier difference in this game, but the distance between these two teams is not this big in every game, right? It's just this individual one. Like, what are you going to do?
Yep, especially, the stand-in that you talked about. The fact that it happened today, not a whole lot of time to prep, I would assume.
That's true. It's also definitely plays a factor here.
But yeah, Aurora really coming out hot here. 11-0 for Kiyotaka. His Tiny was disgusting. We're seeing that
2 deaths.
Yule's Octarine build on him as well. We saw that yesterday. That seems to be the flavor of the month for Tiny. Pretty effective overall.
2 deathless cores. Toronto Tokyo 1-0 and 17, silently setting up tons of kills for the rest of the team. And yeah, everybody carried their weight. Mira had a slow start, 0-3-0, and then after that went effectively 3-2 and 19. So, yeah, stable game from Aurora. Nothing much to add. I think this game was rather self-explanatory, and I just hope for the next game that Enigma make it more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, their record's decent right now, right? Obviously, it's very early on, but I really hope that they get to the next stage. It's really fun casting them, generally. I feel like we do not get the greatest opportunity to do that a lot of time, but Yeah, 1-0 start for Aurora. Shiva!
Thank you! As Aurora was very strong in this game. Obviously had some maybe growing pains in the lanes. We did see GH having a good start in his silence there, but I think the way we were talking about the draft already, Misery, the writing was on the wall.
Yeah, we're getting pretty good at predicting what can happen.
Why do we even play the game anymore?
Yeah,
Call it.
But that's kind of what ended up happening, right? It just felt like the lack of damage was a big problem for Nigma. And as we see in this particular fight, for example, that wasn't the problem for Aurora, right? It was so easy, so many different setups and relocations and things. Like it was much easier for them to play the game. You see it here again, the skewer back. You know, there's just so many ways to get a good fight going.
Yeah, one thing I've talked about, I don't want to make this all about my like coaching sessions or something, but I've started telling people,
we're at bsjcoaches.com.
Yeah, bsjcoaches.com. Tell me how you think you're going to kill the opponent. Like when you're in your Dota games, it's so important to visualize what is the order of spells that we use to kill a guy. And we were talking about, it's like Tiny Toss, you have Max, RP Skewer into Jakiro Ice Path, and that's what all their kills were. Like it's very scripted. It's like when you look at Nigma's draft, what is the series of buttons that lead to a kill? And it just felt really clunky. And
all the buttons.
It's a lot of buttons. Just dump the buttons. And it did feel like this game just had to go really long. They had like the awkward double Radiance core thing that the casters were talking about. Me and Misery were discussing this. We're like, we think they should just both buy a Radiance. Yeah. We think like Radiance is so core on Lifestealer as well as Kunkka that the heroes just don't feel the same.
I've seen that when there's a Kunkka on the team. Like that is what a lot of teams do. They just go 2 Radiances because it's not that bad. Like you're farming separate areas of the map anyway. It's not always about the damage that you're doing in team fights, and a lot of the time you're not even like together anyway. Like the Radiance range is not what it used to be.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. A lot of Radiance is also for heroes like Kunkka. We were talking about how he scales. It's like an Ags, Octarine, Shiva's spellcaster type build. The only way you get all of those items to become this like absolute annoyance in team fights is a Radiance. Yeah. It's the same with Lifestealer. Otherwise, they just don't get to those late game item timings. We saw with Skeeter yesterday carry Tidehunter. We're like, is he going to go Radiance? How else does carry Tidehunter get his items? And that's why a lot of these heroes.
All right, enough about NGX for a second, because I want to shout out my boy Toronto Tokyo. I don't give a shit about the losers. Let's talk about the winners here, Shiver, because Toronto Tokyo on Magnus. This was a beautiful Magnus game. I'm going to go ahead and remind the audience. This man was a position 5. He is not and a mid. He is not an offlane player.
Yeah, but it wasn't when he was playing mid. Was Magnus not also a mid hero?
It was, but the transition from mid to 5, people questioned, and he did great. People questioned the 5 to 3, and in the very first tournament that he played in, he had like the biggest hero diversity out of any offlaner, and he was actually doing well. And here we have another beautiful performance from him. He was 1-0-17, which is a good score line. It's not like the big 11-0, you know? But it's because he wasn't stealing the kills. Did you see that skewer onto the low ground that we saw?
Yes. Well, he stayed on the high ground.
He stayed on the high ground, and then he puts them
Make sure
onto
he
the low
doesn't
ground.
get the kill because he can attack them.
Yeah, it's very selfless.
Like this is good Magnus play. What a great support Magnus he was in that game, or position 3 Magnus, I should say, because now he's a position
enabling Magnus.
He's an enabling Magnus. That's right.
But I feel like all the skepticism people usually get when they want to switch roles, like especially Toronto Tokyo, it's unwarranted, right? The guy won TI. The guy is like a decent player, right? He's still young and everything. Like, why isn't he getting criticism?
It was right after the ESL documentary is the problem, where you had Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo like bickering with each other.
That was not a good look.
These guys are shit teammates, and then all of a sudden they're together again and owning.
Hey, wait, to be honest, that was the unmuted from Istanbul Berlin, I believe. Yeah, it was not a good look.
It was a hilarious look.
It was a little bit of a toxic look.
Yep.
But it seems to be all working out, and obviously this game felt very smooth for them in this game. And I do want to talk about the winning team because this felt very smooth. Do we feel like it should have been smoother? Because I kind of feel like in the start we did see the offlane suffering a little bit Misery on the side of Mira and Toronto Tokyo. However good as RPs were later on.
I mean, maybe Mira made some early mistakes and died a couple of times there, but I think it is also not the funnest lane to play against the Lifestealer. It is kind of hard to pressure this hero. So that's probably the lane you would expect to go the best for Nigma. I think the only way they really win this game is if this Lifestealer snowballs really fast Radiance and gets super fat. He's like unkillable. He can just frontline. I think that's kind of the win condition that they have that game, that he needs to really like take his team on his back. But that's very hard to do. So I don't know. He needs to also get maybe some kills in lane. It's like he needs to get that Radiant so fast that he's unstoppable.
I don't know if that's that type of hero anymore, to be honest, though. Like that's where we just go back to the draft drawing board.
Yeah, I think a lot of the issues that they had were potentially draft. If we already could call out how the game is going to go out after the draft, then that's a draft issue, surely.
They are playing with the stand-in. I mean, that's all. There's always like growing pains of at least one series where you figure out like, okay, is this guy going to be playing an aggressive hero? Is he playing a defensive healer? Do we want our 5 to now be the initiator when it used to be our 4 position? Like these things you have to figure out.
I think one thing that Nigma consider doing next game is to pick GH's hero first. Like just pick that Phoenix or pick that Coddle straight away so that they lock in that hero for him.
Is there 4 bans, I think, targeted at him?
Yeah, because like right now he's playing Silencer. I think the problem that we saw at Blast was that when the team has Silencer, they end up lacking damage. That was pretty consistent. If you're not drafting like a lot of damage with the Silencer, because Silencer deals no damage, right? Then your draft overall lacks damage, it lacks stuns. So it's not Silencer as a bad hero, but you really need to, make up for the lacks that Silencer has overall. So I think maybe Silencer is not the hero for Nigma right now, and they should just prioritize TH's heroes, because they do a lot of damage. They have a lot of impact in the game, right? He can dictate the game more.
Yeah, something that we all talked about on panel, this damage issue consistently, and when I took particular issue with the Sand King last pick because I thought they needed a lower cooldown version of something that gives them damage. So something I paid attention closely in this game was after the laning stage had dissipated, 14 minutes in, everyone's farming, it's now time for map play, ganks, all that stuff. What core kills did Nigma get for the rest of the game? So this is number 1.
Nightfall.
And this used Nightfall getting Epicenter on him. That's the first kill. The second one, you might be getting a little bit of deja vu, but it is
Nightfall.
It's Nightfall. And this is another Epicenter. And these right here are the only 2 core kills that Nigma got for the rest of the game after 14 minutes. And this team fight, I feel like, highlights just how difficult it is for them to focus down a single target. Because even though Toronto-Tokyo is going to drop so low here, you have the Ringmaster save plus like a single defensive item on him, and he's going to manage to escape. And the fact is, you need, like, I really believe that Nigma just did not give themselves the tools to make plays, and these are things that, it's not like these guys are just bad or something. They don't have the spells to click these guys, and we were concerned that the Epicenter was their only form of killing somebody. And in team fights, that's especially difficult when you're dealing with Mag, Tiny. Like, how often are 3 people going to be grouped up for a 3-man Burrow Strike Epicenter? That's just not going to happen. So you needed some other form of single target, chaos creation or burst potential, or at least a threat, because it makes it like Nightfall's job much easier or more difficult to like blink around and pick his targets if that's the case. But it just felt like they could BKB as a reactionary thing on the side of Aurora. So,
and they're really good at that.
And they're really good. They didn't even have to TP this time.
That's their favorite thing. That's when you know it's rough.
No, we're going to find out if Nigma Galaxy can have some better spells to click in game number 2, coming your way after a break.
down when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right.
Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are about to head into game number 2 of our first series of the day. We got Nigma Galaxy taking on Aurora. Aurora definitely a little bit stronger in game number 1, and a large portion of that can be contributed to the draft. So we're really hoping that they have a better plan for this game number 2 already coming our way here with the draft on your screens. And Misery, you said you'd like priority given to GH in the start of the draft. So let's see if Nigma Galaxy turned that microphone on, or rather the sound on the stream in between. See if they have the same conclusion.
Yeah, and they also have first pick this time around. Worth noting, I guess, compared to last game where they were second pick.
Shadow
So
Shaman?
what would you pick?
Oh, Doom.
They like Doom a lot, actually.
They do.
That is, that's
Instant
one of their
Medusa
Oh,
response.
they knew what to do, leaving this in. Yeah, Noob has been playing a lot of Doom, and to be honest, he's been carrying games on it. So I can understand the priority. Perhaps it should change, though, given they have a stand-in, though.
Can you really do this, though, in 2025, where you first pick Doom and then you insta-carry Medusa to counter offlane Doom? Can't you just put Doom support now and do some shenanigans?
Well, you can also put Medusa offlane.
Offer support.
Yeah, but it's like the Medusa is shown first pick, right? To counter a Doom. I don't know. I'm not really... I don't think that's that strong of a response.
My question is there any hero in the game, like any combination of heroes in the game, that counters both versions of Dusa?
No, but what I think is that this is a strict response as a carry Dusa. I don't think they have intentions of putting any offlane. I understand that is in the meta, but I think it's legit just we're going to play carry Medusa against your Doom now.
I see.
But that's at least how I read it.
Okay.
But I mean...
Well, in that case, they should ban Anti-Mage.
Okay. They're always going to ban
They'll ban it anyway, which is good news because all these GH heroes are still in the pool.
True. They do get the Shadow Shaman, probably the highest contested support at the moment, maybe outside of AAA. But I don't know, I think there's some stuff you can do here as Nigma, like to offset this matchup. Why is people not playing Doom 4? Is it that bad?
I mean, a lot of the 4s aren't even laning anymore. Yeah. Like, meaning the offlaner just ends up screwing off into the jungle anyways.
This is also a GH hero. And actually, it's also a Yamich hero.
It's also a hard Medusa counter. Because of the ET Stomp doesn't wake you up if you take damage. So it's effectively a 4.5 second stun.
I would guess this is why they were okay picking Doom first, knowing that a Medusa could come out, is that they also had the ET as a response to it, and probably other responses.
Well, they only needed one because they have to ban Anti-Mage, right?
Yeah.
So you know you're going to get your ET counter if that was your plan. It's not those situations where you have to have the first, second, and third best option because they have bans to protect.
Yeah, and any team in any position will pick Anti-Mage. Like any core position against Medusa, and Anti-Mage is good.
But this does mean that it's going to be a core Doom. Not that we were really going to see a support Doom most of the time here, but you are just going to accept that, okay, we'll play this game.
So they won against Medusa with Doom yesterday. It was against Shopify Rebellion, and Shopify ran the Medusa as a carry.
To be fair though, I do think Medusa, like we talked about yesterday, this new build with Aghanim's Maelstrom, to me looks very, very strong.
Yeah.
And I do think that makes Medusa a much stronger carry than it was previously, where people would just go Manta, Butterfly. Like it seems like that build was kind of slow, but this new build makes the hero a lot stronger. So I do think that might be a reason for us to be able to see this type of early pick Medusa.
So are you blaming Tomato for losing that game because he went Manta Butterfly on Dusa yesterday?
I don't know. I think it's pretty new check, and I mean, I don't even know if that's wrong. I just saw it and I'm like, damn.
It seems like it would cover the timings that
he's
you
getting
usually
an
like,
ultra kill
right?
at 24 minutes or whatever it is. That doesn't happen often as a Medusa.
It's good. It does incredibly high damage.
Yeah.
And you farm super quickly. The only problem is you're a lot less tanky. That's it.
You're tanky. You're a lot less tanky to the enemy carry. You're tankier to the
X gives a lot of
it
magic
does,
damage. And
come on, Butterfly. This is like the
but it's
only.
also a lot more gold.
Yeah, it's like 2,000 more gold.
It's true.
Yeah.
I just think
Maelstrom Mag is about the same amount as Butterfly.
Right. I mean, I like the build. Don't get me wrong. Like, I was doing this build on Medusa the moment they added the eggs. Like, I really like the build. I just think the timings are different. That's all.
I mean, I hadn't really seen it before. I didn't even know the eggs got changed. When I saw it, I was like, damn, that sounds.
Neither did I. That's why I did the build. Yeah. I was trying to play offlane Medusa, and then I got the eggs. I was like, why is my snake not stunning?
And then you're like, well, now I have this thing.
I had to build a Maelstrom, and I was like, holy shit, this does more damage than I thought it would.
But yeah, I mean, we would look really stupid if he's just gonna buy a Manta Butterfly now and it's just a dead build. But I don't think that's the case.
Ooh,
Bane. I think Bane is kind of underrated hero right now.
What do you like about him?
I like several things. I like his lane is pretty strong. I think the night vision aspect is very good.
What's it, 1200 or 1100? Because he has like a bit of extra.
He's full night.
Is it full night vision?
I think it's full night.
Oh,
it's not full.
I thought it was like 12 or 1400.
It's not like flat.
It's significantly more than flat.
It's his nightmare range.
Okay.
They made it so you can nightmare people at night.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's like it's like plus 200 or.
Okay, we just hijacked this. What else do you like about Bane?
Has it gotten changed? Anyways, I think he's strong at night basically. I like the grip. I just like his toolkit. I think it's an underrated hero. It also gives you the instant lockdown, right? Which a lot of heroes don't have nowadays. They have a lot of pseudo lockdown, like the Windrunner Shackle, like ET Stomp. this type of thing, but Bane actually has 2 ways of instantly locking down the single target, right?
Yeah.
Same with Shaman. I guess this is another reason why this hero is so strong.
And the nighttime scouting that you're talking about is so nice with Storm. Like, you have Bane running around the map, just nightmaring people, giving Storm some time to run over and then zip. Like, that's Bane to me, is he's like kind of a global hero in the sense that he'll just be near your base, like super early on, like running around trees. I've even seen Banes go Quelling Blade, just hunting, setting up for the team.
I will say, though, that I don't necessarily love the support duo in general with the Storm as well. I think Aurora Gaming this time around lacks teamfight quite significantly. You don't actually have any AoE spell outside of perhaps the root from Medusa or Medusa Ultimate, and I think that's hard to pull off in Dota nowadays, whereas if you look at Nigma's Galaxy Draft, they actually have the ET, right? And they still have a last pick. So I think Aurora needs to pick a team fighter somewhere in this next pick. It's probably going to be Toronto's hero. So offlaner fits that bill quite nicely. But I don't like the Shaman and Bane together. I think they fill a little bit the same purpose. Catch people on the map. Not much damage, not much team fight.
Lacking wave clear as well.
Lacking wave clear, right? Have the same type of weaknesses. I think that's it's not ideal.
But I would almost argue that the things they're good at are good against Doom Morph. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the single target lockdown as well. Like I was curious. I'm like, I always thought Bane was really good versus Morph, and I know Dota's not that simple, but I'm a firm believer that the later you go on to the draft, these individual matchups do matter because you're picking the hero willingly into those.
It does.
And yeah, Morphling's 4th worst matchup in the game is Bane. I was just thinking, like, you have heal reduction, you have single target setup where you can use Nightmare on the guy, let your team catch up, and now you BKB piercing stun that should lock the Morphling down for plenty of time. Usually Morphling has no problem shifting and getting away from like a 2-3 man gank at early game. So now it's like, I feel like Storm Bane with his Bane 6 can kill a Morph if he's farming jungle, so you have to sit at like 1200 HP.
Yeah, I was going to say he farms a lot on his own, and Bane is literally just like
the guy that he's walking around at night with
slinking around the woods, like trying to find you. It's really
I think it's super annoying for heroes like Morph, I think. So I'm just curious. Like,
you have ways of playing the map. I agree. You have ways of catching out the Morphling, but it does become problematic in the team fight when people go as 5 and in formation. How are you actually going to get your spells off on Aurora Gaming without getting exposing yourself to the Doom, the Ella Titan,
Stomp,
you know, things like that. So and you do die very quickly here. You don't have a clear frontline on Aurora, like maybe Medusa if he gets fat enough, but that's also kind of scary, right? You can't get jumped and bursted. You don't have a good save. Nightmare is often not enough in this type of scenario.
And the ET Stomp makes that a lot less impactful because you are literally stunned for 5 seconds on Medusa. So even if he's doomed and right-clicking everybody, you're theoretically going to be stunned that entire time as well. So maybe he goes for like a Hurricane Pike if it is Core Dusa, like just to get like, as long as you're doomed but not stomped, you should probably feel like a pretty decent frontliner.
I think so.
But yeah, we'll just have to see. They ban out the like annoying pesky mids on the side of Aurora because they do have all these stuns from their supports.
And
but
it's also the 2 storm counters.
Yeah, some guy that like disrupts the backlines in an annoying way, I think would be really pesky for these supports because it'd make their job of spellcasting even more annoying.
A Sumail Classic.
That is a Sumail Classic. He's almost always owns the lane on Leshrac, I will say that much. Oh, the Centaur. I like that pick a lot. What do you guys think of that? The last 2 picks, the Leshrac, the Centaur. Thoughts?
I think the Centaur is pretty good against what you see on Nigma Galaxy. It feels obviously good against Doom, like we always mention, but I also think the lack of lockdown on Nigma this time is like... They have really strong heroes, but it might be hard to lock people down long enough to kill them.
Yeah.
As for the Leshrac, I think, I mean, it's mostly just a Sumail hero, I think. I don't think it's like it's okay this game. I don't know. Is that hero?
It's a pretty bad matchup in Deducer.
I was literally going to look it up right now. I'm pretty sure this matchup's atrocious.
I just remember a patch where I was playing a lot of offlane Lesh, and you try to go on Deducer, and you just tickle her.
4th worst matchup in all of Dota is for Leshrac
because you're dealing pure damage, right? And
it's the fact that Medusa is a ranged Scotty buyer. And Leshrac just hates that.
Any hero that you don't want to like run into as Leshrac feels terrible to play against.
To be fair though, they have the Morphling, they have the ET for the Deducer. Maybe Yamich pops off by Diffusal Wave, who knows? But
that's true.
I think the Leshrac is good against the supports, I think. You can lock the Leshrac down, but he still does the damage.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you have maybe a good matchup against Storm? Not sure. Like you said, maybe Sumail goes ham on the in the mid
I think
lane.
he'll win the lane.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So
I trust Ghost too. This is his best hero by far.
we did have a whole segment this morning where he didn't have that good of a showing. Brian highlighted everything that was wrong with
But
Ghost
he's
Morphling.
level 30 more.
That doesn't take away his
Sure,
prowess
I'm
on
level
Morph.
30 on a couple heroes. I don't think you want to see me play these heroes in professional games.
That's a fair counter.
That's fair.
Synderen, what do you feel about this draft? Do we feel like Enigma Galaxy is set up for success better than previous game?
Shiver, I think you could play AA in this game. I think so. I believe in you. I definitely think this is a better. I think you would agree with this. Enigma have a better shot here because personally, for me, the last game was pretty rough.
Why are you looking at... She's talking to you, not me.
I brought you into the conversation.
I'm not interested. No, I was not interested in talking to you.
He's drinking his hot water. He doesn't even like tea, so he's drinking hot water.
It's nice.
This is what I'm working with.
What's wrong with that?
A lot. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you. The laugh track kept going.
I thought that was bugged. I don't know.
I mean, maybe it is, maybe it is. It doesn't matter. We're definitely going to have an entertaining game on our hands. Either way, though, Aurora versus Enigma Galaxy game number 2 here via the PogChamp Pandas.
Meow! Sunspan here with Synderen. We got game number 2 between Aurora and NGX. The panel hates their draft. Do you agree?
You are not paying attention at all.
No, Misery said some nice things at the tail end, but for the most part, it was a bit negative.
I mean, okay, let's be honest. I think the last game was on paper harder for Enigma Galaxy than this one is. I still overall favor Aurora, but there's definitely more achievable ways for victory here, the way I see it. I think this is a game where Morphling can truly carry, potentially. It's a game where Sumail is in a position on a hero that he can snowball the game on. I don't think Kunkka is that hero. I think Leshrac can take over games, especially together with Elder Titan for the Amp. And overall, I think their lanes are going to be fine. My big question is, how are they planning to kill Nightfall's Medusa when it has Stampede backing it up? That's my biggest question mark here.
Yep. Yep, I would agree with that, Synderen.
Nope. Could get slept here.
He will get slept
here.
He will be slept-walked.
Could get shackled here.
He is dead.
They skilled Ethershock. They don't need shackle.
Panto will take it. On the other side, Sumail gets the kill on Kiyotaka. Not in time for the first blood, but still nice for Sumail, which talked about, you know, later in the game. Not the greatest matchup against the Medusa, but yeah, what could you possibly itemize? Like, the first thing we think of course, is Diffusal, but like Windrunner is not a core here.
I think she should maybe still buy it, though.
You think so? Okay.
It's either that or you go the full, we're going to kite Medusa route, and then you buy stuff like Shard, Yules, and your job in the fight is literally just make heroes unable to stick on Lesh.
Yeah.
When they want to play aggressively. And I think this is a game where there's something to be said for Gale Force, potentially. I think it's a very good item against Medusa to have that Shard. But if I would like to personally see if Yamish is doing well, I think he should buy the Diffuser, actually. I think it's worth it. So, we'll see. Bottom lane on paper is not that easy, though. Double ranged, Medusa Bane. Yeah. Tough task.
Feels bad clicking a hero and their health just doesn't move. Very demoralizing.
Yeah. If you didn't know what was going on, and it would be.
And we'll see how fat Nightfall can get this game on the Medusa. Definitely a hero that can... I mean, it's not really a hero that buys BKB, Synderen.
No.
All too often.
He's not going to.
It doesn't really fit into the Nightfall repertoire. It's Mira.
That's right. He's going to Stone Gaze TP out this game.
Yeah, that's a new variation, I suppose. And GH not going to catch up, but still packing a punch onto Mira. Use those chicken fingers. Still, I think, one of the best facets or innates in the game, Cinder.
Specifically because you like chicken fingers.
No, it's just really good.
Oh. Yeah, so are chicken fingers.
I mean, that's true. That's true. They are.
Speaking of GH, would you agree that this has been his most impactful hero as of late? I think his Elder Titan has been...
Well, I actually wanted to... We can piggyback off of that as well. Do you like him? I mean, he's playing 5, right? Traditionally, back in the day, he was the 4. He was the best 4 in the world for a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you miss that aspect for him?
I think this patch, the way it works, I think the type of impact he had back then is achievable in position 5 in this patch. So I don't really
You do get a lot more farm.
Yeah, and if you play heroes like ET and Phoenix, which are some of his best, you can do a lot as a 5 IO. You can do a lot with, in some cases, I think you can play Caudal 5, but we haven't really seen that too much. I think that is probably the least viable of his traditional repertoire. Yeah, overall, I mean, it's obviously a little bit of a different dynamic now that you have a stand-in on position 4, right? Like, they had the potential of grabbing themselves a 5 stand-in if they wanted to, and then put GH on the 4 roll. They opted not to do that.
Yeah.
Probably to keep the Ghost lane intact. And their overall assessment was it's more viable that we have our stable safe lane that we are very comfortable with rather than restructuring both lanes.
Well, Mira might be in some trouble, although Ghost, very little HP to really connect, and Toronto Tokyo has basically been going back and forth on the harass battles, but supports, you could say the same.
Yeah, interesting to see Toronto Tokyo starting build here, the triple gauntlet. I can't say mathematically that I love that against Morph. I think it has to be better to buy at least 1, maybe 2 circlets, just because your hero has terrible base armor, and Morph hits really hard, so just getting a little bit of agility actually goes a long way. Just get 1 more armor helps quite a lot. By the way, it's got the Ring of Health now. It's probably going to be fine. Oh, they get the Shackle outside of the shift.
Yeah,
He's
the hook's
dead.
not to follow. Wow.
Oh,
Mira gets the kill.
Not supposed to happen.
That is pretty crazy. Noob and Yamich in the meantime getting harassed heavily, but they will barely survive. Yeah, I just assumed this would be effectively a dead lane in terms of nobody's going to be dying, at least not on the NGX side, especially the Morph.
Yeah, the only moment of opportunity you have is until GH gets Echo Stomp, which will probably kick in at level 4. So this was when the kill was obtainable. Once that's there, you can never retain your shackles, and you can always just stomp the Centaur too. So just finding this 1 kill is really good for Aurora. This is not a lane that I would say on paper they're meant to win. They could probably draw it. These are not bad Morphling matchups in lane. Find the quick one, though. Sumail up to level 6. Against
Tokyo getting dove, but GH not going to go any further. Vanguard almost done for Toronto. Meanwhile, Sumail in that mid lane, sitting on 30-5 versus the 33-3 on the Storm. So pretty close. Not too big of a surprise.
Power shot connection there from Yamich.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dive here for Sumail.
Mira with the 2 points in Hex.
Interesting.
Quite a lot of time to create distance there with the 1-2-1 build. We'll get away. Oh, this is... Yeah, Noob has the perfect creep for this lane, by the way. It's actually pretty important in the bottom lane that Noob managed to find the Satyr Soul Stealer. Mana Burn does so much damage to Medusa. It's got to be the best hero in the game to have this against, basically.
Yeah, Sumail can get some help with Yamich to be able to take out Panto. As he did take out the regeneration runes, so denying that from the NGX side.
That would have been nice for Sumail. A little bit starved on resources right now.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Lesh in general right now?
I don't think it's the best. And just as a general pick, I don't think it's particularly strong right now, but if you have very good matchups, I like it. There's just nothing in this game that made me think, hell yeah, this is a Lesh game.
Yeah.
So that's curious for me. But sometimes player comfort and just what you feel can make a really big difference.
I feel like we saw a fair bit of it, I want to say a month ago when we were casting, and I did not notice the other facet ever getting chosen.
No, it's always Mythanthropy. Every single time.
Basically not a push hero anymore, at least not for the tower department.
No, not really. What else would you push?
They're gonna... My buttons as...
yes.
NGX
Misanthropy
will
is
push
good
their
for
buttons and get the Smoke of Deceit into Toronto, Tokyo. Level 5, so no Stampede to work with, although...
I don't get him yet.
Well, he's gonna connect with this wave and will be spotted as a result. Still, this is a pretty tanky boy.
Lesh can solo him 100-0 if he doesn't hit the stop.
Oh, stops for a little casual right click, and that's where Sumail's Diabolic Edict can really go to town. And that's going to be an easy cleanup for Sumail and company. Meanwhile, bottom lane, actually getting the mana a bit low onto Nightfall. Going to take an Infernal Blade for his troubles, but Mira has come to play with the Hex, and Panto, coming from the east, should secure this kill onto Noob. And Nightfall dodging the power shot.
Don't you just love when the carry buys 2 nulls?
Yeah, that's good.
What a time to live in.
Yataka's gonna have to zip away the amp damage rune. Oh my god, I actually said that.
Damn. Good job.
I told myself I would never say that, and I did it.
You got there.
The damage rune. Stolen by a GH.
Next on the docket is you calling the hero Abaddon. Then we're...
What about Windrunner?
Yeah, okay. Wind Ranger. If you hit all of those right in one day, I would honestly be impressed.
Okay.
Considering that you think the right thing is wrong, that's probably not going to happen.
Oh, I didn't say it's right. Gorgon's Grasp onto Yamich. We'll be able to walk away. Panto, nothing left in the tank, so just getting a couple of right clicks.
Mira does arrive with this very early level 6 here. That's the Serpent wards. They could go for a ward block, and I think they just might.
Yeah, nope. He's going to get caught out. Oh,
Good
the shackle preventing the
very
initiation from Mira from continuing. And now we have TP from Sumail. Remember, Nightfall? A bit low on mana. Only 5 stacks on his wand. He'll be exiting, though, in the cover of the Tier 1. And they actually get a D-ward as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So the rotation here unsuccessful for Sumail for now.
Are scanning.
But he might just choose to dive this.
It's possible. Noob, you're going to take the wave with him.
I think this is when Leshrac shines the most, is the bottom Tier 1 tower for Radiant. It's like you literally just run into these trees and body people. But you need to have the confidence with some sort of information that you can get away with it. And of course, the Stampede can be problematic.
They find the Nightmare, though. Noob in a lot of trouble. TP's coming for him, or coming for help, but he is stuck inside a bunch of Serpent wards, and the Echo Stomp not going to really assist too much. So easy kill for Mira and company. How much do you, when you pick a Medusa, this was first pick Medusa, how much do you care, just in theory, if the enemy takes a Bane? Because you chose it for your side. Fiend's Grip drains mana. Theoretically good. Is it actually good in practice, though?
It's all right.
So it's not really something you think about.
It's one of the better ones, but...
I just want to see, like, how much of a deny pick was this potentially, you know?
I mean, it could have been part of it, but at the same time, Enigma Galaxy had already picked ET, I think, and I don't know if they would play Yamich on 4 Bane. I guess he could have played 4 ET as well. It's not out of the question.
Yeah, Noob. You know, he's got his Doom available, but he gets Nightmared. Man, just can't find a clean initiation. So we'll have to exit again without using that ulti. Sumail with that haste rune. We'll see how much damage he can do with it.
Yeah, that's good. This negates the Stampede for the next play. So potentially, Enigma Galaxy. I think this is a really good time to look for a play bottom. I'm actually forcing the Edict out of him here.
Not too far away from Atos for Sumail.
Radiant structures are fortified.
His farm is okay. Basically a wash in the mid lane. I mean, how good of a start does he have to get off to this game, do you feel like? Like, how much pressure is on Sumail to keep things afloat?
Quite a lot. Let's see if this even breaks out into a fight. I think you might just concede this tower as Aurora and not... Yeah. I think it's a great play call there. And anticipating Sumail's rotation with the haste runes. Just going to give it up. I think it's really important that Sumail is popping off this game. I think if he has a bad game, I think it's really tough for Doom and Morph to win this game without a strong Lesh. He's getting all the power runes, though. That's good news. So it definitely is important, but a couple of his rotations didn't bear fruit, and he has lost some CS because of it. It's good enough.
Is this normal? Boots of travel? Storm?
No.
What the hell is that?
I'm gonna go ahead and say no. That is not normal.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
What? Why? What?
Well, we'll see soon enough.
Wait, have I missed some meta development here?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we both have.
Is he playing Divine Courage?
Blade Mail on Centaurs. The fight's going to break out here. Sumail with the Atos reveal, Diabolic Edict, but the Nightmare to counteract this. Now Stampede, as Panto will be stuck in no man's land, taken out by Noob.
Dude, why does he have traps on Storm? Am I stupid?
Well,
is he stupid?
That's a separate question.
Okay, one at a time. You can start with, am I stupid?
No, as much as I hate to admit.
Oh, wow, that's...
The Observer thinks so, though, so that's good.
I can't believe you said that. All right, I'm curious. This would be my number 1 question to ask if they were to win in a post-game interview. Kiyotaka, why did you start Travels in this game on Storm?
Yep. Extra mobility. 14-minute wisdom's about to come.
The thing is, you'd think this is actually a farming loss on this hero, right? Because most heroes that buy Boots of Travel use it for 2 things. First of all, to traverse the map faster and farm, and the other thing is to connect to plays. But Storm farms more with Mana Regen than with move speed.
Yep.
So it's just peculiar overall. He seems to be going for pretty standard follow-up items here with the Kaya into BKB. Perhaps there's something to be said about the overall archetypical way that Aurora are looking to play the game. The panel was talking about this, like Bane hiding at nighttime, trying to catch people off to the sides. You've got Centaur with Stampede. Maybe the overall idea is we want to skirmish you, and we want to be able to catch you all over the map and have constant threat. Of course, Travels are good for that, but he has nothing obvious to travel on. There's no like Summons hero or something that can enable it. The next level play here would be Toronto Tokyo buying Helm of the Dominator. Then I'm on board.
Kiyotaka spending most of his mana to catch up to GH. Will get the kill as Noob comes in with the help of Yamich, but the Stampede try to get away, but the Focus Fire looks to be too much. And that's going to be a 1-for-1, but the Fiend's Grip from the other side. And that is a dead Doom. Still, I think, has yet to use his ultimate this game.
Yep.
2-for-1 advantage Aurora. Sumail and Ghost on the high ground.
I just realized GH is level 5.
Yeah, that's true. 15 minutes in. Panto, he's going to take the brunt of the damage here. That's going to be a quick kill for NGX, but the zip in from Kiyotaka onto Sumail, but the shackle onto 2. That is a dead Storm Spear. Kiyotaka taken out as Yamich. They're going to try to go onto Toronto Tokyo. He's got that Blade Mail and Vanguard, so very tanky indeed. Looks like they might be able to finish him off. And on the other side, Sumail versus Nightfall, they're both going to exit. And that power shot finishes off Toronto Tokyo. And now the Rasta in peril, but Mira on the cover of the tier 2 will survive. Yamich has to go to the west here. He's going to find a shackle.
Life is peaceful there.
And this will be a cleanup for Aurora, but they lost a lot here. Noob's going to force a TP out. Kiyotaka will show himself. He still wants to get that Doom off, but yeah, that's difficult. I mean, maybe that's why he got Boots of Travel. He can just walk away Syndrome from Doom.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to zip in, but they get the Atos into the split earth, and there's the Doom. The Boots of Travel not fast enough.
That's why Boots of Travel, because when he respawns now, he can get out to the wave faster.
Yeah, probably.
I guess he just didn't realize Sumail has Atos when he made that move. It looked like he was jumping in, and he was going to Vortex, and then he was going to jump again. Just got Atos in between. Smart.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he's referring to his Boots of Travel purchase. All right. Now this will open up Tormy for NGX.
Yeah, Morph is good at this.
Who will get the
everything
shard?
else in Dota.
Will you get Gale Force?
Oh, no.
That is unfortunate. The 50-50 is lost.
Sometimes lucky, sometimes unlucky.
It happens to the best of us.
Pretty,
okay, Kiyotaka is going Lincolns as well now, so my theory's out the windows.
Yeah. I mean,
You'll be able to walk away and block Doom.
This is starting to look more and more like a Merlini item build. He should have just bought the Midas after Travels. And
He still has time.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower
Peculiar. Let's call it that. I mean, the Lincolns, it makes sense against Doom and against the Shackle Shot.
And Atos.
And the Atos, yeah, it's going to buy you time. I think it's honestly a fine purchase. I'm really not a Storm expert whatsoever in terms of like mana conservation and damage. Whether Lincoln's feels terrible to buy, but...
Now, Ghost at a tier 1 is going to get initiated on the Fiend's Grip is there. Do they have the follow-up damage? It's going to be close. Yes. Hex in time. No attribute shift. Down goes the Morph. Down goes the tier 1.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I feel like Kiyotaka has been tipping Noob 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah, there's some bad blood here.
There's something going on here.
I mean, I feel like you can close your eyes and doesn't matter who's playing. Just assume there's bad blood between someone.
And maybe Kiyotaka doesn't like noobs. Probably it.
I mean, that's the Dota elitist mentality anyway.
Yeah. Everybody should be tipping noob off cooldown.
Looks like he's going for the Crimson. As Drums Midas. What do you think of the Doom facet these days? We talked about it early on. I think it's been a lot less exciting than I was expecting.
I think Devil's Bargain is still generally the best one.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying.
There's not too much creativity. I think the player that uses this the best is probably 33, who will sometimes shuffle out 2 or 3 or even 4 items later in the game. He just does the math and is like, okay, now I kind of need this because of the new problem the enemy proposes. So I think it's a really theoretically interesting one, but in most games you end up using it maybe one time, and that's generally sell Midas, buy other item.
Or sell stats,
kind of
early stats related stuff.
Yeah, like Brazers. Then it's not too interesting. The really interesting thing is, oh, I have these items. Oh, now they bought this thing that counters me. Now I'm just going to rebuild myself.
Into the Shackle, Focus Fire as well. It's good Hex though from Mira, provides a little bit of space, and Kiyotaka gets away.
So does Mira if he TPs now. That Atos is not going to see him. So nice disengage.
Much more even game at the 20-minute mark. I think it was about 15K deficit.
It was about over.
Yeah.
Last time around. Nightfall gonna take the Amplify Damage Rune and go to jungle with it. Very nice. Always a good time. Farming faster. Yeah, it's a quieter game. I think this just strategically, when you look at the lineups, it just makes sense that this game is being played in such a different fashion. I think ultimately when this goes down the stretch, I do like Aurora's chances because of how they can itemize themselves out of some of their problems. Whereas for Enigma Galaxy, I'm not seeing the red thread in killing Dusa yet. The Wind Ranger's going full utility. She went Atos into what looks to be Blink Shard. Are they going to commit on this? No, they're getting
They're forcing TPs out, and they do so successfully. Drums pop.
Mission.
Mira might be in some trouble. Yeah, Atos from Yamich. They will get something out of it. Serpent Ward's placed, though. A bit annoying to traverse around, but
he's actually
this power shot.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The Blink Dagger ends up working out. And
actually got out.
Well, it costs him an ultimate, but not too shabby.
That's crazy.
And Butterfly now there for Nightfall. He is, yeah, compared to the Boots of Travel on Kiyotaka.
They're going to make a move of their own. I think this is a pretty good move in terms of how unexpected it is. You just disengaged bottom. Your Dusa has just been showing Manta Illusions top. So there's a decent chance that Enigma Galaxy do not anticipate an invasion. But unfortunately for the side of Aurora, Enigma were trying to go for a move of their own to kill Medusa. So both teams are going to miss each other. Unless go... Oh my god, he almost killed himself with that TP. That is really lucky. If he TP'd 1 second earlier, they would have seen the ring, and they would have camped him and killed him.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Game of seconds sometimes. Well, that's going to be an opening
initiation onto GH. Yamich is here, though. Gonna get shackled for the time being, but they want Sumail. Gets slept into the hoof stomp with the Gorgon's Grasp from Nightfall. Pops the Bloodstone for Sumail, healing up a decent amount. This is gonna be close. Looks like he will fall to the Stampede, and now another full duration shackle from Mira. This time on to Noob. Pops the Essence Ring, but I'm not sure if they want to focus him because the Morphling is the one nightmared. We'll get out of it though, into the waveform. They're gonna focus down the Doom to start things out. A beautiful shackle onto 2 from Yamich. Only biting a little bit of time. It's just too tanky on this Centaur. Can barely put a dent in them. Mira even lives. 0 casualties for Aurora.
Valiant effort there from Ghost, showing off his Manta Diffusal build against the Medusa, but not quite enough. Nightfall with the Butterfly is able to stay alive, gets off a 20, I think it was a 20 wand into a snake, so he healed himself up that bit further. And Morph just couldn't get through him, and this is what can get problematic, because if you're itemizing like this on Morph right now and you're not finding kills, you should, over time, fall further and further behind the Medusa since she has more cost-efficient items for farming speed. With the Manta Butter, she will just outpace you a little bit on your Morph. You're also going to need to get that True Strike, right? That's the problem here. Is Morph going to buy MKB? Is he going to buy Bloodthorn? Deuce is one of the better heroes to buy Bloodthorn against because she generally doesn't buy BKB. So if she has burnt her Manta, you can try to take her out.
Well, this is good for NGX.
Nice play call. Clean.
Lincoln's now online for Kiyotaka.
So this was a real choice between him and Lesh, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely used to seeing that on Lesh.
Both heroes very good with that. What do you think about Bloodstone? I don't know, man. This item feels like a shell of its former self to me.
Yeah, you no longer get the AoE.
It's like generally only Leshrac that I see this item bought on, but even on him, I don't know how much I like it, to be honest. You're holding it up against... Sumail could have gone for like Shiva's BKB, right? As an alternative build path. Obviously, you can't get both of those items at the cost of a Bloodstone, but you can get either of them. I don't know. It's a bit deceptive.
I think it's good if you're off to a good start.
Yeah.
Which I would argue that they're not off to the best. Stone Gaze from Nightfall going to buy some time for Panto to come in to get Split Earth, and will drop immediately. Is Nightfall now on the run with the Stampede. He'll get out of dodge. See how much they can get out of this Aegis on to Ghost.
Mira did not complete the TP, and now he's under a ward. So he's actually, he should just be 100% dead here. Even if he gets a blink off, he still can't disengage fully. Yeah, he just spotted by Spirit. He is toast. Easy kill for Ghost here.
And now he's going to say there's a ward here, and we can see that that ward is expiring soon. So even if they try to deward, not going to be too great for the side of Aurora.
So I do kill the supports, and I guess you get the top tier one here with Ghost on the Morph as well. You still have the Aegis for 3 minutes. So yesterday, Enigma were in a position with a Morphling, I believe it was, that game where they were up a lot against Liquid. And they ended up losing it in the very end against the Drow. This is obviously not comparable at all in terms of net worth, but you are approaching the time of the game that Ghost Morphling tends to really pop off in some fights, and then sometimes Enigma will hesitate to try to end the game and go high ground. I think this game is really difficult to end, actually, for their side. Sieging high ground into supports like Bane Shaman, and then 2 jumping cores in Storm and Centaur. The thing that makes that so tricky is having good formation in your lineup. There's no obvious way of placing your heroes because you can get flanked, you can get jumped from all angles by Storm Centaur, the supports have long reach. It's definitely going to be a challenge for Enigma, and I don't anticipate, especially based on their hesitancy yesterday to go high ground in this game, or at least looking at the next Aegis before they even think about it. And that, in turn, should buy plenty of time for Kiyotaka to get further. Is he... Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Lincoln's pops, and he is out of there.
All right, what do you think Kiyotaka has in his quick buy?
All right, I can see it on the screen.
You saw it? That's unfortunate. I was hoping you didn't see it.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed Nullifiers. You're safe there.
What?
I mean, that gets rid of Windrun.
Yeah.
And is that it?
Is there any... I mean, they have a
obviously
ET.
the items go without... In terms of abilities, I think that's it.
This is such a different build. I love seeing stuff like this. I love the creativity. The thing that's just a shame is when we don't get to hear the rationale. I think it's really cool when pro players talk about specific builds they did for a game. Because this is absolutely unusual, to say the least. I just wonder what the thought process is if he does end up committing for this. Yeah, it's good against Windranger, like you said, but is that really enough to justify going Nullifier third on Storm? After your travels, Lincolns?
Well, it gets rid of Crimson, right?
Yeah.
And obviously you said the Force Staff.
There's always going to be something Nullifier's good against, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's typically always a Force Staff. Or a Yule's or something.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Kiyotaka.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like Noob has not gotten off a nice initiation with the Doom yet.
How many Dooms have been cast?
I think one, if I'm not mistaken. Kiyotaka forcing out some abilities here. Yamich has to be careful. He's just dead. Assassinated. As Ghost, okay, that was a bait, and there's the Doom, and there's the death. Stampede a little bit too late. Wouldn't matter because of the stun lock anyway.
And ironically, I don't think that Doom mattered. I think he was dead anyway.
Yeah.
I think he was out of mana, basically being burned out from the Morphling Diffusal Blade, and then the Infernal Blade stun was...
Yeah, take a picture of this inventory and post it on Reddit. As Panto is going to be found in the trees. Sumail, going to miss the split Earth, but the Pulse Nova doing its work.
Okay.
Nice kill for NGX to follow up on the kill onto Kiyotaka.
The Leshrac Shard this game is really good against Medusa. It's a very static hero. Doesn't move too much in fights. Likes to just stand and deliver.
Yeah, but now Ghost has a butterfly.
Shard. Yeah. I mean, they're definitely getting there. By no means is this remotely close to the last
Infernal
game.
Blade onto Toronto Tokyo. Will pop his Blade Mail. 3 versus 1 right now. TP is coming in as Ghost is destroying himself at the moment. Wants to finish off Toronto Tokyo. It's going to be close. The Adaptive Strike is not enough.
Oh.
Now he has to waveform to the low ground where the rest of his team awaits.
That was a fraction of a second away from him getting hexed by Shaman. Very, very close escape. Should count himself lucky there. That was definitely not planned out to a T, but managed to escape. Kiyotaka, long zip.
Yep, Mira's there as well to follow up, but GH Force Staff, Noob survives, and now that's a wasted Serpent Wards as Sumail goes in really deep. They're going to get the Rasta at the very least. The drums are there for extra movement speed as well, but I don't think they're going to find anything off the back end now. Still a couple minutes away from the earliest spawn that Roche could appear.
Sharon, I have a challenge for you.
Uh-oh.
Name a hero that Kiyotaka's build would be good on.
Boots. So basically,
okay, to clarify, I'm not saying it's terrible on Storm this game. I'm just saying, what would be a hero? You see this build and you're like, huh, I could see myself buying that on this
That's why
hero.
I said you posted on Reddit.
It's like literally, I can't think of a hero that would buy these items normally.
No.
In combination. Like,
I mean, the thing is, the Boots of Travel, like in a pro game, is unusual, but in like a pub, any hero could buy Boots of Travel.
Yeah.
It's mainly Nullifier with Lincoln's Kaya. That's very random.
It genuinely looks, I'm not even kidding, now it looks like a Divine Courage build. For anyone unaware, is this, hang on, he's dead.
Yep, Boots of Travel not going to help out this time.
He's running fast, Shannon, don't count him out.
And he did use the Nullifier. Unfortunately for him, it will spell his doom, no pun intended.
Put and pup. Did you ever play Divine Courage?
Back in the day.
So the way I remember it was you would roll a random hero and then you would roll a random item build and you had to build it in order. And then there were a couple of extra items you were always allowed to buy, like bottle, stick, boots, I think.
That
but
sounds about right.
Everything else you had to do in some order, and this build just looks like something out of that. Oh man, it's funny.
Yep, I would say it's working, but not really yet. Still puzzling.
That's the other thing, is like, if he was popping off and just crushing, we'd be like, hell yeah, you know, I love this creativity. But when it fails, it's just, you're always going to have this second guessing it. Like, what if you just bought standard stuff? Like,
well, when it fails, it saves the pubs around the world.
Right.
Except for the sickos that look at it and like, I'm trying that, even though it did not look good. There's people like that.
That's true. And if this goes south for Aurora, they can just all look at Kiyotaka together and just point at him. And then this is probably good for morale because Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall will be on the same team in that debate. Can find a common enemy.
That's true. For one
Stampede
initiation, they're going to take out the Windrunner to start. There's the Nullifier being put to good use from Kiyotaka.
Oh, he's chasing
Sumail, nice split earth. Beautifully done. They had the follow-up stuns as well, and another death for Kiyotaka. Boots of Travel wasn't enough for... I'm going to have to... I can't help myself every time he dies.
That was a 6 stun, though.
Yeah,
Just flat out full prediction. Sumail was anticipating that Kiyotaka was going to zip another time. If anybody knows aggressive Storm play, it would be Sumail himself. He's been in that position plenty of time.
No, I don't think he's bought Nullifier boots.
That's true. I have not seen Sumail with this build.
And you know he's judging right now.
I'm trying to think if I have ever seen 3 of these 4 items in the same inventory on a hero in any game, including pubs. Lincoln's, Nullifier, Travel,
I'm sure if you go into the pub archives, it exists somewhere.
Of course.
But it's going to be quite a different rank.
Yeah. All right,
Serpent Wars placed, and that's going to be easy money.
Easy money. Oh, Sumail's on the hunt here. He's got a haste rune.
Very fast.
Easy
Atos to open things up. Gale Force as well. Mira is super. That a nice shackle.
That latch on Dusa? What?
Completely ignores every tree and goes for the Snake Lady instead. But you see the Fiend's Grip onto Sumail. Noob on his way to try to clean up the Bane. They'll do so successfully, and Sumail will walk away. So 2 dead for Aurora, and there's the Doom. But see the Stampede giving a little bit of space, but the Atos going to hold him in place with the Split Earth to follow. Kiyotaka using that Nullifier to take out the Windrunner, but the Toronto Tokyo is already super low. Double kill for Sumail. They're going to get the Medusa on top of all that. That's 80 seconds of no Nightfall. Kiyotaka, your Boots of Travel are enough to get away just this once. 4 dead.
Shout out to Boots of Travel.
And now NGX in the base of Aurora. And Morphling can push really fast. Has to be a bit careful, though, with the HP department. At the moment, they're playing a little bit safe. Kiyotaka can keep going for the zips. Of course, they're not as fearsome because he has a Nullifier Boots of Travel.
In spite of being arguably one of the best carries in Dota against Doom, Medusa, once you are doomed, if people can just stick on top of you for a few seconds, you are going to die. Like, Ghost hits way too hard, and the Lesh matchup, BSJ was talking about it, it's not a good matchup into the Medusa, but in any sort of situation where your team is ahead in the fight, I can't imagine it being that bad. You were one of the highest DPS heroes in the game.
Kiyotaka. No, not low enough.
Nice
he tried. Did not use Nullifier during that zip.
Yeah.
They're just keeping track here.
Yeah. Also didn't use Boots of Travel during that zip.
That's true.
You can't do that anymore.
Wait, you can't?
You can't.
Really?
You can't travel during zip, right?
Why not?
Can you?
Well, you can TP during zip.
Oh, you're right. It's the Earth Spirit roll you can't do during the roll.
I was going to say, there's no difference between a regular TP and a Boots of Travel.
That's true, so he could have done it. I got it mixed up. He's got Kaya Sanj.
Okay.
Well, he had the Kaya before. Both items are normal.
Well, now it's a purple, bluish build, ignoring the Boots of Travel, of course. Maybe the color scheme is important to keep in mind here.
Big lead for Nigma, though.
Yeah.
14K. Ghost has a 4-minute Aegis and a banner. Okay, now we can actually reference that game for real, though, the Liquid game, where Nigma Galaxy were hesitant to go high ground. Have they learned from that game?
Oh, you're gonna have to hold that thought. Sumail is the one taking most of the initiation damage. It's Toronto Tokyo as well, but the focus fire is enough to take out Panther to start things out. Sumail staying alive, but not long enough.
He's doomed on Storm.
Doom on Storm.
Dead.
Has the Boots of Travel to try to get away. Not going to use the TP, though.
You can't help
And Nightfall trying to right-click this Morphling inside of the Serpent Ward, but this is an Aegis carrier. And they might use life number 1, but this is going to cost Aurora heavily. A nice, beautiful shackle onto 2. GH with the Echo Stomp to follow, which is extremely good against Medusas. Ghost will clean them up very easily. And they're just going to town in Aurora's base. That's a buyback onto the roster. They have 1 on the Centaur as well, but your buildings shall fall.
I mean, it's actually game over if they go for Throne.
Yeah, they're going to try it. The Hex is there for Mira. And again, they do have the Centaur buyback, so they could go for this 3 versus 4 since Sumail did drop, but The tier 4s are falling so fast. Noob goes in with the Blink Dagger, but Toronto Tokyo is there to try to save the day. Unfortunately for them, they have lost Mira. Now the Echo Stomp to slow things out as the buildings continuing to fall. Ancient exposed for Ghost. He's just objective-based gaming. And Toronto Tokyo, one more sleep for the road. And I think I can confidently say Boots of Travel, Nullifier Storm, 0% win rate in Pro Dota.
Yeah, the worst thing about this, now we don't get to ask, you know?
Yeah.
The winner interview, of course, if there is one, would be with Nigma Galaxy after they take game 2. Good for them. Like, getting a draw here, I think, is a nice result. I would say in terms of my power rankings going in, this would be a series that I'd say a 2-0 for Aurora would be the expected result. So a 1-1 here for Nigma Galaxy, not bad. And the way in which they won this game, I really liked how they pounced once they saw an opportunity. Like
once they saw that Boots of Travel, they pounced.
That's it.
You're right.
Shout out to Boots of Travel. Mention it one more time here, of course.
Nullifier as well. Don't forget about
Nullifier was also good, and of course the Lincolns. They seemed very decisive. That's what I liked here, because I think sometimes what the problems that we've seen from Nigma Galaxy in wins or losses is a little bit of hesitant. But this game, they just went in for it when they saw an opportunity and really snowballed the fights. And we were questioning, how's this Sumail Lesh gonna look? Looked great. 9-2 and 10. He did a ton of damage this game together with Ghost. Those two really did the brunt of it. Came together very nicely.
Yeah, the Sumail build looked quite good. Kiyotaka's Nullifier Boots of Travel on the had to get it in one more time for the road. But Shiver, what do you think of the Nullifier Boots of Travel Storm Spirit?
You know, he had an idea, he tried it out, and in this game it didn't work out. Was that really the issue though? Of all the things that could have been an issue this game, Brian, was the Nullifier Boots of Travel really the biggest issue that Aurora had?
I am going to be devil's advocate to the casters here, because I have been preaching the concept of this build, which the lack of stuns on Nigma Galaxy was pretty much ATOS for the mid game. So if he has Boots of Travel, plus an item that accelerates his farm, plus an item like Lincoln's that doesn't let you die, he theoretically could do whatever he wanted on the map. And we might see some clips later of times where he could have done whatever he wanted, and instead he ball lightninged into 3 heroes on the map alone and died. So I'll just say that it's hard to knock the build when I question the execution.
Missouri, I just want to let you know something as an analyst to analyst here, of course, because I'm a co-host and I switch between positions a lot, much like your mom, Brian. But Brian, in his pubs, will go for Boots of Travel, Radiance, Midas every single game. This is why he likes it. So I want to know, as an actual professional, what do you think about the Boots of Travel Storm? I feel like he's lacking attack speed big time.
I agree. I mean, I think the problem with that build is that you don't deal any damage. That's also what we talked about backstage, is that in theory, it's actually kind of cool with the travels, right? You can team back to base, get your refill on your mana, you walk fast out again. You're like faster on the mana, you have your cooldown, you know, reduced of TP.
Yeah.
It's an investment, right? Like as Midas, you know, you don't have to buy TP scrolls anymore.
Like
there's a lot of good things on the travel, but I think the reason why Storm is so strong is that he can solo kill people on the map, right? With Witchblade, Treads.
But what? Hear me out. What if after the Boots of Travel Lincoln's Kaya, he went Witchblade Shivas? Like, this is damage. These are items that let him kill. Like, my problem is you already have a ton of disable and you just go Nullifier. Like, your goal is to also disable.
But I think that if he bought Treads Witchblade, it would still be a good Storm game. That they still wouldn't have disables, so he could still play aggressively on the map, right? He doesn't need to travel to actually do that.
I'm not disagreeing with you here. But
if you're
with
playing
100%
unranked,
certainty say that this build is bad if he then went into the normal Storm build? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I feel like he also just ruined his own build with Nullifier.
It looked bad because he also played bad.
For me, it's not conclusive that it's bad. Well, I'm leaning towards it being bad.
Here's the thing with Kiyotaka, though. He's an emotional player. He's an instinct player. You get Boots of Travel, he's like, I can have infinite mana. I can just go back to base. So he's zipping in, doing crazy shit. Like, you gotta have Kiyotaka do normal builds because the guy's gonna do crazy shit anyway.
True.
Anyway, Nigma Galaxy, they did win.
I was gonna say, can we also talk about the team that won? It wasn't just Kiyotaka.
Absolutely. I mean, for this game's like head-to-head, I did want to highlight the player that I was skeptical of his pick, and that's the mid matchup. As we've been talking plenty about Kiyotaka, but I wanted to highlight Sumail's Leshrac versus Kiyotaka. Looking at those stats, that net worth, you know, it doesn't matter how much you can theoretically farm the map Kiyotaka if Sumail's allowed to just run around killing people. He made some really cool plays in this game with that Atos setup, KDA, part of a lot of kills for his team. Sumail 9, 2, and 10 as opposed to the 4, 7, and 5 coming out from Kiyotaka. And that hero damage. Leshrac does it all when he's allowed to have a good game. He sustains. He locks you down with that Atos, even when Sheep later on in the game.
Yeah.
And he also pumps out that damage.
And we were kind of questioning Morph versus Bane, but because Sumail was such a presence in all of the fights, Morphling had free reign because Bane had to use his Enfeeble on Leshrac, he had to use his Fiend's Grip on Leshrac. Still, Sumail was pumping out that damage, and
these type of like patient plays where he's playing out the map, where like Kiyotaka even said smart like in all chat because he hid in the fog immediately ready for him to go. And this is a play that I thought showed the idea of Kiyotaka's build. Baited 4 heroes from Nigma Galaxy to try to come gank him, setting up for Aurora to get this incredibly long 4v1 on Ghost in the mid lane. And Kiyotaka, guess what? He's also there. Because even though they don't have a tier 1 tower mid, then you are able to boots of travel and join your team. However, that was the one highlight on the side of Kiyotaka because he manages to get away there this time around, and he managed to decide to ball lightning back in to Ghost and die to Noob. And then this is Sumail. You were talking about this, Misery, where even if you lock down the Leshrac, he's just going to kill you anyway. He already has all of his spells damage going. So the Bane and Shaman felt a bit awkward with this guy blinking on top of them. And look at this predictive stun from Sumail on the Kiyotaka, perhaps overextending once again, as he only had like 5% mana after he completed that ball lightning anyways.
Yeah.
But either way, it just seemed like Sumail had his number at multiple times in the game.
I mean, I agree. I think now looking at the replay, there was a lot of questionable moves by Kiyotaka in this game that where he had Treads, Witchblade, you could have given him a free nullifier.
You know who had a free game? I'm sorry, I didn't know how to get you to stop there. Noob! Hello, man. How you doing? Congratulations.
Hello. Thank you, man. Hello, how are you guys? I'm good.
Good, we're great, we're great. I want to ask you some questions. Mostly it's about the offlane, offlaner to offlaner. I feel like the current offlane meta, at least like if I'm playing Sand King, it's very, I do this, I go farm stacks, I do this. It's very like regimented, it's very figured out. Can you tell me, with Doom, what makes a good Doom game? Because you're playing it a lot, you're owning with it. What makes a good Doom game? And what do I do in the game? What's my formula?
I have no idea, bro. You just play. You try your best and you do impact. Let's go.
You just do impact. Well, why are you first? How can you get away with a first pick Doom? What makes you so confident that you can do that? Are you just the guy that you just take that for the team so they can draft better stuff later?
It's kind of like that, and we wanted to steal Doom from Nightfall. They play it a lot, so we had to pick the Doom, and that's why it happened.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Did you consider that like this ended up being a good Doom game because you're against Medusa? Like, is that counter really as bad as people say it is?
It's mostly about early a bit, but like they played good. I couldn't pressure at all, even though I had the mana burn. But in game, I think Doom is okay. You can't really Doom him, but I buy Crimson Guard and you can Doom someone else. It's fine. It's not that bad.
True. How do you feel about the current state of the offlane meta? Because we've talked about it on panel, and we kind of think it's like a lot of the time offlaners are dealing with some safe laner that's so oppressive. You just leave. You just go Sand King and like jungle. You just dodge the lane. How do you feel about that? Do you want that to change, or do you agree first and foremost?
I fully agree. Some lanes are, some offlaners just go 2k net first minute pen. It's like they don't want to play the game. It really needs some change. Overall, it's like the real good meta offlaners. You just can farm jungle or like dodge the lane somehow. That's what the offlane hero is working on.
So there's some iconic noob heroes, you know, in the game. I'll just mention Snapfire for one. Is there anything that you wish that in the next patch will come back as offlaners so you can play it?
I don't think Snap can be offlane. Nor my actual heroes like Void Spirit, like my old heroes. I can't really play them on offlane, so I'm not sure what can they patch. Maybe some Void Spirit can be patched a bit, maybe.
He can kind of be an offlaner. He's like a utility guy.
Yeah, he can be, yeah.
I could see it. All right, we'll see some noob offlane Void Spirit. One last question I'll send you to Brian, who has smart guy questions. Kiyotaka's build that game. We're talking about it. He went Boots of Travel, Nullifier, Storm. How did you guys feel when you saw these items come up from him? Did you feel like it was a bit disrespectful or anything like that?
We actually talked about it a few days ago. Like we saw a storm. I think he had tribal Midas too. We were trolling him a bit. He bought it again. I don't know. I think their idea is to split map a lot. Maybe it works for them, but I don't personally think it's good. So that's on him to decide.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I'll send you over to Brian, who has some smart guy questions for you.
Thank you, Jenkins. Noob, I was curious. So you guys found out rather last minute that you were going to be using a stand-in, and I was wondering, since it's your lane partner, what did you have to discuss going into today's series? I know you guys always would have to like draft and strategize when you're dealing with a stand-in, but how do you coordinate to make sure that the off lane goes smoothly on such a short notice?
I mean, Kuro talked to them for heroes and for draft, but we personally didn't talk much. We actually were in pubs randomly yesterday and today, so we had something going on for us, but other than that, we didn't really talk much. It just happened.
Did you like go over your pub replay from yesterday, or do any sort of warm up, or did you just, like you said, with bare minimum time, just go into it?
We didn't do anything. We just went in and played, and that's it.
That's awesome, because the fact that you were picking Doom yesterday and then you managed to make it work again today. I wanted to ask another question about the offlane. Hopefully Jenkins didn't hog all of them, but a lot of the offlaners seem to have a backup plan. You know, they do retreat to the jungle, or they can cut creeps, something like this, if their lane goes poorly. Is that a concern for you when you're first rounding Doom, that perhaps if they were to pick like a super oppressive safe lane, is there a backup plan on Doom? I know you said just do impact in the game, but I was wondering if like in the laning stage, like what do you do if that happens?
I think Doom is one of the stronger heroes, at least against the meta heroes now, like TA, TB. I think your lane can go both ways if you bring heroes after as well, so you can actually fight back. If it goes super bad, I mean, you're still Doom. You will farm a bit and you can Doom in the game. It's not like you're gonna be useless anyways. So the hero just will have impact anyway.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noob. Appreciate it. Technically, that makes you guys top of your group for right now. So congratulations on that. Congratulations on the 1-1, and we'll see you again here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
It is good to hear from Noob. And it is crazy that they just, last minute stand, and obviously that situation sucks, but they just go in with it. Happened to play 2 pubs yesterday.
That's genuinely convenient. Yeah, that's really convenient.
They just crush it. We're having another series obviously coming your way. We're a little bit ahead of time, which is cool because we've got some stuff planned. But to make sure that we got everything set in order for that, we're going to take a quick break, but then we're back right here with, obviously, we're going to have Flips or Talon versus Falcons. But before that, a little something extra. So make sure you tune back in, and we'll be back after a short break.
Bass is pumping in air.
Forever's here, today's the first day. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Got all this
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. We don't have a game for you quite yet. Well, actually, we do have a game. Just not a Dota game. It's kind of a Dota game. So, obviously, we're all analysts here. And things can get a little heated when we disagree with each other about things. So we wanted to do a game where we are actually training our analysts that disagree the most with each other to disagree with peace and love. Shiver, you're a big fan of peace and love.
I'm a big fan of peace and love.
I feel like you need to be in this exercise.
Why? I don't argue with anybody. Shut up, Brian. Anyway, so here's the game.
Yeah, Brian.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Shut up.
Welcome to the analyst. Brian.
Thank you.
Effie. There he is. And then Effie as well. She's here. Good. Zoom in.
Yay!
Oh, sorry. There she is. So these guys disagree with each other a lot about Dota, among other things. So here's the game. We got 3 bowls in front of us. There's 3 bowls here. 1, 2, 3. Bowl E for Effie has. We'll just start with my bowl. My bowl has. Cheever, why are you face palming?
Nothing. It's
okay. The bowls in front of Brian and Effie have subjects. It's a person, it's a place, it's a thing that is going to be what you're arguing for in the debate. Now, the thing that I have in front of me is the very special bowl. This bowl has what you're actually arguing about. So maybe you get Superman and you get Batman, and then mine is who's going to win in an ice cream eating contest, something like that. And you have to argue your point. So you guys may select your subjects as you please.
Like, do we get to look, or we just randomly draw?
Randomly draw. Yeah, it's randomly draw.
It's disagreeable from the very start.
That's what I'm questioning you as a whole.
Because aren't you supposed to go first?
I'm mediating. No, you guys pick first.
Oh, okay.
I'm the host, Shiver. I'm the host.
Are we like showing you before the subject, or how?
You can read it out loud, Brian. Tell me what.
Okay, I've got No Tail, Big Daddy No Tail, two-time TI winner.
Big Daddy No Tail. Okay.
I've got SVG, so I've already won.
No.
Everybody knows Avery's the perfect guy.
Okay. Wait, he's not dead.
We don't even know what he's the perfect guy at doing.
He didn't die. He just
Whatever it is.
Okay, now I'm gonna pick the subject. Okay, this is a good one. Complete a marathon. Who could complete a marathon? So I want you guys sitting here. This is far too non-adversarial. Okay, This is comfortable for you guys. So I want you to move over to the bar area so you can.
Are we taking our bowls with us or no?
Leave the bowls. Okay. Leave the bowls for now. I'll bring them over. I'll be the bartender. So who out of SVG and No Tail, who's more likely to complete a marathon out of those two? That's a close one.
I want to sit over there. Then I have better view.
Okay.
A marathon.
You may begin as you please.
Well, I feel like if we're taking Dota as a metaphor, like Dota tournaments as a metaphor for running a marathon, SVG doesn't have nearly as much experience making deep runs into tournaments as No Tail does. He has to burn out like halfway through. That's like maybe a marathon's what, 26 miles? 8 miles in, that's the equivalent of making it to like lower bracket round 2. SVG's dipping out every single time, no question.
So you're saying the reason why SVG didn't make it to the end is burnout?
Absolutely.
So to that, I would say the reason why SVG didn't make it to the end is because he was relying on 4 other people. And on a marathon, it's just you that you rely on. And SVG has been known to persevere through all the difficulties in his life, just like he would persevere through a marathon without 4 idiots holding him back.
Because that's totally the narrative that we always tell for all of us talent, that we were held back by other people and we were perfect and we just ended up here because we were super successful alone, but not the teammates, you know?
Right.
So this is an abstract thing you just said. I'm talking about SVG in particular, Brian.
Absolutely. I feel, for No Tail's sake, he was a leader, you know, and leaders, you know what they are? They're in front of the pack. They're the person that's going to cross the finish line first with everyone else following suit. And that's what happens in a marathon. SVG, he's the captain that, like I said, he dipped out like halfway through. His teammates, they are weighing him down so much, literally, that he's going to be feeling that weight when things get tough during that marathon. He's going to be halfway through. He's going to be remembering all these people, and that metaphorical weight is going to become literal.
No, in fact, he will feel a sense of freedom that he's never felt before. Just like in the Talon, he doesn't feel that freedom because he's held back by all of us.
So he's
going to shed all of this metaphorical weight. And not only that, you talk about No-Till being a captain, you're making it to the end. He left Dota 2 for a while. He was content to give up on the marathon that is Dota 2. Whereas SVG been, he's gone from playing Dota, he knew when to take a step back. He became a caster. He's been casting nonstop. He hasn't taken a break from the scene, just like he wouldn't take a single break from this marathon.
You know what marathon that SVG quit? Being an engineer, having a real contribution to society. That's what he quit, and that's what this marathon would represent. His ability to change the world in some positive, scientific discovery.
But that has nothing to do with running a marathon. That is a physical activity and not a scientific one. Brian, you're just throwing a red herring out there so you can distract me.
Great debate so far. I'm going to not lie, and I'm going to say here, the producer said in my ear, I get to choose whether to let you keep going or do another one. It's hard to choose because this is very entertaining.
I'm not done. I didn't do my closing statement about SVG.
You can give a closing statement. Closing statement. Yeah.
My closing statement is SVG has persevered through the trials and tribulations of Dota. He has not taken a step back from the scene. The fact that he completed an engineering degree speaks to him as a completionist. He could have dropped out at any point to pursue Dota, but he did what he was set out to do before he switched paths, Brian.
And for my closing statement, I'm all about proof of concept. I believe that SVG, he's willing to persevere, but where is the proof in the pudding here, Mira? Because there is no example of him actually crossing the finish line on all of these endeavors. What did he do with that engineering degree? Sure, that's like halfway through the marathon. If that's a half marathon, different discussion. But he made it halfway there, and then he's saying that, oh, we're halfway there, living on a prayer, and then he decided to become just a talent, and here we are. So no completion of the marathon.
Your closing statement was about bringing down SVG instead of lifting up No-Till.
Of course,
No-Till.
the
thing about No-Till.
This segment is too good for you two. This actually. Okay, Shiver, can you bring this?
I can't do things.
I'm gonna bring these.
About him,
we'll decide.
That was implied by the two-time TI.
Okay, let's relax. They were too perfect for this. Okay, this is a speed run because you guys were so good at that.
Don't put it back.
Oh, sorry.
Put it back.
That was this one. Yeah,
this one. Okay.
Oh my God, it fell.
Yeah, go ahead and pick.
Okay.
And then read out your subjects.
Mine is Blitz.
Mine is an Alpha Wolf.
Alpha Wolf?
Okay. All right, let me read. And this is going to be a speed one, so you get 1 point each, and then a closing statement, and then we decide who wins the whole thing.
Oh, gosh.
So,
who's
Blitz
we?
versus
Is that you
Alpha
and
Wolf.
Chiefs or audience?
Escaping from a maze. Who would escape from a maze? Blitz or an Alpha Wolf? Go ahead.
Do you want to go first?
Mira will go first.
Extremely simple. Alpha Wolves, creatures of instincts. Born and bred by nature to get out of situations like that, to know their environments. That's why they're predators. They know their environment better than their prey. And if the Alpha Wolf and Blitz were in a maze together, Blitz would be dead in 2 seconds. The claws, the teeth, all of it. You go.
Well, I believe it's the complete opposite in regards to the story of SVG becoming a Talon member.
Whoa,
is Blitz was a former Talon member stuck in this whirlpool that we all just can't get out of, and instead he managed to make his way back into the competitive scene and become effectively a TI winner. So if you can get out of that problem, if you can find your way out of that metaphorical maze, Mira, we have no proof that these people, because we're never going to put them in an actual maze, right? But we have to look at the mazes that they've faced in real life. What kind of maze has an Alpha Wolf? He's just in the jungle. He's chilling. He's going to get nuked down, maybe devoured by a Doom every now and then. But Blitz, he's been there. He's done that, and he's also shown his prowess.
One more statement each, please.
Okay.
I think your reliance on metaphorical situations is because you know truly that this physical situation Blitz would not get out of. He would not win. He would be completely shredded to death. I'm just going to let nature speak for itself in this one. And the fact that you had to go back to SVG, that's you trying to get points. But I know your trick.
I'm in for the long game. It's like a marathon. This isn't a sprint, Mira. Maybe this one particularly.
But Alpha Wolf, just apex predator, a creature of nature. This is what it was built for. That's all I gotta say. I don't even have to add anything to that.
My closing statement is that if there's one thing in the world that motivates Blitz, that's not in the middle of a maze. That's
Sabrina
food.
Carpenter concerts.
No, that's food and concerts. Taylor Swift concerts and food. Okay, and you know what's not in the middle of the maze? Those things. And who's more determined to get food and Sabrina Carpenter concerts? That's Blitz. And
I would argue my wolf needs food
I think
more
the
than
wolf
Blitz.
will be able to manage to find food and prey within this maze, so he's not going to be. It's not a necessity.
The food and
Well,
prey
we
being
want to
Blitz.
also
The
find
food and prey being Blitz, but then Blitz has to get out of the
because I
maze
think if
first.
this one keeps going, we're not going to eat tonight. Thank you so much, you two, for your contribution. I'm going to say, who do you think wins?
Preemptive shade.
Who's the winner? Let's pick a winner.
I don't know. It's so
gotta
difficult. To be
hold
honest, I think actually...
We can't say they tie.
No, I think Effie would win. But my reasoning
What the
for
hell?
that is that especially in the first concept, initially the first statement for Effie was arguing for SVG, and rather than the first statement of Brian being for No-Tail, it was actually against SVG, which is pretty American of you, actually, Brian.
I'm trying to run for
Good
president.
reasoning. Good reasoning. Congratulations to Effie Dota, Miro Dota. Congratulations, you have won the very first debate club. We don't have a name for the segment.
Thank you, Brian. You're
The name is Work to Be. You guys can come back down to the couch because we do have a game.
Well, yeah, for that, we're not going to be in the couch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready for our second series. It is Falcons taking on Flipster Talon. We're moving that way.
That was actually pretty fun.
That was pretty fun.
Brian, Flipster Talon, and Falcons.
I'm not
I'd
gonna
love to
lie,
hear
I
more.
had this prepped, and that entire debate derailed my. We've got Falcons versus Flipster Talon, I believe it is. And as for my first series, I highlighted the concerns about Enigma Galaxy, who did manage to climb back in game 2. So I've got my concerns about Falcons because they don't necessarily look like the first place every event team that we saw last year. Just some bit of shakiness, and I want to highlight the weaknesses in their drafts from yesterday's best of 2 versus Pari Vision. And what we're going to see here in both of these games is that Pari Vision in game 1 went for an overall last pick Tinker, which was support, and in game 2, Coddle, and in game 2, they also went for a last pick support and a Tinker. And what both of these heroes caused for them is a backline team fight controller, damage output healer, that, if not focused, pretty much wins the fight single-handedly. But the reason why that's such a problem for Falcons, if we look at the 6 cores between both of their 2 games, these are melee guys that rely on being point-blank range with limited gap close only coming in the form of a Blink Dagger. Maybe the exception of Timber. But going into today's games, I feel like what Falcon needs to look at is, if these fights go long, what is our sustained damage? What is our way of reliably catching these heroes in the backline, as that seems to be a story with a lot of the supports right now. And if Falcons can shore that up, they've always been living by the sword and dying by the sword of having 3 super tanky run at you guys, but right now it just seems like it doesn't quite fit the meta, so maybe they can compensate for that somehow in the supports, or perhaps in a slightly different approach to their core picks.
Yeah, we talked to DM yesterday from Paravision as well after their series, and he also mentioned that, especially in that first game that you mentioned, that he did feel they outdrafted Falcons. So that is a very good starting point for them for today to adjust. They also played a series against Gaiman yesterday. They went 1-on-1 against them. Mira. Also not something that we kind of expect when you're talking about Falcons. You kind of, this year maybe is not as much, but you still expect them to do a little better.
Yeah, but I think there was already progress from the series that they played earlier that day, and the one versus Game and Gladiators. They looked like they already cleaned up a couple of things, and in that game 2, they just drafted really weak lanes. But in that game 1, they won their lanes, and they looked dominant the way that they always do. There were minimal mistakes. I have high hopes for them today to be more clean in their execution.
Well, they're going to go up against Flipster Talon, and Flipster Talon had a great day yesterday. But in case you are a little bit more new to Flipster Talon and their roster, let's hear a little bit more about them.
Flipster Talon are one of the few Southeast Asian teams able to compete with the best at the international level. And while in recent years, there's some contention about which C team is the strongest, it hasn't always been like that. At one point, Talon was undoubtedly the strongest team in Southeast Asia, being able to trade blows with the best teams in the world, achieving several top placements at big events. But that was 2 years ago at this point, and right now they're not the dominant team they once were. However, they recently made a big change to their roster, with 23 Savage returning to the squad as their new carry, joining the rest of the roster: Cuckoo, Yokum, WS, and of course his former teammate, Nakoda. While the team only swapped out one player, 23 Savage was crucial for Talon's success in the past, and after a rough couple of years, he is surely hungry to prove himself once again. We haven't seen this new roster compete, so this season of DreamLeague will be the first chance for Flipster Talon to show what C Dota can do. Will they manage to reach Talon's former strength? Tune in and find out in DreamLeague Season 26.
Yeah, the region definitely struggled a little bit in terms of performance and then consistency as well, and performance is good. But yesterday, we thought Talon made a very good first day, Jenkins. They went 1-1 in both their series, one against Avalos, another one, though, against Paravision, and that is a good result.
Serious.
Yeah.
That's a serious result. And I watched those games thoroughly, because I'm like, how the hell is this possible? Did Paravision just grief? They didn't. That Flipster Talon genuinely is, like, they remind me of SEA Dota in its prime, where you have no idea what you're gonna get when you watch them play. Like, sometimes they're zipping on Storm and cutting their Monkey King off of trees accidentally and losing the fight because of that. And then other times they're perfectly executing 2 ganks on the map at 2 entirely different locations with, like, the perfect amount of heroes. And you're just like, how? Like, how?
The way I look at these teams that are not in the top 6, there's kind of like 2 types of them. There's the Enigmas, who I feel like they always beat the teams below them, and then they generally always lose to the teams above them. But I feel like there's teams like Flipster Talon who can take a game off the best any day, and those teams might go out in last place because they have a bit of inconsistent performance, or they might be the team that surprises us in top 4. So seeing that from them against Paravision yesterday, I'm excited because I didn't get to watch those games personally. I'm excited to watch what they're going to display for us against Falcons today, who's looking a little bit shaky. So now's the time to,
bird dive.
Yeah, bird dive.
Yeah, you're thinking of a bird related.
I was really
because
trying to
it's
go for
Talon versus Falcons. We're gonna say a lot of bird stuff, Mira.
They've got claws. They sure do. Flip
That's
their
right.
talent.
That's good.
No, I was really excited when I saw the lineup. I was like, you know what? This sounds like it could really cook, because Talon was like the primary C team carrying the torch when the region was doing very badly, and that was the Talon with like the core of Mikoto in 23.
Yeah.
So seeing them play together again with like the addition of WS on that offlane, who everyone said is so talented, but we didn't get to see much of. There's high expectations here, Sheaves.
There are high expectations here. It's actually, I mean, it's, we talk about Falcons. We've talked about Falcons so many times that it's kind of been, I don't know, in my head, Melreen and Amar are normally considered to be some of the younger people in any given match where Falcons is present, but this time it's actually WS who's the youngest guy on the board with 19. And we are in the draft here for this first game of the 2-game series. We got Falcons on the Dire side with first pick, and Flipster Talon on Radiant side with second pick. We already got an opening for the Monkey King. There's not going to be any bird diving coming out from the Beastmaster, so that is banned. The only other dive left in is the Phoenix. We'll see if that one will make an appearance, Brian. But other than that, anything in particular you wish to see coming out in this particular game?
I'm actually happy about this Monkey King pick when I say I wish to see it, because not every team's first rounding this hero. It is a hero that I think is a lot about the block pick aspect that he offers, and I think also the fact that Flipster Talon utilized it overall like 9th, 10th pick in both of their games against Paravision. So we heard Noob say that they like first picking Doom not only because they like it, but also because it's something that Aurora likes to go for. I think a hero has like double value when it's or triple value when it's a flex. Your team works with it really well, and the other team relies on it. So it's an interesting opening from them, and then we see Doom again.
I'm very happy to see Falcons pick this first big Monkey King, and I was actually wondering what Flipster Talon prepared for this, because in their series versus Gaiman yesterday, this is the draft that made them look ridiculously good. Just overall first pick Monkey King, they took over the entire map. They drafted something like a Medusa later on as well. So this like pick into Doom is almost inviting a Medusa pick, but it gave Falcons that early game aggression and that laning stage presence that they needed. And when you think about Mikoto, he's just been like their Storm guy. He's played Storm like 3 out of the 4 games so far at this tournament, and this is already a preemptive solution to that.
Yeah, and against Paravision, they picked Storm AA, and those two pretty much solo carried the game. And then the next game, AA was banned by Paravision, and then Talon just said, Storm is the reason we won that, not the AA. They picked Storm, so they've shown that like they just think Storm is good. They trust Mikoto to pop off with it. So I like that Falcons is respecting that. Like, you can see this intention from the way that they draft, that they just would have picked Storm if they could.
When Mikoto plays Storm, after the Boots of Travel Kaya, what does he go?
He gets a nullifier.
Oh.
Yeah, so he can nullify.
That's similar to what I feel like I've seen that.
Anyway, on the offlane, WS has been playing a lot of that Doom. So this does make sense. He's been fairly stable with that. There's a period there where WS was the highest rated player in the world, right?
Yeah.
Was he really?
He was the
I think
first to get 15K. That's why everybody was super excited to see from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And I remember Doom was like one of the heroes that he was playing. It's like Doom, Timber, I think Broodmother as well. It was one of his staples.
I'm not gonna lie, I already don't like this guy.
Because the
As a
heroes he
carry
plays?
player, I'm hearing Doom, Broodmother. Like,
Bro, how do you
come
think?
on, bro.
How do you think he got rank 1? You have to play.
Yeah, as an offlaner
toxic
getting rank
shit
1,
like
you
this.
have to just ruin the enemy carry's day for sure. That's the only way that I think you can have overall more impact in pubs than carry players. Also, I mean, offlane over the years has been more farm heavy as we've mentioned many times, but it's cool to see. It does feel like in pubs that maybe supports are a little bit underrepresented in like the top 30 ranks, for instance, but you still see a little bit of every position there. So to think the first 15K players an offlaner, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, but we also just want to see the results, right? We didn't get to see. I do think this Flipster Talon lineup is really exciting, and also we didn't talk about Cuckoo as the captain, but every team that he captains on has like its own special spice and its own flair, and I wonder what he's going to be bringing to this team with that, because he's like switched to position 5 recently.
Definitely in the Paravision series, it looked like he was making a lot of the calls, like with his pings, and he was there for every single gank with the Storm Spirit. So it does seem like no matter what he's playing, he's going to be involved in like every play, which I think is very normal, like you said, for a Cuckoo team to be the captain, the tyrant.
I was about to say, that
almost.
might have been why he moved to 5, is because I
Yeah.
do think the thing that SCA has been lacking for some time is not skill. It's absolutely
Leadership.
Not individual skill.
Yeah, it's leadership within the team, and it's just hard to make consistent calls from a core position, especially when it comes to like macro play on the map.
We saw him just captain from the offlane for so many years, and I am curious to see what Captain Cuckoo from position 5 is going to bring to the table.
Yeah.
But we do get the double safe supports coming out here from Falcons with Ringmaster and Tusk. Snowball the Escape Act, but they also are just very strong heroes that provide damage and win side lanes. So they're like double whammies, right? You've got saves checked off your support bucket list, you've got damage checked off, you've got teamfight ulti checked off from Ringmaster, and laning potential. Really strong draft from Falcons.
And Tusk Monkeys is really scary burst. Like you have both Tusk with a blink, you have Monkey on the trees. Like if you blink, punch, tag team, and like Monkey King stun, that's like so much burst on the map. So heroes like Shadow Shaman who are vulnerable to this. Yeah, his innate's a bit annoying, but I've noticed that Tusks are really good at popping Shadow Shaman's, like they blink snowball punch him and he dies, and then they throw the shard kind of casually later, so it's a nice way to like snipe off the Shadow Shaman. I think this hero needs to be bursted.
You know what else is like an underrated combo? This happened to me in a pub the other day, and I was so mad, is Tusk Ringmaster. When he throws the shards into the ring ult, you have to turn to the ring ult to walk out of the shards. Because you turn like a full 360, right? So
and walk the other way.
And walk the other way, exactly. Yeah. So you have to look at the Ringmaster ult. And I was like, this is such a weird combo. Why does this work?
Not just that, Shaman just like stands still when he shackles. So you just throw it in front of him, and like it's the easiest counter to that hero.
Yeah, there's multiple ways for Ringmaster to disrupt the Shadow Shaman gameplay. Okay, for a second I thought that was Falcons that picked Mirana. I just almost automatically assumed it because it's usually Snake King whenever I see Mirana, but both teams maybe taking a little bit of plays out of the other team's book here.
I think it also just provides trade ability. Like if you're playing a 5 hero versus Ringmaster, Mirana is one of the few that can trade with it because of the blind on the second Starfall events. Like a good way of mitigating this hero's like early game presence is just trying to pick something that beats them on lane or trades with them at the very least.
What are the heroes? Like, is there like a select few that actually trade against Ringmaster? Like Mirana, you mentioned, maybe Silencer we saw last game.
I think Mirana and Muerta are very good. Silencer's also very good at trading with Ringmaster.
I do think though Mirana is doubling down a little bit on the like, we're going to focus one guy, single target, and you're playing into already 2 of the best saves in the game, like double save. But I like Queen of Pain. This is, when Ringmaster came out, Quap was very popular, and this felt like one of the best answers. You don't protect from the pure damage of the Quap ult when you use Escape Act. So you can often, like you Escape Act somebody at 20% HP, something, right? You save them, and the Quap ult is enough to kill them. Like Quap legitimately just doesn't care about Ringmaster, and you can jump him as well.
And Tusk always goes. Go ahead.
No, even if they're higher than 20% HP, you push them out of the Escape Act AoE. So.
True.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Knockback on Quap can go both ways if you have like a Void on your team. You know, that's one you gotta be careful. But I was thinking about like Quap against Tusk as well. Like it pretty much prevents all of Tusk's abilities to roam on mid because you can't ever catch with Shard Snowball. But also something about Mirana, because this wasn't relevant for a while since people were going like the Solar Flare facet that got removed, is she's a vision-based hero. You know, she gives her teammates the effective Shadow Blade. That's also 20% evasion when she hits level 15. When I see heroes like Tusk, Monkey, a lot of right click, a lot of needing to see you to just jump you instantly. As a Monkey, I really hate when the opponent has informational advantage over me, because that hero is just all about, do I lay the Wukongs down and stun you, or are you trying to snipe me off trees? And so I like the Mirana for that reason. I think it's kind of cool. I'm wondering if that's part of their consideration.
For sure, I actually think the primary utility that comes out of Mirana 5 is that she gives you the Moonlight Shadow. And you have like heroes like Doom that gives them the setup, the wraparound angle, or the way to catch Falcons off guard. But outside of that, like you really need solid setups to make Mirana work, and the only one you have so far is the Shaman. Like it would be a bit more pleasant for her if there was like something like a Kunkka from the mid lane instead.
DK or...
Yeah, but she doesn't have that, so we're not going to see her have like the impactful Snake King Mirana style early games that we're used to seeing. On the topic of Queen of Pain, she was picked as like the Monkey King counter in the mid lane as well. Like it is a difficult lane for Monkey King, but I've seen it so often that Quap is like picked into this hero and then it's a Queen of Pain and it loses anyway, and then that's the Monkey King and it wins the game. Like I want to believe in Queen of Pain, but she just feels bad right now.
But the Makoto Queen of Pain.
That is true.
Maybe.
I also think it feels bad since they've nerfed the Masochist facet. It's just not what it used to be, and I don't think you can go for the other one. I think that one's just still objectively bad.
It's not bad when the opponent's primarily magic damage, because you have so much effective magic resistance, but in this game, for instance, it's just like 80%.
Yeah. I get,
So
I mean...
never go there.
I think it definitely... The Monkey King Quap matchup is now a lot better for Quap, because from the mid lane, because there's no bottle crowing, so therefore you want to pick these sustain and lane dominating heroes mid, but then supports get involved. Like it does get a little weird given how the meta has developed, where Quap has fallen off. But I mean, if Makoto asks for it, give him the Queen of Pain.
It's really hard to kill him here.
Yeah, he's not going to die to the support rotations. So.
Not just in lane though, like all game. I can kill a Quap that doesn't blink in.
Falcons definitely wants to pick something to solve that, or itemize. Maybe Orchid on
I think,
TV,
yeah,
Monkey.
I was going to say TV Orchid is like a very clear item progression here. It's good versus all the heroes. And we didn't talk about the TV. Like they close out on 18, but it's such a solid pick. Like it's great versus Doom, very punishing. It's also great versus Shaman because it's a hero that needs to stand still to have impact, and then you're just getting hit by like 3 illusions with 1 billion damage. And it's just the Queen of Pain really that you have to address it in the sense that it will gank it early game. But as that game progresses, it's not like Queen has a good matchup into TV at all.
Yeah, if you can't burst him, he thunders you, and then you get bursted.
Yeah.
Like you blink in, you're dead.
I would love to actually see the Mirana against the Tusk lane, like whatever lane Tusk goes to, because I think like Tusk TV is a scary lane, whether it's 3-4 or 1-5. And I think Shaman would just feed to that. I don't think what lane it matters. So I would be interested if Flipster Talon doesn't they don't have to like reverse the roles of 4-5 between the supports, but just move the Mirana to the Tusk lane. And even though we talked about it being really good about trading with Ringmaster, I really just think if Shaman's in the lane where they threaten him this hard, he will just feed nonstop, and that's when Shaman can be exploited.
But that's why I don't like their draft then, because you picked this Mirana into your draft. You want to like have a strong side lane. If you have to like rotate it, there's no setup for the hero. You're playing it from the off lane. It doesn't get kills. You're just like stuck with a really weird,
awkward
clunky support duo.
That's a good point.
Mars, final pick for Falcons. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Morphling for Flipster Talon. I feel like this is an ultra-free Morphling game. I would actually think, 23 Savage. I'm almost shocked it's not banned. Are they just assuming this is a carry Doom? It looks like with the bans.
Morph against no disable. You're playing into TV. You can steal meta. Like this is definitely a god tier Morph game.
It's always been a Mars counter as well.
Yeah, and this man will play Morph even when it's bad.
Dude, I mean, it's no. Wow, I'm really shocked. There must be something I don't know about Morph, because you see it all the time in pubs right now, and it just looked like it's 23 Savage. So wonder why they went for the DK. Do you have any thoughts, Mira?
I think they just needed some like reliable initiator. There's not really anybody that goes in for them, and they needed stun. Like if they pick Morphling, they have no stun. I talked about the importance of stun setup to make your support duo work. So they needed to do this, but I don't think DK is the hero that it is. And if there's any team in the world that knows how to play against DK, it is Falcons. Like they are the DK team.
this is true.
I don't like the idea that your last pick was so limited. Like, I agree with the reason that they had to pick it, but I don't like going into a draft without the boxes checked before the last pick, is that it just pigeonholes. I think, in theory, say like that Queen of Pain hero was something that could set up the stuns already, then you have a lot more pick of the litter for your last
It's
pick.
like, what is the point of subjecting yourself to last pick if you're just going to have to check boxes?
Yeah, exactly.
Check normal boxes.
I think they have a Terrorblade problem that they haven't really addressed in the late game as well, outside of like Doom maybe getting Ags. But I mean, the upside to Flipster Talon's draft is it's very skirmishy. They do have a lot of means to take fights now that they've picked this DK from the carry, and maybe they went through outplays. But I do like Falcon's draft more.
Maybe there's tech. Maybe he goes for Red Dragon Facet. We haven't seen that one in a long time.
No way.
That
We
did
can check.
BTB.
Actually, our commentary team will hopefully have an answer. Can we see what kind of facet a dragon has? Is that a
Corrosive.
Would you like to...
Corrosive.
Okay, so he's being
Green.
normal.
Would you
Well,
like to
not
guess which
Sunspot.
one? Sorry.
Would you like to guess which color corrosive is,
Yeah,
Jenkins?
guess.
Which color do you think that is?
Corrosive.
Yes.
I knew that. I was trying to think of a joke to say, but what I thought was really offensive.
It's green!
Yeah.
Yay!
I was going to say white.
He wouldn't win the debate for sure, Jenkins. He would have lost that.
He would have loved that. But we are thinking then it's possible for Flipster Talon to do it here, but they would need to outplay Falcons.
They have the tools, but I think Falcons looks a lot... Like, yesterday I did not like Falcons drafts, and I like what their adjustments made going into today.
Okay, let's see if Flipster Talon can make a dent in Falcons for game number 1, or Falcons will take it. We're heading over to our commentary duo, but of course, first, some Puck Jam Pandas.
That's a baboon! And we got game number 1 between... Do we have to hold that thought?
It's not a nice thing to say
Don't
about
hold that
Cuckoo.
thought.
He got away.
Yep, Cuckoo's fine. We have Falcons versus Talon, Cinder in game number 1 of this 2-game series.
If you're ever unsure what the Radiant team is called, you just look at their name.
Yeah.
And it literally says Flips.
Well, it says Talon Flipster.
It says Flipster in front of all of their players' names.
Yeah, that's true. There's no R at the end, is there?
Flipster Talon.
Well done, everyone.
Yes, well done, Cinderella.
There we go.
You did
All right.
really well with that intro. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's why you
I
get
appreciate
paid the
it.
big bucks.
I appreciate that. Okay, so the panel was talking about this last pick, Dragon Knight, and how it had to cover some weaknesses for Talon, and I think it makes sense to go for the DK here for that reason, but I'm really with BSJ. This looked like a very good Morphling game. I think the only hero this game that can kind of bother Morphling is the Monkey King with the Diffusal Blade. Aside from that, it looked like a... Honestly, I'm surprised, considering it's 23 Savage, that they did not pick that. Even if they think the Dragon Knight is better for the overall lineup, it's 23 on a Morph. But it's going to be the DK, so we've got ourselves a different game on our hands. Obviously, a great partner from Marana. Long stun into long stun makes for longer stun.
Yep.
Strong combo.
Accurate.
Jokin will already be boxed out of top. He actually TP'd all the way back to base here as he got tag team plus meta'd. This leaves WS in a 1v2 for a bit.
Oh, he's going to be happy with that, Cinderella.
Yeah, that's great.
Solo XP for you.
Yeah, at the very least for him, they're pushing the wave, so it's actually not that bad.
It's ideal.
Yeah, this wave placement's actually really good for him.
No,
I'm
he's actually not
surprised.
going to miss any XP.
No.
Oh, the range.
The range will be denied, but...
Yeah, so WS gets solo XP. He's happy now. Even if it's a denied. Very valuable stuff. So, yeah, looking at these lineups a little bit more traditional, I guess you could call it, from Falcons. I mean, obviously they had a lot of flex with where the Terrorblade could go, where the Monkey King could go with Mars. Well, maybe not so much Mars these days, but a traditional carry for Skeeter, not a Tide Hunter, Cinder.
Yeah.
You feeling more confident with their draft as a result?
I think their draft overall fits better what I have seen other teams have success with and what overall seems to be just good in the patch right now. But at the same time, Talon have made some adjustments to try to counter those things they're proposing with the mid Monkey King facing the Quap, for example. Let's see if
That
Joachim
tag
can play his
team
way out of this
is
one.
dirty. Fairy Fire pop, but it's not going to be enough. First blood goes the way of Skeeter and Team Falcons. Snake King might be the trade, although he pops a Fairy Fire. Infernal Blade gets him quite low. WS does get Scorched Earth. He's not going to be enough damage, though. The Tango out-regens the damage. So Falcons with first blood, and on probably, well, maybe you'd rather get it on Malrine if you had the choice, but Skeeter,
yeah,
definitely a good one as well.
And it's unrealistic to expect a first blood on Monkey King when he's laning against Queen of Pain. That's kind of a pipe dream here, I would say.
Yep.
Watch it happen in a moment somehow.
Well, they can't get first blood. It's already happened, Syndra.
Thank you.
Kodo
actually got Jingu stacks there.
He does. And that's going to feel real juicy. 15 seconds from this Balanced Strike, though. I will say this matchup has changed a bit because it is so much harder to dodge Shadow Strike with Mischief. I feel like when we see this matchup, I mean, obviously I don't have the stats in it, but it feels like it's 10 to 15% of the time they actually dodge it. It's very low.
I mean, you can't dodge the application of it, right? You can just dodge the first
initial
damage
damage.
distance. Yeah.
It's not as easy as it used to be.
And it's impossible to dodge Sonic Wave because it follows through, right? I think it's on top of you for too long.
Yeah, Scream is the
Scream is dodgeable, and that's the big one you want to dodge if you can later down the line for Monkey King. But yeah, the lane itself, this generally is a good lane for Queen of Pain. You just outrange the Monkey King, you keep harassing him, you force him to buy some regen if you don't give him Jingu stacks, and eventually you kind of edge out an advantage. But so far, so good from Malrine. 17-4 against 13-2. Very impressive stuff here in the first few waves. That was less impressive, though. He missed a Boundless Strike on a creep wave.
Okay.
But it can happen. Didn't get caught on camera, so I might just be making it up.
Yeah, we'll never know. No way to find that out, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, he's off to a very, very good start. What do you think of... You talked about you'd rather have the Morphling on Savage, but Dragon Knight in this game, position 1?
I don't think the Terrorblade matchup is that good. That's the biggest concern for me, is that they picked the Dragon Knight for themselves, but did they really pick it against anything? It's not good against Terrorblade. It's not particularly good against Monkey King either. So that's the bigger worry here for me, is they must be valuing their own ability to make plays so much more. Nice spear back here from Amar bottom, but they missed both Impalement Arts and he got blood grenaded. Oh my god, crit.
Yeah, some missed spells, but 23 Savage hits the fire.
Yeah.
And that helps Cuckoo get the kill onto crit.
They hit the Breathe Fire and they hit the Blood Grenade. The Impalement Arts, not so much.
So tell me about this You say Dragon Knight's not particularly good against TB. The Breathe Fire damage reduction is insanely good against TB, in theory.
Yeah.
But you're not laning against each other, so it's not going to have much application in the laning stage. And then when you get to mid to late game, how much impact would you say that even has?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Later in the game, Terrorblade will have Manta and sometimes Manta and BKB. And a lot of the time, he's actually going to outrange you anyway. He's going to have Dragonlance, and he will play from very far away. And especially when he gets Scotty, the matchup just gets very lopsided. It's hard for DK to fight you. You have, the Corrosive Dragon's also playing on physical damage. Terrorblade has very high armor. So even your...
Yeah, I was going to say, with BKB...
Not many upsides, right?
If BKB is on, it should still work, right?
The damage mitigation of Breathe Fire?
I think everything should work.
I don't think Breathe Fire works. I don't think the damage mitigation works. I think it does damage.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
I would say we'll see, but neither of us care enough to actually check that out.
We'll see. It's one of those things that might not be very obvious to see during the fight, but I don't see why it would stick on BKB targets for the damage mitigation.
Like if you're BKB'd first and then you Breathe Fire.
I mean, it says on Breathe Fire spell tooltip, it says pierces debuff immunity, no. And I'm assuming that would be the damage reduction. WS.
He's surrounded. Malrine has made his rotation. Tag team is so insanely strong.
Doom's level 3.
Yep, that's a bit rough.
Not great. This lane is already hard enough as it is, and then Malrine, in addition, rotating over just adds insult to injury. And he's going to stay here. They're hoping that WS will just TP back in. Instead, they'll see Joachim, and they'll stun him.
Yep, Balanced Strike to cancel the TP.
And
another tag team, and another death. Only question is who will it go to? Will be Skeeter.
He'll also take... This is going to be a full tier 1 as well. They have double wave plus siege creep. This is basically perfect from Falcons. And Skitter off to a dream start. Not only is his carry to carry matchup good, I think this is overall a pretty good Terrorblade game. And now you're up 1,000 gold on the next hero on the chart 7 minutes in after you get this last hit on the tower.
Yeah, Makoto, though, Invis level 6. Not going to go for it. Very exciting. Just not confident enough in the damage department. Of course, Amar is playing it pretty safe.
He seems to know that.
Yeah, they might have spotted that with the ward.
Not only that, but it's also a process of elimination thing, right? He's not mid. We are pushing top, and Quap isn't there.
Wukong's command already. Cuckoo comes in to try to save WS. Was stuck inside shards for a bit, but looks like Falcons will try to run away as a mass rotation. Successful in defending, successful in killing off Snake King. That leaves Amar all alone in this lane. Gets Dragon-tailed, though, so can't find a good opening for Spear, especially with crit so close behind.
This is not possible, yeah.
Balanced strike from Malrine, though. Into the
really
review.
trying.
So the slow.
Okay.
Knife for the slow. A spear for the stun. 23 Savage actually will fall. The whip. And Malrine gets credit for that one. He is owning right now.
That was a max range boundless that Malrine opened that up with, I think. That was a very nice setup for Amar for the chase down.
I say he's owning, and he's fourth in net worth. He's all over the place. As Cuckoo, he gets off the leap in time.
It's just, you and I, we've cast a couple of Malrine games now where, honestly, one of my favorite things to watch.
He's bottom of the course, Synderen.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things to watch in Dota is mid laners being creative when they're playing a bad matchup. And this is my #1 guy to watch for that. Remember the game we cast together where Malrine was playing Monkey King mid against Huskar or Viper? It was one or the other. He was getting completely destroyed. And he just, no, it was Earth Spirit, sorry. And he just left his lane, level 3. He just started roaming, and he was playing the side lanes, consistently finding kills, and opened up the game for himself. And I think he ended the game like 8-0 after having an unplayable mid lane.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, it feels like he's owning. He's bottom net worth.
He has no CS.
That's crazy.
31 CS minute 9 is nothing. The Queen of Pain has 45.
He's not that far behind, though, to be fair.
No, it's okay. And I really like this adjustment that he makes, in particular when he plays Monkey King or the mid-spirit heroes, with just almost playing traditional position 4 style. It's kind of just running from lane to lane looking for plays. This is
smoke play from Talon.
Yeah, there's a banana, though.
Yeah, the
Don't
banana's
slip.
coming
Don't
from the
slip,
south.
Cuckoo, don't
Dragon tail. Arrow does hit Amar right in the ass, but a whip onto 2 heroes. And now a huge ult from Amar.
All right.
Skeeter even comes to play as well. 2 dead in the blink of an eye for Talon. Make it 3 with 23 Savage going to the grave. What a bait from Amar. And they collapse from both the south and the teepees from the north.
Damn, talk about a dream setup. He got to do it. I think it was 3 or 4 man Tame the Beast, Boundless Strike, and then gets an arena on all of them. Queen of Pain, the only one with an ability to escape. You're going to see the replay here. So look at them just line up for them.
Yeah.
Double, and then, yeah, double. Could do some of those right now. Yeah, too easy.
So with that, Falcons,
3K lead.
A pretty damn good lead in the laning stage.
And
we'll see if we have not seen Doom. I mean, obviously WS just hit level 6, it feels like, because he was very underleveled for the most part. So
what is it about this hero that makes it always come back in Dota?
Who?
Doom. It feels like, all right, Doom is out of the meta for a month, and then suddenly he's first pick again.
Yep, that is true. Mass TPs from Falcons as they're going to turn this around onto the Rasta.
Not wasting any time there, Malrine. So off the Boundless, back to business. Yeah, this is a pretty significant lead. You have everyone on the Falcon side have now unlocked their ultimates. Shaman is level 4 on the side of Talon. 11 minutes in, he's got some ground to cover. Cuckoo will arrow his way to level 6 in the jungle. But it is, considering the way Talon picked this, and especially with this last pick, Dragon Knight, I think you kind of want to try to find some sort of moments of opportunity. But the map is already being limited so much by this top tower being taken, by the bottom tower being taken by Falcons. They're just pushing you. So it's like more often than not, Talon will be trying to do counterplays more so than make moves of their own. And to be fair, their lineup isn't really well geared for that. I don't think this is a counter-initiation Dream lineup. This is one where you want to jump. You want to get in with the Dragon Tail and do the arrow combo. You want to use the Doom. Gonna try with Moonlight Shadow here. WS.
Yeah. Wants to open it up with the Doom. He will. Snake King. Shard's gonna block a bit. And the Walrus Punch with the blocks. Into the trees, the Monkey King goes. Malrine looks like he might take a tumble here. Shackle ensures that that is the case. So big kill for Talon. Snake King's gonna die as well. Although pops the wand and Makoto will make sure that the job gets done. 2 for nothing.
Can they turn this into a tower is the question. Joachim got some much needed experience there, so he will actually get 6 from this wave, and then they can drop the Serpents here if they want.
I know you're talking. I really apologize.
Okay.
I was thinking about something.
Okay.
The discussion we were having about Breathe Fire, BKB.
Yeah.
I feel like it should definitely work.
Okay.
You're dispelling on cast of BKB. So you Breathe Fire after. It's not going to do anything during the BKB, but after. I mean, Breathe Fire lasts a while.
Oh, so you're saying you apply it to them, the debuff is on them, and then BKB runs out, he loses his damage. Yes, of course.
It's a very long duration.
I thought you meant that the Dragon Breath reduces his damage during BKB as well.
Okay.
Like that it sticks like that.
No, but theoretically, it's still good. It has to be.
Sure.
Against Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad, but I just think the cons significantly outweigh the pros of this matchup.
With the talent, which I assume he's going to go for this game.
Breathe Fire reduction? I think he'll take 15 damage.
You think so?
Yeah. Probably. All right, let me tell you a secret about carrier players, okay? Carrier players see they can make their number go up.
Yeah.
They will pick I make number go up.
But
it's taken 10 years of practice for these players to not buy Midas every game.
Yeah, he is donezo. 30 seconds on the deck. Nice setup there for Falcons. But at the same time, Dota players like to make other people miserable. And
enemy
lowering
number
damage
go
of
down
enemy parry
is not as cool as my number go up.
That's probably true. Cuckoo dodging a knife.
Yeah, he has one more leap now. He's going to need it.
Knife coming. Knife
that
missing. But Boundless Strike now.
And
Ice Shards. And the eventual kill onto the apparent model that will be remodeled, according to Shiver.
Yep. Thanks, Shiver, for the spoiler.
If that doesn't happen, you can blame Shiver. WS on the run. Pops the drums. Another Boundless, and from the south, Skeeter comes. Gets the reflection. They have the control. They have the damage. But, well, it's going to be a trade still, it looks like.
Wisdom Shrine going to the creep. I wonder who came up with Mischief. I think it's just such a cool idea.
Yeah. I mean, that's in the actual lore of Monkey King, so. As Boundless Strike misses from Malrine, but they have the spear inside the Wukong's command, but he's stuck inside the Serpent Ward, so it's immediately canceled. 23 Savage in a lot of trouble. As the Sonic Wave comes in, does a decent amount of damage. Malrine gets boxed and saved for the time being. 23 Savage is dead. Snowball save again. So the 2 saves onto Malrine, but he goes into Makoto. Do they have the damage to finish him off? They do. And Malrine somehow lives. And guess what's spawning at 15 minutes?
I'm going to go with Roshan.
Okay.
Was that wrong?
That was a 50-50.
It wasn't. It could have been any of the 17 different runes we have, or 5 objectives around the map. Could have been any of those. But it was the Tormentor. And we'll go to Snaking.
The Ice Shard upgrade.
This is just such a beautifully executed fight from Falcons in terms of spellcasting.
Yeah, so Sonic Wave, I mean, the box is...
The box doesn't block any of the damage, but...
It makes it a bit annoying.
It prevented them from completing the kill during the Sonic Wave. He still takes the full Sonic Wave damage since it's pure, not magical, but... You could see the time that they were able to buy between the box and the snowball was enough to keep Malrine alive from everything, and effectively that means Talon spent their entire arsenal in that fight on not finding a singular kill. And all of that damage just goes to waste. If they had gone for a different target than Monkey King, they probably could have killed that hero. Don't blame them for trying.
Mar caught off guard.
He can be boxed up.
Yeah, they do have support here for Falcons. He's fine. He's just going to walk it off. And now... We'll be able to get the Shadow Shaman in all likelihood eventually. Skeeter's even made his rotation over. And will be rewarded with the kill.
Does he have a shard on his way? No, he's going Manta first. Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
WS on the run. Zamar actually going to continue here. Has the arena, but No way to fully connect.
This map feels really small already for the side of Talon, I have to say.
That's because they're down 7K at 16 minutes.
They lost the tier 1 so early, and they're playing against a lineup that has Monkey King. It's Falcons, in my opinion, this is their best hero, actually, right now. Over the years, it's been, I say over the years, it's been like 2 years by now, right? But there's been like different phases. One time it was Timbersaw, then it's been Razor, then it's been Doom. But right now, this is the hero I would not give this team. I just think when they have Malrine on Monkey King, it's just a different beast. He plays the lane very well. This time he had an unfavorable matchup and still drew the lane. He's been moving around the map, enabling all of his teammates. He's 6-1 and 7 on the Monkey King. He's been part of 13 out of 16 kills that they have. Download the Roche as well with tag team. So we'll go to Skeeter, and there's Roche. He's leaving. He died, so he's had enough. He's gonna run to the other side. I really, come on, Malrine, you gotta role play the whole way, man. You gotta run all the way to the other pit. Maybe throw someone on the way as well.
Yeah, what if you had that skill inherently when you become
you mischief into Roche? Just run around
Have we seen that actually like work though? The turning into Roche, tricking the enemy. Has that ever happened in?
I don't think so.
Competitive, because that would be so funny.
It would be really funny.
Well, after going for the Aegis, they've actually lost 2K on their lead so far. But this is with the Doom. WS inside the shards. They see him. They destroy him.
All right, can we get a replay of that? Did Snake King know Doom was there because... Wait, am I tripping? Didn't Snake King dust him out?
Let's see.
So how does he know he's there? Is it because the... Did his tag team show because he was in melee range of him? Was there like a little flicker?
Well, Mar finds a solo pickoff in the meantime. Yeah, that effect actually had a lot of bugs early on, right?
That looked like because if he was anticipating Doom might be there, you can just randomly dust, right? That's fair. But it seemed like it happened specifically after he walked into him.
Yeah.
So it really looked like he got a clue from the tag team aura. Interesting. All right, up to the high ground we go. 19 minutes. Falcons, they do love their long games, Shannon. So gonna try to get their first lane of barracks before 20 here.
It is 4-18, 2 away from the
Mikoto
Dream.
in the middle of the map getting hounded by 2, but he will live. Skitter's not backing out. He's playing on half health. He'll just keep going.
He does have a second life to work with, of course.
And a third life because he has Thunder. Yep.
Boundless Strike to cancel the Shackle, and the Wukong's command to follow. Support. Kill right off the bat. Skeeter a little bit deep, but we'll go back to finish off the range racks as a Sonic Wave onto Skeeter and company. And the Dagon to finish him off, but that's life number 1 as they delete Cuckoo off the face of the map. And just like that, it's a 5 versus 3. But will they stick around to finish this melee?
And other news, 23 Savage is farming bottom.
He's not here, so I guess they will stay.
If this is how you're going to play your Dragon Knight, I think you should pick Morph. I haven't seen any Dragon Knight plays yet.
I forgot he was in the game.
And you got wrecked. Oh, never mind. Chicken
miscalculation.
Fingers. Chicken fingers.
There you go.
Can't chicken fingers the Mars.
1 set of barracks for Falcons already, and 420, by the way.
Oh, 420 in 20.
Yeah, true. The true dream.
420 at 20:04 even. Damn.
Really impressive stuff.
That is honestly a godlike meme number. Up, punch.
Yeah, Snake King.
Has to
snowball. I actually want to continue here. Puts down the ice shards, completely out of mana. Will take an arrow to the ass.
Yep.
But he has a thick one.
DLC of Skyrim there.
His Tusk. Down the strike on a Cuckoo, but I think Falcons will finally back away as Snake King. Gets really low, but will survive. And Amar, this is such a weird engagement. What is happening? They find a Marana. That sentry doing work. Easy pickoff, and the 420 dream has ended. It was brief, but it was glorious.
Talon could find a way to get -1 kill now. We could get 322 as well, but I don't think there's any way to do that.
Yeah. Maybe one day. Maybe in the next patch we can put that on the board.
Decent
Dota
here.
Trying to be a nuisance. He's taking a lot of damage inside the ice shards. He cannot blink away. He's dead. That is a pathetic death. That is so sad to see. And there's the Dragon Knight, and no more. As Falcons
Savage
just
gives
rolling
Falcons
away
their
with
23rd kill, Shannon. Another number things.
Yep, there's a lot of numbers in this game. WS takes the tumble. Surely you call GG soon. This is mega over. Amar, can they at least get him? Oh, the Yules actually dodges damage. Wow.
You know what they say, it's not over until the fat Mirana face gets reworked. GG!
All right.
Well, that's
that was a game of Dota, apparently.
Was that the fastest game of the tournament? It's the fastest game we've cast by over 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. All right. Yakult Brothers beat Edge in 23:09 yesterday, but here we are.
My
Falcons
goodness.
beating a record today.
Peter's haircut looks really good, by the way.
Yep.
He looks composed.
He must be oozing confidence after that game. He's like, I told you guys, just don't put me on tie.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, give me a carry, I'm going to carry. How hard is it?
Yeah.
AUI, dumbass.
That's snaking.
Yes. You know, it's generally the code.
I know. It's just good timing. You pull the slacks and they're in. My goodness.
Snaking is just sitting there. He's like, maybe we should have picked Skitter carries all along.
Yeah, maybe.
He looks unhappy.
I mean,
He's like, guys,
okay.
we had 4 deaths.
I'll say this about Falcons, and I know it's their biggest strength is the flex.
Yeah.
You can overdo it, though.
Yep.
And I think that they have a little bit in the past, but maybe they'll go back to the drawing board like we saw today. It worked out really well.
It's true. It's actually a bit ironic. They had 0 flex this game. I think they picked none of their flex cores. They played... Monkey King is always Malrine.
Yeah.
Or I guess
no, you
Skitter
could do
has
off-lane. You could do off-lane TB, right?
True. Yeah, okay. I guess
We've seen Amar do that. It's not the most common
Yeah.
Amar hero, but...
You're right. There's a little bit of flex, but for the most part, in terms of Falcons, this is a very inflexible draft. So, interesting to see how dominant they looked in this as we see the scoreboard on the screen here. 2 deathless cores in total, 1 death on the core, which was on Malrine's Monkey King. Yeah, not really much to write home about for Talon there. I was expecting more, especially considering they had such a good showing yesterday against Parvision, but, you know, that's always game 2.
All right, so Falcons, 1-0 start.
What a fantastic series. I'm going to do British now. Is that okay with you?
Are we doing British?
British. We're not gonna
British.
do that for the whole segment.
Harry Potter.
You're much better at it than I am. But I don't know how to segue that without sounding really mean, because this was a Gaben level shellacking that we are looking at. Basically, Falcons won all of the lanes and then completely snowballed that into a... I mean, this highlight is literally from the last, like, 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, that left a lot to be desired. To be optimistic about Talon, I think they are a flipster Talon. I think they're capable of a lot, but like we talked about it during the draft panel, that like they didn't necessarily have a draft that made a lot of sense or won us over in any way. Like it felt that they like jammed this Mirana pick into their draft, and and they jammed this DK pick, but then also they knew that this first pick Monkey King was coming out by Falcons, and their solution to that was, okay, let's pick Queen of Pain and let's beat him up. But that hero doesn't, it's meant to, but it doesn't win mid.
I love Queen of Pain. This is one of my favorite heroes. I've been playing it off lane for a long time, but it just feels like they've nerfed it to the point. Like the Masochist Fast, I think it's like 29% self damage or something like that. And there's this like threshold where Dagon is enough because it gives you the spell lifesteal, and it's like the only spell lifesteal in the game, right? So it has to be enough. And then they push the number a little too high, and all of a sudden you're damaging yourself more than you're actually healing, and then she just blinks in and dies. Like, she's so squishy in every single fight. So I'm not a huge fan of Queen of Pain. I want to ask you about the DK last pick. I feel like if you ever pick DK last pick, not even on this patch, just in general, you're not confident. This is not a confident last pick hero.
I think it was one of those situations where you need a stun because you feel like, oh, well, we need some guy that goes in. It's not going to be our Doom for a while. It's not going to be our Queen of Pain for a while. We need somebody who can go in and set up for our supports. And a lot of the good stun carries, like the only good one really being Tiny at the moment, is taken out early on, and you're stuck with something like DK. Because I can see DK being like a cool pick sometimes if it's a plan you already had going into a draft. But to me, that felt like at the very end, they were like, what do we do?
That's true. That really did feel like a scuffed Tiny, actually. Like, we just need something that stuns.
But I want to go back to the Queen of Pain Monkey King discussion.
Okay.
Because like I've seen this happen where teams will think, okay, let's do Queen of Pain into Monkey King, because on paper it should win, but it doesn't beat the hero. It feels like a lot of heroes that should beat Monkey King don't. And something we've been talking about on the night shift, or I've been like harping about, is I think most ranged heroes in Dota from the mid lane are just inferior to melee heroes in general. Like. That's why we're even seeing like the Flex Beastmasters be so popular. We're seeing Earthshakers come back. It's really because you just have damage block, and then a lot of the like traditional mid laners like Queen of Pain got so many stat nerfs, attribute nerfs,
That's true.
You've got less base damage than most melee heroes from mid, but then also you don't have damage block. What's that about, Jenkins?
Do you mind actually if we turn this on, because there's something I want to hear.
Oh, yeah. I think you...
Is this the right one?
I tried this one.
It is known
Oh, there we go. Okay, this is the broadcast.
online battle arena, otherwise known as a MOBA. If you guys are just tuning in first time here, we cover esports live every day of the week because that is how often there is a Dota game going on. And the game that just completed, it was a rather one-sided affair in favor of Team Falcons over Flipster Talon. Is that the indicator for the rest of the series? We're just gonna have to find out, but we're gonna do a bit of a recap going into game one of what we feel exactly were the highlight clips of Team Falcons taking down Flipster Talon, as this is the first team fight, and we talked about this being a multiplayer online battle arena, and look at those arenas, look at those lines, look at those circles, as Amara the F literally playing a hero that summons an arena for all those non-Dota players out there, as we're gonna see perhaps deja vu of the same area on the map. For people who don't play a lot of Dota, there is a massive map, but this happens to be the exact same spot as there is the Monkey King arena and the Mars arena, which is on cooldown, which means that every about 90 seconds he's allowed to use that. He has used it in the last 90 seconds. We see Skeeter, you see him firing projectiles from Terrorblade, that magical beast, as they take them down convincingly in the mid game. And that's our news live report from 96.9. Brad G signing out.
Wow, Brad, that was such a good show.
That was really fucking confusing, because I put the radio on and all of a sudden it's a black and white TV. Did you see that? I also.
That was crazy.
That's a crazy.
Yeah.
What's in these?
I don't know, but they must be pretty strong.
Yeah, that's good.
But that was interesting. I mean, I think Brad G showing us those fights was kind of cool. You know, we were talking about heroes and matchups, but like ultimately Falcons did make these really sick team fights in the mid game, like having that arena reaction into the support wraparound, into the Wheel of Wonder, and then later on, like when it looked like Malrine on that Monkey King was gonna go down, he got saved by the escape act, then he got saved by the
10%
Tusk
HP
Nova.
save. I feel like that's classic Falcons. Is a hero playing a perimeter of the fight, or they save a hero at 10% HP, and then wham, bam, they're back in. And like that's how they win a fight, is they get one extra hero by saving a guy or by just playing the fight really well. This was originally a team fighting team in Dota.
It was.
This is what they were good at.
It
and they
still is
are.
what they're good at.
I'm with you. I think people underrate Falcons just because they had such a dominant first year. But they always have a shot. And even when they lose, they look fine. It's not like they look like shit.
Yeah. Yesterday they learned a lot in the series that they played, and like they brought it today. I do think though that Talon, if they had a different draft, would have looked different as well. I don't necessarily think what we saw is like indicative of what they're capable of. That was just a little bit awkward. Some of the heroes that they just brute forced in, I don't want to see that. But Falcons, keep that up, because that was good Dota.
What do you think about the opinion of Skeeter being the problem right now? I see this out here on the internet. This guy's hero pool, it's not good right now.
You know what? I think his hero pool, there's stuff he can still play, because at Blast, there were moments where he had to last pick his hero, and he completely popped off. Like, he had games where he last picked Sven, and then he had games where he last picked Tiny, and put the game on his shoulders, hit his timing strongly, and showed that he's still capable of maybe heroes that other teams aren't looking at. And I do want to see that in this tournament. I want to see some of his more specialized hero pool come out.
Yeah, I agree, but yeah, I will say a patch definitely suits Team Falcons as a team. They got Owie 69,000. Absolute legend of a drafter. I was thinking the only time, not drafter, but, well, actually he's fine at drafting. But my point is, when a patch comes out, he's the guy you want to have on your team. The only time they do terribly is when he's not there. But he's here.
He is here.
That you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go sadly. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go sadly. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are ready for game number 2 between Flipster Talon and Falcons. Game 1, I must say, a little bit of a disappointment. Even if it was Falcons' victory, I would have liked to see it a little bit more back and forth. It didn't happen this time, Brian. It was a bit sad.
I'd like to give credit to Misery because he's been saying how these heroes that kind of pop up in the meta, Shadow Shaman being that hero in this example, that teams kind of just start picking because they've seen that it's winning and that it's good, but they're not enabling it. You know, when I think of Shadow Shaman, I think you're going to lock them down, but you're going to be lacking team fight. You know, he was talking about pairing it with a support like Silencer or Warlock, you know, that gives you that team fight presence. But we saw what happened in that last game, that when it was 4v4, 5v5, it just felt like all of Team Falcon's spells were just way more impactful because they leaned a little bit too much into the single target. They had the Mirana support with the Shadow Shaman, the DK stun. Like, where is the AoE?
Yeah, that's why I was super critical of the Mirana pick. Like, it just felt like something they put into their draft that made them change their last pick. And if you're gonna double down on winning lanes, there are also other ways to do it. There are other supports that you can pick. I wouldn't mind seeing some like Jakiro or Warlock.
I was gonna say most of the like S tier pos 5s and pos 4s
would go pretty well with it.
They're already good lane winners.
Yeah.
So I want to see more Jakiro and Warlock. I feel like this also happens where heroes slowly fall off because people find counters or they figure out how to play against it, and then people forget that they were actually good in the first place for some reason. It's like the opposite of the Shadow Shaman effect you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also think there was like a very big problem within that draft that they've already addressed, which was the Monkey King. They knew it was going to come out. They decided to let it through, but I don't think their solution of the Queen of Pain was good enough. I think you have to just ban this hero out, especially if you have a player like Mikoto who loves to play these like Storm Spirits and whatnot from the mid lane. Just enable him to pick his best hero or something that isn't going to get a lane versus like the hardest hero to lane against in Dota right now, which is Monkey King. So they take it out.
Yeah, and we have an Aegis Prophet coming out from the other side, so we're in the second ban phase and almost that second pick phase. Is there anything in particular that Falcons should look to ban out now that they've picked up the Nature's Prophet for themselves? Or anything that typically counters that Nature's Prophet, which is what they would want to spend that one ban on?
So they used the Storm Spirit ban, which is probably the most important one, because out of the 2 games that Flipster Talon won yesterday, it was 2 Storm Spirits too, and it's like just an easy way to go on Nature's Prophet. Otherwise, there are more interesting things to think about, like Timber Assault. A lot of teams love to run Timber against Nature's Prophet.
Primal, also a good answer, just not a great hero right now, but I remember that was a El Clasico. You just stomp your way out of the trees. Batrider, like a lot of the heroes that are really strong against Nature's Prophet are not super meta. Broodmother, same thing. Like you kind of have to pick a bad hero to hard counter it, and then even then you're dealing with like one of the best stat scaling universal carries in the game anyway. He just outfarms you.
So what's the logic behind the Kunkka ban coming out then? Is that supposed to be good against the Nature's Prophet, or are they setting up for something else?
It's quite good, but it's also another hero that Mikoto played, and it's a hero that Talon looked stronger on, so you get it out of the way. You also remove that extra ability to teamfight. But more importantly, like Kunkka is a hero that you can pick at any phase in a draft, and you know it's going to be fine mid. So they're taking away like Talon's win condition that they've identified as Mikoto on Falcons, which I think is a good shout. Like he really looked great in the games that Talon won. Flipster.
I think so too. At the very least, like in the games that they won, he was the one that was starting every single kill. It was like him and Cuckoo running around and killing people. So just make him play something else. Like if you think you're the superior team, then just force the enemy team to play something out of their comfort zone. It worked last game.
I wouldn't mind if they go back for a Shadow Shaman, because even though I was critiquing it, what I saw yesterday, because I really liked it against Nature's Prophet, even though like the tree can maybe be a bit annoying in lane, we saw Liquid play it, the Nature's Prophet. The reason why I like Shaman, but actually Slark fits this bill as well, I just thought Shaman was a bit more meta, is it's a hero that scouts out the Nature's Prophet, and if you find him, you're going to lock him down long enough for your team to catch. And Slark will probably more so than, he does have the pounce to lock him down, but you also have the advanced night vision, so you can scout him out for an extended period of time and allow your team to connect that way. I wanted a hero that It's really annoying to play Natures into Slark because you don't kill him. Like, he has Pounce. I'm talking about, like, excuse me.
I like the Warlock plus Slark.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah. I'm thinking like Slark lacks team fight, similar to Shaman.
You make up for it.
But yeah, and so what happens here on the map is Slark's going to give you the information game. He's going to give you the ability to casually eliminate areas that Nature's Prophet is not, because Nature's Prophet can kind of be anywhere. He moves around the map fast. He can scout anywhere, day or night. And so what's going to happen here is Sand King should be able to pick and choose his targets on the map. He should be able to have good information of, should I be farming? Should I be like making a play with my Blink Dagger? And when their stuff's on cooldown, they have pretty good wave clear. You know, Warlock's good at this. Sand King's good at this. They lack Disable on Falcons, which they always seem to have this problem. Like, their supports are just Bounty Hunter, Crystal Maiden. They're going to be annoying, sure. When you're on the map, you can get frostbitten, you can be stunned out of invis, but like with one Dispel, you know, like a Manta type item, you don't feel too scared of these two supports. So I'm liking Flipster's Talon's chances a lot more this game. They've got the team fight, they've got the map play, and now it just comes down to core-to-core matchups. I wouldn't mind PA, like with the Warlock, but maybe not the best against Doom.
Don't they just go Deuce here?
I think... Oh, go ahead, Mira.
No, go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, since I like the fact that they have map play, I would like a more mobility hero, like a hero that can choose when to fight or not. Because now if you have Medusa, I think you're actually pigeonholing a draft that's hyper-mobile in the draft to be fighting in a specific area. So that's why I wanted something like PA.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think that you need some means to connect onto the vision advantage that Slark is giving you, or a means to set up, and you don't have any hero from the mid lane that is in the draft that can do it. Maybe like a bot spire, like, you know that Sand King later on in the game will be able to do it, but you don't want a kind of carry that's stationary. I actually think it would be really cool if you picked Ursa. I was like thinking about that early on.
Similar idea.
It's so good against Nature's Doom.
It's so good against Crystal Maiden as well, and it's like a really... You erase the bounty hunter if he tries to find you in the jungle with the dust. So I want to see 23 like have a flavorful hero like the Ursa come out, because that DK was not impressive.
Let's get some damage. You know, we saw Enigma earlier. They had a Sand King, and the only kills they could ever get were with Epicenter. Now, Terrorblade does offer damage, and he should be an incredibly strong lane with Warlock Terrorblade, and he is a map-playing hero. So they're kind of all in on, they have meta, they have Warlock Golem, and they have Epicenter. They have a lot of these teamfight ultimates or spells, I guess, with Metamorphosis. But they also have really good wave clear, so I think their map play, like, I think I'm emphasizing map play so much because Crystal Maiden's not the most amazing team fire. Nature's Prophet's all about map play. That's all that hero entails. And Bounty Hunter is the same thing. Like, he's not team fight. He's giving vision to your team. You want them to be separated. You want them to be picking them off. I don't know what happens when Flipster Talon walks down a lane together, and they should be able to set up the lanes to be pushed and able to take objectives when they want. So I really like what they're doing here.
I actually don't like what they're doing that much outside of the Terrorblade.
I already lost the last debate. Just let me have it.
No, what you're saying is like true. I think the Terrorblade makes it so that they can do all of this. Before that, I felt like Nature's Prophet has like his pick of the litter when he like TPs to a side lane, and then you have the Bounty Hunter who's gonna like just disrupt the Warlock's backline every single time. And the Crystal Maiden is like a weak hero, but you pick it for lane, and that's really all that matters. But this Terrorblade like throws a wrench into all of that, because you have this high damage early game carry that can get involved and make it so that you don't have a clear Doom target. What I am worried about though is that Malrine, for some reason, he's been playing mid-Doom and he's been losing.
Oh, he has been.
He's been losing. So I'm like wondering if they're gonna do that again because they want to dodge the TV lane. Like, I'm super concerned. Like, if Falcons do that, I'm not a believer.
I mean, they did ban Darkseer, so they're like aware of this mid-Doom potential on the side of Flipster Talon.
But you are right in everything that you described. I just meant that before I didn't.
The
we'll talk about this after
potential. Yeah, I understand. I understand.
The discussion will continue.
Now, what rounds out the draft for Flipster Talon here? Honestly,
they need a connecting type of mid-tier.
100%. Like, I mean, Ember would have been great.
Yeah.
Puck would have been great.
Something with a blink, perhaps like a pure damage ultimate that helps burst something.
Punch.
Exactly.
Definitely the one he was thinking about. In all reality, is this looking like it could be a good co-op game?
No, that was definitely a joke.
Okay, good.
It's Nature's Prophet mid.
I like Pango.
Dumpsters co-op. Yeah, Pango's good. Pango's really good.
Do you ban, is Monkey King? Yeah, Monkey King's already taken out. I feel like a lot of the counters to Pango are already removed from the equation. Like Embers, Pucks. I think Pango would be pretty cool here.
Well, they ban out the Huskar.
That signals melee guy mid. Okay, DK.
DK.
Oh, the last pick DK again. Went well for them last time.
I don't love that as much. as something that's more mobile. Yes, it's like an early Blink Dagger move around the map.
I mean,
but this time we think it's a DK mid, right, rather than the DK carry?
Yeah,
it is.
I think so.
It's a really obvious Doom target for a guy that probably wants to play mid Doom, though. So
the flex is still, I mean, there's also the mid Nature's Prophet. I think the flex is open because, like, let's say they put Nature's mid, then that's where you throw the DK. What if they don't do that? You could easily throw TB offlane and run the DK's carry.
Yeah, there's
like,
Sand
you
King
can put
mid,
Sand King mid. Like, there is flex still open inside of their draft. I really hope that it's not the mid Doom, but I mean, a cool thing could be carry Doom for Skeeter, and then you just strong counterpick the TV with ATF's hero. I wouldn't mind saying that.
What is the strong counter that ATF plays? He plays Underlord, right? I think it's a pretty good Underlord game.
Nope.
Yeah, I meant Pangolier for Team Falcons, as this is just a fantastic hero in this game. I actually like this. Now that I look at it, I do like what this Pangolier is going to offer in the game. I think his laning stage is a tad weak, but you do just have a melee 4, so you're almost certainly going to drag creeps. Warlock, Terrorblade, same idea as we saw earlier with Lifestealer for Enigma. You just don't lane against them because they don't have any stuns.
And it's carry Doom, so you have dodged the terrible lane matchup of laning into Terrorblade.
The Terrible Blade.
The Terrible Blade. That is definitely got that going in their favor. I mean, I've seen ATF have some really high impact games on Panga. Like, he always finds his farm, and then he becomes like a very good tool to disrupt. I also think the Bounty Hunter plus Pango duo is like pretty solid from the alpha, and you're ready to fight on that first track, get a couple of kills, you can connect on him. I think Falcons have something cool.
I think against Warlock TB, I'm always happy to play let's just dodge the lane. Like, let's just not lane. You know, you pick something like, obviously BH Pango is not a good lane, right? It's like, maybe you can get kills, maybe you can outplay, but you're not just like sitting on the creeps trading versus their CSing. Like, you're gonna lose that. You're cutting waves, you're doing shenanigans, BH is roaming. Amar's just gonna get what he can get. And I like that against TB Warlock. What does Warlock do? Go through the portal? Fatal bonds? Like,
I'll just say, I think Flipster Talon has an infinitely higher chance to win this game than they did game 1. Like, I thought
that's an infinite chance to win that if it wasn't 0.
Exactly.
Well, was it not 0 though?
It was close.
I guess it's never 0. So
I think it's definitely more than 0. It's like 40% probably. I think their draft is very cohesive, and in the late game it is better and cooler looking. But Falcons has a really strong early game, and they also have like disruptive heroes, like Bounty Hunter into the Sand King jungle.
A 40-60 for Effie? You just ever want to have some?
I'm going reverse, 60-40 to Talon.
45-75.
Perfect.
Doesn't work that way, but appreciate your input anyway. You gave a good effort, and that's sometimes what matters. For Flipster Talon, hopefully they can give a bit more than just effort. We want to see that W for them on the board. They've tied every series so far, so why not this one? Let's see what's going to happen in game number 2, but first, some PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome to a pause for game number 2 between Falcons and Talon. Sunfan here with Cinderman.
That's me.
And we have a different draft, Cinderin. Different game, different draft, different mood, different everything, just about.
Okay, unrelated. Have you noticed that when players type in the game, it says their guild tag, not their team tag? Huh. It says Creep Wave Amara, Creep Wave Malrine, and then 13 crit instead of the team. Is that normal? I don't know. It stands out to me, so I'm guessing this is... Whatever. Anyway.
I mean, has the game been updated for there to even be a bug?
That's an even better question.
That's right.
Has there been a patch ever?
Cuckoo being hounded by Crit playing the Bounty Hunter, which is a hero I definitely want to talk about. Not one that we
personal
see
30 seconds to
all the time, but definitely one of those snowball type heroes, and I guess we have time to talk about it now. Your thoughts?
I think it's an
prayers?
interesting approach against Slark, right? If you think about how Slark, as a support, tries to get map control through walking around and finding wards, when you're playing against Bounty Hunter, you're always second-guessing yourself. Am I under a ward or am I under Bounty Hunter?
Right.
And Bounty Hunter also has the luxury of warding in very different ways than the usual lineup will, because you're invisible the entire game. You can just choose to go invis from level 1, so you can place deep wards, you can place them in uncharacteristic spots, and you see already crit with this top ward behind the enemy tier 2 tower, specifically tailored to kill couriers. He can place wards of this kind the entire game against Slark. And they, correct me if I'm wrong, they did pick it after Slark, right? I think in the draft order. Not vice versa. I believe the bounty was picked in. So.
Sure.
Joachim will find one mid himself. So he gets the first blood on wards.
Are you a fan of support Slark? Do you think it's, on average, good?
Yes.
I feel like this has riddled pubs for sure.
I think
it's a very high skill cap support.
Yeah. I think it's a really good hero, but you need to be, how to put it? I
Good
think
at game?
In pubs, it's a net negative.
Yeah.
I think I've played with and against more support Slarks that made the game bad than good. But when I watch Pro Dota, I rarely find, oh man, they picked support Slark. This is why it went awful. Like, at this level, people understand how to play with Slark, how to cover for his weaknesses and what he offers, how to draft him. Because that's the other thing. When you pick support Slark, there's a lot of stuff you don't get, right? The hero does not have any reliable lockdown, no slow, no stun, but it has other really strong aspects to it, such as the ward hunting, the ability to buy one of the best saves in the entire game. He can go into fights first as a support and actually survive and give vision and information. But then you obviously need to cover the fact that he doesn't do all the other things. So you need to pick the right type of offlaner with it. You need to pick the right type of team fight around it.
Do you think Warlock is the right secondary support with a Slark on the team?
I think that can work if you have enough playmaking among at least 2 other heroes. In this case, the Sand King and DK. I don't mind it. But yeah, I wouldn't say Warlock would be my preferred partner for Slark. I think something in the 5 position that I would say is probably on average better is going to be something like Jakiro or Ringmaster, like these 5s that actually offer lockdown and playmaking potential. But it's all right. Amar's in some serious trouble up top.
Yep, being chased down by Cuckoo on the old Warlock as bottom lane. That's going to be first blood. Skeeter takes a tumble first to Jokamp, who dies shortly after the Snake King. So first blood for Talon. They'll be happy with that exchange for sure, especially considering the position 1 Doom, which we should talk about that a bit as well, because we just praised Falcons for not going with the old, hey, I'm picking an offlaner. This could be picked as a mid as well, and as the position 1. Snake King playing usually something that is not a position 1. But it is tanky.
Yeah, they're back to their flex ways again here, right? All 3 cores could have gone to different lanes. The Pango could have been mid with Doom off lane and carry Prophet. They did none of those, so obviously that's already one flex. But genuinely, all 3 of their cores, they've also played mid Doom on Malrine, but I think that's been the worst position they've played it in. I don't think the flow that gives to the game is that good, so I'm happy to see Falcons deviate or just give up on that idea, at least for now. Is this a better setup than running carry Prophet and mid Pango and offlane Doom? I don't know. I'm assuming the reason they did this primarily is to make Bounty Hunter's job easier, because Pango can fend more for himself in the top lane than Doom can, because you can farm from range and you have spells to protect yourself. Doom with a really bad lane can often become a complete liability, even if played by Amar. So that's probably what.
I assume 90% of these drafts, they don't know who's playing what until they know what their lanes are going to be, essentially.
Yeah.
Right?
Jokamp taking a beating here.
Super low. Infernal Blade not quite enough. He'll get to the high ground.
I wonder how good Skitter is at Doom. Like, this is not a hero There's no doubt about it that carry Doom is strong right now. Many teams are running it with pretty good success. It's just not a hero I would associate Skitter with at all. Because I suppose that, in my opinion, what Skitter's absolute best at as a carry is actually playing go-in first carries like Sven, Chaos Knight, whenever those heroes are in the meta, or like aggressive style carries like Gyro. I suppose Doom somewhat fits that bill, but you're not like gonna just go in and kill someone, right? Like this is like a slow whittle down, stay in the fight type of hero. I guess Illusion carries another forte of his, not really in meta right now, like Naga. There's only one Illusion carry in Dota right now, and that's Terrorblade. PL is garbage. Naga is pretty bad.
Man, I forgot
Chaos
PL
Knight
existed.
barely gets played.
Crazy.
I mean, honestly, good riddance.
Yeah, true.
I think that's probably my least favorite carry of all time to play against when it's good is Phantom Lancer. It's super frustrating, but
especially as a support. But the supports these days get a lot of money. So
that's right. It's probably not. That's a big part of why PL is worse. Is that supports are rich.
Yep. And his pounce.
Oh, Crit might
Crit
live here.
outside of the sentry now.
Look it out.
And
A
he
blood
is
grenade.
going to get blood grenaded.
Oh,
and they
second
put another sentry down, and that should do it.
I thought they were out of sentries. They had one more. I guess it was in the backpack of WS, which is why this took so long, but he swapped it in, waited for the timer, and they do find a kill onto Crit.
Yeah, we've seen Amar play Pango. I would say it's not one of his signatures for sure.
He has a lot of signatures, but now he plays a really good Pango. So it's just, he just has 5 heroes who plays even better. But yeah. Definitely a very strong.
6-minute power rune is going to be bottom. It's a haste as Makoto doing quite a bit of damage to this tier 1 tower. Cuckoo, though, he finds Crit. With Malorine's help, they destroy him. And now this is a 3 versus 1 because Snake King has come to play onto Makoto. Able to get the Dragon Tail in enough distance away.
Yeah, trying to force Falcons to rotate here by using that Dragon form and then putting a support there for protection. If that was what they were going for, they did accomplish it, only expending their Warlock. Not too bad for the side of Talon. This, of course, will give plenty space to 23 Savage in what should be a relatively easy lane for the time being, but I say that Pango's actually level 5.5 all of a sudden. So he's closed the gap to TB. Now, your spells are physical damage, which is not ideal into the TB, but they still hit hard enough.
7-minute wisdom. Jokem trying to get some space from Skeeter, but Snake King comes as well, and they're going to take out Jokem to start this out. Makoto makes his way over, but you can see the Snake King going to die right after the Burrow Strike, and now this has turned into a 4 versus 1. Makoto just has to run. This is a big fatal bonds, and of course there's not going to be much follow-up at the 7-minute mark, and Makoto might get run down. Indeed, he does. My goodness, what a turn of events for Falcons. They steal the Wisdom Shrine, and they get a bunch of kills on top of it.
And they use Malorine's Prophet just like they use his Monkey King, right? Time for a big objective play. He's joining. You can count on him showing up. On Prophet, it's obviously even easier than on the Monkey King. You just press one button and you're there.
Oh, and a nice pounce onto the Pango.
He's gonna live.
Gets a good barrier from the shield crash, and Amar.
That's a massive
right
barrier.
click his way as Jokem has to be careful now. Swashbuckle coming back. Just a second, and Mike, the wrath of nature. Disgusting. The global presence of nature's prophet is something to truly fear. And just like that, it's a 6-2 advantage for Falcons, 2K lead.
The biggest part of this.
Savage has to be careful.
The biggest winner in all of this is honestly Bounty Hunter. This hero really gets level starved sometimes at a pro level if you don't get the wisdoms.
They're going to try for this.
But crit 2-1-2 and double wisdom is really good
collapsed
news.
On. Frostbite to start things out, and that is the death of 23 Savage. Gracious.
It started out quite even, and then these last 2 minutes, Falcons have just completely crushed them. Every move was theirs, both wisdoms, and this means that you have a Maiden showing up with level 6 for that play. You have a Bounty who's 5.5 while scouting out enemy stacks. He's actually going to spot it here. WS gonna... Oh, never mind. Pump faking the Epi. Wants to stack one more time, it seems.
Of course.
And he has no reason to cast Epi. He can just farm it with Sandstorm. But this is a little bit awkward because he doesn't really know if Bounty Hunter is leeching, and he wants this for himself and for the Slark. The Slark desperately. He is the biggest loser of this game right now. Level 4, so is the Warlock, but 4 Slark is just... With no levels, this hero is just garbage.
Yeah, crit. Just leeching away to his heart's content. Not quite level 6 yet. Jokem will force him out a bit.
Oh, W. He almost died.
He got to be careful.
He got hit by the... What's that called? The stomp of the...
The Triceratops?
No, not that one. The one that gives you minus 50% armor is called Petrify something. I'm trying to find that creep. Of course, there's no camps that have it right now.
Don't worry. I'm sure that'll bother you for the rest of the game. So
that's right. You know me too well.
Find it.
I'll find it eventually.
You could just Alt-Tab and, you know, look it up. But
that's right. I don't work like that. I don't do normal things. Oh, there it is. It spawned. Nice. Petrify. Oh, look at that.
Wow, you were correct. What a genius.
Uh-oh.
Snaking. He's going to get swiftly taken out by Talon, and now Amar has to be careful. Gets a big shield crash onto 3 heroes. Uses the Rolling Thunder as well.
They have Wrath of Nature.
And he's not going to try to go for it.
Oh, he actually sent it out now. Just for farming, I guess. Had the Arcane Rune, so he wants to use it.
The mid tower still up and running, by the way, with the DK. Getting it to only half HP at the 10.5 minute mark.
Isn't it ironic that Dragon Knight mid, one of the big assets of this used to be you put DK mid, he constantly pressures the tower and the enemy mid hero can't rotate. And now Prophet does it better.
Prophet does a lot of things.
Placing one Treant.
I really don't want to have this recycled conversation again.
I'm happy to bring it up every day until they change the Treant.
One day it'll happen.
Crit is dead.
Another stack for Jokam.
Kills are rather inconsequential, though. I guess the biggest upside to this for Talon, once again, is Joachim getting some much-needed experience. He's level 5. Just cracked 5, minute 11. Very, very late.
Cuckoo also level 5. I would argue that one is a little bit more important.
It depends,
he
because...
just gets 6. I think he consumed his neutral for that.
Yeah. Sure, having the golem is definitely really...
But it's
important.
a one-time thing, and then it's down forever.
But it's also, you need to have the type of fight that it matters in. Slark level 6 is just a generally really feels good thing. It's good for all stages of the game. It's good for fighting. It's good for farming. It's good for scouting. This hero just transforms completely upon hitting level 6. Whereas Warlock kind of does more of the same. He's still, you know, a team fight guy. Can't really do anything else than that.
Crit wants to set something up here. Doesn't want to make it obvious with his track. So just biding his time.
I think he made it obvious by walking in there, actually. The creep wouldn't have stunned if Crit wasn't there, I think.
Well, 23 Savage doesn't seem to mind. And Snaking coming from the other side, along with Skeeter. This is going to be an easy kill. Probably did not need the Doom, but better safe than sorry when it's position 1. Makoto apparently wants to fight this out. Snaking getting super low. The Frostbite holding Makoto in place. Cuckoo, he's got his level 6, but, you know, it's a CM that will just casually die to the right click of Jokam.
They force the entire enemy team up here, and they're going to get a disengaged Falcons. So, mission accomplished. And I definitely think they should Doom there. I think it's a good Doom cast. The question is if they needed the freezing field, but honestly, I mean, why not? Just throw it all out there. Try to get the quick hit and run, and then if you have to cut someone, cut the Maiden. They did just that. And let's thinking about this in terms of like gold. So the 4K gold lead, you're playing Carry Doom, so it is going to be inflated. He will be leveling up Devour. He's gone Midas. Your mid laner is Prophet. He's going to be stupid rich because he's Prophet. This is not a normal 5K lead in the sense that
that's fair.
We need to put a little bit of an asterisk at the gold constantly, but it still is a very, very significant advantage, make no mistake. But this is the type of lineup that you can beat at a gold deficit for the side.
Jokam forced out the Shadow Dance. Should know that Doom is down. Bottom lane, 23 Savage forcing out a TP from Amar, which forces out the Chaotic Offering from Cuckoo, but TPs are coming. Malrine ready to go, and now the Rolling Thunder from Amar, potentially setting something up as the rest of Talon have come. A big Wrath of Nature, though. As Malrine, he's going to be surrounded. Looks like he's going to be the first to die. Jokam able to pounce away. Shuriken doing a decent amount, actually, but 23 Savage, yeah, just sunder your ally. Your poor support. So a good turn of events for Talon, despite being down 3K.
Just leveraging the fact that they have team fight and Falcons don't, right? The only team fight ability Falcons have is...
okay.
That was a track kill, actually.
Yeah, Diffusal.
The Panko roll is very powerful, but this is not a good area to use it for repeated rolls.
Cost Crit his life. Well, outside of the sentry now.
You say that.
Well, he's not invisible, I guess, either way.
He's fine.
Yeah, he is okay. Gets away with murder. So another Wisdom Shrine. That means 4 of them, I believe, for Falcons so far.
I'll take your tribute.
And Tormentor about to spawn.
They'll get that too.
Falcons are ready to take it.
If they wanted to go there now, they could. I guess it's a little bit awkward for their lineup, to be fair. They don't have a very good lineup for taking it. But they also don't have to. As long as Talon don't get it, I think Falcons are relatively happy to just farm away. This is now going to be the Radiance for Skitter. He sells his Midas.
Okay.
It's one of the more interesting applications of the Devil's Bargain, because usually you would think Doom wants Midas and Radiance, but it should be a bigger GPM increase to sell the Midas to get the Radiance farm speed immediately.
I'm guessing if you rebuy Midas, the cooldown is still applied from the last one.
Yeah, but there's otherwise you would be 6 slotted, yeah.
Yeah, but we've seen some of these bugs occur very recently. It's a big rack of nature again. Jokam inside his ult will still die. And they get the Sand King as well. My goodness.
I mean, that kind of was a non-play. You didn't have Sand King ult. This is a Doom with Radiance. You just tried to initiate into. I think that's kind of a big blunder there.
Well, to be fair, they didn't know he had Radiance.
I guess they had... Weren't they the ones to initiate on him with Dark Vision? They could have clicked on him.
Not everybody does that.
That's true. I'm not saying they knew for a fact, but they had access to the information when they made the play, right? But either way, whether he had Radiance there or not, honestly don't think it matters. They were cooked. They didn't have the damage to kill him. Backup was there from Falcons, and they will continue with their greedy ramp up here with Prophet as well as Doom just farming away. And it feels like Talon should be, especially with this mid Dragon Knight, really trying to take initiative here, right? You've got the Blink Dagger into Mage Slayer second on the way here soon. Mikoto would love to find fights together with his Sand King. Poking and prodding at 23 Savage.
He's at half HP, wants a Thunder target. Obviously can't do it on Amar. Currently spell immune, and that is a kill for Falcons. And the epicenter, that is a yikes. If it was a little earlier, maybe they could have saved 23 Savage. Cuckoo won't bother with a Chaotic Offering, obviously, as he gets run down. And this is getting worse and worse for Talon. Falcons in firm control.
As we talked about before game 1 of the series, Talon looked quite good yesterday. This has not been the same team so far.
And Falcons looked pretty shaky.
Yeah, there's definitely been some leveling here, up and down, since yesterday's games. Falcons now 10k lead, minute 17. It is still slightly inflated, but we're starting to get somewhere here.
Snake King gets his favorite shard in the game, I'm sure, the Crystal Clone.
That one feels really good.
I feel like he just sits in the jungle the whole game once he gets this, and then he exits with a ton of farm.
Is he the greediest 5 in the pro scene?
That's a tough one.
Trying to think of someone who's greedier than him.
On CM, I would say, for sure.
Like, who farms more than Snake King that's a 5? Struggling to come up with anyone.
Dragon Tail onto Amar. Gets burrowed as well. Shield Crash, not enough. No, the Chaotic Offering is actually going to be used, but I'm pretty sure Malorine can just walk away. So a big wasted ult for Talon.
Okay.
He might be able to find crit, though. Dragon Tail, they have the vision for now. And they have the kill as well. So double kill for Mikoto. Maybe they can turn this into a Roche with the Chaotic Offering Golem.
Yeah, I would actually really like to see them do that. If they could somehow force that now, that would be very nice, but that needed to be an instant play call, and Savage needs to be there, and he doesn't have TP, so that's why they can't do it. He's down
Falcons,
bottom.
In 12 seconds, they can instantly fight, so it had to have been quick.
Yeah. I think they would have tried for it if 23 was part of the play, but he was in the bottom half and had no way of connecting. You can't kill it without TP here. He has to do the majority of the damage, so it's still something, right? Like, you got to look at this from Talon's perspective of nothing good has really happened for 5 minutes. Just getting a couple of kills. When you're this far behind, those kills are worth a lot of
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That was Amar's first death in the game. He's avoided death all the other times, just barely looted them with his double shield crash. Not enough that time, though.
Crit has drums. We'll be going for a pipe. as they find Jokam on the high ground. Gets frostbit, but Dark Pact into the Shadow Dance.
my
So they
God,
have
that damage.
so much damage. Following him in that Shadow Dance, Amar going to ignore as Jokam burning ever so slowly to the Scorched Earth Radiance combination. And Amar actually avoiding the enemy hero in order to get Skeeter the kill. That is...
I'm going to chalk that up to a mistake. That does not seem like something Amar would do. I think he just missed.
That looked quite deliberate. I'm going to give him credit where credit's due. If this was... I was going to say 3 years. If this was 6 months ago...
We reached a point now where we're giving Amar credit for missing spells. Good job.
That's true. A crit. He's going to be a very tanky boy.
Yeah. It's one of the
Especially
cool
once
things
he
about
gets,
Bounty.
I love his talent, by the way. Is it the 15?
The shuriken toss slow, or?
No, damage taken and shadow lock.
That's 15, yeah.
15. It's so good.
That one is amazing when you have shard. But yeah, that's one of the things I really like about Bounty Hunter as a hero. When you can buy literally every item, it feels like. There's nothing mandatory. This is not a position 4 that needs to buy defensive stuff. It's not a position 4 that needs to buy blink. This is funny.
He's been there every time. All they want is one Wisdom Shrine.
I got it.
Yeah, they did get
Yay.
it eventually.
But Bounty Hunter's range of items is really wide, right? Some games you see him go Orchid, sometimes you see Yules, sometimes you see Drums, sometimes you see Pipe, Greaves, all this stuff. This time around, it will be the Drum Pipe for crit. Really like that. I think it makes a ton of sense here. Get the Drum for... The type of fights that they're taking are very much run at the enemy team and stick on them with Doom and Prophet, so they benefit a lot from the Drum.
Yeah, good against Upheaval. Especially once you get the...
Buy Bongo Boots later. And yeah, the Pipe against Sand King is just...
mandatory.
Super feels good. I think it's one of the only cores in Dota right now I would say that it's worth buying Pipe against one hero. Because a lot of the time, if the enemy team has one magic damage hero, you're kind of like, do I really buy Pipe for that? Sand King just does so much.
My goodness. Epicenter to follow, though. They've lost one into the Chaotic Offering with the Fatal Bonds. Double kill for WS, showcasing his newly picked up Aghanim Scepter. So a good bait and switch from Talon.
Could have used the Pipe there.
Very true.
They don't have it yet. Not even close.
No, still a ways away, but you can see why they would want it just based on that alone.
To be honest, this is not that bad for Talon, right? Like, they were 10k behind 5 minutes ago. We're down to 7. You're playing against Doom Prophet. They're going to be rich, but their impact per gold should be lower than a hero like Terrorblade. So, all in all, I mean, the last game was over now. So, it's already better. But this does not feel like a given win for Falcons whatsoever right now.
We've seen many a game where Terrorblades can just dominate if given enough time. Has the Manta style now for 23 Savage. Has the... Okay, let me ask you this. When you pick a Slark support, at what point are you like, all right, this is paid off? Like, is the early game the most important, or is it the mid game where you're dewarding?
I'd say it's mainly the mid-late game.
Okay.
Because you're rarely getting payoff in this hero in the early game, right? That's his weakest part, is the laning stage.
Trash in lane. Well, part of it is like, we got through the laning stage with a Slark. That's good. That was worth it then, right?
Oh, you mean like that? Yeah, I guess. If you can draw your lane with Slark, I think that's already really good, right? If you get to that point, because that's when Slark starts paying off, is when he gets to these items like he has now with the Yules plus Shard. The amount of teamfight utility and disruption this hero causes is really significant. And this is a great Slark game. Except if you were playing carry, because then you would get doomed and hate life.
Well, you'd be playing carry Slark in and of itself.
Yeah, so you'd be making a mistake, right? But as support Slark in this game, there's nothing that's really dangerous. You can Dark Pact off Crystal Maiden stuff. Track you can remove. You can break out of Pango Roll.
Yeah.
You can jump out of Sprout. There's actually nothing stopping you from just going in, scouting, resetting, getting out, giving your
if you
team
get
vision.
doomed, then that's a position for getting
exactly.
Doomed, and you're happy.
That's why you don't even mind really getting doomed here, I think. And even if you do get doomed, you're not necessarily dead on the spot, right? Because you can Yule yourself, you can buy some time. So.
Are scanning.
Oh, yeah, they got the dust. Makoto, they've been tracking Crit for quite a while.
He did.
Pay it off with the kill.
First kill of the game for 23 Savage on the Terrorblade. And this should almost bridge the gap for him to get the Pike, which is a very good item against Carry Doom. Pushing him away as he drops Scorched Earth and goes in for the kill. Even if he dooms you, right, you can Pike him away and you probably have a good chance of getting out scot-free. Break out of Sprout with it. I don't know. I'm looking at this Falcons lineup and the early lead they have, but I'm struggling a little bit to envision mid-game teamfights going their way very easily.
Pick up one quick kill onto Snake King. Amar with a good swashbuckle, but there's not going to be any follow-up. There's a Hurricane Pike that you spoke of.
I think do you think it's fair to say that Talon's lineup is just a little bit easier to play in the coming minutes of this game? I'm looking at it like they have the obvious initiation. They have the heroes that are stronger in team fights. They have the hero giving the most information in Slark around the map.
Yeah, it's the easiest to play until Prophet hits 25, Cinder.
That's right. Can always count on that becoming a problem.
Still a ways to go.
But not only that, it's also that it feels like Falcons lineup right now kind of needs to cover some issues through itemization. And that means that's why I'm cautiously saying for the next short while, not in general until the game is over, because eventually Falcons lineup can buy themselves out of trouble with Doom and Prophet getting like something like a Hex and obviously Refresher on Doom eventually, stuff like this to really keep the fight going. But right now, the only initiation you really have is a Pango jump. And you're playing against a Slark Shard, so good luck. Right? It's pretty tough to initiate fights on your terms, and that will give the Roshan over to 23.
Yeah, I mean, they're down 9K. Let's see how much they can get out of this Aegis.
If you had to guess, what do you think the win expectancy is 9K down here?
Maybe 60-40?
It's 53% for Talon.
Oh.
56 now.
Okay.
It's kind of interesting, right? It's not very often we see that, but nature of the
my
lineup.
God! What the hell was that?
Oh, okay. That's a lot of damage.
He just insta-gibbed him.
I can't say with confidence that it wasn't a bug.
What?
But this kill is much bigger.
Epicenter with the axe. Chaotic. Okay, that was definitely not needed.
Calm down.
That was not needed. But a big kill on the left. Maybe he has like 500 ping. You know? Looked like he needed it half a second prior. Actually, you need like 5,000.
That never
makes sense.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I don't think there's a good excuse. This is not a good golem, man. Unless they want to use it for pushing, then fine. There's no Roche to take. There's no Tormentor to take up here. So, but anyway, it's about sending a message to Malrine.
That's true.
Man,
Crit is on top. Oh, Makoto even more on top of it.
Jokem not so much on top of it.
Yeah. A little bit of
right, he didn't miss the Yules,
slight
though.
mistake. He just wants to hit him so he can get that stack. Very nicely done.
Oh my God! If he would have Yuled the creep, I would have lost. That would have been so funny.
Talon have learned their lesson with the Wisdom Shrine. Expect Falcons to be there.
Yep. I think Crit is actually a bit frustrated in this game right now because Bounty Hunter is a hero I play a lot myself, and this archetype of game is one of the worst types to be stuck in, where you have this hero that just wants to fight. You just want to give team info, you want to track, you want to brawl, and there's nobody to play with.
There hasn't been a ton of track.
There isn't an obvious, okay, now we're going to smoke and go for that fight, or let's play this area of the map. They're going to walk into us.
Ooh.
So he's kind of just walking around a bit aimlessly.
Wow, they're dodging spells left and right. Dragon form already used. Skeeter's going to use the Doom onto the said Dragon Knight. 23 Savage in the midst of things. Already at half HP. Has to be careful. This is the BKB target. He's just going to go down. That's life number 1. Nice burst. Into the epicenter onto 3 heroes. WS is owning this fight. Both supports dead to him alone. Will BKB in the retreat. Malrine trying to right-click his way through, but he's going to Hurricane Pike onto the high ground. Amar with the Rolling Thunder. WS gets thundered by 23 Savage.
Oh,
remember,
no.
This is his second life. This is very risky.
No.
This is very bad for Talon.
No.
They lose 2. could have been sick. But it was not. And now Cuckoo will get run down, although TPing out, he's fine. Makoto, he will get out as well.
What makes that even more sad is I actually think WS was fine. He had juked out the play and was ready to get out with
Maybe
Blink,
he has
I think.
500 ping. Half a second earlier, so
Oh, speaking of, imagine they had Golem that fight. That would have been pretty good, I think. But unfortunately, that was on cooldown.
Yeah. But now it's ready.
2.5 minutes
They
ago.
can fight now.
That's right. Now that they don't have Aegis or a carry. Kuko's like, guys, I'm ready. Let's go fight.
That's right.
Yep. Just as I say Falcons struggle to find the fights with their bounty hunter, they finally get one here. But Crit was first to die, though, so I don't think he really benefited much. He and the Crystal Maiden died together to the big epi. And in the coming fight, WS will be a lot trickier to bring down for the counterplay from Falcons, since now he has a Ghost Scepter against the Prophet. And it's not going to be easy to nullify him. I don't think Doom is interested in buying a nullifier as a carry, but maybe he has to. Malrine will oftentimes not be in range to use it. So I really like this purchase here from WS. There were other options. You could have maybe bought Yules. You could have tanked up with a Shiva, but I think the Ghost Scepter is extremely good value right now. The cheapest way to solve the problem is often the best one. It's damage onto Joker.
It's insane. It is actually insane. Makoto, Infernal Blade to start things out, gets off the Dragon Tail. They won't have their Slark support for this. Actually, Doom will be expended. There's the Chaotic Offering, but the BKB shrugs it off for Skeeter. That's the Nightfall away for the Dragon Knight. And Cuckoo's ult. Oh, we have the Epicenter again, this time only onto a couple. And that's the pipe mitigating a lot of it, but Crit will still get right-click down into Oblivion. Skeeter will be force-staffed by Malrine, who TP's out the Burrow Strike just late.
Wait, how
and now the blink for Skeeter.
How could he blink? Was he out of the Immolation Aura?
Probably.
That must have been barely. That's 300 radius from the Golem. I guess he created enough distance. I was not anticipating a blink out from him, so they get out more or less scot-free, only losing the Bounty Hunter. That's a really good outcome for Falcons.
Yeah, now with Chaotic Offering down, Epicenter down.
Middle tower is under
The
attack.
Falcons want to...
Meta down as well.
True. I mean, what are their options here? Do you want to fight immediately, or just take this time to farm? Because we talked about how Malrine can farm with the best of them on this hero.
Yeah.
And of course, the XP department, if he gets that 25, then he becomes a true threat to their base at all times.
I wouldn't mind the fighting approach. I think the big cooldowns on Talon's ults are way more important than your Doom. But
that's a big pickup. Daedalus now.
Definitely looks like they are trying to corner them here. Crit giving the info. Amar.
All right, let's see how much damage he can do to the Slark this time. Ghost Scepter. But the perma-stun, he does get off the Shadow Dance. Yules now will still get stunned again and will drop as the Warlock gonna get tracked, and Amar and company will finish the job there. So 2 supports dead already for Talon. Dragon Form already expended as well. WS does have Epicenter though. Something you have to keep in the back of your mind if you are Falcons.
WS going for the Revenant's Brooch build with the Stinger. So the physical approach to the Axe instead of the magical one with Shiva. Both builds have different merit. This one should be the overall higher damage, but clearly less survivability by not having the slow aura plus armor. But this is also cheaper. So if you just want bang for your buck in terms of killing heroes, this is the best item you can buy now on Sand King. Most DPS per gold. Given that you get Epi off. If you don't get Epi off, this item is garbage.
Yep, you can stand it
Shiva
on a lot
has
of
some
things.
secondary uses at the very least. Well, he's not getting that off.
Oh,
He got
Mark actually
he's
wants to
trying
fight
TP
here. So
out.
Doom expended onto the Sand King, just TP's out. 23 Savage focusing onto Malrine. Chaotic
he's
Offering
dead.
just out of range, but it matters not. They get the Nature's Prophet anyway. Skeeter trying to do as much damage. Actually, Nightfall's away. He's going to be fine. They don't have another stun on top of that. So the Sand King dies, the Nature's Prophet dies, 1 for 1. Important kills for both sides.
That must have been close for WS. He TP'd out on pretty high health, but still died to Doom in the Fountain. I'm guessing it might have just been 1 or 2 seconds off keeping him alive, and that would have been great for Talon. This still isn't too bad. You know, you got the Prophet return kill. You stabilize for a bit, you get to farm. But you did use Golem.
Yeah.
I have to wait for that again if you want to have everything for the fight. But in reality, how important is the golem really in this game? It's always nice to have.
Well, it hasn't been important so far.
I think this spell is honestly a little bit overrated a lot of the time. I think if I could choose a warlock
Fatal Bonds.
Fatal Bonds is his real ult.
Yeah, I would agree.
If that was the ulti and Chaotic Offering was a base spell and then you tweak the numbers, the hero might be better. You know?
I mean, Chaotic Offering does stun through BKB. That's a big deal.
Of course. It's a good spell, don't get me wrong.
Well,
it's just
in
every
this
time
scenario,
we talk about Warlock, we talk about Golem because it's historically so important.
If Fatal Bonds was an ult, it would be undispellable, right?
That would be sick. That would be sick. Holy.
Camel pounce away.
What a hero.
18k lead for Falcons. Crit finally gets level 15, so he gets that damage mitigation while Shadow walks.
See Jokum.
And Jokum gonna get stunned. Amar has been all over this Slark.
He is surviving really long here.
Yep, gets off the Yules as well. This is wasting a lot of Amar's ult timing here as WS goes in. They're going to be able to take out Jokum eventually. WS with the epicenter. Crit is taking the brunt of this damage. 23 Savage with the Hurricane Pike, focusing on Skeeter, who now has to run away. BKB runs out, though. Now he gets pounced, and Makoto will just be able to right-click him down eventually. Double kill for 23 Savage. They buy back onto the Slark, and results in 2 kills, maybe more.
They'll get out the rest of them, maybe? No, they won't. Snake's not getting out.
Or Staff. Yeah, the Yules will find him. So it'll be a 3rd kill going the way of Talon, I think.
Can anyone connect on this? Hello?
Snake King is very elusive, it seems.
All right, there we go.
They get the stun, they get the damage.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. Jokum just bought an eternity, and he did end up dying, and that was in spite of not using Depth Shroud. If he also would have got that off, he might have lived. I think the moment that he used Ghost Scepter, if he could somehow cast Depth Shroud first instead and then Ghost Scepter at the end of that, maybe he even lives. But regardless, this is one of the big assets of this support Slark. You're really seeing it in action here. It's just how much of a lightning rod he is, and you're not even sure you're getting the kill. And you also can't totally ignore the hero, because he's just going to give full vision in the fight. He's going to run around, interrupt stuff, be annoying. And if you do nothing about him, eventually he's just going to hit heroes enough times to get some damage racking up. Right.
Keep in mind, Doom was not used here. He's not going to be up for 30 seconds, but does have his buyback available if he wants to expend it. They're going to focus right now. There's the Depth Shroud used on 23 Savage. Should be safe as a result. Amar continuing to be a nuisance. Of course, neither team knows if Roche is up. It's not quite yet. Guaranteed in the next 10 seconds, though. The very, very late spawn.
I'll see it now.
And this is going to buy time for Falcons, because Doom's ult still there.
This is going to be close. Malrine already TP'd. Malrine TP'd bottom.
All right.
15 seconds on his ability to connect with the fight. This could be really, really close if Falcons wanted to check it. I just don't know if they do.
Yep, it's not the fastest Roche.
They are arriving. Crit.
Yeah, the vision advantage definitely in favor of Talon right now.
They're giving up on it for now.
Roche is only at half HP as Makoto goes to the high ground. 23 Savage getting gone on by Amar. Big ult from the Nature's Prophet. 23 Savage super low, gets the BKB up. The Thunder does nothing. He is dead. 80 seconds on the deck in the pit. Roche is going to beat the shit out of the Sand King as well. So 2 dead for Talon, and just like that, Falcons with a massive advantage. Rolling Thunder now from Amar. Going to force out the BKB on Makoto. Will Nightfall away? No bash.
That was pretty unlucky for
Into
Amar.
the pit they go. Jokum will find his way to the grave, and Roche is all for Falcons. They get the goodies.
Dear. That's one of those situations where now Talon are just sitting there. Guys, if we had just done nothing, it would have been infinitely better. They kind of gave this to Falcons with the way this was set up, but it wasn't obvious that this was going to end poorly. I have to say, though, I did not like the Dragon Knight initiation. Makoto really forced the issue. They're blinking onto the enemy high ground alone to start off that fight. I think it's much better to let Slark play that role, let the fight develop a little bit, and then you find your targets, you get a big epi, instead of taking the fight into just a disadvantageous position that you didn't really need to. Falcons reap some major rewards out of that, and, well, this could just be the beginning of the end, honestly.
It could be. That's
this
one
is
lane.
At least 2 lanes. Nature's Prophet is very good at pushing. He's not even 25 yet. If he was 25, it would have been GG 30 seconds ago.
Rolling Thunder forcing Talon back. Sand King's up in 5 seconds. Terrorblade in 10. They won't have the Slark for this fight if it does start here.
This is 2 lanes.
But too much damage to the buildings. 2 sets for Falcons. They'll be able to walk away safely in all likelihood as well. Amar, though,
Get top.
showing himself. Oh, the Dragon Tail. The sound goes off, but the blink is too quick. And there you're seeing the Shadow Walk from Crit with the Shard being applied to Amar, so they both get the damage mitigation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now the lead massive for Falcons.
And they didn't even expend the Aegis to get these 2 lanes, so they still have they're still in a very strong position heading into the next fight. Big item being picked up on Snaking as well with the E-Blade on Maiden. Classic sight, of course. We see that all the time. Crystal Maiden's getting 6 slotted and standard in modern Dota.
I mean, on Snaking, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. It's really good here, though. There's so much physical damage, right? Sand King, Terrorblade, Dragon Knight.
And Amar being a nuisance. Runs into the Slark again. Feels like he's got radar for him at all times. Yeah, and now the Dagon's starting to come out sooner because Malrine is level 25.
Everybody loved that.
Oh yeah, the Mjolnir charge on him as well. Yeah, Dragon Tail into the Dagon. God, that must feel so good.
Gotta say, they were ready for it though, right? They're completely on top of it. They have the Dagon as he hits 25, so...
Well,
a lot of the times we're seeing
when you play against something for a full year without it being patched,
yeah,
you know, you get used to these kind of things.
I just feel like I've seen a lot of pro games, even in the last couple of months, where Prophet reaches 25 and nobody has a solution. Then they're like, oh shit, we need to get something against France.
Yeah, those are the teams with major ADHD. Okay. As Slark will die, Skeeter gets credit for that. That is the Doom down. Now. 60 seconds with no Slark. Even a Nullifier coming online for Mr. Skeeter. Well, Dragon Tail initiation of the Burrow Strike. That's a dead Snake King, and like you talked about, that's a very important hero in terms of farm. And the Rolling Thunder onto the sideline, just again creating a nuisance. They actually use Chaotic Offering on top of Amar. Has the shield crash though for a lot of damage mitigation. Will swashbuckle away.
Wow, that was a
Shadow
really
Walk.
clutch Shadow Walk.
And Malrine in the trees, but they have the vision. This is life #1 for him. Big Wrath of Nature after the fact. Crit continue to give vision. They have the surround tactics though, as Malrine getting melted. Amar gets a nice swashbuckle, killing one, but WS with the epicenter on the sideline. Malrine finally does drop, has the buyback if he needs to use it, but they get the Terror Blade. Makoto will die next. Double kill for Skeeter, alive during all of this. And if they wanted, they could buy back on Nature's Prophet and just end things right now. Of course, they're not 100% sure on the buyback situation, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So things will settle down a bit. Not quite over yet. 31K lead for Falcons.
And we are starting, again, you can definitely tell the promise from Talon's fights. If this wasn't such a numerically hard game right now, I definitely think they have...
Oh man, the Alpha Wolf, by the way. We didn't talk about that. I love seeing it.
Yep.
I feel like that's an older school build that we didn't see for a long time. It was Centaur Hoof Stomp for Doom.
Yeah.
Always.
And now that you're playing carry Doom, there's just so much value.
Yeah. Love it.
Pack Leader's Aura, obviously also great for the Prophet to play with, getting that extra damage. All right, they're going to try to poke the high ground here.
Yeah, push is not quite as potent without the Nature's Prophet. He'll be back in 30 seconds. Oh, Doom applied to Slark. They know he doesn't have buyback. Trying to limp back to base, but I think he's just ticking out here.
Yeah, it's a 25 talent Doom, so he can't use his Yules.
And out. No way to get back in the game. And oh, that was a Sand King that evaporates.
Okay, the Slark death is one thing. That Sand King death, I don't understand what just happened. Why was he there?
No.
Okay, well,
it doesn't matter. Game is over.
That's game, yeah.
Surely.
Prophet's just going to TP in here and spawn a Treant, and it will end the game alone. Let's see it. Here it comes. Here
there
comes Greater
is.
Treant. This is Bobby.
Cactus.
Oh,
very powerful.
Honestly, the banner not working on this is really bad. I think it should work on Treant.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is the second tier 4 down in favor of Falcons, as this is the beginning of the end for 23 Savage. Coming to get a nice Thunder onto Amar. Able to Rolling Thunder away, though. And Cuckoo gets the Death Golem out, but it matters not. Dragon Knight all alone. GG's called, and that is a 2-0 for Falcons.
Yeah, fair to say, just overall better this series. This game was a little more interesting. Talon showed some moments of opportunity, and despite being down by 10k 17 minutes in, we were approaching a mid-late game where it looked possible. A couple of their fights were quite well structured. They got, in my opinion, a lot of value out of their force arc. But then ultimately a couple of fights, and especially for me, the pivotal moment, the Roshan that they tried to go for. They got 3-man killed. They lost the Roche with Aegis and Banner going Falcons' way.
I'm not going to lie.
Put it to good use.
Skeeter, Doom, I'm going to say carry Doom has, it has its time in the sun for sure. It's shined from time to time, but a lot of times it does falter. I feel like 17-2 is insane.
He played great this game.
That is insane on a Doom.
And he was 3rd highest damage in his team.
That's pretty crazy.
Malrine #1 and Pango #2, and then Skeeter closely after. These are almost the same number in the 2nd place, basically tied with ATF, but yeah, Amar, in my opinion, put on an absolute clinic on Pango. The reason I'm really impressed with him in particular in this game is that when you're playing Pango with no setup, there's a lot more that comes down to you seeing moments of opportunity yourself and getting a good roll-off.
Yeah, that's true.
That is a lot harder when you're not having an obvious way of entering fights like a Sand King stun, Dragon Knight stun, whatever it is. So want to give him massive props. I really think Amar popped off this game. And keep in mind, this was an off-lane Pango doing this amount of damage and having that impact.
Yeah.
So, great job.
Yep, he owned it up. Falcons owned it up. This game was a little bit more competitive, though, than game #1, which was a complete dumpster fire, for being honest. But yeah, Falcons will take this 2-0, and I believe we're ready for Sheever.
Falcons is 3-3 after this series. A nice 2-0 for them this game, as our commentary team says. It was a bit more back and forth compared to game #1, but it did still feel like Falcons was in control for the majority of it. I'm here with Jenkins, Effie, and BSJ. And Ryan, this game for Falcons, it felt in control, but it was, as I said, was more back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, what it felt like was that even though Flipster had their own information gather in the form of the Slark, it felt like Crit just had so much more impact on the map, and Snaking was somehow on a slow Crystal Maiden in terms of somehow able to follow the Bounty Hunter around and invade, and there were so many times that 23 Savage was getting basically set up on by the 2 supports, and then any of the other 3 cores, whether it was Doom coming in and just dooming him real quick, or Pangolier coming in with his blink later on. It felt impossible for Terrorblade somehow to farm, which is something I don't find myself saying very often. So really cool map play coming out from Falcons. Just honestly looked like the better team, and I like the adjustments they made since yesterday. Very impressive.
Yeah, Crit did a great job, like, outside of making the lane playable for Pango, which is a feat in and of itself. Like, you saw that after they were getting kills in certain lanes, he would, like, instantly go to enemy triangle, try to leech XP from the Sand King, like, just look for tracks, look for ways to be a nuisance. And because of Falcon's ways to ability to instantly connect on the track, they were able to capitalize so many times, whether it was Nature's Prophet TPing in, or when Pango gets the blink, we saw him TP into a roll, into a blink, like catching Terrorblade like 2 screens away from him. And they were able to make so many early game plays like that.
Yeah, they were. And a lot of them were actually on Slark. Like, he was doing the scouting, getting information, and he was actually doing a good job at that. He was being annoying, but he was 3-14. Like, the thing is, Slark can give you that informational advantage, but so can BH, and then BH is Invis standing on a Slark, and, like, sure, Slark is going to see that his passive goes away, so there's a BH on him, but usually Slark is there, like, setting up first, right? And the BH is there, and then, like Effie said, Nature's Prophet TP's in. Like, Yokam just had no game. This looked like Slark in my pubs when people are trying to be 9 class.
I will be nice here. It looked like Saxa's Slark when Thunder has a bad game, because he has the same. I think this is a Slark problem, not necessarily the player problem, right?
I think Falcons just played around it really well. Like, they clearly think that BH plus the connection heroes that Miro was talking about, like, these are the answer.
I'll make an argument real quick in defense of the Slark. So the way I vision the formula for Flipster Talon, just based on the order of which they picked their heroes, they had Sand King Slark at the very start. Slark's going to give you the vision. Sand King's going to blink Burrow Strike somebody, and then somebody else has to connect onto that and kill that guy. And who's that guy? You have a Terrorblade, you have a DK, but DK is also like the blink stun guy. He's not the guy that's killing the person that you're stunning. So initially I liked the Terrorblade a lot because it helped with their map play, but then I just realized I would have loved a PA and Ursa, something that just made their plays, like this vision that Slark's supplying, punishing on the side of of Falcons. Like, it felt like they would just walk away anyways, most of
Yeah, like the TB was kind of like a halfway point between the Ursa and the Medusa, where they should have just all-in.
It's a little bit better on the map, but it doesn't...
It's better on the map, yeah, but they should just get something that jumps and kills with the Slark information.
Yeah, that's what I would... Against a hero like Nature's as well, because that's a hero that if you do catch him on the map, he will die to that kind of combo. Yeah.
They never really got the first jump anyway, though, is the thing. Like, they were always the ones getting jumped on by Falcons, which really isn't what Flipster Talon wanted to.
No, it really isn't. I will say there was a progression for Flipster Talon from game 1 to game 2, but at the end of the day, the progression that we saw from Falcons from day 1 to day 2, Brian, was just bigger.
Yeah, I think the fact that they're picking a core that has mobility on the map, like the first game we saw Monkey King, they even did that in their series yesterday, and then having this Nature's Prophet, that just showed up so many other problems from yesterday. You don't see anybody who's in the back lines not able to get flanked or jumped on. The Pangolier with the Blink Dagger, just very different vibe than the 3 cores. Like, they had like Tide, Bristle, Timber in one of their games yesterday. That was just a bit lacking.
Mallory definitely convinced me on his Nature's Prophet in this game. Not that I necessarily needed convincing, but you see
it was really important to Malrine that he convinced.
Yeah, I think he really cares about that. But just, you know, whenever you see somebody playing one of your favorite heroes in Dota, you're always like, this guy he doesn't know how to do the different tricks. But there was one time he was cutting creeps with the Treant. He had a triple creep wave, and he Mjolnirs it, and he kills all of the creeps with the Mjolnir. I was like, this guy's been playing this hero a lot. Like,
what a nerd.
This is some nerdy stuff that you do where, like, clearly Falcons has decided it's important for their draft that they get Nature's Prophet, maybe because they're picking Carry Doom and there's different stuff they want to try in, like, the side lane, so, like, Nature's Prophet just enables these things, but Malrine looked really good on it.
Yeah, he did, and it fills me with joy that he probably was able to catch the entire conversation that we just have. Hey, Malrine, how are you doing? Congratulations on the series.
Thank you, I'm good. Could be better.
Could be better? This is a 2-0, my man. What could be better?
But I can remind you yesterday, so like...
Hey, I feel like you guys... This is actually a serious question, because I feel like you guys have had a rough day 1, you know, more frequently, and that's not a bad thing. I want to congratulate you not only on the series, but also on being with Falcons, the only team to have played in every single tournament this year. Because, you know, if you're gonna struggle on day 1 of events, it makes sense if basically that's the only break you kind of get, you know? Because I want to know, how do you deal with that? Because literally every single tournament, dude, that's a lot.
I think in previous years it wasn't really the problem, since like we was winning a lot, but now it's actually we're getting tired since like we're not winning, and it's just getting on the nervous. So like we considering to take some breaks, honestly, because there's gonna be, since we didn't really want this year, we're gonna like play more probably for TI and Riyadh. We're gonna put the more effort and pressure on that.
Yeah, I mean it's an incredibly filled agenda. So taking the breaks, very important. What do you do if you're, you know, you didn't take breaks apparently this year, but if you were, what would you do?
I mean, I'll just probably something special. I'm just gonna come to my home, come to my family, spend some time, take a rest, like chill with my girlfriend, like just casual stuff. There's nothing.
Just get a like, mental reset.
Yeah, mental reset. I'm not available to do something like a trip, you know. It's probably gonna be after big tournaments like Riyadh or TI. So it's just gonna be something simple.
Yeah, I mean, I can see you're on bootcamp now as well, so I would imagine that for you, being home is the luxury rather than traveling.
Yeah,
you want to be home.
I'm kind of simple, man. You know, being at home and just chilling, eating the food that I'm usually eating, it's already enough for me. I'm enjoying.
I mean, that's good life. This series, though, you just played also good life. Great Nature's Prophet. I have to ask you about different hero though, because we saw you experiment a little bit with the Doom in the middle lane, with not the greatest success. So can you tell me a little bit about that and what the plan is/was?
I think that we just wanted to have like more carry hero, something like that, and feel like, I mean, obviously, yeah, it didn't went actually good. Maybe there are some holes and just bad things, but generally, not sure this was actually a good idea to pick the Doom. So like, I was available to play another hero, but we just committed to idea and didn't work. It didn't work out. It's fine. Like we'll figure out what we're gonna do the next.
That man, you gotta keep things, you know, a little flexible on the hero pool anyway.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying a lot of heroes, so like it just kind of was experimenting, you know.
Yeah, and it didn't work out in the Doom, but obviously I'm sure that maybe the next time it might. But also, one thing that's traditional for Dream Leagues is that we have a patch in the middle, and there's talks of a patch. What do you want? What's on your wish list? Which mid hero would you really like to play mid again? That you can't. I know we have had this conversation before, and you mentioned at that point this was a year ago. You wanted Batrider to be back in the mid. Didn't really happen.
Batrider is kind of boring hero. It's like you just snowballing the lane. But for now, I already even answered because we're in the media, and for me it stays the same. I wanted 3 heroes at least back to the meta, and like tier 1 is gonna be Primal Beast. Have we ever seen this hero like being alive for like last year?
Okay.
It's just insane. Like, do people just keep nerfing and nerfing? I don't understand why. Second hero should be Tusk. Tusk just nowadays is like top hero, but come on, like you can just bring the meta of mid Tusk. Like even Tundra 9 was doing it.
Yeah.
Why can't I? And the third is gonna be Pagne. It goes the same to Tusk. Is like I'm actually fun because of Pagne. Since Dobson was playing NTI, I don't remember which one. It was 9 or 8. He was playing a lot of mid Pagne, and since this time I was actually spamming Pagne a lot. And like just nowadays this Pagne just doesn't work out at all.
Yeah, only as support, and even that maybe not that good at the moment.
Even support is not. It's kind of rough.
Yeah. Well, I'll write it down on the wish list. We'll see if your wishes come true on that. I'm also going to send you over to Brian, who's asking some more questions to you.
Yeah, I was curious about Reen. So flex picking has always been something that we've seen in professional Dota, but I personally feel like ever since you guys won all the tournaments last year and you guys seemed like the one team that was flexing all 3 roles, do you feel like you guys are responsible at all for more and more, like a team needs to be able to flex pick in the draft?
I think it's kind of dependent on the hero and like on the players, but draft, I mean, obviously like flex is like one of the important things in the draft, so like you want to make it harder for the enemies, but I think it's not very necessary. It's like you can even commit the heroes, but it's just about your confidence and about the heroes.
And lastly, on this new patch, like since you guys seem to do this every patch, the flex thing, like you literally talked about trying to do mid and all of that, like how do you guys coordinate in terms of who's practicing what? Like, are you guys theory crafting at the start of the patch? These heroes are ones we think we could play in all 3 roles?
Yeah, I see. A poll I would say is kind of individually. Like some of the heroes we can like suggest to try. There's like a lot of suggestions could be in the new patch, but most of the times you're just playing the pubs and you just basically just looking at the patch notes and you can like you figure out that what can be actually better. Like I for example, I'm doing this all the time. Like I'm just thinking about some heroes, I'm thinking the current meta, and like maybe this hero could work, maybe this hero could not, and like I'm just like thinking, and I'm trying to like build something new.
Awesome, man. Yeah, it's always fun to see what you guys cook up. Look forward to seeing more of you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to that as well, and I believe something more of it will be already later today. Good luck against your series against your cool brothers. Once again, congratulations on a great series, and I'm sure we'll talk another time.
Yeah, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
And we're also going to check in with Misery, who has some flavor to add to this show today.
Yeah, so you know how a lot of the heroes have a lot of skins in Dota?
Yes.
And sometimes it can be hard to determine what hero you're actually looking at when you're watching the game. So I got a little game for you guys, and the idea is you're gonna see an image. It's really blurred out, and then you can decide to guess what hero it is right there. If you guess, and you write it down on your whiteboard, and you guess correctly, you get 4 points.
This hero's
4
Misery.
points.
Yeah, that's me.
Have we
Right.
started?
Hey, do we get a point?
You all get a million points.
No, but they didn't guess it.
True. Okay, you
So
guys
is there winning and losing in this one?
What's that?
So there's going to be a winner and a loser.
There will be a winner and a loser in the end.
So it's not just
And we're
points for fun.
Okay, wait, so you said 4 points. Is there like another way that you're going to like reveal information to us?
Just so we get that clear. So if you win the first, you guess on the very blurred one, and you win, then you get 4 points.
Yeah.
You can decide to not guess, and then it gets less blurred.
Okay.
That can happen 4 times.
How many?
Each time-
If you're wrong, do you get to guess again or no?
No, you do not. You
You
have
get the
one
lock
guess.
in
You get one guess.
You gotta,
with the lock in.
and you gotta log it in. You gotta write it down on your whiteboard, so there's no cheating going on.
Cheaters.
And every time you get a less blurred image, then you lose a point as well when you win eventually, right?
Okay. Yes.
So these are the rules.
Okay.
I think we're ready for the first image then.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's check it out.
Prepared for Mr.
What the heck? heck is this the most
Oh
blurred?
my God.
That's literally nothing. Who's guessing that?
Okay, wait. When will we know what the like? Are you gonna cue us when it's gonna be on?
I mean, you guys can take a little bit of time.
No,
to consider.
I'll write it and you tell me.
Okay. You write it and you tell me. I will tell you.
Oh wait, we're together. I thought it was.
Yeah,
okay, that's why you were telling. I was like, oh.
I think I know the skin.
Can we see it again? Oh wait, it's there.
Yeah, I think that's like it's in that realm.
But
I'm not,
isn't
like,
it
confident
more
to guess
likely
on.
for it to be the other?
Yeah, I think
I'm
you're right.
fine to
I think
wait.
you're right.
Remember, you can only guess once.
I'm fine to wait till.
No, it's with.
Like.
Yeah, that
more
one.
information.
That's what I'm thinking.
One more thing,
I
guys.
think you're on the right track.
If you guess right now and the other team does not, do not reveal.
Yeah.
You know, wait for the others.
Did you guys lock
Okay,
it?
so
We locked it
if
in.
we think
Do we
that
have to?
they're
No,
wrong,
we don't have to. We won't.
Wait, but do we have to lock it in?
No, you choose when you lock it in. That's the point.
If you lock it in and you guess correct, you get 4 points.
But if we don't have to reveal, we don't have to say.
You can also just say we wanna pass this one and get a less
wanna
blurred
pass?
image.
Yeah, we're
Entrusted.
passing.
Why are we passing?
Because we get like a more revealed image, and we'll get 3 points if we get it right.
But we can get 4 points.
Wait, is there a chance for us to get 4 and they're getting 3? Or
Yeah,
if we get,
if we guess now.
But
These
if we
games
guess
seem
now,
straightforward to me. I'm on your page here.
No, but if we guess now and we got it right, surely they don't get to guess again.
Yeah, we get to guess.
No, then they're like out because they don't get points because they're not
We
right.
reveal
No,
the guesses
Guys,
at the
I
end.
explained the rules. They're not that complicated.
This is very
I get it.
Are
I
you
get it,
guys
okay.
locking in or not?
Do you want to guess now or do you want to wait for?
Feel
If they're not, the reward now is only
It's like
1
I like.
point. That's
I think
not
it's on the
worth-
right track,
If
but
the reward-
I feel like this is not a
if
Pass.
the re-
We passed.
Yeah, if the reward was 4 points, we would have
Cheever,
gambled.
Jenkins,
passed.
you guys pass.
Right.
It's locked
Okay,
in.
tentatively, we're
I'm
not
gonna
locking it.
insta-lock
in.
it.
Alright,
Response from
tentatively.
Effie and
Okay.
DSJ soon here.
We're also passing.
We're passing.
You're also passing.
But I feel like we could also add. Okay, whatever.
No. We're,
Okay, it's locked in now.
No,
no, we're not locked in.
It's not locked in.
No, we need
We're
you to reveal
passing.
to
We need the
points.
level 2.
Yeah. The passing is locked in.
Oh,
Okay, the
yeah.
We're
passing
moving
is
on.
locked in.
Yeah.
Let's check out the next picture.
That's misery.
This is.
Oh, there it is.
I think it's the same. I think I want to lock it in.
We would like to guess.
You're not gonna. We're both. guessing
Whenever
at
you
the
guys
end.
feel ready to guess, you
Yeah.
just
No,
write
we-
it down on your whiteboard.
We already
and
did.
You,
It's locked in.
and you claim.
Claim.
We have good.
We have.
Now it's up to
So we
DSJ
still
and
need-
Effie
I
to
don't think
decide.
it's that one. It looks like a different color.
Can you put it back in?
That's what she said.
Wait, I have a question.
Why not? Why not?
You have a question, Shiver? What is it?
I'm thinking it's something like.
Well,
Okay,
they're
let's guess.
discussing-
Let's guess. Let's lock it in.
Yeah, let's lock it. You guys, you gotta lock it in. We're needing more speed on this, is what we've been
You think
told.
so?
Well, we have. By the way, we have five heroes.
Yeah, so we should hurry.
Is that what
We
you
don't
want
want to
to
be
put?
all night.
I want to like go to the next round and just have this be quick, so we can say reveal more of the image.
Okay, so should we lock
No,
it
I
in?
want to pass and see what the like. I think they
These
don't have. There's
fucking
no
two.
way they're getting.
These
Fine.
two.
There's
are
no
you-
way
I'm
that's enough.
down with it.
Go.
Okay,
No. Don't look at the answer. I didn't see it. What?
It's right.
Okay.
What? We haven't guessed yet.
Okay,
We
well,
can't just turn it around before.
I guess there's a little confusion with the rules, even though I think
Misery.
I
I feel like this is very obvious what the rules are.
I agree.
But then,
I think.
Why did you
Just go next because
They
we have
don't get
5
any
more.
points because of that.
Just go next round. That was the test round. We'll go again.
Fine, that was the test round.
we would also like
We
to
are-
lock it in.
This
This is the next
one.
picture, guys.
It was Viper then, though.
Yeah, it was Viper.
It was
We
Viper.
are-
Yeah, well, we would have had that anyway. That's
So
what
we
were
got
guessing.
4 points, basically.
I have not a clue.
That's not
Pass,
enough.
no.
Okay, Mira, are you ready to pass?
I'm ready to pass.
Hang on.
It looks like it's a turnip up and on the side.
Can we?
Oh.
We guessed turnip.
No,
I'm
we
happy
don't.
to guess one
There's
hero.
another
There's only
hero.
one hero I'm happy. Like,
Turnip
meaning
is not-
I would be. This
Turnip
would be
is
what I would
vegetable.
choose.
I did drugs. That's why.
I'm perfectly content with that.
You're content with that one.
But
Okay,
I thought we
we're-
were doing skins. So couldn't that just be cosmetic also? Or?
It could,
I mean-
but it could be like
Pass.
It could be misleading.
Pass.
Yeah.
Next round. We want.
Are we
that's
locked in
cool.
or you want to pass?
Shiver, Jenkins,
We
you're.
can lock it in.
Okay, we're locking in.
Okay, cool. Don't reveal.
Yeah,
now,
don't reveal. We're not
okay,
Jenkins. We're not
that's
stupid
good.
here.
That's good. Let's
Okay,
see the
that's
next
fine.
picture.
Oh yeah, I think that's. I think it's this
Are you?
with the
I can't
cosmetic.
tell what
Oh, yeah.
this is.
I think it's something else.
Yeah.
Oh well, we locked.
Okay,
What do you think? it
we're
is?
locked in.
We're locked in.
Okay, they're
We're
locked in.
Let's see the reveal.
Oh, you think it's an ogre?
You can't. You
No,
already
we were
locked
just
it.
asking. Yeah.
What did you guys guess?
Oh, I put. Oh, I was close.
It's
DK?
neither. No,
Tiny.
It's DK.
Oh, it was,
It's been like half
guys,
credit.
it was Dragon Knight. Very unlucky.
Okay, nobody's got points.
It's
yet.
because of the
Well, it
blue
wasn't
blue
night,
next
at
to
least
it.
that
the bush
still
got me.
0-0.
The
I
bush
know
is
this
what got
one.
me.
I know this one. Yep.
Well, you know this one.
I want to lock it in, please.
Okay,
Oh,
there's
I-
like a bush over there.
I know
that's
this one.
misleading. We gotta like see the whatever.
Would
this
you
is.
agree?
I was thinking
Shout out
maybe.
to her.
But it's gone now.
Show it again. It's
Okay.
behind you as well, Mira.
Guys, listen up. To build the suspension next time, we do the reveal
Oh, wait a
with
minute.
the,
No.
with the steins. and then we do the hero afterwards.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Do you trust me?
No. No, I think I'm right.
I might have
I know this one.
I might have it.
Okay.
I think I'm right.
I'm
I'm down.
if I
down?
get this wrong, I'll let you guess.
Wizard, can I change teams?
I'm right.
I think I'm right.
You can
Then
flip
doesn't
it
that
if
mean
you
we
want.
should go to the next round?
No.
And wait and see?
No, because we're high
Okay,
risk.
we're
high
locked
rewarding.
in.
They're locked in.
Are you guys locked in?
Okay.
What are we doing?
I will go for you, but I.
Okay. How about you guys both write what you have,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and just to
I will write mine in little
Who's
below
right over
it, just to make sure that I can prove people right if I think
Okay.
that I told you so.
Okay.
Yes, go for it.
Okay, but if you do this, I guess you get one less point.
We're locked
Let's
in.
see. Let's see the real.
1, 2.
I should
What?
pass it to you.
Okay, that.
Okay, you're
No
both wrong.
way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
What? Okay, yeah, we put Naga as well, so at least
Okay.
I thought it was Naga. He thought it was Silence.
That was
That was
Jenkins right
powerful.
there.
That was
Nice.
powerful.
Yeah.
And we have to hit the next
Well
one.
done. Well
there
done.
are no more points, I've been told.
How are there no more points?
Wait, we
Isn't
just
there
won.
5?
This is
Because
good.
we-
No. There are more reveals to come.
Okay, perfect.
You guys ready for the next one?
Yes, yes.
No.
Comeback time.
Sorry, Biz. I don't know if you hear our
Okay.
producer, Misery.
Unfortunately, we don't have time.
He's
We
really
don't
good
have
at the
time.
flavor roll.
I would like to
He's
get
really
Misery
good
here.
at this.
I am sorry that
Thank you.
Jenkins doesn't understand basic rules, Misery.
I guess it took too long.
I
That's an
think
awesome game, Misery.
it's nice. The only points that are on the board is ours. So that's nice. We won. Congratulations.
Let it be known that we would have guessed the next
Yeah,
two.
he sabotaged
We
the
would have guessed the
competition. I
next
just like
two.
to
I
point
think you
out.
would.
Clearly-
I think we should
clearly
continue
we
this quiz another time because there's definitely more to.
And it
to
definitely
guess.
matters who wins.
Yeah.
People care.
But I think there's a break, right? I heard
Yeah, there is.
in my ear.
Yeah, we should
from a
throw a
bird.
break. Would you want to throw a break?
Yes. We're going to a break.
Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening. Round around noontime, round about noontime, baby. 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all. I don't
to break free. Well, I don't know what I'm thinking of, but I can't get her out of my mind. When she walks in the room, I take one look at her, and all I wanna do is make her mine. But you know that you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. She's only 5'3", but she's got a little spell on me. All she does is snap her finger, and you know it brings me to my knees. Yeah. I don't care what the people say. She's got everything I need. She makes my heart grow weak with everything she does, right from her head down to her feet. But you know that you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. She's driving me crazy, and I'm out of my mind. But you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome, friends, as we prepare for the second half of the day here on day number 2 of DreamLeague Season 26. I've gotten a lot of split series. I need some wins. I need some PogChamp Pandas. So glad you could all join me as we get into the second half of the day here on day number 2 of Group Stage 1 action, where Effie has already been able to witness some of the action, but Pyrian is here.
Yes, hello.
More Dota?
I'm ready, baby.
Yeah?
Yep.
You look ready.
I watched it yesterday. I played last night when we got back to the hotel. I'm ready to watch some more and then go home and play some more.
So day 1, you told me that you had some very good games in your pubs. Did day 2 match that?
They were good.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were good. We had a lot of fun. Good. Listen, let me tell you, one of the games I had, Neil, I played Invoker mid. I went 12-2 and 24. Who could have ever imagined something like that happening?
Ain't no way.
Yeah.
He's capable.
Clearly, I had no
Capable man
idea.
right here.
Thank
You're
you.
very welcome.
Okay, well, I don't know how likely it is that we'll be seeing that hero. It's been somewhat unpopular.
It's kind of a BZM only special.
It really is.
But yeah, he's the problem is you go to lane and even with an ultel you have like 48 right click damage.
It's brutal.
You lose to everybody.
I'll tell you someone, though, who doesn't often lose lane, though, and that's Doom. And I have a feeling that in this Liquid versus Aurora series, we might be seeing some of that hero, especially in Aurora's hands. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Neil. Aurora played some carry Doom yesterday. Now, I know we just saw it in the last match, but this happened yesterday. This was some meta being set over here. And what ended up happening was a little draft switcheroo by Aurora in their series yesterday. So I have some fun little clips to show you. Roll the reel, please. Look at this. They first pick Doom, and their opponent's like, huh, we just pick Medusa, very easy. We don't worry about not being able to heal because we got all this mana, so we'll just play Medusa against you. And Aurora's like, haha, laughing to themselves secretly. They pick 2 generic supports. They're up against a Mirana, an Elder Titan, a Kunkka. They pick a Darkseer. Wait, I thought Doom was their offlaner. No, it's now Darkseer. Then they pick a mid-storm because there's no disable, and their opponents are like, well, I guess the only good carry left is Gyrocopter. And then Nightfall's playing carry Doom against a Medusa, and he's mana draining the Medusa because they can't play Medusa carry because if they do, then it's against a Darkseer, and that's not a good time. So Nightfall basically gets Giga farmed in this lane. He mana drains the Medusa, who normally bullies whatever carry she's up against if she is playing offlaner, but Nightfall just kind of gets to do whatever he wants. Look at this, Jab's dying a second time now here, 7 minutes in. So Doom is kind of going wild in this game. He gets Midas first, which is very, very normal here for Doombringer, but then he ends up selling it later. Look at this, we are 14 minutes of the game, sells his Midas, instantly buys a Radiance. So at 14 minutes, he's running into these fights doing 60 magic damage in an AoE. Very, very impactful. 18 minutes later, look at this. He even turns off his Radiance because his opponent's nightmared. He's thinking about all the small stuff. And then later on, when he finds the Gyrocopter or the Kunkka, he puts the Doom on him, and he basically guarantees these kills. And he continues gaining net worth. Keep an eye on his net worth in the upper left. I mean, we're 32 minutes into this game. He hasn't died a single time. 12, 0, and 6. Carry Doom from Nightfall. Just big team fight impacts, lots of AoE damage. He gets the BKB. He gets all the good stuff. The Sanjin Yasha. He's harpooning himself in. He's almost dying. Nah, he doesn't die. He doesn't die. He doesn't die this entire game, actually. Just incredible performance from him. You got to watch out for this when you're playing against Aurora. And now that Falcons is also on top of it, carry Doom is just one of those things you got to worry about now. So maybe Doom's going to get first phase banned if you got to worry about trickery like this.
Thank you. I wouldn't be surprised, especially coming from a former off-lane player, that Nightfall had it in his arsenal. And Effie, we saw that Doom is being made more of a flex. Maybe in Malreen's hands in mid, we're not as encouraged, but teams are trying to figure out if we can make Doom be less obvious as an offlaner.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the mid flex for sure, but maybe there is a potential for it somewhere in the future. But the carry to offlane flex that trended in last Slam 3, and Nightfall was one of the people doing it. And you definitely need to be able to respond to things like Medusa that comes out early game in the phaser. If you get Terrorbladed, right, you need to switch the lane around. We just saw Falcons actually get TB'd on their Doom. They ran a carry Skater. He did a great job. So that hero is definitely looking solid as a carry.
Would you describe him as a hero that does well if the lane doesn't go well? Because he can go and devour things and maybe get his Midas, but we've seen him mid fail badly, carry went well against an opponent that couldn't do anything against him. Would you expect him to be a hero that if the lane doesn't go well, the carry Doom is still going to be able to farm his way back up?
For sure. I mean, that's one of Doom's biggest strengths. That he can kind of make money out of nothing. But I would argue that for carry Doom, that's a lot more comfortable than it would be for offlane Doom. Like if you're running offlane Doom and you're playing catch up, you're just going to get run over by the enemy team. But as a carry, you do have a lot more leeway, like you mentioned.
And for flexing on the side of Liquid, as you may have seen if you watched yesterday, it might not be as much of a specialty since they have a V-Tune subbing in. And if you did catch Liquid at all, well, don't worry. I will bring you up to speed on what the team's been up to this year.
In 2025, Team Liquid find themselves barely finishing in the top 8 for most of their appearances. At the same time, however, they are currently the back-to-back PGL Wallachia champions, beating Tundra and Paravision in the grand finals of Season 3 and 4 respectively. Sticking with their stable members of Insania, Boxy, Nisha, and Mickey, together with their newest recruit, Saberlight, this team is capable of showing up as the best in the world. They're also capable of being eliminated in the group stage, like in DreamLeague Season 25, and DreamLeague Season 24, 23, and 22, 21, 20. An additional challenge facing Team Liquid for this season of DreamLeague is that they are attending with V-Tune as a stand-in for Mickey. He has big shoes to fill. Well, not literally, Mickey has quite small feet, actually. Anyway, despite having an inconsistent year so far, you would be a fool to underestimate Team Liquid. Things might not always fall their way, but when it does, it is truly beautiful. As we go into DreamLeague Season 26, which Team Liquid will show up? Is it the champions that teams have feared many a time? Or is it the team that GG's in 15 minutes?
That's the dichotomy of the Team Liquid whenever they show up to online events. It seems that whenever all 5 of the players are together in the same room, or at least in the same room at a tournament, life's good. Sometimes when they're scattered to the winds, might not be as cohesive, but at least their bootcamp is being kept warm right now. Did you know that Extreme is currently using the Team Liquid bootcamp, and Edge, I think, is also using the Team Liquid bootcamp.
Is that why Extreme Gaming beat them up, or is it Aurora that they beat up?
Maybe.
Who was it? Hang on, let me check.
It makes sense. Team Liquid needs some money right now. So.
There it is. Liquid drew against Extreme Gaming.
It makes sense.
It all makes sense now.
I'd be honest with you. I would be pretty angry if I was Team Liquid. The players? And you're like, oh, good thing we get to boot camp. Sorry, guys. It would be like coming home from university and there's a lodger. Your parents have let your room out to some other person. You're like, but my stuff. And they've sold all your stuff and now they're in your bed doing God knows what.
Your chair is a different height now.
Yeah. Your sheets.
Your sheets, if they've been washed.
But they're in there.
They're in there.
You don't even get to say, can you at least clean it before I turn up? No. They're still in there. What are you going to do? Sleep on? What are they? They're the equivalent of sleeping on everybody's sofa. That's Team Liquid at this point.
With their shoes on.
Poor lads.
What if they're choosing not to boot camp
that
at
is
their own facility?
That is what is happening.
That's much funnier, Kev. Good point.
But the Doom that you talked about, Kev, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Aurora Gaming immediately snap it up as a response to Liquid's first pick Darkseer.
If you're a Doom, what do you really not want to see, Kev?
If I'm a Doom, what do I not want to see? Heroes that don't care about healing. Those are the ones.
Give me an example.
Medusa.
Well, that didn't work out so well yesterday.
Well, yeah. And there's
In
also
fact, that was your entire content piece.
It was, yeah. And there's the Darkseer on the enemy team, so you basically can't pick it yourself either. So now this allows Team Liquid to take the Medusa if they so wish.
Or the Terrorblade.
Or they're going to have to ban it, right?
Or the Terrorblade.
Oh, because you can Sunder. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah,
Counter
it's also such a strong lane counter, too.
What they won't be able to pick, though, is Templar, Assassin, Beastmaster, Ancient Apparition, and Sand King. Those get banned out by Aurora. And Liquid take out the Bristle, the Shadow Shaman. Oh, nice. Shadow Shaman's finally becoming first phase ban-worthy. Tiny, and Storm Spirit. Because yesterday I was seeing a great deal of Shadow Shaman, and you guys had mentioned that he's been trending over the past month. Seems he's finally hit the ban threshold.
Yeah, I mean, so many teams are picking him at some point. It was going to happen. Another hero Doom doesn't like playing against Clockwork support if he's offlane, because it's a hero that does a lot of disable and a lot of magic damage, which, like, basically heroes that are good at fighting Doom, the first, like, 2 levels, is where you can really bully him a lot out of the lane. When they picked Doom in that series yesterday they took clips from, one of the responses was Elder Titan, actually. And it's kind of a similar hero that's good at fighting the first couple levels.
Also, Doom's still got low armor. Right?
His armor's actually high again. It's 5 something, which is much better than it used to be.
Yeah, God.
But once you get to your aura, like, you're going to crush through his armor really quick.
Right.
So some of those, like, bully 5s can be a problem as well. But again, if you don't know where he's going to be,
it's
then
harder.
That's a lot harder to draft against.
These are a lot of heroes that a lot of teams have been picking. Like, they've really... I've seen so much of these heroes so far. We actually might get to see 8 heroes we haven't been seeing every game. I'm excited for that.
I think there's still a lot that we're going to be seeing.
What do you expect?
When they do show up, it's like, oh, this was popular 2 months ago, and
Right.
here it is. It kind of comes full cycle, but I do think it is an asset if you can run this Doom carry and like have significantly good results where you're comfortable on it. Because even before this tournament, they did run it at Blast as well, and it looked really solid, looked really comfortable on Nightfall. And I really like that they have this Doom as the answer to the Darkseer too. Like, Darkseer hates playing against Doom because, like, you just Doom Darkseer and he doesn't have his teamfight impact, he has the inability to save anyone, he really doesn't contribute much. And it makes it so that if you actually wanted to steal the Medusa or any illusion carry of your own, you really could, so long as Doom is focused on taking out the Darkseer.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. But
Pugna. Pick Pugna, Liquid.
With the Tinker pick, probably Kiyotaka Tinker, most likely. It could be support as well. And then Pugna's response, is that because of what what's his name said yesterday?
Malady.
Malady said. I played that matchup recently. I played support Tinker against support. I played support Pugna against support Tinker. I looked at my Netherward damage. Like 60% of the damage for the whole game was against Tinker.
Yeah.
Because he walks in and he casts March of the Machines. That's like a 300 damage, and then he casts it a second time, and all of a sudden Tinker's just at 20% HP.
He can't do
by
anything.
casting spells, and
And
he
it
has to
burns
cast
through
spells.
that barrier as well, right?
Yeah,
So, yeah,
this barrier
I think
gets
it's a really
nuked
good counter.
quick. It is a really, really good counter.
But Nyx is also a decent counter to him, right? You get Carapace is in the march. It's a way to stop him just free blinking away. That's about it.
Until you do too much damage, then
Yeah,
you get some
and then
free
you're in
blink away.
trouble. But it's good. Maybe good for hunting him, or maybe they're going to pair it with something.
Pair with Darkseer is the most obvious. So it's a good lane combo, and does give them gank setup, whereas Darkseer and Jakiro are not great initiator heroes. So
Yeah, I think there's another cool concept with the Nyx Assassin is like his innate, the Nyx Sense or whatever it's called. A lot of the high impact dooms we've been seeing, like they've been running around with a Shadow Blade and making it so that certain parts of the map are always dangerous. Like you could just randomly get a core, but if you have this Nyx kind of like leading the smokes and you're playing against this hypothetical of a Shadow Blade Doom, you have a means to counteract that. I'm not sure if they're thinking that far ahead, but I do like small interactions like this.
I'm just hoping that Kiyotaka has his head on straight, because did you catch the Nigma versus Aurora series earlier today where we had a unprecedented Storm Spirit item build out of Kiyotaka?
That's the second time I've seen him go that BOTs actually.
Really?
When I was watching replays yesterday, I think I saw him go BOTs as well. It's definitely a little weird.
Just a little.
Well, yeah, it's not like insane. I think the way Sin talked about it was valid. Like the biggest issues are that you're losing attack speed. So the amount of times that you can overload hit between spells is slower. That's a big problem. You have a little bit less raw HP, but hypothetically you can put more map pressure on. You can go heal in the fountain more often, which is in some ways a mana regen viewpoint.
Sure.
But it also slows down your timings by 1,000 golds because you're buying it later than Treads. So there's definitely issues with it. I think a lot of Storm players would disagree with it, but
I actually thought it was cool.
what did you like about it?
I wouldn't mind seeing it again. I just think that like in that game in particular, the pressure wasn't really on them to make early game moves, and it kind of pays for itself, that item. Like you can go back base a few times, you make it back to mid lane 10-15 seconds faster than you would because you have all the bonus move speed, and it gives you like, by the time you've made it back to mid, your BOTs are probably off cooldown in 10 seconds. Like I see what he's doing there, and I think it would be cool to see it work out. I think the issue that game was morphling. But with that being said, so many new hero picks just came out now. The Bane comes out from Aurora, which that's an interesting one. We don't see it that often, but I think it's a really good way to lock down the Darkseer as well. You have this BKB piercing disable to take out a primary target.
And it's okay against Nyx as well, because you can Nightmare the Nyx without having to fear getting Carapace or anything like that, so that can be an okay solution. I think there's a chance they shift the Tinker to support because of the worry between Puck and Nyx Assassin. That could be something they do, and that option is there.
So then it's Bane mid is what you're saying?
Absolutely Bane mid.
Yes! My buddy James is going to be very happy.
No, that got nerfed, unfortunately. He doesn't have that Brain Sap talent.
Doesn't matter, still good. Trust.
It was better, though.
Trust.
And you have to assume that the Tinker was picked not for Kiyotaka, but just as their flex hero, and then depending on like this very last pick from Liquid, because Aurora have overall last pick, that's when they can decide where to put their Tinker.
Yeah.
But that is what they tend to do when they have first pick, is they'll pick like these unusual like 5-1 or 4-2, sorry, flexes. Something a support and a mid player can play.
You know, I guess mid Bane is better when you have a Magnus to empower him. It's
just putting it out.
I don't know about that one, guys.
Could be the game. Even though there's no way to juice up Bane's damage with any attribute items because they split evenly.
The more likely one would be something like a Monkey King, which is why Liquid bans it out, as it seems that both teams have carries on the Brain. Aurora, they take out the Phantom Assassin and have already banned out the Lifestealer.
Yeah, it's they're banning out a lot of heroes that are good with Mag, but maybe ones that Aurora would be a bit too scared to have. Just some BKB carry that right-clicks well is what Aurora would be happy with.
And that doesn't have a good illusion.
Yes, good point.
We have to assume that it's the carry doom, so they're not looking for
You think
it.
so? I mean, it's fine with some power. It's a good point.
Potentially, because like there's a lot of flex open right now.
I mean, one thing I've definitely felt in the last couple months since the new neutral items came out is that there's way more possibility to play heroes as carries that shouldn't be there typically, because you can just fit these 20 to 30 attack speed enhancements into your neutral items, and these heroes that just normally wouldn't do enough DPS, you can make them do enough DPS with the neutral enhancements. So Carry Doom genuinely was probably never viable in the past outside of like Radiance Burn type stuff, but now you absolutely can fit heroes with bad agility gains in those carry roles with Empower.
Yeah, the assumption just comes from, like, you don't necessarily need to take advantage of the Empower, but just have that, like, overwhelming team fight. And you're laning versus Darkseer, you devour a creep, like, you have the Doom leader for him. It's a fine thing, but the question for Aurora is if they want to leave their flex open for the Doom potentially going somewhere else or the Tinker going somewhere else.
Is that
you already
Terrorblade?
see the Magnus and it's the offlane hero. Could also be the mid hero, technically.
You were talking about the Terrorblade right at the start, Mira, but I guess Aurora weren't worried about it, or...
I mean, they still have RP. I've seen some games where Mag eventually gets a refresher, and then he just double RPs the TB, and it doesn't matter that he has BKB or Sunder, you just kill him. So if you can go late enough, which is something Aurora does like to do, they will have some solutions. Also, if they do want to put Tinker in the mid lane, I feel like Ag's Laser is going to be a really good way to deal with the illusions as well. So they've got some solutions.
That is a great point because
Ricky?
mid Ricky is banging here. Sorry, that's Kiyotaka mid Ricky. It's so good versus Puck. It's actually great versus most of the heroes outside of like Nyx kind of scouting you out if that's what they want to do.
You sure it's not 4? That could be both.
It
But
could be
you're
both.
right. It is a very good hero against Puck mid.
If that's what they want to do, I'm for it for sure. But we'll see here. They're deliberating.
No surprises out of Liquid though.
But yeah, Ricky, either position is great. Smoke Cloud is so good against Puck. It's great against Nyx. It's good against Darkseer. It's good against Jakiro. Like, I mean, even it's a really good Smoke Cloud game. That was a great last pick.
But while they're deliberating, I kind of want to say that was a really great point by Kev about like the refreshers coming out of Magnus, because it was actually Aurora that I saw play like a Magnus plus Doom lineup versus Gaiman's Terrorblade. And when I tell you Watson had like, do you remember he had like 9 deaths, but 50k net worth?
Right.
He just couldn't hit anybody because he was getting double RP, double.
Oh god.
Double doomed. It was tough.
He was like 1 in 12 or something stupid like that in that game, and they won, right?
No,
I think
Gaiman won eventually.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, it is going to be mid Tinker, but both options were really good. More vulnerable to the Nyx ganks, but they'll scale way better with Tinker carry, or Tinker mid versus Tinker support and Ricky mid. Ricky mid can kind of fall off if the ganks stop working, and then they would have Nyx against a core Ricky. That sounds a little bit more countered, but there's good things for both teams. I think the Nyx is great against a lot of the Aurora heroes, but Mira could also have like an amazing game and just shut down a lot of resistance.
Cap and Avery. We're seeing Kiyotaka do some unique item builds. How viable is Boots of Travel Tinker in 2025?
It sounds only 5% worse than Boots of Travel Stormsphere.
10% better.
10% better?
Than Boots of Travel Storm.
Really, you think that move speed's real value on Tinker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
What are you doing right now? Is this a bit?
It's not a bit, Avery.
It's a Tinker bit?
It's your life.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome, everybody, to Team Liquid versus Aurora, where we are looking at a team who is top of their group somehow, despite the throwing that happened earlier this morning. Aurora is still topping out the group versus Team Liquid, who is middling group. Score of 3-3. Having a stand-in seems to maybe have affected Liquid, whether it's positively or negatively, I'm not so sure. But 3-3 doesn't actually sound like a bad Liquid score for DreamLeague.
They're definitely doing better. Mickey is completely washed. So when you remove him from this roster, things can only go one direction. That is up.
Right. Okay. Already starting off with the washed allegations early in the broadcast.
And I'll also start out with the bold predictions, Austin. This mid Tinker is going to go 9-8.
That is a terrible Tinker score.
Maybe.
You think Kiyotaka's going to...
You know, I was thinking, I feel like he's going to go ham because I believe in the mid Tinker.
9-8 is not ham on Tinker. Like, Tinker's one of those heroes you need to be, like, near deathless on.
Okay, I'll revise it then for you.
Okay, thank you.
9-7.
It's a Kiyotaka Tinker.
That's why the death count's high.
Okay.
I think he's going to own, but I think he's going to have a couple deaths here or there. He's going to get caught by the coil or the Nyx. You know, there's a couple of mechanisms Liquid have to deal with the Tinker here, but I believe in mid-Tinker. Against all the odds, against everybody else, I believe in it this patch.
I don't think there's anybody else hating on it. In fact, I'm pretty sure the panel quite liked it.
Okay, well,
against all the odds.
That's nice, but against common belief, that's how I'll put it.
Okay. So you think it's commonly believed by professional players that mid-Tinker is not the way?
Yeah, that's all I hear. That's all I hear in those inner circles, Austin.
Right, the inner circles, of course.
It's trash. No one believes in it. You're not going to see Quinn playing it.
Is No Tail back in that inner circle now that he's coaching again?
No.
No. Oh.
Because
Yeah,
apparently,
he's not good enough.
apparently he would destroy me in a marathon, as I learned from that content earlier.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very hurtful segment, by the way. I did not enjoy that. But that is beside the point. This is a crazy draft by Aurora. Can we just note that?
Wait,
down?
you said that last time.
No, this is a look at these 5 heroes. This is wild.
Okay.
2 single target supports with almost no lane shove. Your best lane shove is the Shard on Bane.
Yeah. But
then you have
Tinker.
a Magnus lineup with no Empower target.
Well, okay, that's false allegations there. They've
No
got Doom.
useful Empower
Doom
target.
used to have a cleave talent. He obviously must be a hero that cleave is good with.
Mag with no right-click carry, a mid-spellcaster, 3 greedy cores.
Yeah.
None of which take objectives. What is going on here?
It really does seem to be a weird grab bag of heroes that don't really have a whole lot of natural synergy.
You don't have a stun other than RP, I guess, in sleep.
And yet somehow they'll find the
probably win
kill,
this
they'll
game.
find the first blood.
You have a Bane sleep setup for...
Infernal Blade, yeah.
Yeah, for what? I guess smokescreen. It can be nasty for the puck this game. I mean, the puck's game does look kind of hard. My point is this lineup is wild. This is one of the crazier drafts I think we've seen. And we have seen Aurora play with all of these heroes before, but to jam them all together and just hope you can outskill your opponent, it's a bold move. And it sends a message to Liquid.
What is that message?
That you're not good enough.
That you're trash?
We can play anything against you and beat you.
Okay, well. That's a statement.
Look at the...
Another nightmare. Back into the arms. Spike Bear base it up, double
nothing.
stun. Okay, Boxy protects himself pretty nicely. Saberlight just runs in.
Yeah, you're not winning that trade.
I mean...
This is a tough lane for Darkseer, honestly. Bane, Doom. Doom's an old school counter with the Devour, and then you... Even though he doesn't have it. And then you have this Bane who lanes pretty well for you because he's going to block the creep cut, and he has extra sustain.
Vacuum, and it's not going to be enough.
Yeah. It's so much extra sustain between these heroes. It's just so hard to win the trades, even with the level 3 Ion Shell. Not enough.
Yeah, just a straight misread of the situation.
It's a big win here. You still have a lot of wand charges on this lane as well. These lanes are decent for Aurora in their early portion.
I mean, this top lane should go well for Liquid, right? It's a Jakiro against double melee heroes.
Yeah, it's a free farm Terrorblade lane. But honestly, they're getting a decent amount out of it. Free semi-free pulls, and Insania will take this one over, but even then, Toronto can go over here and farm it. As Mira's going to get beat up a little bit. He has been really sacrificial in this roster, I must say.
Think it harkens back to his confidence issues?
No, I just think he looks at their drafts and goes, my God.
How are we supposed to win
this?
this?
Single creep.
Gee, why did you draft me this? How am I supposed to hit any creeps?
He's going to TP bottom and look for the sleep setup into the blink. The triple
Three-man stun, the Ion Shell. They're actually going to try and fight this, but I mean, they did some damage, but Boxy just kind of got himself killed. I can't imagine the damage done was worth killing yourself there.
No, it was not.
What is going on with Boxy, man?
Well, he's 0-3. But this is giving a lot of solo XP to the Darkseer.
Intentional feeding? Is that what you're saying? So
I wouldn't rule it out.
I mean, if that did, he should just be stacking camps for the Darkseer.
Nah, that's a
Instead
poor
of
man's
stacking
game.
deaths over here.
I mean, there's some famous saying, like, if you're 100% of your team's deaths, you know the saying, finish it off.
You motion me to
yeah,
beat
you know the rest.
of it. I don't know the rest.
You don't know the rest. Okay, well, that's unfortunate for you.
You're a trash player?
Okay, well, I'm not going to say that.
I mean, it's what you said about the First Blood.
But you know who's owning this game right now? The Tinker, mid 33-8 for Kiyotaka. He is yet to die. He is farming it up, almost level 6. He is owning Nisha.
Your expectations for him are so
Another
low.
sleep into the laser.
And a Bane Death?
No, this is where Boxy
Panto
dies
still
again.
has Brain Death. Boxy. I mean,
he had died there. That would have been so.
It would have been pretty good.
Rune deny into the
nice
orb
dodge on the orb. Nisha's not going to jump forward. He'd probably just end up dying. So,
and the Tinker 6 is online. Pretty slow start for Liquid, and that's got to be good for this Aurora lineup, which is 4 carries and a Bane. Oh,
Signalight's getting his ass beat.
Saber soloed again.
No. Saberlight's not doing himself any favors when it comes to this nickname.
There's going to be some Midas acceleration down here for this Doom. He is massive 3-0. He's going to have Doom up when the Darkseer comes back, so now you can't even enter this lane. You already got the Alpha for as well. We've been seeing a lot more people go back for this pack leader, by the way. A lot more with the mid and the off lane Doom, but it's still good. It really buffs up your right-click carries, of which they have none of course.
Of course. Well, I mean, with the Empower and that aura, then maybe Tinker can become a right-click.
Oh.
They have Doom up. So this is a hard contest. Boxy is dead for sure. He's just trying to hold it long enough that somebody else can get here. The Doom is going to be used on the Darkseer. Dude, Nightfall's just going to beast down 3 heroes at this rate. Panto, he's going to make a run for it, and Aurora are going to give up on this fight. Nightfall is going to make his way the other direction because Nisha was going to cut him off anyway. Does end up giving away a kill streak, a mega kill streak at 7.5 minutes.
You 4 heroes and you traded out 2 for 1. It is not a good outcome for Liquid, as this is complete free farm for Toronto Tokyo top, complete free farm for the Tinker.
My only question is, how are they not farther ahead?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they are pretty far ahead.
I think it's just not. There it goes. 2,000 net would have been.
Radiant's bottom tower.
8-minute power rune. See if it ends up being bottom. Both Kiyotaka and Nisha are going to fish for it. It's top. Which Mira gets the regen.
Not a bad rune in that spot. Can't go on him there.
Yeah.
He's level 4. Got to free farm that mid lane while the Tinker's doing Tinker things in the jungle. This is a scary start for Liquid. This is not the lineup you wanted to give a 1-7 start to.
Given these single target supports,
yeah,
these early kills, the early level 6s.
Exactly. Like, you get an early group in this game, you start setting more kills up. That's how this lineup can snowball. Pickoffs around the map with Doom, with RP, with Grip. You just start using these ults for single core kills. Suddenly you're going to start to build that lead. This scale is going to get insane. And then you're just going to be praying that this puck can carry you in the late game. That's not guaranteed versus Bane Ricky. That's why the Bane Ricky are here, to negate a lot of Nisha's scale potential. Hard supports to play to, hard supports to itemize against. Kind of want a Linken's versus the Bane, but you also want, we see Forstaff or BKB versus...
Going after the Tinker, routing in from behind. Insania and Boxy both show up. They do manage to finish him off. Nisha's going to be a bit low, though. Mira, can he get that final hit in? He does.
That's big.
Is it going to be a 1 for 3? It is. Insania, there's no way out of this one.
It's only level 3 on this Jakiro.
It's against a level 6 Bane.
That's what I'm saying. These early kills have powered Aurora up so much.
Trying to go for the deny. Insania will not be able to get it. Nightfall.
Instant Midas.
With the Midas, collects a kill, collects some creeps out of the neutrals. This is just crazy efficient.
Yeah, this Doom's GPM 530 before the 10-minute mark. Crazy farm. This is the scary part of the carry Doom. You get ultra fat on this hero. You just abuse the net worth advantage. Jam it into your opponents. What can they do? Nothing.
And the more threat that you have on Aurora, the more protection there is for this Tinker in a lot of ways, right?
Oh, yeah,
the Tinker enables the lineup in that he has to deal with all the waves.
Oh, that's just BM right there.
It kind of is, yeah. So Insania's going to be walking back out to lane.
You're just a level 3 Jakiro getting gripped at 10 minutes. Is that even... Is this what you say? Am I even worth it?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's only worth 250 gold. You could grip a black dragon. It's comparable.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the psychological effect you're looking for.
Yeah. That's probably the lowest value grip he could have gotten, though.
Plus, you know that Jakiro can't make any TP rotations. So if you go through the gate with the smoke, you make a play atop, you know there's no Jakiro that's going to come in. So you could just freely RP this Darkseer, collect another kill. Liquid.
This is exactly what Aurora want. Big core kills / Jakiro with the ultimate usage. Never let Liquid get this 5-on-5. They're going to get out-farmed around the map. They're going to be scared to push out lanes aggressively with the Puck Darkseer because the pickoff's so high. And you're so underleveled on these two supports. You just can't stay out of the lanes for the XP right now.
Oh, dodging the stun. Got him inside the coil. Pulled back a little bit. They're going to need every help, a bit of help they can get here, trying to get him off the vacuum. He jumps away just at the right time.
Gotta be careful of the sleeps here.
Mira survives. Now the sleep pushed back in. Nisha woken up. Throws an orb aggressively here. He's got to be a bit careful of the smoke screen. So Mira almost oversteps himself there, running into all the Darkseer illusions.
You really got to be careful how deep you go in these fights. This is Puck. You don't have a way to get that sleep off you. There you have an illusion, but you might not always have that. And this sleep can absolutely set up the Doom or the RP or the smoke screen. You're just dead. It's going to be some greedy items here for the supports. Diffusal for the Riki. They'll have an Aether Lens on this Bane. The lead has built to 5K. A lot of that is on the Doom.
Nightmare now. Insania was going to be pulled out of position here. They're just trading off the sleep, trying to make sure the Nightfall can't get a kill. Here's Silence on 2, but finished off by the Tinker. Nisha makes a jump forward onto his orb and does manage to pick up an Arcane Rune.
That's a nice one.
But really, it's the only silver lining Liquid has. The score is 13-2, a 5,000 net worth lead for Aurora, and all Nisha has is an Arcane Rune.
The thing is, Aurora can play this style because they have the Tinker to clean up the waves. So does Riki Bane just run around the map? You're not losing too much in terms of net worth and map control.
All right, they'll punish Mira for sniping couriers inside of their triangle right next to the Terrorblade. Radiance being done for Nightfall means his farm is really going to start speeding up, picking up Toronto, Tokyo, but leaving behind Saberlight's Darkseer.
Give up a big kill, but you get something in return. That Arcane Rune gets popped on the Puck. And now we are going to start to see this Tinker's net worth explode. He got through the early game. He has his first 2 core items. He's going to scale up really fast here. This Radiance Doom is going to do something similar. I think Liquid need to find some pressure points right now.
Structures are fortified.
Either push in these tier 1s and force Aurora to fight them, though it's diving Tinker around tier 1s is pretty difficult right now. Look for some deep wards, get some smoke ganks going, find some of these core heroes in the jungle, because you are not going to outfarm them right now. Even with Darkseer Terrorblade, not going to be fun. Someone is going to get picked off if you just split the map. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. And Aurora are smoking for it.
Yeah, Insania needs that real bad.
It's an aggressive obs on the hill.
Yeah, they want to fight this with this 2-man smoke that's coming in from Aurora.
Yeah, Liquid are just bailing on this. You either drop a sentry there and you defend it, or you get the hell out.
Yeah, it looks like Boxy's going to try and take theirs. Ooh, if Aurora...
Nice.
Yeah. I was going to say, if Aurora was quick enough on it, they realized Liquid's giving this up. They could catch Boxy, but...
Boxy could also catch them. The question, though, is what do you have to combo with this Nyx pickoff in the game? Not a lot.
I mean, it was supposed to be Jakiro, right? Macropyre Ice Path is a pretty good follow-up to the Nyx if you're ahead. But they're so far behind, they don't have the damage between the two of them.
This just feels like one of those Nyx games where you rather team fight than go for the pickoffs, because you have this Darkseer combination, you provide catch in the team fight for your big damage dealers.
Sure.
Solo on the map, you don't threaten anybody in this game. There's no Sunstrike follow-up, there's no heroes that can super easily connect to you. Ion Shell is okay, but Ion Shell Nyx is not killing anybody at this point. The early game is too rough. Boxy's options are really limited. Yeah, I think this is kind of the correct call. You have to just go for some skirmish-based smoke here. You're still missing level 6 on Jakiro. Okay, you just got it off the mid-wave. But you're once more late to the party, as Aurora just group up and go for the objectives here.
They might be able to punish afterwards, as they're going to be a bit low on resources.
Tough going into these defensive positions with the Tinker, though.
Yeah, especially like they're already going to be healed up between the Tormentor Aura. The Tinker leaves, though. Boxy getting some information, finds the opening on Toronto Tokyo. A good opening kill, as long as they actually get the kill, which they do.
It's a big fight.
Boxy, he knows he's dead.
Yeah, can you get out now? Or
Got a decent wall. Mira goes a little bit too far forward here. Kiyotaka trying to back him up. Got the Doom on the puck. A big opener there. The leash does go out, though, and Vitoon is in prime position to get some good damage in. If only he would be confident enough at half HP to march him down underneath the tower. Nisha survived through the Doom, so Team Liquid do put their team fight to use here and get a bit of a comeback.
Get that Doom reflection with the Radiance. Not insignificant here. Turn their net worth against them. Huge fight for Liquid. Exactly what they want.
Oh, that's a good point. You're talking about the Radiance he has, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with reflection.
Didn't even have to pop a Thunder.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised Vitoon didn't just, like, run at him, considering they don't have that many disables to stop a Sunder.
Maybe scared of going into the marches with Grip lingering somewhere in tree line.
They think they have a Jakiro for free here, but Nisha is around, so is Saberlight. So it's actually going to be turned around, and it's going to be Panto who dies instead. Actually got up the Fiend's Grip, but that's just going to be vacuum cancel, so kind of a waste there.
We are seeing the strength of Liquid when they group up. Their team fight is substantial, even this far behind, and they already have Pipe on the Darkseer. That is negating a huge amount of damage from this Aurora lineup, because again, you don't have a hero like Terrorblade that can come in and give you the early right-click damage. Doom is just not doing it. I mean, he hits hard. He doesn't have the capability to follow it up in the fight. Another pickoff. Boxy getting activated.
Now he's got a Blink Dagger. So does Nisha. So the jump, the initiation, has just crept up dramatically for Team Liquid.
They have absolutely found their way back in this game completely. And you just got Ags done on the Tinker. This is normally when you'd be a lot happier to take that 5-5, and you threw away all your net worth lead in the last few minutes. This Doom is 9-2, by the way. Kind of crazy how good of an early game he had, and you're barely ahead.
Yep. It feels like Aurora was just kind of cruising on the net worth lead that they had. Thought they could win any fight. Underestimating the power of Liquid's team fight, which Kiyotaka, who with mass March of the Machines, can stand his ground here for a while. The coil is probably going to keep him here for too long, though. Use of ultimates to secure the kill. An important one at that. The Tinker being dead, but the carry's also going to die. Vitoon getting picked off in the bottom lane. Doom put to use there.
That was a little inevitable. They had double obs on that side of the map, scouting all the jungle. One of them just expired on the hill. I think that pick off from the Terrorblade was guaranteed with how much deep vision Aurora had there. Losing Tinker feels maybe worse, though, because that's your big map control hero. So now it's really hard to get something off this Terrorblade kill. Right. You did see the Translocator pop him out of the coil just at the end on that gank. A little unlucky on the timing.
Yeah,
it's a strong faster on this core Tinker.
Oh, got the Nightmare.
Need something
Without
else
the
here.
Doom, though, I don't know if Liquid can, or excuse me, Aurora can really fight this one. Panto, he thought they were going to be willing to take the fight, but no, this is going to be another Fiend script that is completely wasted. RP. At this point, RP on 3! Toronto Tokyo comes in the clutch and cleans it up for Aurora.
See you later. They tagged the Magnus early on with the wall, and then they just forgot about him, or nothing else hit him. He just gets a free blink into an Omega clump from Liquid. Instant punish.
That was crazy how good that was from Toronto Tokyo. Vitoon, he already used his Thunder, locked in a bit.
You do not want to get 2 or 3 hero RP'd in this game, because you're going to get put in smokescreen, marches, laser. You're going to get
Empower hit from the Doom, of course.
The Path Leader Aura crit.
Yep.
Significant here.
Yep. Well, those right clicks might be a little bit more guaranteed. BKB alongside that Radiance for the Doom. He's strong. I mean, they really have a team fight now. Now they've got BKB on one of their cores. They're going to feel good about it. Panto, he gets off the Nightmare, but still caught by Boxy. Liquid, just run it back. They only lost that team fight because they clumped up for an RP. There's no RP, so they say run at them. Get whatever pickoffs and objectives you can during this window.
Radiant structure.
Gotta get some map control. Gotta keep looking at these tier 1s. Maybe Roshan, if you're really confident in VTune's ability to stand in the fight. Without BKB, seems a little doubtful. But you have some nice auras from this Darkseer. Shouldn't underestimate how strong the pipe is this early in the game. And early 4-staff on Insania can definitely give you some confidence to go in with the Terrorblade. You pipe, you 4-staff him at the right time, you can get that Thunder off. It is a lot about the RP, though. The RP is all of Aurora's teamfight control in this game, so you really have to tag Magnus. Make sure you don't let Toronto Tokyo do what he did in that mid lane fight, because it'll blow this game completely wide open. And of course, you always have this Riki scout to worry about. As the Diffusal's done for Mira, he is putting in some work right now.
RP put to use now on a single pickoff of Saberlight, and they'll have to use the Fiend's Grip too. Boxy comes in too late to cancel that one, but double ultimates for that kill. And maybe still a punish. Mira does manage to jump away before the silence, and now they got the Doom on the puck. Big kill. Nightfall should be able to easily run him down. They use the Sunder. VTune, he's going to regret that one if he dies to Nightfall. Nightfall running after him, but the Scorched Earth, it wore out.
See the puck. Oh,
and they still got the puck.
Super clutch sentry drop to get little vision in that tree line before it wears out.
Boxy, Blink Dagger up in too long.
Nice little plays from Aurora here. Did a lot of little things right in that fight. They get the big payoff. Didn't even have to use the early Tinker BKB here either, but that BKB for Nightfall, no answer to it from this Liquid side. You look at this draft, there is no debuff immunity control. You just run in BKB Doom. You just gotta run away. Surge somebody, reset, and then try and re-engage. And if you can't outlast it, you are absolutely screwed. Nice little Doom from the tree line. Great fight for Aurora as they extend their lead, and I mean, Boxy, he gets to clean up the Riki. Makes some work for it here.
He did make him work for it, I guess. Well, with BKB on the Tinker and the Doom,
oh yeah, Liquid's in trouble.
Yeah, you're in big time trouble because it's too early to expect VTune to carry the fights with the physical damage.
There's no way. This Tinker is absolutely going to clean house if Liquid are not able to start on him with the Nyx Assassin or catch Kiyotaka before he pops BKB in the middle of all of them.
Insania trying to get a ward down, spotted by Mira, killed by Mira, most likely. And probably see a D ward as well.
Tinker Riki combo is just so impressive. So hard to play solo on the map as a random support.
And especially if you get a fast level Tinker, level 18, so he can actually teleport onto the Riki at this point.
It's just so high level. He's had such a free game. My 9-7 prediction in shambles.
It really is.
He's going to be 9-2.
Also, what have you been thinking about this safe lane Doom that we've had the last 2 weeks?
I like it more than the mid Doom.
Okay, sure.
I think it's strong. It's just, it's very finicky, you know?
Okay.
You need to play aggressive with him, his item timings, and use them to claim space and objectives around the map. You can't just AFK farm with this hero and expect him to carry a late game. That's all.
Okay, but that's the flavor of most carries right now.
A little bit, but he's less consistent in that regard. I would rather have a 6-slotted Terrorblade, for example, than 6-slotted Doom. On average, though,
sure.
Obviously it's super game dependent. Because the hero does have downsides. He needs heroes to help him do the objectives. He needs heroes to help him get the map state in a good position. But he will absolutely do a crap ton of damage in the fight. He's a great damage dealer, and he's very oppressive with the ult.
Yeah, when you get Scorched Earth Radiance so early on, the damage over time, it's pretty overwhelming.
Oh yeah.
And his natural tankiness allows him to do things like this. I mean, you're this far ahead. You could take objectives, I guess, by just man-moding it.
It reminds me a lot of the Alchemist gameplay.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't this just Alchemist Light? Like, isn't the whole reason he's carrying in the first place because he has a steroid?
The difference between him and Alk, though, is one, he's not as tanky in the early game without the ult, and he's not as good of a objective taker on his own. Like, Alk will go high ground. He will kill Roshan. He will take an Aegis, push your high ground, end the game very early. Doom is not going for that exact type of playstyle. He's a little slower. Wants to play the map, wants to get pickoffs with the Doom that will lead into the objectives.
He also feels like a hero that's impossible to win the lane against. Like Alchemist. When Alchemist is peak, it's like, how do I beat this hero, man? He's got Acid Spray. This hero is Scorched Earth. Very similar in that regard, just lane winning. Well, that's a lot, but frankly, Liquid isn't getting many kills, so got to make sure the ones that present themselves are secured. Pick off on Mira, but Aurora still 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis with a 10,000 net worth lead. How do they hit high ground?
I have a ward. Go for the skewer play on somebody?
Yeah, if they get a pick off inside the base, maybe high ground is rather easy. Toronto Tokyo is going to fish for it. He does manage to get out boxing.
RP grip for the Nyx Assassin.
That is pretty insane.
It does open up the fight, right? You can't have this Nyx existing in the fight versus your Scorched Earth Radiance Doom versus your Tinker. I guess they're just happy with that. They're going to back.
Yeah, take the kill and get out.
You know the best part of carry Doom? Now I think about it?
What?
You don't have to play against Doom.
Yeah, that's actually true.
If you're Nightfall, you don't want to play against Doom. Right?
Yeah.
An anti-carry hero. Like, what hero do I like against Doom? I don't want to play Medusa every game.
I mean, there's no way to BKB TP out.
Exactly.
Well, actually there is.
That's exactly the What are you even talking about? You're baiting me into terrible ideas. But the point is, I think a lot of carry players don't like playing against Doom. So if you pick it,
yeah, okay,
then you make the other guy play against Doom.
What do you think the most hated offlane hero is for most carries? Is it Doom?
Treant protection.
Oh. How do you see us against a hero that is 95 base damage?
I think Doom is up there. I think the Viper Razor.
Gotcha.
Do Nothing is up there. I also think Enigma is up there. At least a lot of the past versions of Enigma too. Like when you can deny the creep directly, it's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Carries hated that shit. You know how many times I listened to Arteezy cry about his creeps being denied?
The Lich Enigma lane? Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting, man.
Nisha, he's got to do things like this at this point.
Oh, yeah. You got to look for some opportunities around the map. Slow this game down.
That being said, isn't the game naturally going to slow down at this point? Aurora, I feel like all they really can do is just control the map and keep scaling.
Yeah, their scale is so damn good.
Yeah, that's true.
They have Tinker, Doom, Magnus. It's hard to see them not being confident in the late game here. Yeah, Puck can do some crazy stuff, but you have Bane, Ricky. I mean, you have to be confident going late game. There's no way you draft like this and feel you're going to fall off. You have damage in the bottom river. You have your BKBs. You have everything you need to fight. This Tinker is massive.
I almost feel like Mira should just go in Ags. Just scale up even further. Boxy scouting out a bunch of heroes. Liquid are behind him with a smoke.
It's a spooky rune right now. Amp damage on a E-Blade, Kaya, Ags, BKB Tinker when you have no BKB control.
Yeah, they probably feel like they can't take a straight 5-on-5.
You really need a good initiation in these fights if you're Liquid. You have to be able to start on a big target. Either the Magnus, the Tinker, one of these cores, honestly. I think if you start on a support, the fight is not even going to go well for you. As much as you would like that to happen.
Well, pickoffs are going to be easier now with an Aghanim Scepter on the mag.
Time to go fishing.
And Smoke is going to break on Insania. So say goodbye to him. Never mind, we saw Saberlight in the back lines, and they'll get both.
Cleanup. Nice little find.
Did you see that empowered crit Doom?
Yeah.
856 damage.
Look, I'm not saying he doesn't hit hard. It's just, are you relying on him to deal the right-click damage?
TPs are coming in. Nisha, he's actually going to jump forward. Yeah, I feel like you abandoned this situation. Aurora just went from 5 heroes to bottom to 5 heroes teeping onto the outpost. They're not letting Liquid get any more pickoffs.
Tinker really makes these kind of clunky lineups oppressive. Normally, Aurora would have big issues moving around the map, dealing with lanes, setting up their plays. Tinker just lets you do all of this really smoothly with a bunch of single target supports and everything. That is a look of concern.
Yeah, he should be concerned.
Monk Godsania.
This game is looking pretty rough.
Dire's middle tower is
I don't know
under
why he's
attack.
so upset, though. This is better than Liquid's usually done in DreamLeague.
Maybe that's why he actually had a little bit of hope.
Oh,
because like, guys, we're 3-3. We might actually get a positive score out of one of these group stages. Fished out with the horn toss. The first of many is Aurora.
I would like it noted that Kiyotaka was 9 and 8.
You mean 9 kills, 8 assists?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. That's not where you were going with that.
This Tinker has owned this game. He even got
Yeah.
Whisper. That's super nice. Extra 10% on all this kit. Sign me up.
Smoke wraparound from behind. Darkseer up in 15 seconds. Can they wait that long?
No, they're going to go for the Bane.
They're going to jump without it. Get a quick kill on the Bane. Do they get out on all the heroes? They do not. Toronto Tokyo gets a horn toss on the Boxy. So trading out supports, frankly, I think that's fine for Aurora.
Do a buyback on the Knicks. They continue to push, but Aurora will back off. They have a gem on the mag. They have full map control. They'll wait for the next Roshan. Potentially can spawn right now. Do not want to throw going high ground.
Yeah, just rinse and repeat. Every single time you get the Darkseer pick off, you could probably go high ground, because that's most of their team fight.
Oh yeah, no way you're winning a fight in this team without all your cores alive. You need all the damage, all the control if you are Liquid.
And Kiyotaka wants to get his Scythe of Ice. Speed along the his power scale and his arthritis.
Brightest candles burn the fastest, Austin.
That's true. That's true.
And apparently the dimmest candles have the longest esports careers. Congratulations, Zach. Happy, one of the true veterans in this team.
Thank you.
I don't know why I'm going in on you. You haven't done anything to me today, actually. I feel bad now.
That's true. You should be flaming Brian for that.
That's true. Fuck Brian, honestly. What was that segment earlier?
Yeah. Fuck Brian.
Bet I beat him in America.
I don't think he would.
He's all muscle, no cardio.
That's true. That's true.
He wouldn't last.
He is weighed down.
Dire are scanning.
Liquid say now is the time. Perhaps their last hurrah. See how this team fight goes. If it goes badly enough, then Aurora,
Radiant are scanning.
they get Roshan, and they probably get a high ground push.
This is looking for any kind of opening that will allow Vtoon to clean up with his minted BKB. Gem is on Nisha. They're going to put him in the front.
Overwhelming blink. Scythe of Ice.
Yeah, have so much gold. Gotta find the Tinker here. That's what it feels like. Catch Kiyotaka or bust. He is.
Rapid away
He just
the
blinks
long
into
way. Kiyotaka, it breaks on them, but they jump to where Aurora is. They get the coil onto 2, but the RP still lands onto the 2 cores, and they got the Doom out onto Vtoon. Saberlight, he's already thrown all of his abilities. This is looking bad, but maybe Liquid can still get out with some of their heroes. Insania turns around. Ice Path Mira with his BKB does actually get burnt out. Nisha hit by the Scythe of Ice and chained down.
He got stunned by the Croaker, man.
Is that what happened?
Tendrils of
Mira
the
actually died to the Croaker as well.
That creep just did some work for Aurora.
Damn.
I don't think they needed it.
No, they were definitely winning that fight anyway.
It was a
but
6-man.
Maybe they got the extra kill or two. They just certainly got the deny on Mira. Thanks to that.
Those things are nasty. Don't underrate them.
Yeah, Croaker, strongest neutral creep right now.
Oh yeah, it might be better than some of the actual heroes in the game.
Beat out the Prowler. I mean, it's certainly beaten out Boxy's Nyx Assassin.
Who would I take one of those over, actually, now that I think about it?
Crystal Maiden?
Well, yeah, but that's my personal bias. Would you take one over Omni Knight right now? He's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stun. And Omni Knight is nuts.
Over Phantom Lancer? Okay, Phantom Lancer is the worst hero in Dota. Would you take Croaker over Phantom Lancer if the Croaker could scale up?
What level of Phantom Lancer?
And had Spirit Lance.
Okay, it's just a Croaker that can scale versus a Phantom Lancer.
Like every team fight you go in, you have a Croaker that's going to go in and try and stun people, or you have a Phantom Lancer.
How many items does the Phantom Lancer have?
Okay, we're done with this conversation. It's the Croaker. Croaker, obviously. No one wants a Phantom Lancer on their team. You haven't considered the side effects, Austin. That means you have a carry player in a pub who picked Phantom Lancer. He went 0-8 on the lane. He's crying to the team. He's reporting everybody.
He's doing that like Aghanim's Octarine.
Yeah, he's never getting
where he never goes in.
And it was a trick question anyway, because he's playing Phantom Lancer. That means you're never going to see him in a fight. So you're just playing 4v5. Whereas the other, you had a Croaker in the other world.
And the Croaker gets in there.
He gets in there.
We
every
know
time,
that.
yeah.
We know the Croaker gets in
He's
there.
joining fights. He's not farming.
He's not invited to the fight, but he's joining anyway. Boxy better break the smoke. Liquid are all in to try. Oh no, he jumped into the smoke screen? What was that?
It's all over.
It's done.
It's all over. Buybacks. V-Tune just manned it up.
V-Tune is still in the pit, still trying to finish off this Roshan. It's not even close to being done yet.
He did not get BKB off. Yo, the Rosh is getting shrunk. That's awesome.
Look at the little baby Rosh. Adolescent Roshan.
That's a very tough fight for Liquid.
She's getting smaller and smaller. Oh, Nisha tried to go for the Aegis steal.
He got the banner.
He got the banner and lost the gem.
But Boxy recovered the gem.
Boxy recovered.
So overall, net worth winning play from Nisha. Can Aurora push without the banner? This game might have just been stalled for another 2 minutes here.
He is so tanky, Boxy.
Dire's middle tower is
You can
under
annoy him.
attack.
Look how much damage he's taking.
Yeah, he's just dying.
being around. I mean, they're going to try. I'm not confident they have the damage to kill him. They got him down
I think
to
Boxy
2/3 of his HP, half HP.
regrets that decision.
Pulled back into the wall again. I mean, it's the Doom Illusion that's doing all the work. Got him down to 700 HP on an Aegis hero.
15-2
good effort.
and
Good effort.
16 for the mid-tinker, Austin, when nobody believed in it, except me and Kiyotaka.
Avery Silverman, the great champion of Kiyotaka. This man has repeatedly backed Kiyotaka as one of the best mid laners in the world right now.
Well, yeah.
Said that he is likely to win TI within the next 3 years.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. There is no bigger fan of Kiyotaka than SVG.
That might actually be true. I genuinely like the guy as a player. I think people just dunk on him because he goes for crazy plays. Maybe I just played with Eternal Envy for too long and I'm used to it.
Yeah.
But I still see the potential in this guy. I think he's a
look at
crazy
him,
playmaker.
Like the young Jackie Mao right
Yeah. He doesn't play scared, and he's never going to play scared because he can't.
Yeah.
Not in his soul. And I respect that. And I like his hero pool. It's flashy. It's fun to watch. Games like this, it's just like a normal game from him. He's not feeding anywhere. 15-2 and 16 demolishes it. I'm telling you, Austin, this mid-tinker is broken. It's straight broken. People don't have answers for it right now.
I mean, it was a little enabled. They had a 19-2 and 18.
That was irrelevant. No.
Toronto Tokyo found a lot of pickoffs around the map. There was a level 6 Bane at like 6 minutes.
Yeah, they played pretty well. This felt like one of the less throwy games from Aurora.
Well, yeah. But it's like a 50-50 scenario.
Also, 15 deaths on Boxy. What happened in that offlane for Liquid? That was just a train wreck.
Liquid offlane continues to suffer. It has nothing to do with the stand-in here. Liquid is just kind of in shambles.
Welcome back, Ted.
Welcome. We're not in shot yet. This is pointless, Kev. Discuss the game. I can't actually see it from here, can you?
Oh, look.
Look at this. The heroes are jumping around on the map. This is a crucial ice path and macro pyre. I can see that from here. And victory was assured for Aurora from this moment on, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that went well for them. That's why I brought you here today to the club, because you didn't match the dress code, unfortunately. I'm surprised I let you in to the room.
I've been a member a long time, you know.
Have you? I can barely tell. I thought half of this was about enjoying the game and half of it was about signaling to others that you have class, and that's the part you failed at today.
Class.
Yeah.
I've never stated that I have class.
I mean,
people may think it. The English accent tends to make people think we're classy.
Yeah.
But I have zero class whatsoever. Unlike Aurora, who showed their class today, Ken.
They really did. I mean, they picked a weird draft. There were some synergies that were a bit questionable, but individually, all the heroes that they had really hit the mark. The Tinker kind of did whatever he wanted. The Magnus off lane with no empower targets other than the carry Doom.
Yep.
And eventually the support Ricky worked out really well.
Yeah.
And they even had the counters to the Ricky support with the Nyx, but that didn't seem to matter very much either. So
I always think of one of these things when people talk about like counters and stuff like that. Oh, who's this coming in? Oh, it's the waiter.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, he's dropped his rag. He's still going to clean the tables with that. You know what he's like.
I wasn't going to tip him
disgusting.
before this, but now I'm definitely not tipping him.
You buffoon! Get out!
No one's ever done that.
Oh my god! No, get out!
Is that a pocket square?
Oh, it's shocking.
That's not a cider. I'm surprised. That's your normal drink of choice.
Indeed, Kev. This is water of some kind. It could have been turned into cider, but sadly, someone dropped the ball.
Someone messed up halfway through.
Look, we talk about counter picks and, they've got this to counter that, but it doesn't matter if you're behind. You can have the best counter pick ever, but if you get dumpstered, who cares?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the depressing things sometimes about watching Pro Dota is that lanes matter so much, so much.
Yeah.
And every time you have a fun little idea, it hits the reality of you lost your lane and now you cannot possibly play, and now all the things that you maybe could have done, it just doesn't matter. They've got a force staff up on you or a BKB before you do, and then it's just a bad
Then
time.
you win a big fight and it gets worse from there. Do you know, the weird thing is, I know that these games are taking longer. Everybody's saying the pro games are going longer. And I feel like that's definitely true of my pub games. Is it true of yours as well?
I've had some long ones recently. Yeah, I definitely can agree with that. We definitely had some. I had a really long one recently. It was about 90 minutes, and we lost to 2 Treants. They just throned us during a team fight.
Wow.
Yeah, they did about 500 damage a hit or something.
They're insane.
It was
they are insane.
They 3-shot a range barracks, if you didn't know, which is pretty incredible for a...
Wait, is that true?
Yes, I literally saw it on a replay last night. 3-shot.
3 of them? Well, so
one Treant
one
attacked
Treant
3 times.
3-shot?
A ranged barracks.
This is at level 25?
Yep.
God almighty.
Yeah, it's so 2 of them killed our entire range. Just just summon a little guy and 2 of them kills your ancient. Like, okay.
God.
Am I scratchy?
Who?
You hearing scratches? No.
No.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, they're hearing scratches too.
Oh, really? From who? Maybe it's me?
I think it's me. Mine's awfully close.
Wait, is it me or is it Kev? 1 yes for me, 2 for Kev.
Okay.
Kev.
I'll just pop this
It's
out a
actually
little.
touching your face.
Yeah, that's what I...
There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, that is better.
Anyways, what's your favorite thing to do when you're not at this club? Because, boy, this is my favorite place to be.
You know what I've really gotten into this in the last 8 months, I'd say, Kev?
What?
Cooking.
Cooking,
Now,
really?
I've been cooking dinner for the family for the last 12 years, being a stay-at-home dad and stuff. But I've really got into pushing myself and cooking things that I hadn't cooked before. And I declared that this year was the year of sauce.
Sauce?
So I've just been cooking things, but then also making a nice sauce to go with it. And that's how you elevate to the next level.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, making a nice sauce.
What's your Dota equivalent of adding sauce to your game?
Buying BKB.
Buying BKB.
Yeah,
oh,
it's
that
like,
does make sense.
you should just do it. And sometimes you think, I can't be bothered, or it's more fun not to.
Yeah.
You just got to bite the bullet and make that damn sauce.
Huh. So like just generic like hamburgers, but then you pour sauce on
Hamburgers. Kev. Oh, that's embarrassing.
it. So you like what you, instead of just eating dry boiled pasta, you put sauce on it?
Okay. All
That
right.
sounds really
See, I'm talking to
advanced.
someone who doesn't enjoy cooking or food. But we are looking forward to game 2 of this 2-game series. And we'll be back after a short break. See you then.
The Arcane Library of Lore Ipsum. Finally, you've arrived. You've been playing Dota 2 for thousands of hours, yet you seek something more. A deeper connection to your beloved heroes. You don't want an analysis of their power, secrets of their magics, explanations of their cosmic mysteries. No! You want lore presented to you in a new light! Each one of your favorite heroes has a past, boring to them through fate, shaping them into something greater and transforming them into the hero you know and love. Venomancer. Heroes which are cursed to a terrible fate, for in the world of Dota 2, any hero that grows enough in power, skill, and experience is fated to fight to the death, brainwashed by eldritch forces to fight against friends, foes, or annoying siblings. But of course you know all this, for you play the Battle of the Ancients every day. But what if we could show you how we got here? Show you the history of how it all began. The grand tale of the ancients, radiant and dire. Two halves of the same primordial mind, trapped in an endless conflict that spans very creation, trapped in a celestial prison until they're able to burst forth, land on the broken world below a sentient stone, and bend the will of heroes to fight for them. In this world, each hero, through their skills, their strength, or their magics, shot down a path of burning destiny, shaping them into the heroes in ways you didn't see coming. So join us as we explore the stories of the heroes you know and love in a new way you have never seen before. See their stories, their secrets, and know the world of Dota 2. Welcome to Tales from the Lore Keeper, which is me. I'm the Lore Keeper, the DHL guy. And for the next episode, I'll be telling you all about the origins of Rasta the Shadow Shaman, airing at ESL 1 Raleigh 2025. But for the third episode of the series, you get to vote on what hero we cover next. Choose among the 5 options: Silencer, Lone Druid, Sven, Hoodwink, and Dawnbreaker by going to the following website and voting for your favorite hero. This episode will be aired during DreamLeague Season 27 to welcome our Dota into the next year with a bang. I will make the splash screens for it.
When I saw you walking by, something about you caught my eye. Yeah, ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night?
Welcome back, friends. Time for game number 2 of Aurora versus Liquid, where it seems that Aurora has finally calmed down. But really, it was mainly just Kiyotaka that I was worried about after that Enigma series. But they've got it together now, and I'm proud of them, because Kiyotaka Tinker, if there was ever a signature that I would consider, because I know, Ted, you love citing whenever players have signature heroes.
Yeah, no, I might do that. I'm sorry, the casters aren't here.
Avery.
But
It was Cap.
I would have.
Yeah, of course you would have.
But you're not allowed to do that. That's 2012, apparently. Which is ironic.
Kiyotaka's new gen, though, but he made himself known on that Tinker very early on in his career, and it's always a pleasure to see him whip it out. Meanwhile, though...
Sorry, carry on.
You better do it this time. I want to hear you call it the Siggies.
You know what, I will, but only when Cap and Avery are here. I don't want to do it when they're not here, because I really want to annoy them.
Okay, we'll make it happen. In the meanwhile, it seems like Nightfall might be making Doom one of his signatures, because Purge, you were mentioning it in the pregame. It was something that he was looking quite strong on earlier, and it seems that the flex needs to be respected moving forward.
Yeah, it's worked too many times now, and the fact that it's worked with other teams as well makes it feel like it's new meta that's kind of just been discovered here. Where that's the worry, the real worry, is that if this is the flex here that you can open first pick and not have too many big traps, then you're going to have to throw it onto the pile of other first phase ban heroes, which already there's quite a few developing. I mean, the Sand King gets banned, the TA gets banned, the Bristleback gets banned, the Beastmaster, the A, those are like heavy staples right now, I feel like, in the meta. The tiny one may be a little bit more flexible, but there's not a lot of space left to throw Doom in the pile, so the only thing that may be salvation is a patch from the tear that is Doom carry.
To that, I want to say that I don't think it's like this thing that you have to be super afraid of. It's that, like, Liquid, they opened Darkseer, right? That was their overall first pick, and they got doomed. And that Doom is very happy to play into that. Like, I do feel like there are conditions that need to be met for you to pick Doom, which is like seeing a primary target to shut down, and then you first phase it, and then you're like, okay, this is a great flex hero as well. But if you're just jamming it into your draft, like on 8 pick, it's punishable on 2 lanes. Because like, you couldn't punish it on one side lane because of the Darkseer, but if that was a support pick and you respond to the Doom, then you're gonna get 2 side lanes that both play well into Doom, and it doesn't look so good, if that makes sense.
Yeah, maybe they could have instead wait to pick an off lane hero that can punish it, but then they could flex back to off lane too. I don't know. It seems difficult to deal with, but it is punishable in lane for sure.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like Liquid kind of served that up to them with their Darkseer, and I hope that they will break the mold a little bit by just being the reactive team instead of like, let's just pick our standard first phase heroes. And the hero that I want to see them react to right now is this Tinker.
Give me 5 heroes that counter Tinker. I'll give you, in my opinion, Spirit Breaker is a nice Tinker counter because you get vision of him, he can't disappear in the trees. Heroes in the trash, apparently. Pugna, but we haven't seen much Pugna, very, very occasionally. Who else is a classic Tinker counter?
Spectre used to be on the list.
Spectre in the bin. Who else you got?
Disruptor used to be very good against the hero,
Disruptor?
but the new shield gets you out of
Shield
the
thing, he
ulti
doesn't
in a
give
lot
a
of
shit,
cases.
and he can even blink out of the static.
Yeah, the translocator.
Yep.
Can
What
knock
else have
out.
you got?
There's one.
How about this one? Silencer.
That looks good.
That's it.
That's it?
That's a good one. I think the way to play against Tinker is just getting a hero that buys an early nullifier. I think in the past you could itemize with Yules from like a utility support and maybe just hunt the hero with like +1 vision. But now it feels like to shut down the mid Tinker in particular, you just need to have something like a TA that can go 3rd item nullifier, and you just beat that hero up whenever you can. Another way to potentially play against Tinker is have 2 really active supports that are just camping the mid lane, taking every single power rune. So you need like 2 self-sustaining side laners and 2 roaming supports that just camp Tinker, camp him in the jungle, block his, like it's just a very
It's ridiculous.
active style
But
of
so
play.
many of the heroes you would think as being a nice way to counter him, no one's paying them. They're dead heroes.
Yeah, Liquid have to change their plan. But Silencer already is a good start, right? Like you have this means to make it so that Tinker has this window where he's susceptible to dying during the global silence.
Yeah, if you can interrupt his first rearm, that usually does a lot as well. Like, he'll cast the first phase of spells, that's fine, but if you interrupt his first rearm, that buys you a couple seconds no matter what.
While we're deliberating, sorry, Neil.
One of the other supports that could be an option that was banned out first phase last time, Shaman, slips through in this draft so far.
Disables can be good, but it also can be spooky if he's got the shield on. I do like the idea that Mira said about pressuring early and blocking camps. It's a lot of effort. It takes a lot of hero resources to spend the time to do that. But
And you kind of gimp your other lanes as well, right?
sometimes yes, but if you get really good matchups or if you have a good sustainable hero, it can work out. But I believe he didn't skill his shield before level 6 last game, so hypothetically he's much easier to gank in the early game if you can fight through March or initiate before he casts it, would be one ideal. But
I hate it when there's a hero where everything has to be about countering this hero, the whole draft and the way you play. It's like old techies, man.
And Alk a little bit too, in some ways.
But that's in the case that there's like a Tinker specialist where you have to be afraid of the mid-flex because for a lot of teams, the Tinker comes out in first phase and never gets flexed
He's
mid,
just
and
support, right?
It's a lot easier to deal with in that sense. Not in the case for Kiyotaka, but something I did want to talk about that we didn't touch on is I think Toronto Tokyo and that Magnus is ridiculously impressive. Like, he has looked so good on Magnus. The last tournament that he played, he was picking it often. But in that last game, he was a huge part of the reason why he won. He was like getting 3-man RPs, constantly getting skewer backs, constantly getting these pickoffs. So I think that's the hero that Liquid also need to consider.
There's that Shadow Shaman you were talking about.
I'm telling you, it's one of the most contested supports. At least it was yesterday and all throughout Blast, but...
It's not fun shackling people and having to stand in a million March of the machines, I'll tell you that much, but it is some good luck down, eh?
Didn't they change Translocator to only be a basic dispel when it breaks now on your shield? And if that's the case, that means your Hex and your
Hex
Shackles.
breaks,
Or, well, Hex doesn't break.
It does if you get it at 15. There's a Talon Hex
Is that
break.
still there?
Yeah.
Okay. But the break, does that stop Translocator? If it does, that's pretty cool. But regardless, if it's only a basic dispel instead of a strong, then Shackles is still fine against Tinker. He's going to teleport while he's disabled, but he isn't just going to be like, oh, I countered your 4 seconds.
Oh, there, and they've got the mag again.
I just think this hero was actually the primary key. Like we did see Kiyotaka playing a very flashy Tinker, but it was off of the back of having this like multiple hero disable. And I mean, Liquid though, they do have a means to deal with this Magnus, right? They have like the global silence as a counter initiate, and they also have the instant disable of Hex. Or if Magnus blinks in, wants to skewer somebody back. If it's not Shaman, he can also react.
They did play Ringmaster earlier today, I believe, against Nigma Galaxy, and Mir actually had a really tough time against the Silencer 5. It was GH playing it. He died 3 times in lane, so hopefully he has a better lane outcome this game. The Morphling, very effective though, tons of physical damage. Typically does have a lot of net worth, should be able to eventually buy an MKB, so he doesn't have to worry about the Tinker as much. And if he does get Morph off before getting RP'd, he's a little bit safer as well.
I also feel like when you have a silencer and you're like, we're gonna counter a specific hero, you need someone who can kill that hero in that time. Because otherwise you just silence, and it's like you need someone that can go in, get that guaranteed kill, and then the rest of the fight becomes easier.
Yeah, and the only downside to Morph that I'm seeing right now is there aren't really good heroes to turn into. I've been seeing a lot of value from Morphling in the last couple days, from turning into a hero who has good spells and also has a good hero model, like ranged kind of thing, or a nice passive to take advantage of. I guess in some ways Mag could be that hero if you're getting some like empowered Giga damage or something, but it's still a fine game, and it does give what you said you kind of want. You want that extra damage.
We had this issue last DreamLeague. I vividly recall Yatoro tried to pick Morphling against Magnus, and then he realized he couldn't use the Empower because it's just on Magnus all the time now.
Oh, okay.
And so you can't cast Empower on yourself, then swap back to Morphling.
Gotcha. I can't recall exactly. You might be right. Maybe it doesn't work.
Brewmaster, eh?
Gives Teamfight AoE Dispel. They could use it to remove the shield.
And the Escape Act.
And the Escape Act, great point, yeah.
Escape Act is dispellable. I think this is a really cool group pick. But also the Morphling, what I wanted to say about this hero is that Aurora just lost to this hero today as well. I feel like it was a game that was very winnable for them too, versus Nigma earlier. And they lost to single Morphling. Like that did feel like their biggest issue. So I actually think that they don't know how to play against this hero that well. And they need to either out-tempo him and make it so that he never hits that Morphling power spike, or they have to pick some kind of hard counter for him. I mean, Abaddon adds the tempo.
I continue to attribute that game to Boots of Travel Storm Spirit, but I appreciate the devil's advocacy.
I really don't agree with that pick. Like, I really don't. I don't think they lost because of Boots of Travel Storm Spirit.
All I'm saying is if Kiyotaka's starting a trend, I'm terrified for pubs. Abaddon, on the other hand, gets picked up.
It's a mildly weird item build. That's all. Just mild. Not egregious. Aurora has been playing a lot of carry Nightfall on Abaddon, which is nice because giving him a mix of like soft carry and hard carry type heroes that are good earlier than others is nice. It's a nice mix. With that said, against Brew, it can be hit or miss since getting thrown in the air is very advantageous for Brew. You can also kill any illusions he spawns pretty easily. So, but he is survivable, which is a great thing. So even if there's like a global silence, you know that you're going to be fine for the 6 seconds or whatever.
To that, I would say if your Abaddon's getting thrown in the air, then your Magnus and your Tinker are in, and there are 2 higher priority targets for the Cyclone. So you have this Abaddon that it's like he's going to be in the center of Liquid's team, right? In front of your Shaman, in front of your Silencer. They can't do much if he's in their face. They can't really get around this guy. And then your Brewlings are dealing with the backline heroes on Aurora. So it looks like a really solid Abaddon game. My only issue with it is the scaling. I still think it's a great game for Morphling if he scales to the very end, but it's also really great for Aurora if they're hitting their early timings and not messing up.
That's a good point. And while he's in the center of attention and he's not going to be taking spells, they're going to want to be using hexes and shackles on other heroes. And the Nightfall's going to turn Aphotic Shield, and now those enemy supports are losing a lot of value. So it does look pretty good. Hey, do you see any signature heroes here, Ted?
I was waiting till they were at their mics to say that, Kev.
We'll get the opportunity. I'll present it again.
Kiyotaka Tinker?
It's not this game, though.
Wow!
Oh, yeah, it is this game again. Never mind. Well, what in the signature?
Any others? That's basically it.
I mean, I guess not really.
I think Magnus is becoming a signature.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo has been doing well on Magnus. So,
yes.
But it's not as famous as, like, Collapse Magnus,
That's
right?
true.
Liquid need to tie their draft together with some kind of catch mid laner. Like Storm Spirit's banned out, so is Pango, and so are Puck. That leaves Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit does feel easier to deal with if you have this like Abaddon with a Aphotic Shield taking it off of, taking the chains off of his allies. It's like Aurora did a great job with their last 3 bans.
Yeah, they look pretty disruptive for sure.
Whose leg is that?
It's my leg, Ted. Can't you feel it? I believe it's Kiyotaka.
The angle looks like that might not be Kiyotaka's leg.
I think that's his other arm, actually.
He does yoga.
That's his other arm?
His elbow.
We're focusing on my legs now. Look at this.
Oh, damn, look at those legs.
You wore
I don't know you're allowed to
calves.
Didn't know you're allowed to show skin in this club.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora searching for a support. Disruptor and Jakiro get taken out. I'm assuming they're trying to protect their Morphling. These silences, these stuns.
Bane kind of sucks against Silencer, though.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's kind of an iffy Bane game. And as soon as Bruce splits, you're going to have a bad time, too. I don't know. Elder Titan? Okay. Helps them against the Morphling, which they actually didn't have the best solutions against Morph.
I think it helps versus Brewmaster as well. It gives you bonus AoE damage, like the splitter into the Brewlings is going to be helpful. And
That's true.
There's a lot of like ground control coming out of Aurora with these marches, with this Wheel of Wonder, with the threat of the RP, with like the Echo Splitter, the Ancestral Spirit. It's going to be hard to fight into Aurora, actually. And Liquid need some ridiculously high impact jumping type mid hero from Nisha. If they can, that doesn't work because that hero's not high impact enough and it won't scale well enough.
How about Invoker?
Not a jumper.
Sunstrike plus Shackle. Seems pretty good. I mean, Kiyotaka is going to be a little bit slow on the Tinker, so that should buy time for Invoker to get some things done too. So if they can turn that into kills, it's cool.
I think Tornado is very high value. Like you want to Tornado Dispel the box, you want to Tornado Dispel or catch Tinker while he's TPing, remove his shield. You also want to remove the Spirit from Elder Titan, but it is a risky pick because... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the EMP is really good too. A lot of strength, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but it is risky. Like, I don't think Liquid's draft is easy enough to pull off where Invoker can have a seamless game. But hey, like, we did see BZM pop off on Invoker a few times.
And me the other night, if you were watching. But yeah, so I think maybe someone at Team Liquid was watching my game, watching some replays, and was like, I think this hero's back.
The real question, though, is it a signature of Nisha? Whenever you see it, Cap and Avery.
I'll leave that up to the casters. They love saying that kind of stuff. You know, when they go to Phil and stuff like that, they'll talk about that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that's their thing. Is that your thing, Cap and Avery? You know, you see a hero, you just immediately like, oh my god, Nisha Invoker, a classic. Pantomime Elder Titan.
Please, Neil. I see Nisha Invoker easy plus 25. Every day of the week, Neil.
Instania Silencer, classic.
Classic loss.
I would agree with that. His last Silencer performance, he was like not. The one thing you got to do is use your global silence at the right time.
Yeah.
And then was not hitting the time.
He was not silencing the haters that game.
No, he was not. He was only giving them more and more ammo.
Boxy Shadow Shaman, classic.
Oh, good one, Neil. A good one.
Seems like it may be a little bit of an uphill battle for Team Liquid then as we prepare to get into game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
You know, the one hero they didn't mention, V2 Morphling. Not that it's like his most played hero or anything, but it is one of the few hard carries that you can actually play in the current modern era of Dota. Because you sure as shit ain't playing Phantom Lancer in this patch, that's for sure.
Yeah, that one's off the table. He's level 30 on the Morphling, level 30 on the Brewmaster for Saberlight. I feel like they named every hero that was not a Siggy.
They really did.
They really went out
There's
of their
a
way.
lot of non-Siggy heroes, but there are a couple of Siggies.
I mean, Boxy just, like, come on.
Boxy Shadow Shaman.
Yeah,
that one's...
Come on. There's no way. I don't even think Boxy would say it's one of his Siggies.
We'll see if Boxy performs better on the Shadow Shaman. Maybe it's better not to give him a Siggy at this point in time.
There's only one Siggy in this game, Austin. It's the Kiyotaka Tinker.
And
he's going to do it again, Austin. I told you game 1 he's going to do it. This game he's going to... He dropped 15-2. I think he's going to drop 17-1. He's going to up it again, just to prove the haters even more wrong. Against a lineup where Liquid knew it was coming, and they counterpicked it. They got the Global Silence. They got the Brewmaster with the lift in the Dispel. They got Invoker with another lift and a Dispel. They got an Insta-Hex. They got a Gap Close carry. He's going to drop 17 on them right here, right now, end their careers, Austin. Just return the Aegis to Valve, honestly. Return.
Out of shame.
That's right.
With a little note saying we would like you to forward this to Kiyotaka. We don't know where he lives.
That's right. DHL drop it straight back into their headquarters. You like that little cross promotion
Yeah, it was a
there?
little cross promotion. I like that.
They're still
I like
sponsoring us, right?
I sure hope so.
Okay, well, either way, unknown delivery mechanism straight back to Seattle. Because he's about to dunk on their ass. That's what I'm feeling. I'm just feeling it. Sometimes you get a feeling.
I feel like you're high as hell.
Okay, well.
There's no way he does better performance than game 1.
That's exactly why he's going to do it, because
by
you doubt him. And Kiyotaka, he feeds off the doubt. He feeds off the hate. That's what you look at. He's already choking.
Oh,
He's
Nisha,
already choking.
Nisha can't get these
Look
last
at his
hits
expression.
to save his life.
He's laughing at himself.
Man, this Kiyotaka guy is really playing me for the fool right now.
The pressure Nisha's under right now.
That's true.
He is
Nisha,
sweating.
well known for not being able to handle the pressure.
Can we get a large close-up of Nisha? Is that sweat on his forehead?
Maybe on his upper brow?
That looks like he's sweating. Yeah, maybe. Could just be the sunlight, but...
Nisha, you're sweating.
Somebody got first blooded. We don't care. Let's keep looking at it.
Well,
8-4, 2-1, Austin. It's over. It's just call it. It's already done and toasted and roasted and dusted and put in the bin. And guess what? There was another bin in there. And now it's in the double bin. And you got to take it to the dumpster out back. And this lane is done. There's another tip. Because he knows. Because he knows. There's no hope. Sunstrike missed. That's why he got tipped. But he's throwing his men out. He doesn't even know what's happening. Can't hit a Sunstrike. Can't hit a last hit. It's a complete choke-a-thon out here.
The choke-a-thon. Monday. Welcome to the choke-a-thon.
Yeah, nice signature hero, Boxy. This is like crumbling for the ages right here.
Man, Avery's been waiting for this moment for years.
I mean, I did
Let me just tell you.
DreamLeague is my favorite event, Austin. And you should have thought of why. You really should have thought of why.
Because Liquid
That's right. The one event of the year that Liquid always chokes in. And the Liquid haters can feast. I actually have nothing against this team, by the way.
That's such
I'm
horse
completely
shit.
unbiased.
Completely unbiased.
I actually am. That's the funny part. Now, the real interesting thing about this draft, let's get into the game a little bit.
Okay.
V-Tune's career gets named. Mira doing some work bottom, by the way. He is really giving him the runaround down here. Will he get Sunstriked? Or will Nisha choke it again? Oh! Sunstrike in the fountain?
In the fountain?
No, he didn't go to the fountain.
Wait, where'd he go? He went back to the tower.
Nisha didn't even throw it. He didn't even know where to throw it.
He's so bamboozled. He's like, I just can't do it, guys.
All right, so
I know I'm going to choke it.
What I think is really interesting about this draft from Aurora is in a meta where people are complaining that carry heroes are getting played as support, right? You end up in these Dusa, Terrorblade, Doom, whatever drafts.
Yeah.
This draft is all heroes that can be played as support. Support Tinker, support Abaddon, support Ringmaster, support ET, Magnus, little roaming for Magnus, and that's the stretch, but
yeah.
This is like all the support heroes that are core. It's the reverse script.
I thought you were going to say they were playing offlaners as carries, but
well, maybe a little bit too. But I mean, this is just the top rope right here in this mid lane. Put on a clinic.
Kiyotaka with run the high ground.
Waterroom got taken bottom as well. Of course, Nisha not go for the rooms. He knows when to cut his losses. I don't know why I'm going in on him. It's just funny.
Welcome to the mid lane, or as Kiyotaka likes to call it, Hell in a Cell.
I mean, he's about to throw him off the cage right here through a table. Just call the ambulance right now. I mean, you may as well just call this the Kiyotaka Invitational at this point. But this guy's putting on a clinic.
You really took to heart when I said Avery Silverman is the #1 Kiyotaka fan.
You know what? I thought about it. Somebody has to be. And you may as well be me. It may as well be me.
Avery will wear the mantle.
Someone's got to hype him up. We look overall this laning phase, though. It's going Aurora's way. Now, most of that is the deficit extracted from the mid lane, of course.
Of course, yeah.
The mag lane is going pretty damn well. This Brewmaster is actually getting shut down the most of anybody. Really rough lane top. This core Baden putting in some work. Kanto giving it to Boxy. The one-on-one.
Oh, he's winning this one. Wait,
Sunstrike?
no, wait, what about the Sunstrike? Where's the Sunstrike?
Where is
Nisha? Oh, God!
Where'd he throw it?
Boxy's sitting around like, brother, where?
Wait, he threw it
Where are
somewhere,
you?
though. Was it bottom? Got thrown bottom, I think.
Kiyotaka's got Nisha. He's so in his head, he doesn't even know which lane to throw the Sunstrike
Brother,
into.
this man is...
He heard Boxy in the comms calling for Sunstrike. He thought it was Insania.
He's hearing voices right now. I don't know if Nisha's ever panicked in his career, but there's always a first.
I mean, he never met Kiyotaka when he was on Team Secret.
Dude, Boxy's just going straight back in. He's like, I'm going to shackle you, brother. And you're getting Sunstrike this time.
Oh my God! Isn't he just gonna get slammed on again?
Sunstrike?
Sunstrike? He just hurt him again! Oh my God! He's just a Sunstrike merchant. Where is he, man?
Dude, he doesn't want to throw the easy ones, you know? Wait, is he going in for the third round? The third round!
Okay, this time. He'll land the goddamn Sunstrike. There we go.
That is what we were looking for. We got him. Nisha on the board. And he needs it.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, with
CS-wise, he's kind of coming back.
Well, yeah, Kiyotaka left the lane. He has better things to work on, you know? He's got some jungle stats.
Got some neutrals to hit, yeah. V-Tune has been free farming as well. He's got 14 denies, and they're going for the Wisdom Shrine.
This is bold. Do have Sunstrike available.
Another Sunstrike for the road.
No.
Protected by the Tinker. There's no way they can contest that.
It's way too hard.
That's another mid hero that's, now that I think about it, hard to contest the Shrine.
Yeah, he's really
starts throwing out the March, and it's just dunzo. He could also freely make that rotation like Monkey King can. What other mid heroes can do this sort of thing?
Ember can do it if he's winning the mid lane.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's a good one.
Mid Spectre.
Great. Thank you, Avery. for your astute analysis.
That was
always.
in the meta at one point. Where did that hero go, actually? Is that hero that bad? Because that is a Tinker answer. He's a very fast, like, he's literally, Bloodthorn Manta Nullifier build-up.
Yeah.
Just jump and kill him. Is a hero that unplayable?
Can't be that bad. Meteor going to be dropped on Mira's head.
Yep, you're gone.
Goodbye.
I do like the Shaman Invoker combo. It is really nice. Oh, he did not get out of it.
Okay, well, Kiyotaka gets him out of it pretty quick. Just gives him the laser. And gives him the power rune invis for Nisha. Not much is going to happen with that. Where is Boxy going?
For those
Just
back
going
Sunstrike deep wards. If you get some deep wards out early, it can be really nice for you to set up these ganks on the Tinker later.
Wants to get vision in the triangle.
Yeah, I like this idea. These are preemptive wards. You get this Tinker once or twice in the jungle with a Sunstrike connection, 1 or 2 heroes, easy pickings. He's looking for Toronto, Tokyo. He might just
He's going to find him. Got the damage. Can the Sunstrike not hit the neutrals and only hit the Magnus? It does. Well placed by Nisha.
Since I was trash talking Nisha, he's really taken this game over. 3-0, Midas is done. He is completely recovered. The man don't tilt.
No. I feel like in the history of players, Nisha's got to be in that top 10 list of players that would just be like, yeah, he's guaranteed to have a solid performance no matter what's happening.
He is very stable. Very emotionally stable. Or very good at hiding.
Boxy lying in white. He's going to slip back into the triangle again, but he's met by the Elder Titan, so you just got to take the kill, present it. Well, V-Tune, is V-Tune going to get in there or not?
What was that Sunstrike? I feel like he's getting trolled this game.
I think so too. Like V-Tune didn't want to wait for him in. The Sunstrike's not going out there half the time.
That was a very aggressive move from Boxy. I think you just abandoned him there. Tornado mid, a lot of damage off. Oh, that
he's got the translocator. Kind of ruins that. If you can hit the stomp here, maybe they can kill Nisha. The blood grenade, it's not enough of a slow. Now the turnaround. Hit him in with the ice wall, blood grenade in return, and Mira probably going to die here. The Sunstrike is going to be too far forward. Mira was too slow. Still got the kill though. Got the intelligence for Insania.
These 2 mid laners are the most farmed heroes right now, and they are the 2 carries in this game. So you really have to
just
think about
going in, man, but he's got his ultimate.
The anti-synergy, not the greatest there.
Yeah.
ET is super strong with Tinker in the fights, but you always pretty much get woken up, so it's a give and take,
Let's not forget about the carry Abaddon, who's been free farming this whole time.
Oh yeah, Nightfall having a very good time up here.
This hero had a monster performance. Was it this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning's games? I can't remember who was playing it. Oh yeah, that's right.
It's like 19-1.
Yeah,
that was disgusting.
He was destroying people with that.
Skewered and skewer.
Sunstrike coming in, trying to do some damage. Does a decent amount. With the Silencer coming in, maybe they can bail him out. Nope, burst down by the laser. And there was nowhere to run to anyway. Nightfall had come through the gate.
Oh,
nice dagger from Mira. That probably ensures a second kill as another dagger lands. Insania, look at all those bounty runes. Gonna get to him. No, he's cut down by Kiyotaka's laser before he can get to the sweet, sweet gold laying in the ground.
Insult to injury off that play. You do get mid tower. Forge Spirits just pushing it in. Nisha claims another objective, continuing his onslaught here. But that's a big team fight for the Tinker. Gets involved. Now he has Blink and Kaya done. Get that huge Morphling kill in the early game while you're Abaddon continues to roam the map.
Mira, does he have the right trinkets? Well, it doesn't matter. He's going to be hexed. On the come down here, Boxy does manage to stop the stomp. I mean, they know they're clearing through the stack right now. Kiyotaka doesn't really want to be interrupted, but Liquid will force an interruption here with Vitoon cutting across. Nice waveform. He ran back to make sure he got both of them and collects a double kill for Vitoon. Liquid just chase out all of these heroes out of the triangle and straight into the arms of the Vitoon Morphling.
That's not an easy area to push at this point in the game. Into Elder Titan, into the Tinker Marches. Just catch him off guard, and Vitoon with a super nice rotation from behind. Get a massive kill on this Tinker. That's going to be his one death for the game, so you've got to make it count here.
That's a good point, yeah.
He will only go
he
will only go 17-1 from here.
You were really all in on that one, huh?
You know what? Life is more fun when you all in.
Yeah. He's just got to go 15-0 now.
Still trying to hold
Boxy still has wards. He's going to trap him. And yeah, he's going to die for it, but he's certainly guaranteeing at least one kill is going to happen. And got a D-ward too.
Again, this is a really difficult area to hold, but it is because of that ward that was placed on the cliff earlier.
Yep.
When you're wondering what Boxy was doing there, and this ward lasted the full duration.
I mean, who's expecting? They did some D-warding. They're like, they got to have some ward vision around here, but...
Yeah, you would not have felt his presence there.
Not expecting that Boxy would have wrapped all the way around and gotten the deepest ward possible.
They want to defend this top tower. There is Primal Split available.
They're fighting into split. That's dangerous. Considering they do not have the lockdown to stop the split, they're willingly taking this team fight into a Brewmaster ult like this. It's a dangerous move, but they seem to be surviving for now. Mira does manage to wither through it, and Saberlight's actually the one going to die here. Oh, punch down and finished off by an Elder Titan.
He did not respect just the general AoE damage.
Yeah, March of the Machines cleared through the pandas pretty easily.
Also, it was a massive whoopee cushion into a Photic shield on this Ringmaster that baited the whole fight. The stomp landed on the Morphling. So much of that damage gets negated.
They did get another tower, though.
Nisha putting in work.
Nisha is rushing to that Aghanim Scepter.
He's having a really good game here. Bots, Midas, halfway to Ags at the 14-minute mark. Man.
Who would have believed this guy had 2 CS at 1 minute in?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Imagine if Kiyotaka had not dumpstered him.
Game would have already been lost.
Attention.
Nightfall with his Radiance is going to start going to work. Between the Radiance, the March of the Machines, seems like at least for a couple minutes here, Aurora and their 5-on-5 team fight seems pretty secured.
And the Blink RP. They have all
the
right
Blink
now.
RP, yeah.
Really scary 5-man. And the other upside of this lineup is they have double save. I guess triple save if you count Defense Matrix, but you're usually not counting that when it's Core Tinker. But between a Photic Shield and Escape Act, and I guess Stomp Bailout, this is a really tough team to dive into.
Another time the Team Liquid do not contest the Torment.
I just don't think they can, especially without the Radiant/Primal split on Brew. What is your 5-on-5?
Yeah.
So much of their team fights is dependent on Saberlight and him being able to contribute massively. He's just behind on levels. His lane was the hardest in this game. They're just going to go for the sneaky Roche play. Oh, I like this. Vlad's Morphling with some Shaman Wards. A little alacrity on top. This is super fast.
I mean, imagine if Toronto Tokyo came over here right now, but the Scandal high ground, they know nothing is coming from Aurora.
Yeah, imagine I could bat 600 in the major leagues.
He's in the mid lane with his Blink Dagger.
Close.
It's not that large of a leap for them to say, Aurora be like, oh, wait, what if they're Roshing?
I don't think it's that large a leap that I could maybe bat 600. I think I could have been pretty close.
Yeah, maybe a T-ball leap.
Take that back.
Tornado! Nisha trying to defend himself. Boxy comes in, locks down another 2. Trying to meet him with the wheel. Doesn't get it. They're chasing after Nisha, but that's no longer a kill they can get. They run behind the tier 2 and are fighting into the Primal Split. So now they're in some trouble. Now they're going to be locked down. Plenty of disables available for Liquid. It's just a question of how many heroes are Liquid going to kill. Pushed forward by the Void Bruling. Nice. Couldn't get there, but Vitoon, somebody will get this. Mira protecting himself, trying to prolong his death as long as possible, but finally does fall.
What did I tell you yesterday, Austin? The Radiant Tier 2 bottom lane is the #1 place teams throw games. What is this dive? Into global? Under a Tier 2? Into the Aegis on Morphling? Somebody had the wrong idea about how that fight was going to go. And not a
Yeah.
fight Kiyotaka is going to aggressively join. There's just no way. The chance you get caught by somebody there is way too high.
Kiyotaka, he is not respecting this so much. He kills Saberlight. Does he get out for it? Meteor's going to be dropped on his head, and the rest of the team is here. Avery, that is his second
That doesn't
death.
count. He literally killed the guy 1v4.
That doesn't matter.
that
You
step
said
off
he
the
was
board.
going to go 15-2, 17-2?
Yeah, that's right. I said 17-2.
17-2.
That's right. That's right, Austin. That's what I said. Don't check the VOD.
17-1, whatever.
No, it's 17-2, Austin.
Okay.
That's what you said.
I'll give you 17-2. How about that?
Okay, that sounds fair.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That was a very ambitious fight, Bottom. I do not understand.
Cataclysm inbound. Toronto, Tokyo. Did Boxy misjudge his mana? He did. He was 5 mana off, I think.
Did it to himself this time.
Yikes.
Oh, Toronto
And
died anyway.
Still got the kill anyway. All right.
Okay, well, that's... I don't know what that is, man. That's just...
Me neither.
That's embarrassing.
Insania says the lesson to be learned there is never give up.
Very inspirational.
Or that Toronto Tokyo's. Never mind.
Oh, no, finish that statement there, Austin. I'm sure everybody would like to hear what you were going to say.
Sounds like there are 2 clowns on Aurora.
Oh, okay. Wait, who's the other clown?
Ringmaster.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Who's the other one, though?
I'll tell you later. Insania and Boxy run into Nightfall. Not a hero they want to run into.
Ambitious
An
Earth Splitter.
attempted Earth Splitter, but it is not going to land. Liquid only have 3 heroes here, but they seem to be sticking around.
Oh,
they
boy.
have a war to be played around, and a 3rd death, perhaps inbound. Here
The
comes Siaban, though.
shield.
Aquatic shield to help him out. Escape back, trying to get him away. V-Tune still chasing after him. Stopped and killed. Oh, man, he was full agi, wasn't he?
Was not ready for that.
A laser underneath the Elder Titan Aura. Half his HP gone in a second. Panto with the stomp, making a run for it. Maybe V-Tune can pick up that kill, but the important part for Aurora, they bail out their Tinker.
That is the power of this lineup behind him. They have a lot of saves, a lot of way to disjoint the fight. Just because you find this Tinker, it is not guaranteed you're going to kill him, especially with the translocate. Liquid need to really play around their ults well. Global Silence, Primal Split, try and get to BKBs, then you're going to be really confident going deeper in these fights.
Got a scan on Nightfall over here. They're not chasing.
I mean, global down, it's scary to go for these big team fights near towers. Your solo pickoff is solid with the Cataclysm, Blink, Shackle, and the Shaman. So if you find heroes on these side lanes, it's kind of the go-to when your ults are down.
If you have the mana to Shackle.
That's true.
Boxy's working on that with an Aether Lens. Or Yules, rather. Yules. Okay. Always nice to have that against these barriers. Always nice to have against Abaddon, specifically in his ult. Okay.
Yeah, these 2 mids are neck and neck. They're both level 15. They're within 1,000 net worth of each other. Both leading the game. Both on their signature heroes.
A lot of parity to be had.
You will have a BKB on this Tinker soon, however. And this is another game where you have nothing to go through that other than Morphling finding him or Global Silence. So I guess you have a little more than last time, but still no hard lockdown. And the Wisdom Shrines just ignored here from Aurora. They're going for the smoke play down mid. No Roshan to gain, though. Kind of an awkward time to make the smoke play to this part of the map.
Radiant's middle tower.
They just get a mid-tower. Not quite for free. There's going to be some damage on bottom. Alacrity plus the Serpent Wards. The one thing Kiyotaka can't easily clean out.
Yisha instantly hunting top once Toronto Tokyo. Getting greedy on the
EMP
way.
Meteor going to be dropped on him with the Hex, making it easy. Covered by the Global Silence as well. Now Nightfall still runs in. The rest of his team is coming in from behind. So this is not a straightforward situation for Liquid. Nightfall already having to use his ultimate, does get some of the heal back into play, while Vtune cuts in and easily deals with that Elder Titan. And now with his ultimate gone, Nightfall is food. As Boxy holds him in with the shackles, he may have gotten off the Aphotic Shield, but it's not enough to get a kill, not enough to save himself. Liquid are gonna run down 4 heroes on Aurora, and they gave absolutely nothing. Triple kill for Nisha.
Just one by one. Everybody's trickling into this fight. You're not there together on the side of Aurora. The Tinker doesn't want to go in until the fight develops, and your supports just run straight into a Morphling on the side of the fight. Nothing for Aurora to gain there, as Liquid just outmaneuver them, outpace them around the map, and this Invoker is a problem. As much as Liquid aren't necessarily catching Tinker farming, Aurora cannot catch this Invoker around the map. They have very little ability to jump Nisha in this game. He is 6-0 and 9. 0 deaths so far. A perfect performance from him.
Sure you didn't get your wires crossed?
I never cross wires, Austin.
Just saying, that looks like a pretty prime candidate for a 17-1.
We'll see how this game ends.
It's got, what, mass moon shards in his quick buy on Insania? Man wants to carry.
Or he wants to retire very soon.
Kiyotaka.
Tinker on Tinker?
He has BKB, and they do not have an answer to that.
You need to try and scale and keep this game under control. Man, you gotta get some impact going from one of these other 2 cores, because so far the Abaddon Magnus have not pressured Liquid that much.
Yeah, this hero has not really done anything for them.
I was questioning why they really wanted it in the draft, because you look at Liquid's lineup and they have so much kiting capability. Invoker is amazing versus hero. Outside of, okay, he can shield off your cold snap, but when you play these like teamfight skirmish heavy games and there's a lot of targets to go on, Abaddon's not catching him. He's not shutting his damage down.
Yeah, he hates Ice Wall. He hates Tornado EMP.
Yeah, there are some spells, Deafening Blast. There's a lot that he doesn't like playing into. You can only use the shield every so often. The Brewmaster is pretty annoying for him. You ever get tossed in the air, especially after you ult. Global Silence can be annoying. Hex can be annoying. These cores are just food around the map right now. Aurora are crumbling.
At this point in time, it almost seems like Aurora's only play is Toronto Tokyo somehow gets a rebuttal whenever Boxy tries to make one of these moves. Yep, these next setups for the Cataclysm. Nisha, okay, getting a kill on Nisha would be massive, and they whipped him into the wheel. Do not tell me he's going to escape. All right, they had him in a corner. They're marching the machines. They'll march him down. Boxy is going to get a return kill on Mira. But
Shaman's getting fat.
The Menace is off the map. The first death of the game for Nisha, and 1,500 gold gained from it.
What a streak to claim. 1,000 gold straight to Kiyotaka, as he will now take the lead again. Pushing towards that level 20. Pushing towards that 17-2. But are you going to lose Tormentor here? With this super defensive, objective-oriented lineup, Tormentor going to Liquid is not what you want to see as Aurora. And a Silencer shard extra insta-steal on the table.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This next Roshan is super pivotal in this game. If it goes to Morphling, Liquid can really do some damage.
Nice pickup. If they can get him. Detection, Tusk's gonna go out. Killing the Silencer early is a good start.
Oh, yeah.
They knew that Liquid was on the Tormentor. They went straight to the Roshan, found a pick off thanks to the high ground ward that they had there, still have there. So good vision to just force Roshan.
Opposite trade of the first time around. Now it's Liquid scrambling to defend this. If they don't know this ward's here, they're gonna get crushed by an RP.
Toronto Tokyo is setting up for it. The smoke, Liquid is not going through the staircase. They're going farther to the north, trying to make the jump into the Roshan pit from outside of the river area.
No BKBs available.
Tornado scouting things out. and get a little vision inside the pit with the illusions, with the Forge Spirits. They see Roshan is really not close to dying.
They're going to try and kill Insania again. They know he's coming back. They know he wants to get back to this fight. Are they a little too late?
Oh, if that ward had gone down just a little bit sooner, maybe they could still catch him if they do run straight up. Insania, I mean, props to him for running the long way around. He may still get caught, but he seems pretty aware of the possibility. Constantly glimmering himself.
He played that pretty well as you can play it.
Yeah, it would be easy to just cheat through the secret shop area, which he would have died. Go through the river at some point, would have got caught there. Jump onto Nightfall. Cataclysm coming in. That's going to be the ultimate of Nightfall. Not much gain. Tornadoed up. V-Tune actually is going to be wheeled. Uh-oh. He's going to take a lot of damage. They 2 minutes to burst him down with the Earth Splitter. Now without their carry. Things are looking a little grim here for Liquid. Still trying to chase down heroes. They do get Panto off of it. Nightfall, Manta out of the wards, and will get back to safety under the river. Boxy on the side here can control heroes, but there's no damage. Not right now, not until Nisha shows up. Maybe now they'll be able to pick up Mira. Next up, Horn Toss into Skewer on 2, but Nisha with the Tornado, that's a problem. Kiyotaka, RP locking down 2. Toronto Tokyo, they finish off those 2s and retreat back to Insania, getting that kill as well. Nisha, last man standing for Liquid. Healthy, but cannot do it alone.
Such an aggressive go on the Shaman. There is the idea though, right? You have this Hex breaks. If you go, you Hex this Abaddon, put the silences out there, you have a chance to burst Nightfall 100-0.
Oh yeah,
Can't do anything about it. Liquid went for that play, but he gets pulled out, forced out. The play gets botched, he gets his ult off, and then that fight is looking tough. Kiyotaka is just going to clean you up.
He can't do it alone, or maybe he can. Cataclysm Meteor comes in. Big damage. They do manage to get the Aegis, but Nightfall loses it right away. Nisha delayed just long enough, but now he's going to be skewered back in. He might be food on the second life of Nightfall, surrounded by so many heroes. Boxy trying to throw the disables. Horn toss back into play, and Nisha will die. And now the chase continues. Aurora, they go from getting the Roshan to killing Nisha to now killing Boxy as well. Big pickup and a huge swing to the favor of Aurora.
Such a tough lineup to fight into when you don't have BKBs to commit around these objective areas. You're just fighting into so much. Somebody's going to get stomped. Somebody's going to be under this VT Spirit. Someone's getting skewered. Everything that was going well for Liquid in this game was them finding pickoffs around the map, being able to start on big core targets. These 5-on-5 fights are still very difficult for their lineup. And I just have not felt the impact of this Brewmaster yet.
No, not at all.
You're just getting cleaned up with the lasers in the fights. Some of the Brilliants get killed super fast. Then you're left with half your ult. You're just walking around and you throw a boulder. Like, who cares? Knee-blade done for Kiyotaka.
Nightfall just diving in there. Playing off the fact that he is Manta and his ult, and they baited out B2. They got him with the skewer back into the whip there. They had perfect chain stun. Liquid, I mean, they scramble out there with the primal split and everything, but they're not getting anything off of this. They are going to probably lose a lane of barracks unless Nisha can hold this. As he's the only one who can. Toronto Tokyo, can he find another opening? The man who once played on the same team and relied upon Collapse's Magnus is trying to do his best impression.
He's looking.
Horn toss after horn toss. The last target. If he could get Nisha, this would open up the entire base.
No primal split, no morphling.
Jump forward from Nightfall. Tornado intercepts and protects the back line. Nightfall kind of stuck here. Skewered back. They do manage to get Boxy. Boxy dropping the wards, knows he's dead.
The rest of the team got stomped. No ability to help.
Toronto Tokyo just keeps on finding these openings, pulling heroes out of position. Liquid cannot take the 5-on-5.
There's too many shields in this lineup. Everybody can bail each other out. There's no good targets to go on. Nisha trying to do something against this Tinker.
Will get a good amount of damage on him. BKB forced out. Nightfall will take the mid lane completely as Aurora back away. Resetting, going for more. Horn toss back in on Nisha. Toronto Tokyo knew that he had the money right there. Dropped the RP on him when it probably wasn't even necessary because he knows that Nisha is the only thing standing between them and the rest of the game.
He has found some really nice horn toss skewers here, straight into the whip every time. I don't mind that RP, honestly, because, like you said, Nisha is Liquid's whole game plan. I RP this Invoker every single time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care who else is in this game. RP Nisha. He's so high level, he's going to be dead for so long. Your RP is going to be back up by the time you fight anyway. You lose nothing.
And he's doing this against Instant Hex. He's doing this against Tornado. He's doing this against Global Silence. Right? Like, he's doing this without a BKB. He's finding these openings.
Liquid need to be more respectful of it and more on point if they want to try and turn this game around. Because they're just getting outplayed right now. And the items are starting to roll in for Aurora. This Tinker Abaddon got so much gold out of these sequences. You have a full Bloodthorn on Nightfall now.
Whew. That's a problem for V2.
And the double Force Staff from Aurora support duo has done a lot of work in this game. Force Staff is super strong versus Rasta Morphling Invoker, where when Boxy goes in, he's the majority of their lockdown. If this guy who's hexed or shackled gets Force Staffed, it disjoints their entire initiation. On top of that, you always have escape back. You always have a stomp. Yeah. There's too many targets to jump right now for Liquid. And you need this you need a BKB on V2, 100%. He is desperately trying to farm it up right now.
He should be able to have it before the next high ground push.
Should be level 20 as well. Extra stats.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Aurora not going to wait for another Roche.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Seems like they're going to continue to use Nightfall to pressure Liquid and see if that makes an opening that Toronto Tokyo.
I mean, they have amp damage on Kiyotaka. He is going to bag and build up. This is a man's Tinker build right here.
Toronto Tokyo waiting on the side.
You wouldn't know anything about this kind of Tinker gameplay, Austin. It's a man's. This ain't a boy's build.
It's a man's Tinker.
Man's Tinker build right here. Of course, he does need 9 more kills this game to be my prediction, so he does. You kind of need this to go on for a little bit longer. I like the tag in this game, though, because if you skewer someone in, just zap them down. Right? Don't care about the global. It's going to be near instant. Might just pop this Morphling instantly.
Tornado gets there in time. Cataclysm revealed the fact that Aurora had backed away.
Oh, nice pickoffs.
They find a pickoff as a result. Boxy's still fishing for more, but
gotta keep finding pickoffs in this game. The 5v5s does not work for you, but the pickoff game has, and this will get you to your BKBs. The BKB for the Invoker should be done. Morphlings is also done. So this is your chance to come back in this game if you're Liquid. Abuse your BKB timing. Ignore a lot of the spell damage being thrown out. Ignore some of the ET power.
Yeah, but the pickoffs is like, they don't need to split up on Aurora.
Nope. Power the Tinker.
Power the Tinker. Power the fact they're ahead. They're laying a barracks down. They've got a Radiance, Manta, Abaddon. You can also push in lanes like this.
I also think Saberlight's game being so okay is aggressive, but they got
They will get the pick off anyway.
A little trade-off. Slows the game down at least. So the fact Saberlight's game was so bad, he only now got level 18 for this level 3 primal split, and he never got to build faster ores in this game, which I think Liquid really would have benefited from. For example, pipe. They don't have a pipe in this game.
Yeah.
I think that feels terrible. You don't have an AC, or like he couldn't go greedier with a Manta and farm more to scale harder. He's just a Lotus or Panda. And the Lotus is good this game, but it's not great on this hero a lot of times.
Aurora, there is a Tormentor they can take while they wait for Roche.
That's true. Does not think they will mind taking it here. Continuing to build their lead. And BKBs are done for all the cores. They have the Magnus BKB, so your chance to counter Toronto Tokyo's fewer plays went down considerably. I think he will absolutely pop that BKB if he feels he has a chance to grab the Invoker. He might get greedy with other heroes, but if you see Nisha and you can just blink BKB, RP skewer him, you're only worried about this global.
Yeah.
Are scanning.
Insania's, he's got to use it at the perfect time.
Has to be on point in this game. Can bail out your cores, it can stop the Magnus initiation, and it can let you get your BKBs off.
It'd make his life a whole lot easier if Liquid were the ones starting the fight.
That's also very true. I think every engagement that has gone well for them has been Boxy starting. A couple of those have gone bad, but gotta believe in it. And the smoke coming through from Aurora, pushing down this mid lane. Someone has to respond. V-Tune, careful.
Yeah, you could die real quick. Deals with the creep wave. But Aurora, they're going to force Liquid back. They're just going to hit high ground at top.
I like this move. The Roche is up. You're making Liquid choose between their base and its objective right now.
Liquid chooses the Roche.
Couldn't fight this if you get an ET Spirit in here.
Coming back around, Aurora. They're going to be interrupted. Tornado comes through. Jump in, Horn Toss. Got the Shadow Shaman, and V-Tune died like that?
What?
Kiyotaka just did a massive burst of damage. Now Nisha in desperation inside the pit will manage to grab. Refresher, he didn't have all the space in the world. Managed to get that Aegis just in the nick of time and blink away, but being chased after. Tornado lands on 2. Cataclysm, turn around with the Refresher. He can drop some serious damage there. Kiyotaka down to half HP. Saberlight. Well, one laser kind of ruins most of that. Meteor's going to be dropped on him. Kiyotaka, he's fine. He's protected by Nightfall. It's Saberlight who's likely to die here. Hopes to get the kill on Panto. Does manage to get that much at least, but he's not making it out of here. No way.
Zapped back down. Unstoppable for the Tinker. He was full Agi Austin. He was sitting on 950 HP and he got one shot by the Dagon with that Spirit coming through.
Tinker did 985 total damage to Morphling. That's all it took.
It was Dagon. Dagon to the face. Some extra magic amp. You know, he has ceremonial robe too. This is just not a game you can play that low because you die in the blink of an eye.
Was it the Elder Titan Spirit inside the pit? Is how they have the vision?
He had Spirit in the pit. The stomp was going out. Ooh. Just got Dagoned off ceremonial robe plus Spirit, lowering the resistance.
Yeah.
Pop.
You combine that with the AoE laser.
Yeah, he had 25 going in that fight.
Yeah. You get some clump. That laser bounces around, and it's doing the AoE at the same time. It's nasty.
Did get Aegis, though. That is a win for Liquid. They lost a lane for it, however. But the game continues. You're probably okay with this trade because all those spoils going to Aurora likely just auto ends this game. So not a bad trade for Liquid, all things considered. And they have that Refresher Shard to play with. They're super powerful in this Invoker. Also pushing towards level 25. Has some time with this Aegis to play with, looking towards a Hex. That would be a huge pickup here for Nisha as flies it in. No, he doesn't fly it. He does fly it. Okay. Full Hex done. Wow. Still pretty farm.
Boxy desperate to get a pick off here around this high ground ward. But if you're Aurora, there's, again, I feel like there's no need to separate.
You can let the Abaddon play alone. You can let the Tinker play alone. The rest of the team don't give up bad pickoffs. Should be happy just farming out this period a little bit. You always have these lanes that are pushing in too. Liquid would likely have to respond to base pretty quickly. This is a very aggressive farm.
And he'll be punished for it, saved by the Aphotic Shields. The Meteor's still going to do a hefty amount of damage. Now Nisha baited. Boxy sitting here on the high ground though. Saberlight. Maybe he's going to be the target. Does have Primal Split.
Oh, the Morphling again.
Pulled him back in. Global Silence protects him though. V-Tune throwing what damage he can, but he can't deal with the pressure that Nightfall puts on him. He just has to BKB TP out. Primal Split's going to be used. Insania, Ogre Seal Totem over the cliff and gets whipped. That TP is the only one that gets canceled.
Nice lift on the Tinker. Should get Saberlight out of here. The botched go from Liquid. Getting baited. And a Phonic Shield sitting behind the support. Lucky to get out with everybody there.
The duo still on the hunt.
Oh yeah, you have to keep hunting this game.
Look at him force-staffing the creep, trying to get him to crack open that base a little bit quicker.
Hanging the amp damage top. Love that rune here. Tinker TP's right in front of
Oh,
base.
God. They had the tornado. He gets away. Kiyotaka, I don't know if he knew how close he was to death there. A Hex would spell the end of him. Instead, he gets the other side of the map, puts pressure on V2. With this amp damage, Kiyotaka is going to be hexed. And now, well, the relocate gets him away from the meteor for a little bit and finally chased him down, activates BKB. With the E-Blade BKB, he's able to TP out. Now the rest of Aurora are here. Skewer on in, trying to put the position of Kiyotaka. He got hexed though when he jumped on in, still protected by his translocator though. He's gonna be okay. He'll clear this out pretty easily. There goes Saberlight. Kiyotaka survives contact with the enemy. And now Liquid left with only 3 up. The Aegis about to expire, and Aurora pushing down that final lane.
This is a nightmare of a lineup to play into in the late game. Especially on Morphling, to be honest. Just the amount that can instant pop you. You only have this one BKB to work with, it's just miserable. So many saves as well. No easy targets.
And once again, the Brewmaster just looks like food. Kiyotaka can finish him off.
He's thinking about it.
Glimmer Cape protects him.
It's just Megas. No
and
fight.
it is going to be Megas. Oh, he's gone. He walked forward at half HP. Are you serious?
See you later.
Brother, you just watched half your HP get chunked earlier. Toronto Tucky, the refresh. Global Silence goes out. They get the Hex on him, trying to punish. The barriers will not protect him here. Mira a bit late there on the escape back. He puts himself in a nasty spot, takes a lot of damage. Does manage to get away, though. Ogre Seal Totem protecting him. Teleport coming in, though. Nisha is going to chase after these heroes. He's under a ward sentry, though. He knows it.
They used Refresher Shard on that play. But they do get the successful Hex on the mag jump in. No BKB early. Toronto Tokyo refreshed for that as well. Could have had a massive game-ending RP.
Oh! Again, just a second late to catch Kiyotaka. Granted, he doesn't have the Shadow Shaman with him, so no chance of stopping his BKB.
I mean, he is 12-2, Austin.
He is.
I would say Liquid is one bad team fight away from losing this game. Some might say Rampage away from losing this game. You know, I was not a math major, but 12 plus 5, Austin. I'll let you do the math.
I'll wait for chat to let me
What
know.
will you do if this game ends in a Kiyotaka Rampage?
Say congratulations to Kiyotaka? I don't know.
I accept that.
Spotlight. Oh!
He has Arcane Blink, by the way. This is where you just say good luck. I mean, 3.6 second blink.
All you can do is contain him for a couple of seconds. The Kiyotaka will break free.
All right, you didn't have to chaos him, though.
Take your gem.
You didn't have to chaos him, though. A little unnecessary.
You're a little salty about that, huh?
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. You got to level 30 in this game. There's the buyback from the Shaman. See what Liquid can do here. That Invoker base defense is still super strong.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
He also got Whisper of the Dread, so more spelling for Nisha, super valuable here.
Yeah, he's going to need every bit he can get. Bots 2 is his next item to try and follow Boxy around when he's ninja gearing out into the map. But you may not get that opportunity.
They're just waiting for Toronto Tokyo's refresher. Look, 6 seconds.
Oh, God! V2, got to be careful. They're still going to be able to horde toss on too. Global Stance is going to have to be used. Saberlight barely gets off the Primal Split.
What can you do with this?
The Brewlings don't really do much at all for you. Boxy tries to make the jump on a Panto, missed that jump, now gets punished by Nightfall. No way out.
That's a dieback on the Shaman.
It's going to be one dead already with the Primal Split halfway burned through. Not really getting much done here. Chasing after Kiyotaka, dropping the Cataclysm. It doesn't do much. Most of these heroes well above half HP. V2 pushed back into the wheel while they deal with Nisha. Laser down. Now he turns his attention to the Morphling. That's another one gone. And with that, Kiyotaka Tinker ends with a score of 12-2 and 15.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I just think people underestimate this core Tinker, and unless you have really direct core responses, your other solution is to execute really well. Because this hero is going to own you in the late game. He's just a late game beast. So you have to execute the lanes in the early game and snowball and take Roches and put him behind where he can't play aggressive in the fights and can't just farm up the whole map. And Liquid's early game was too slow this time around. Like, you look to that Brewmaster lane, it just got owned. Nightfall put on a clinic up there. This Brewmaster had nothing for so long. He's so behind on levels. That's the majority of Liquid's teamfight, which means they have to play the outskirts of the map. They have to look for pickoffs. I think Boxy honestly played pretty well. Like, if you have to make these moves, you have to look for things. Not all of them are going to go well. He was constantly aggressive, constantly getting deep wards. He found some good clutch pickoffs. It's just that's all that was going well for Liquid here. You had a really nice Invoker here, too. I mean, you should end this game 13-4. You can't really ask for much more. You just can't enter the fight with the other two cores. They're getting blown up.
Yep. I mean, V2 felt like countered pretty heavily by the late game Tinker. It didn't seem like there was much he could do in this game either. Yeah, feels like a lot of it for Liquid just keeps on coming back down to the offlane while Aurora back-to-back wins for the Kiyotaka Tinker.
Not to mention back-to-back wins for that Toronto-Tokyo Magnus as well. Seems like Aurora feeling pretty comfortable on this patch as they clean up a very, very easy 2-0 for this series. Liquid, on the other hand, still have work to do, but time is ticking on how many more games they'll have to do improvements. We are basically at the halfway point for Group Stage 1, and we can already see a separation between the top of the group and the bottom of the group. And the Liquid are starting to slip closer and closer to the bottom. But as we know, Tet, this is just typical Liquid at DreamLeague.
It is. It's very DreamLeague, and every time I'm at a DreamLeague, Liquid do badly. In fact, I don't even need to be present. It's not my curse. It's just the way it goes. The thing is, I've spoken to them about it at length. I've spoken to Aiden about it. I've spoken to Will about it. And I think I even spoke to Boxy about it. So the issue is that they tend to do they tend to do DreamLeague after they've done something else.
That is true.
And that's I mean, the thing is, you could also say that they tend to do DreamLeague before something else, because it's not like DreamLeague is the end of the season.
Sure.
It's just, all these tournaments, and for whatever reason, this is the one that they just always go, and they just sort of shit out these awful drafts and performances. It is what it is. I also suspect that there is so much Dota. If there's a team that's going to occasionally be like, we need a break, it could be Liquid.
Sure.
And I think they're also the kind of team that will say, it's fine. We're happy for you guys to just chill, and it is what it is. And Will, he's like a very emotional sort of management coach.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be like, we're chill, we're happy. We're not at our best. We know we can play better. This is not the best of Liquid by far. Obviously, the best was them winning TI, but this is far, far, far from them looking even close to on form, which, as he said, it's DreamLeague. This is what we expect.
This is another day in the life of a Team Liquid, and obviously they're doing it with a stand-in as well, so two things maybe working against them. But Aurora, on the other hand, I'm looking very, very satisfied with their performance, Effie. I think that so far, what we had already expected in the pregame with flexes from Doom and Nightfall taking offlaners to the carry role and Toronto-Tokyo looking comfortable as an offlaner, it's all being shown game after game.
It really is. I mean, first of all, giving Kiyotaka Tinker twice in a row, that was a choice.
That was a choice
that I don't think we'll see other teams make. Like, any team that's going up against Aurora tomorrow is going to take a look at that and immediately take the Tinker out. I think Liquid looking at that would also probably say the same thing. But I do really like that you mentioned Toronto-Tokyo, because for me, he's kind of the secret star of this series. Like, Kiyotaka did play incredibly well, especially in this game too, and get all of these kills. But without Magnus's ability to, like, skewer targets back, horn toss, control these team fights, be that threat, Tinker wouldn't have had the game that he did.
Yeah, and there was a period of time where it looked a little bit worse, though. Like, Liquid they had a rough laning stage by all means, but then, like, the early mid-game, it got better. I'd love to show some clips of that happening where things were looking good for Liquid. Like, they had this fight bottom. They were slightly behind here, but this crazy dive with the global silence, with Boxy showing up, with Morphling showing up, they actually had enough damage to kill a couple heroes. Even Nightfall looked kind of squishy here. He had Radiance, he had Manta next. There was this physical damage vulnerability to him, actually, where he was killable, potentially. But, and the next couple fights went okay, too, for Team Liquid, frankly. This is a really nice gank on the top lane, onto the Magnus, with some nice EMP. Like, Boxy basically linked up with Invoker a lot in this early stages of the game, and even with the Abandoned Rotamer. Watch how fast he melts here with just these Manta compounds. This is actually one way that he was vulnerable, was against physical damage, but this is basically the only time that ever really happened. They didn't really get a lot of opportunities to get Morphling on top of Abba to pop his ulti twice quickly, unfortunately. And in the meantime, Kiyotaka is still lasering things. And then this fight looked potentially okay, but the Cataclysm that came out did not manage to kill the Abaddon at the start of this, unfortunately. And then the rest of the fight was just going to get complicated, unfortunately. So this is kind of the big turning point where Liquid is kind of winning fights, and then it got bad after this in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and I think a key factor to it getting bad is obviously the BKBs coming out, because up until that point they were playing with no BKBs. They were getting picked off on side lanes by Liquid. The first clip you show, it's Aurora making an aggressive move, getting punished. Top, it's Liquid being the aggressors, starting on somebody, everyone else reacting. But when it came down to it, once those BKB timings came out, they got a really important pick-off on Invoker, who was snowballing that game with Mira and Kiyotaka, and then afterwards, like the Roche fight, that was their time to shine. Their BKBs are up, they have stronger team fight, they have stronger area control, and Aurora recognized that, played for their win condition and timing, and did it really beautifully.
I'm proud of them. We'll see if we'll be able to see more of them when we go to group stage 2. For right now, though, I see someone that also wants to be spoken to. Lacoste, what are you doing up there?
I was just chilling. I was waiting for you guys to finish. You had a lot of smart things to say, but we will be playing a game, Tsunami. We will be playing a game of Guess the Sound. It might be Dota sound from items, might be Dota sound from a hero. You will have to guess. You get those whiteboards up.
Okay, we got some whiteboards that we can write on. Every man for themselves, every woman for themselves.
We will decide how many points each of these are going to give you. Last season, we did play the same thing, and you guys kind of guessed it pretty quickly, pretty easily, so I decided to spice things up a little bit.
Oh, no.
So, production, Jimmy from production, could you play the sound, please? Sound number 1.
Okay, that doesn't seem that spicy. Am I getting baited?
We'll see. I knew Tsunami you were going to be good at this game.
Can you play it again? I'm really bad at this game.
I'm so ready.
I'm ready.
Flip him. No, I'm just kidding.
We'll give him adequate time to
Play
react.
it one more time for Effie. One more time. Let's go. It's not a gunshot. It's not a sniper sound.
It's a Counter-Strike op. That's what it is, right?
I don't think I've got it.
It's an item.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
you don't need to give me
Tsunami
any
knows
hints.
immediately. You gave me that look.
Can we have a countdown?
5.
She hasn't written
4,
anything yet.
3, 2. She's panicking. She's freaking out.
Okay.
She's scribbling. All right, let's flip them.
I just made one up.
Oh,
I buy this item in every game. How do I not know that?
Ted?
I think Period had the best guess.
Fart in a hallway. That is correct. 5 points to Ted. You guys got baited. No, it is Urn of Shadows.
The acoustics of that fart, though. So basic.
Is Vessel different than Urn, though? I did not know.
It goes like...
Yeah, it's a little bit higher pitched, I think.
Is it?
Oh, now look who's an expert on that item now.
Because I actually buy Urn in like 80% of my games.
All right, guys, we got to speed it up a little bit. Play the next sound. It's also an item.
Oh, I know this one. I know all of these. I recognize the sounds.
It's clickable. You need to click this item.
I'm ready.
Can we hear it
Not
again?
Can we hear it 3 more times, please?
That's a fart in an auditorium.
I know that.
Actually,
I think
no.
that's a musician farting, actually. Pretty sure.
Yeah,
He even farts all of a sudden.
Me and fart?
He's the one
I make
who did
one
it in the
fart
hallway.
joke.
He gets an A.
All
right, let me see
5,
those answers.
4, 3. This man is still scribbling. 2. Quite an essay. 1. Flip him. Soul ring, soul ring, soul ring. A robot fart in space.
I thought it said sauce.
Can we hear one? Look, how close are we to hear it one more time?
like
you know,
a
I can kind of
space robot.
I think you're right.
Doing a big guff.
You guys are good. I can't even debate you. Play another sound. Tsunami.
Yes.
We'll definitely know this one as well.
Okay. Oh yeah, I do know this one.
Being a massive griefer in pubs, Tsunami already recognizes the sound.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think I actually know this one.
Did you not know the previous two?
I wasn't really trying, Kev.
This man's here for the
He wants to make a comeback. He's the lower bracket
Can
player.
you play it 2 more times, please? Yes. I hear the sound
I
of
think
my
we've all
pain.
got this.
My pain and my trauma. I understand now.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Me too.
Let's flip them, and now I'm actually not so sure. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I didn't have Chappie on the mind.
It
Blade
is
different?
Chappie. It is Chappie.
Shucks.
You were wrong, Tsunami.
Amulet, not Blade. What a shame.
Play the sound. Jimmy, speed it up.
Oh. They're not all items, you said.
This one is also an item.
Can you play it
This
again?
one's also item.
Can you play 5 more times?
I'm seeing a lot of right answers in the chat right now.
God, I can't remember.
You're not. We're on delay. There's
Shut
no
up,
way.
Tsunami.
All right, I think I got it.
I can't remember. My pen's broken.
Can
That's the only
Can you
reason.
play it 1 more time?
If I've got this, is there any chance I could have 2 points?
You can have 2 points. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is not the most popular item right now. Let me see those answers.
All right, let's flip them.
Hang on.
Oh, they're scribbling.
I'm just writing random shit things.
I actually don't know what it is, but I have a guess.
I have a
All right,
guess.
we're ready to flip
bad.
it.
Something I never take.
Flip them. We got a Pavis for Purge, a Polywog Charm for Effie. I have a neutral item that gives armor, question mark, and that boxing glove thing.
I can't remember.
Gunpowder Gauntlet or whatever it's called? That one?
No.
Oh.
It is one of the old school items. Armlet.
Oh, I never buy that.
Activation?
I never
Yeah.
buy that. That's one more button. Who needs that?
That's good because everyone
That was a good one.
here is not a Huskar player, which means we're all good people.
I do buy that item. I just
Yeah, you're not toxic or lifestealer players. You guys like to play micro. Jimmy, play the sound.
Oh.
Can you play 5 more times, Jimmy?
But not as quickly, Jimmy.
Can you play it slowed down?
you play Sped Up.
It is
Oh,
an
perfect.
expensive item. I'll give you that.
They didn't need that tip. Come on. I'm ready.
You know, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I'm embarrassed.
I've guessed
I
on
didn't get
this. I've guessed this.
I have no idea.
I need-
They
I need
changed
to
the
hear it.
component in the previous patch.
Pen's
Pen smells great.
I need to hear it again, Jimmy,
How
please.
good
One more, Jimmy. No idea.
I'm ready.
Okay, I think I heard
Flipping
it.
in
I think I heard
3, 2, 1. Abyssal Blade.
Snap.
Can't read it very well.
Nullifier. I thought it was a Blink Dagger.
It is not. It is a
Who wrote that? Abyssal Blade.
I did as
me
well.
and-
Did. That's the correct one.
Wow.
Effie. 3 points. And
What
we
ab-
have to speed it up.
what about
Jimmy
me?
is in my ear. We'll play the last one. Have in mind, this is the hero
3 points
sound.
for the last
3
one.
points for the last one. Let's
Okay,
see.
let's hear it.
This is someone getting banned.
Wait, the sound was played? I thought
Yeah.
that was Ted.
this-
Sorry.
That's Ted getting up in the morning.
This is not Suns fan burping.
We know it's not because that's never allowed in the game.
Can we do it again?
Wait, that's the last one. This is someone getting banned.
This is Ted getting up in the morning before the coffee.
Hell yeah.
One more time.
Can I borrow your marker?
Sure. Can we play it?
That's me snoring.
I have a guess. I don't think it's right though.
Guttural.
Can you give us a hint, Lacoste? Is it a hero?
It is an animal of the hero.
Oh, shit. Damn it.
I mean, you can change it.
Oh.
An animal of a hero. That makes it easy, Lacoste.
There's a lot of animals in
good.
Dota.
That's a good guess, Ted.
Did you read my guess?
No, I read Ted's.
Is it correct?
All right, let's flip them in 3,
No.
2, 1.
Okay.
I don't know though.
Ursa, Beastmaster Boar, Spirit Bear, Lone Druid Bear. What was it?
Wait, can we get round 2?
Do we have enough time?
We do not have time for a
We do
round
not
2.
have time. Just say it out loud.
You're the one who knows it.
Maybe you wanted to guess one more time. It is Chen's mount.
Oh.
God, who knows
Mount.
this shit, honestly?
The mount has voice lines?
Yeah.
Damn.
Do it again.
Which
Who's
cosmetic
that?
is that one?
Is that
That's
you?
Chen. Yeah, that was me.
I actually have the
That's
correct
very
answer.
good.
A Ted card? Oh, yeah.
It was too.
What did you put? Ted fart. Oh, it's much worse than that.
Well, I appreciate the quiz round, Lacoste. Thank you very much for keeping us on our toes with the audio design of Dota. But if you're more visual, then don't worry. We're going to be returning with our last series of the night after the break.
Have you ever wondered how our homely Rasta the Shadow Shaman came to be? How a simple hill troll discovered powers that would allow him to fight against wizards, monsters, and soldiers? We know the answers. So join us as we open the books of lore and embark on a new journey in Tales from the Lore Keeper. Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman.
My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
half as much as I love when you leave. You walk away from me.
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. I'm lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back, everyone. Or maybe if you just got off a hard day at work, you're joining us right now to see the very last series of the day. It's been a rough day at the office, and you've just stolen in. You really got to take it seriously, though.
Sorry, I'm late. I just missed the train. I had to run to catch it at the next stop. Oh my god. Oh, my back is killing.
I appreciate how formally you're taking this, though.
Thank you.
Every single one of these ties just classes up the outfit even more.
Well, I mean, first of all, I have to wear them for work, but also production said, you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt today. Could you try and be a bit more professional looking? So I thought, well, absolutely. And I just thought a hat that doesn't fit my head and all the ties I could manage to tie in 2 minutes with a lovely bow tie, thanks to Dasha, then, I mean, you know, if you turn up to work like this, people would say this guy means he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, you're like a very professional-looking Cthulhu right now.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the more senior you are, the more ties you should wear.
Exactly.
Immediately know
It
what you
also
say.
blocks his chest hair. I can't see it anymore, which is
well, that's a minus in my
Is it?
opinion. There we go.
Kev.
Oh, yeah.
You can touch it if you want, baby. Get in there.
No, it's
Retrieve a chest hair.
too much for a non-18 plus stream. In the meanwhile, though,
oh my god!
I'm sorry. I feel like something's been. I've been having like allergies. Something's stuck in my nose the whole day. Maybe it's because I've been seeing so much bristleback recently in these tournaments. Isn't that right, Lacoste?
Me, bristleback, yeah. It's a hero after day one that it's the only hero that did have 100% contest rate. It did drop slightly, but we could be seeing why this hero is so uncontested. It is a hero that, you know, with the facet, it's not bad. It's actually really, really good. So he was contested in 32 matches, picked 10 times, 70% win rate. And if we check the stats right now, he's sitting at 98% contest rate, sitting at the 76% win rate. But we're going to be hopping into the Parivision against Gaming Gladiator series, and this is their all-time stats for Bristleback. 33 wins on side of Parivision, 73% win rate, current win streak 6. 4 of those 6 games, they first picked Bristleback. On side of Gaming Gladiators, current 5 win streak, where they're also first pick Bristleback in 4 out of those 5 games. And we can see why they're picking Bristleback, especially on side of Parivision. The way that they are playing the hero, because of the Snot Rocket. There's only one game with a team, and that's, of course, going to be Amar from Falcons, who's going to be playing the Seeing Red facet on Bristleback. Every other Bristle is exclusively playing the green facet, and we can see the hero combinations that they do play with Bristleback. So you want to pair Bristleback with any kind of physical damage. We can see Bristle with Medusa, with ET, Bristleback coming out with Morphling, Ember Spirit, a lot of physical damage, then pairing it up with Tiny, and of course Terrorblade, and then TA. So they're utilizing this extra minus armor, which does allow them to take objectives on the map, like Roshan, like towers as well. Not from the goo, but you need some kind of a physical damage, and of course being able to take Roshan. So considering how both of these teams have been playing recently, and with the win streaks they've been having, I assume whoever is not having the first pick will need to ban Bristleback, because this hero in both of these teams' hands does feel super strong.
It's been very, very popular in contention, and now I have the numbers behind it. Thank you very much, Lacoste. Though, if right now you're still wondering what Gaming Gladiators has been up to for this entire calendar year, let me bring you up to speed.
Gaming Gladiators in their prime were unstoppable. With dominating performance after dominating performance, they ruled 2023 with an iron fist, consistently finding themselves in the grand finals and consistently winning them. The next year was different. In a sea of disappointment, their only respite was winning Riyadh Masters 2024, and the team was momentarily looking like their old selves. But after a crushing 0-3 defeat against Team Liquid in the grand finals of TI 2024, the Gladiators felt that something needed to change. Parting ways with Duraccio and Celery, this new lineup of Quinn, Ace, Tofu, Malady, and Watson are hoping to turn the tide. While they have made it to the grand finals a couple of times, like Glassland 2 and Fisher Universe 4, they can't seem to be able to win like they used to, finishing second both times. With Gaiman showing some promising signs, the question remains. In this current landscape of new, young, and fearless teams, can the Gladiators reclaim former glory? Will they be able to adapt and overcome? Or will they be relegated as a team of has-beens? This is what we hope to find out in DreamLeague Season 26.
So far, it seems like these has-beens may be happening again, because right now in DreamLeague Season 26, they are 5-1 in Group Stage 1. And also, we got a chance to speak to Malady yesterday, and he mentioned that this is their first time all boot camping together on site. So if now is the time for them to really hit their peak of the year, which happened last year, right before Riyadh, it's happening again maybe right before Riyadh, then maybe this isn't as lopsided of a matchup, because Parivision has been, I'm not even going to say maybe. I think they're my best team of the year so far. They won Bangkok, they won Raleigh, they've looked good at basically everything. While there haven't been all championships, they're my favorite team to win most tournaments.
I agree, but they've had their time in the spotlight. It's time to give Gladiators their turn to win. And Gladiators has had 2 roster shifts, basically. They shifted out their carry players, and then later they shifted their 5. They're finally like gelling, I think, at this point. And those 2 shifts, while maybe were necessary at the time, it just takes a little time for them to be settled. And I think this is the moment where they're getting settled, and where some of the other top teams, you know, the other 6 teams that have been ahead of them kind of consistently, where they're starting, where their strats have kind of like played out. So it's like all of their opponents have kind of revealed their hands. Now they're hitting their streak at the right time, I think.
Which is what you want, because the players are quite a suspicious and superstitious bunch, and they always say, "Oh, you don't want to be doing well at the start of the year. No, you got to be doing middle of the year." And it's like if you're doing well, then you're sort of like, "Oh, we're gonna blow it." So really, you want that mini return to form, like you said, at just the right time. They need to start doing it. 5-1 in the Dream League so far. That's pretty good.
Gotta hit that peak at the right moment and do it with the right heroes. And one of the heroes that we will not be able to see is gonna be Bristleback. It gets banned out by Parivision, along with Beastmaster, Templar Assassin, Tinker, and Monkey King. Gaiman, they take out Enigma first phase, as well as Medusa and Slark first phase. Pango and Ancient Apparition as well. They first picked Sand King. Parivision respond with Darkseer and Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, usually whenever they play Darkshire, they don't necessarily need to have this melee hero combined with him. Yesterday they were playing it with Tinker, which is not really a laning partner. You would assume that you're going to go with it, but they do get a lot of farm. We had an interview with DM who talked about the importance of having another position 4 or another player on the team who's very greedy, because there's a lot of resources on the map. You can definitely get more farm, which we've seen, getting that Aghanim Scepter, getting Kaya, getting whatever is necessary on Tinker relatively early on. And I think Shadow Shaman, we saw in the previous game, they might also opt to go for something like that with Invoker, which was pretty simple, pretty easy to execute. Not for the first couple of minutes, but later. It was working out for Team Liquid.
Especially with Nisha, I mean, it's like, you can rely on him to pull out. I think Cap and Ava were talking about actually super steady guy. He's not going to panic if the lane doesn't go well, so yeah. And
I have a question for you, Ted. I know that you always have a different name for every hero.
Right.
For example, Sanking, you call him Sankungen.
Yep.
It's like German version.
Yep.
What about Tiny? Is there a different?
Tony.
Okay.
Yep.
Jakiro.
Jackie,
there we go.
Really beat there. You were mentioning how great the Shaman Invoker combo was.
In Joker.
And thank you. And one of the downsides, though, was that it was very difficult to kill a couple of the heroes on the enemy team. The Abaddon. Okay. And the Tinker.
Stinker.
That one makes sense. Yeah, those two heroes are pretty tough for them to pick off. So if they do go for that kind of combo, I would prefer that they have cores that they could burst, if possible.
Picking the Terrabliat here.
No,
that's a classic.
These are genuinely the names I use for these heroes.
One of my favorite ones is Chinese name for Underlord. They call him Big Ass. Literally.
Big Ass.
Yeah, that's
I love
actually
that,
a
yeah.
translation.
I have read that.
I might be using that one.
Terrorblade ends up being Paravision's pick here.
But as a what?
It's probably, well, you never know.
We
with
never
nine
know
class.
with Paravision
You
and
never
9 class.
know.
That's why you were saying that they've been on top for a while and they've shown a lot of cards. But with a team like Paravision, I don't know how deep their deck goes.
I mean, their deck is deep enough that every single team that plays against them bans some of 9 classes goofy heroes in the first phase. And
Like
it was
Slark.
Clark in this case.
Yeah.
DM's Enigma is excellent as well. That's why that got banned there. So they are definitely one of those squads that you are down a couple bans at the start of the game.
Yeah, speaking of deck, Kunkka has been picked. I think this hero, I mean, there's a possibility that they still flex some of these heroes where you can play Darkseer mid, you can play Kunkka carry offlane TB, maybe even position 4 TB, but I think for now they're going to keep things simple. Shadow Shaman position 4 with the Darkseer, Kunkka from the mid lane, TB carry, and they're going to be looking for most likely a position 5 hero. I think Shaman can be played as 5, but it's very difficult. He trades well in the lane because of the chicken fingers, but you also need items. Like we saw that you actually need to be able to get in there with Ether Lance, with the Blink Dagger, maybe even a Glimmer Cape, but definitely a more reliable support when it comes down what he can do from position 4.
I'm a little worried from this game because I feel like there's just a lot of stun threats between Avalanche and the Sand King and the Ice Path. So, and higher status resistance, assuming that it is a tiny core. But I guess if it's tiny mid, then he's not going to have status resistance. Maybe his hero's more valuable.
And
but
speaking of status resistance, Brewmaster, when he gets ignited, when he gets brewed up. Yeah, there we go. That was the correct term. He also has quite a lot of status resistance, magic resistance, whatever is necessary. And he's also the guy who can dispel Darkseer, which is really nice. And also, if this is going to be your TB dealing the damage, if you can take him out with the Cyclone from the Brewmaster, it does feel like you're going to be lacking quite a lot of damage. Plus also dealing with the illusions, and you also can get the Sunder off. So I'd say this is a pretty good pick coming up from Gaiman.
And to be clear, the way you deal with the illusions, Dispel also does damage to the illusions. So it's a pretty huge impact spell this game if he does it. You know, if you all get vac walled and you get Bruce split off, you just clear them all instantly.
It was one of the rare spells that, like, all the Drains lost their ability to kill illusions. The Hexes remain, and this Dispel Magic is one of the few things that still insta-gives illusions.
Yeah, they put in maybe too many ways to destroy illusions for a while there, so kind of made some other heroes non-viable forever. So little changes like that occasionally are fine.
Though right now it does seem like Gaiman are not entirely confident that this Terrorblade will be going to carry. and I don't blame them. They ban out a Morphling and Parivision and take out a Muerta.
I mean, to me, it looks like a really good support TB game with the boat and the rum buff. You're going to be delaying the amount of time, or increasing the amount of time it takes to kill somebody. That means sundering them is going to be easier. That means getting chain stunned and killing a guy before he dies, before he sunders, is going to be even harder. So I do like the idea of a Terrorblade kind of sitting there with the boat buff ready to save somebody's life.
You were more eager about it being a carry Terrorblade. How about now?
I just like Terrorblade as a carry right now. It feels so good. Sure, you have option to go for something different. I mean, 9S is very, very annoying whenever he plays that TB as a position 4, and that's one way to deal with some of these like stronger, tankier heroes if you don't have enough damage. Their damage is, I would say, relatively static, unless if you can't burst this Tiny during your wall combo, during your both, I feel like you need to have that extra bit of a damage. That's how I would like to see TB being played as a carry.
You want a fun statistic about Brewmaster
Sure.
right now? 4 picks, 0 wins.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest.
Edge Vitali, Streams XXS, DM on Parivision, and El Saberlito.
It's not the best laning hero is part of the problem. You kind of have a tough lane almost universally, or at least a slightly bad lane. And the Radiance timing is good, but your right click is much weaker than it used to be. And if you don't like stomp the lane, it's hard to get to the next item, which is usually some dispel that makes your life easier. So I just feel like, and the hero doesn't close games very well, typically, unless you buy an Aghanim Scepter and get that free like tower slapping. So I don't know, playing from behind the hero does struggle to win games.
Wow.
So probably that's their 4, right? They're gonna be spamming Chalk Magic on people, which is fine.
I'm looking at the combo. I think it's going to be more used on Tiny. Brewmaster's really not the hero that utilizes it the most in the laning stage.
It's going to be brewed up constantly.
Yeah.
I mean, Tiny has mana problems anyway, right?
Yeah, he does. He
So
does. But
you
this
get a
is going to
combo,
be
that's pretty nice.
carry Tiny, which doesn't really join early
Right.
on. Like, you want to build into your Echo Saber. You want to pick up your Shadow Blade plus Shard and then start to be more active on the map.
I like this Ember a lot because they actually have damage issues on the Gladiator side. Like once Watson gets a couple damage items, sure, it's going to be a little bit different here. But until then, if you're not doing Epicenter, you're going to struggle to kill people. So a Ember Spirit with Ion Shell is going to be frontlining for his team, getting the Slight Chains off, making your opponents use their spells to try to kill him, and they may not succeed. So and then Mage Slayer against a lot of their heroes really effective.
It's a lot. Like delaying the damage with Rum, delaying the damage. Like you have Sunder, you have Shadow Shaman who doesn't die that easily. Aura is coming out from Darkseer, plus also Ember Spirit, which is not the easiest target to kill. If he gets that Mage Slayer off on Tiny, on Sanking, you're not going to be able to kill the heroes. And I like this Kunkka as well. Like, better from mid, better from safe lane. They're going to be playing it from the safe lane now. But Brewmaster, he's not having a fun time. Like, you can basically two-shot the illusions. You're also building the Radiance, so the mischance. I think Paravision cooked a really, really strong draft.
This is a scary draft for sure.
On the other side, Gaming Gladiators is going to be able to move their heroes around the map often.
Yes.
So if they can spread out and split Paravision apart, then they can start bringing allies around, get some pickoffs. Like they could put a lot of pressure on is an upside. And
Or
if
they could just feed more kills to them.
They could. That does sometimes happen.
All over the map.
Get Ace ahead in net worth where he likes to be. Maybe see him pressure effectively. Get a Lotus Orb. Cancel some Sunders, if possible. Even though they're mostly going to be on his teammates, so you can't.
That's what I would have thought.
But I don't know. Get him ahead. Put the pressure on.
Put a pressure on him. Put the pressure on him with a 0% win rate hero. Avery and Cap, you guys just got to witness a Brewmaster. Was it jammed into that draft? Is it jammed into this draft? What are we jamming here?
I am about to javelin this cane 60 feet across the studio, Neil.
Stop the presses. Let's see it. Javelin that bad boy.
I would never get hired again.
You shot the camera yesterday.
I can shoot it again.
Let's do it.
Would you like me to lock and load?
Yeah.
Ed?
Yes, please do.
Say that in a British accent.
Lock and load. Fire when ready.
God damn. I knew they were going to do that.
Hey, look, it's you.
That is pretty nice.
Look how adorable you
That
are.
does look like me. He has no hair, too.
ball just like you. That's adorable. Welcome, everybody. Last series of the night, Gaming Gladiators versus Parivision.
Now stayed in a British accent.
I'm not going to do that. Ted just whipped around at the idea, at the mere thought of me attempting to do a British accent.
You know he's from Bournemouth?
Bournemouth.
How embarrassing.
That's not even a real place. I believe it's pronounced Bournemouth. There's an S in there, by the way.
No, it's the other way around.
No.
Anyway, this is the highlight of the day for me.
Gaming Gladiators?
Gaming versus
I know
Parivision.
you love casting Gaming
This
Gladiators.
is a real test for gaming because they've been on the up. They've had some games where they've looked pretty good. They're starting to gel.
They are
Over
5-1.
They're over the boot camp jet lag. They're owning.
Yeah.
But this is the real test, right? Can you beat Parivision? Because they are dominating this season so far.
Well, I would say beating Parivision is not... I mean, it's possible. It's just not what I'm expecting. I think getting a tie for Gaming Gladiators in this series would be magnificent.
It's a loser mentality, Austin.
Well, maybe I'm just a loser, baby.
Yeah, well,
so why don't you kill me?
Okay. Straight into the puns. I get it. I am interested to see what this satanic Kunkka is going to do.
Yeah, when did Kunkka become the safe lane hero?
I don't think he has. We're about to find out what it looks like.
People are building him that way, right? The mid Kunkkas, the offlane Kunkkas, go in the Radiance, Blade Mail Radiance, right? So why can't you just rush Radiance from the safe lane?
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do. This is definitely turning into a Radiance patch. Again, you got to follow the items, right? Not the heroes. And if this is a Radiance patch, Kunkka's a great Radiance carrier. It does put you in a position where you lack a little of the direct physical damage with this lineup. You're really magic heavy with the Darkseer Kunkka dual core here.
Yeah.
I do like the Ember pick. I did not want them running Terrorblade Kunkka Darkseer. It just didn't seem great to me. So I kind of like that they pivoted and put this Ember. Gives them a lot more pace, a lot more early game damage and fighting. But you are going to have to make up for the lack of physical somewhere.
Tofu, First Blood still available, and it is got by Ducalis.
Super nice find. Didn't even need an X point. Just gets the rundown. We have seen Game and play really well around this keeper. It's been a hero that has been mixed results for them, but overall has looked fairly strong. I think they're the best team at abusing it right now. They really take advantage of the recalls, move around the map super fast. It fits their kind of aura push, timing-oriented play style. You can play super fast behind all the Quinn heroes.
Didn't we say it was a potential crutch for them? Because it was one of the only ways they looked good.
But a crutch is only a crutch if you're dependent on it. And it's only a crutch of dependency if someone comes and kicks it out from under you. If nobody comes and kicks it out, well, then you just have a third leg.
Okay. Thank you, Avery.
Words of wisdom here. The
Word
shift of DreamLeague.
to live by, for sure.
What are you laughing at?
I just didn't expect you to be talking about the third leg on this broadcast. So.
Well, if you were expecting it from anyone, you should have been expecting it from me, Austin. That was your first mistake.
That is true. That is true.
Also, this mid matchup, very interesting mid matchup. I would put my money on
Ember.
I would put my money on Sand King just because of the caustic. Kind of hard for Ember to deal with early. But you are a low armor hero going into the mid game. You're not going to have an armor item super early, and these Light of Fist can hurt.
Well played. Quinn protects his century.
Nice. I feel like this lane, as it goes longer and longer, Ember's happier. The first few minutes, Sand King's in a free farm, and that's just a question of who can get more around the
class. They'll get another swing in, then throw the branch at him. Easy kill for Watson.
I feel like Watson's been stepping up. He's slowly stepping up little by little.
Okay. I think some of that is comfort. He's playing with his best bud and Malady.
That helps. Dota's more fun when you play with friends.
That's,
I've been told,
debatable.
Most of the time. So is the Psycho.
No one really needs this. He really needs the water run. He's going to make sure he gets it. Chaining up Quinn, gets the refill, and the other one gets protected by Ducalis. So
I mean, he's doing fine this lane. He's doing absolutely fine. If he got his water runes denied, even when another chains into the set. I mean, what was that from Quinn though? That was
Quinn is dead. Okay, he did have some stick charges.
Not looking too hot.
Tofu helps him out, burrow strike away. Quinn just wanted to make sure he doesn't die to a slight at the end of it.
There's a salve here, as long as you don't get this canceled. Yeah, a lot of early support rotations. This is Gaiman's MO. So if you're Power Vision, you're just trying to match him here. Make sure your last pick Emperor has as good a game he's going to get. Not happy about that little blast, but he'll manage. You got to start thinking about the stacks too. That's the one advantage Sand has in this matchup. Even if the lane's complete, even if you build up the stacks for Quinn, you can go in there with a Sandstorm Epicenter and get mega fat. No one's not going to be too happy about it.
Well, the Callis doesn't really stop the stacking.
No. And your stack's getting cleared through by the Darkseer, who has given up on this top lane. No surprise, it's a Darkseer Terrorblade lane. I don't think you're doing much to a Tiny up there. So straight into the jungle.
Malady is thinking about walking up there. He's going to join Quinn, perhaps, in the mid lane. Maybe together they can... I mean, you're always going to push this lane in, so what else are you going to do? No one's just going to pull back into the tower anyway. Don't think you're killing him.
It'd be very difficult to kill no one.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this rotation for Gaiman. I think they should have come for 6-minute power rune. I think this was early. You're not going to be able to play through this catapult right here. You just don't have the lockdown and the damage to do it early.
Radiant's middle tower is
Nonetheless, they'll get some more stacks up. And they should be able to secure this rune as Ducal's still eyeing it up. That is not a rune you want to contest, my friend.
No.
Oh, unlucky spawn, but it will be a very good rune for Quinn in that haste.
Yeah, they got to be careful in this top lane. They do not have any information about what that rune is. Watson being pressured by 9 class with the ion shells right now. Doesn't go for the dive.
Made a play on Ace and it forced the TP out of Quinn. That's a bad TP to give up when you have this haste rune.
Oh, yeah. He had the opportunity to certainly make some plays somewhere else, but the 9 class not going to burn out.
Can't keep getting away with this.
He does keep getting away with it. Did Lacoste call him 9-ass earlier, or did I hallucinate that?
I don't know. I stopped listening to Lacoste a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Well, here comes Quinn now. Not popping the haste rune yet.
He wants that Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, okay, there's another mid hero that on the list of heroes that plays for Wisdom Shrine. Yeah, he's just going to walk up there. Epicenter.
What you going to do about it?
What are you going to do?
I guess they're going to bring everybody.
Well, the Epicenter's going to go off. DM is going to outrun it. They try and all in on Quinn, but the shrine is taken.
He's waddling it off.
And he runs away successfully. Now, Malady is going to die for this. Power Vision rotate a lot of heroes over to protect the area. They still traded, though, because Satanic got the shrine on the other side of the map.
That's a big play from him. Solo secures it. It's like Gaiman were so thinking about stealing this, they just forgot to secure the other one.
And it helps the fact that somehow Satanic is level 6 by 7.
To be fair, Ace is also level 6. It's mainly been a solo XP lane as the support's been rotating to mid or stacking. They're going to make the play for him with the splitter.
Lead off with the ice pass. Slow him down with the blood grenade. Get off the primal split. And as tanky as he is with the boat, Gaming Gladiators can just keep running at him.
Yeah, he's dead. You can toss him at the end here. Nowhere to go.
Even bringing a 4th hero to the mix. Just to make sure Watson, no longer sitting in his safe lane, will pressure the enemy safe lane tower.
I like that rotation. You're going to get this tower down really fast with the tree hits. You're not going to lose your tower top. It's just a support Terrorblade hitting it. There's no trade for Power Vision right now on the map. And you still have all these stacks on your triangle waiting to get cleaned up by the Sand King. Early game's looking pretty strong for Gaiman. Oh, they're not going to get the tower, though. No one. He's going to get 2.
He's going to get a double off of this. Gaming Gladiators, what happened there? They just assumed the tower was going to be given to them?
They got too greedy.
They really did.
I don't think Watson had to go top that fast. It just kind of creates an opening that no one takes advantage of, and now you do get the tower from the creep past it. You gave up a lot more than that for that than you should have. Still back into the stacks here for Quinn. He'll be happy to gobble these up.
Yeah, with Epicenter coming up in a second, I imagine he uses it for the Ancients.
Doesn't want it.
Okay. It'll be a little slower, though. I always feel like just use it because you're not close to Blink Dagger anyway, right? So
it's not too much faster, though. Maybe now he wishes.
Yeah, I wish he had used it because now no one's going to be in here. He's going to take some of the last hits. He's certainly taking a decent amount of the experience. And in overall, just being a nuisance.
Massive nuisance around the map. They will not have lockdown plus burst damage for this guy until the Tiny's willing to join them, or the Sand King can really scale up the damage here.
Yeah, Burrow Strike and Ice Path is kind of their only options, which Malady just walked away, so I don't think they would have killed him, but they could have done a bit more damage.
It's hard. It's really hard.
And instead, it's probably going to be Tofu as he walks up kind of blind.
Gaming are really forcing this mid-play.
Yeah, losing that hero means that 10-minute Power Rune is contestable, and Quinn is not going to be able to get the amp damage. DM came along for the ride. Now he's going to slow down Quinn with a beautiful wall. Ice Path kind of blocking out some of these heroes. No one actually taking a lot of damage. He is going to be able to remnant back to the low ground and be fine thanks to a Fairy Fire he had. Meanwhile, Satanic got the solo kill on Ace. How did that one happen?
Ran him down with Tidebringers. 1,500 solo damage from Akunko. He wore through his HP and just boated his ass. You don't see that every day. Just in a straight outplay.
Well, Brewmasters continue to struggle here. 9 Class going to make a Sunder move. Smoked up at 125 HP.
What a kill this would be if you could get this.
If Watson reacts fast enough, though,
yeah, he just killed.
He could just avalanche kill him.
You're looking.
That's why DeCall is going to lead it. DeCall is going to lead off with the disables first. They spot him with the reflection, hit him with the hex. 9 Class shackled. They're going to get him with the Thunder, and now Watson's going to be quite low. Still, it's a combo though onto both DM and, well, the Shadow Shaman certainly dead. DM'd half HP as he walks away. Still had the surge.
That did not work according to plan.
Yeah, maybe if 9 Class was like 10 HP. Epicenter goes off. Quinn is not healed. Tofu not level 6. And no one with the slight dodges a decent amount of the damage.
1v2, putting in work, almost level 10 now. This matchup has not worked out for Quinn, and Parvision have done a really good job counteracting Gaiman's pressure on that mid lane. Not an easy hero on this last pick Ember to go into. They've really forced it, and they have paid some big prices for it. No one set up for success here. He's going to have that Ion Shell and some auras behind him. He's going to be a tanky, high-damage boy in these early team fights. What do you have for the Ember? You don't have Dispels. You don't have crazy insta-lockdown. You can burrow into Ice Path. You can bring the Tiny in. Maybe Watson needs to go earlier Blink or Shadow Blade here to give more threat around the map.
Does kind of feel that way. Level 6 is up for Malady. So they've got some serious damage, and they know the Sunder was already used, so pretty free kill.
I'll ask you a question. Still turn the turntables, as they say.
As they do.
Do you think 9 Class will fall off in the next month or 2? Do you think he
With
is...
a patch change?
No.
Okay.
Listen to the question, Weston. Do you think he has played out his tricks, so to say, and people are going to get more used to him? They're going to get more used to his play style. They're going to understand what this guy's trying to do. It's not the, oh, what's he doing with his Terrorblade? Oh, what's he doing with the Slark? It becomes more meta. People get more used to him, and his impact on these niche heroes will slowly trickle down.
Satanic gets off the boat. They need a little bit more damage, and they are not going to have it unless the Illuminate Blasting clipped him, but it didn't kill him. Primal Split goes off now.
That needed to go off earlier.
Yeah, it did. You needed to commit that just to get the kill on Satanic.
He called a Tiny hide behind a tree.
I mean, you can get a combo on him. Is he going to die, though? Burrow Strike to follow it up. Almost, but the vacuum comes through, and now they're stuck in the wall. Oh, no. They go from like 50 HP left on no one to getting wiped out on 2 cores and maybe 2 supports. Ace is going to come through, hits him with the clap, finish them off with grit.
Okay.
344 damage. Now 9 Class with the Ion Shell is going to try and run down Malady. He will get that kill.
Still looking for more. All these illusions.
Tofu. Full Luminant Blast. That'll do a little bit of damage, not much.
Yeah, there's no way you're bringing this Panda down.
He's got another Surge on DM, but too far to run in.
I mean, the fact they got the Ember salvages that a lot.
Look at 9 Class. He's trying to get another Sunder play.
He does have the Glimmer Cape.
TP's coming. Oh my god, he's going to blink after him still. Slowing him down with the Epicenter. Watson is catching up. I mean, Bahari Vision just mass rotated to help Satanic on the bottom lane. Gaming Gladiators knew there was no way they could bail him out at top as well.
Big find to regain some momentum for the Sand King. So some mis-execution from Gaming, but they return it. Get a couple big pickoffs.
I think Night Class is more prone to falling off because of the hero change rather than his playstyle. I think maybe his playstyle becomes slightly less effective, but I think it is more that his hero pool is incredibly unique. I think that is more likely to affect him.
Oh, what a find.
That was a nasty one. Looking for more slight chains. Tofu's behind him here. Can he bail him out? Avalanche on 2. Turn around with a macro pyre. Ice Path. It only hits the one there, locking down DM while no one, not giving a damn, pushes forward and gets the Jakiro underneath the tier 2. Avalanche, but now he's ion shelled. Slight will dodge a bit of the damage and he zooms away.
So damn strong with this Mage Slayer. Already done. He had a regen rune running, ion shell on top of him. It's early skirmish power from this Bahari Vision lineup is crazy. I'm surprised Gaming are giving it to him that much, especially when big core heroes go down early and you don't have the primal split. If you have all your heroes up and you have primal, sure, you can fight back. You have an early Radiance, you have these Coddle Blasts going through, but getting run down like that, not a situation you want to join. No one's just a beast in that type of setup. I think he will fall off a little bit. Not trying to, like, you know, curse him out or anything, but I think it happens a lot.
Okay,
you have a player come into Dota, and for a year he has a very unique playstyle, and he's doing a lot of things different, and he's being really annoying. And then that shock factor, or the surprise factor, goes away, and his impact dwindles a little bit, right? It doesn't mean he's suddenly a terrible player, but it does shrink a little. We've seen it with a lot of the really unique, interesting players in Dota history.
Of course he's going to fall off a little bit, but I would say it's far more likely that he has a significant fall off due to a patch change.
But that's
maybe his sniping, his couriers aren't as effective. He's not able to do the creep pulling that he likes to do. His hero pool becomes far less unique and less effective in the draft.
But my point is that can affect any player equally.
I would disagree with that.
Oh, you would, huh?
Yeah. There are definitely some players who are way more hero dependent than others.
Who?
Okay, would you like to compare, let's say, 9 class to crit?
No, I would not.
Okay, why not?
I decline your option and thus win the debate. Yeah, I mean, if you're a wider hero pool player, you're in theory more immune to the patch. Negating your playstyle is you're gonna all in the
class is gonna get blown up here. Game of Gladiators have had enough of his nonsense, and that's part of the power of 9 class. He kind of just annoys you and spurs you into action. Sometimes you overplay your hand as a result.
Couldn't get another tornado lift. And
sticking around, Quinn.
That's Essence Ring if
they
you can get it
lock
off.
him down for a while with the Serpent Wards. Oh, they got the boat, and Satanic is coming here to finish him off. Now Satanic leading the charge. X on another, pulling back into boat. That's going to be Watson. Under assault. Can Gaming Gladiators defend him? Not really. They just have overwhelming amounts of damage, even as Watson puts out a good avalanche combination. Bahari Vision, they're going for the full kit and caboodle. They're trying to wipe out every hero of Gaming Gladiators here. X pulled back into Torrent. Ace fighting against 2 right now. Satanic is almost burned out. Ace might be able to catch him, but it's like chains. It holds him back for now. Ace, now he's going to be kited even more. X into another Torrent, and just outplayed by Bahari Vision.
I kited this fight beautifully.
And look at 9 class. He was here, ready to go with the Thunder if it was required.
No one's just way too strong. Had another crazy good power rune for that fight in the Arcane. Does so much work as he leads this Vanguard. And of course, Satanic leading the damage chart, surviving that entire fight with that Radiance running. I am surprised Gaming stayed there when your Primal goes down and your Sand King dies. You need to get the hell out. That is not a skirmish you're going to win. You have to respect the early fighting power here from this lineup before you have big Aura items. If you have something like Pipe or Glimmers plus a Mage Slayer your own or something, you can negate some of this magic damage, sure, you can hang around.
Yeah.
But you got none of that right now. You have a single Glimmer on the Coddle. That's all the survivability you have. So you are really depending on your spell power. And in fact, the Pipe will be finished for DM here first. That's a massive pickup.
Malady just throwing out the Macropyre, trying to burn out the creep wave.
just feels like the items are more impactful for Party Vision right now. They have the pipe, they have the Mage Slayer. They're negating the magic damage battle that is occurring between this Sand King, Brew, Darkseer, Ember. What do you bring to the table right now if you're gamer?
Yeah, what is the Brewmaster bringing to the table?
Radiance. That's pretty good. Got level 2 ult available in 5 seconds. He's got to toss a big core target. That's his big impact in the fight. If you can toss the Darkseer, you can dispel a lot of these buffs. You can negate some of that impact, but the damage has to come through from somebody, and that has got to be the Sand King or the Tiny in this game.
I don't know. It just feels like another situation where his damage isn't very threatening, and Party Vision are just going to be able to push through and kill his Brewlings. They have another AoE damage dealer, this time being the Kunkka, right? He just cleaves. The Pandas are like half HP from one hit.
I wonder if he's going to go more of a hybrid Kunkka build as well, right? You get this Radiance, BKB, Sanjin, Yasha, AC, maybe even some later Daedalus or something.
Yeah.
Abyssal. And these cleaves are going to hit really hard. Yeah, you're not doing some super early Roshan in this game if you're Party Vision, but you're going to scale pretty well here. Just the sustain you bring in the team fights. That's not the kind of team fight Panda generally enjoys. I wouldn't be surprised if Ace considers a more right-click heavy build as well to just try and scale in this game and be a bigger threat. I guess. Don't underestimate that right-click Panda with some of the later talents and the...
Yeah, but I feel like I only see that succeed when like it's a Brewmaster who's already winning the game. I don't think I've ever seen a Brewmaster falter in the early mid-game and then come back as a late-game beast. Avery's entering his Mind Palace right now, trying to go through every Brewmaster replay he's ever watched. At some point, he's going to come out with a date. August 5th, 1995.
No, actually, it was August 9th, 2018. It was an ESL Game 4. I can't think of one, no, unfortunately.
So you concede a second debate?
No, I can't think of one.
Okay. Are you going to share with the class or what?
I didn't know you were interested. Thanks for asking us. I remember there were a couple 33 Brewmaster games when he started bringing it back into the meta where he got sacked that offlane pretty bad, and he just recovered and was a huge late game.
Did he go...
he had some rough starts on that hero, and I doubted a lot. And then he just found a way to have high impact in the fights.
Did he go right-click?
No, he did not.
Okay, well, my
Maybe
point
he
stands.
should have. Maybe he should have. You know?
Even more AoE. 9 class, yeah, he has an armlet, by the way. So
armlet.
He is.
I like how he took the Gossamer. So he's like Gossamer Glimmer.
So he
like,
doesn't
I'm not
get-
going to get one shot this time.
He clicked, yeah.
I'm going to get in there. I'm going to sunder you. You're not going to like it. Or he'll instantly die. A true
Sorry, 9
50-50.
class. Nobody's coming. Nobody's coming.
This is the spirit of eternal envy.
If you saw this in a pub, you are 100% reporting this guy.
I just reported
Like, he's
it right
just
now.
AFK, armlet
Oh yeah, this
toggling.
was mega grief.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, mega grief.
Radiant's middle
You're just doing this for
tower is
draft
under
value.
attack.
You get to pick this Terrorblade early, and then when they put a bunch of counter picks into it, oh, haha, we actually aren't playing carry Terrorblade.
All right, well, he got the D ward before he dies.
That's true. I mean, you got to start thinking about Roshan here.
And 9 class is like, now. Now they're confident. They're going to come up here. Somebody's going to farm this wave, and then they're going to say, let's go through the gate.
It's a nice HP pool you have there, Ace. Be a shame if somebody thundered you to 0.
Oh, it's the scan. Is he gonna glimmer cape in?
He's going.
He's going for it. He's not at 0 though. He needs to be at 0. Oh no. Okay, he's gonna get a Jakiro kill. But it wasn't the sweet, sweet core kill I was promised. Now he's gonna die.
That was kind of underwhelming, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, come on.
That cannot be worth him sitting up there for 2 minutes to kill a Jakiro, who is probably dead anyway. I don't even think he had to sunder him to kill him.
No,
he could have just walked up.
Well, okay, they still get the Brewmaster, though.
Was that because of him, though?
Hey, is he
There's
going to die?
recalls coming in. Gaiman gonna fight
It
this.
is kind of hard to kill this Brewmaster. Chains in from behind, tossed over. DeCollis in the back end, but here comes Quinn. Epicenter is coming out. Burrow Strike, it's a complete whip, but the Epicenter is doing some damage here. Still, though, the BKB is going strong for Pari Vision. Satanic and No One are able to deal with the pressure, no problem. X goes out, catches Quinn. Quinn pulled back into the Torrent, and a Burrow Strike up in a second. Will he get a chance to use it? Into the Sandstorm he goes. Satanic hits him with the Tidebringer. Almost enough damage. No one's going to run after him. Denied by the Ice Path of Malady.
Might still look for Ace. No, he's going to back off. Too much sustain right now in this lineup. You're getting hit by the Mage Slayer. Everyone's getting their damage reduced. There's a Pipe, Mech, Darkseer behind everybody getting boat rummed. Just cannot deal the damage, and Watson is not at a point where he's dealing the deeps. Still looking for that Shadow Blade. He is simply an Echo Saber S and Y tiny. It's just not good enough at this point in the game. And you're doing all this 5v4 against 9 class with dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you didn't have Jakiro for like the first half of that, but man, the strength of these 3 cores together really causing Gaiman some problems. They need to find a way to scale in this game.
His Kunkka is getting really far ahead. Level 20 soon.
Oh, yeah.
Which I guess is not a notable talent for carry Kunkka, but
does get to play with this high tide as well. It's kind of cool in this carry Kunkka.
Yeah.
You can get some really, really fast Tidebringers in the fight. And he's starting to pick up that physical.
I wonder if what Brewlings count as. They count as heroes for that, then he cleaves them, and he's going to get a Tidebringer back real quick.
Do not think the Brewlings do not count as heroes. Okay, no way.
Parivision will take Roshan uncontested. Game of Gladiators give it up. Is Game of Gladiators waiting on something? I suppose it's BKB for the Tiny.
Yeah, he gave up on the Shadow Blade, going conservative for the BKB. Yeah, that's it in the short term. BKB on the Sand King, I guess, as well.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah. That's going to happen sometimes.
I like the death summary.
Yeah, armlet toggle, armlet toggle, armlet toggle.
20 seconds of him killing himself with the armlet, and then 1 spell for 130 damage. All right, you have another 5-on-4 if you're gaming.
Well,
it
is in Aegis, so it's kind of a 5-on-5. Toss over, Epicenter hits on a DM. DM easily able to survive through this one, and the vacuum boat is going to go out. They both have to pop BKB. Watson and Quinn don't really kill anything, though. And no one's just hitting Jakiro this entire time. Now they hit him with a Burrow Strike. Got him in the toss as well. He dies, but these Tidebringer hits are clean in house. Satanic hit after hit. He gets one of the kills. That was on the support, but the core slipped away. Quinn, he was able to get out. Now he's going to go back in. Thinking about the Burrow Strike. Feels like they've got the kill, and he's right about that.
Watson having an impact, finding his mark in a super good fight for Gaiman. The BKB timing was right on the dot as you dodge that boat. You're able to, take Darkseer out of the fight. The Brewmaster takes one of the supports out of the fight. The Terrorblade's not there because he killed himself with Armlet. And you just get to wear through this Kunkka twice. He can't do it all on his own. Big damage impact from Watson overall. That's the fight you're looking for. BKB timing immaculate.
Problem is they're missing their Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Cut to Terrorblade, armlet toggling solo on the map again.
Was this even the necessary build this game? That's another question.
No.
He just needs the blink. He just needs
Brother,
the
blink. Please stop this.
Oh, he's going to get him.
Hey, Watson's like,
oh my God,
he died! Get treed, bitch! You deserve that.
That's so stupid. He just walked into Avalanche and then got hit by a tree.
9 class, why do you do this, man?
I mean, he makes games interesting to watch. I'll tell you that much.
This is just stupid. I do not approve. You've gone too far. You're gonna break. You know what this man has been through right here? No one. He had a prime. He fell off for 20 years. He has to resurge. He builds a team from nothing. He finally starts winning, and then you're gonna mentally break him again. Like, why? He doesn't deserve this.
He's probably going through his contacts right now. I wonder what Roger's up to nowadays. He still play?
Actually, he does, yeah. He's not armleting anymore.
He's not. And he's going to need to do some amazing armlet toggling to get out of this situation. Gets off the Sunder at half HP.
Got him.
And Game of Gladiators.
And he's
okay, they'll commit something.
Okay, well, he's only 1 in 7, though. That's not too bad.
That's true. We've seen worse. But this is only 30 minutes into the game. We've seen another 9-class game go 70-plus minutes with his Terrorblade. So
he's just making space, Austin.
He is making some kind of space.
Oh, nice toss.
Already at half HP, Watson has to use the BKB now, and they're going to walk through the wall. Not a great place for Game of Gladiators. On the retreat, trying to get back. Now the BKB is worn thin, and Watson, he's going to die here. Satanic can get him on the X, and he does manage to get him back. Pulled back in. Torrent, a little bit more HP, and no one gets him. Remnants onto him, gets that kill. Meanwhile, the Primal Split did lay waste to the back line. Shadow Shaman gets killed, but that's all he's going to get out of it. Let's see if he can get out of here. TP away. Nope. Croaker, X, Torrent, plenty of stuns available.
Croaker always has your back.
That's true.
That's effectively a team wipe here. Again, 4v5. No presence from 9-class, but your cores just run them down. The Tiny Bean low. I guess the Tiny Bean half HP from the Thunder earlier made a big difference.
Yeah, that didn't help. And then they also used Epicenter to kill 9-class. So
I guess 9-class won that fight if you think about it. He boomed him. They were talking to Gaiman later in the locker. That 9-class, he boomed us.
He boomed me. He's too damn good.
He's just too good. He boomed us. I thought when he was 1 in 10, we had it. It was his plan all along. And now he's carrying a gem.
Why?
He just doesn't want to get caught glimmering in.
He just doesn't want to get caught.
We all
on
know
this
he's just going to
again.
feed this away.
Yeah.
We all know.
This is only giving more to Game and Gladiators.
You know what? The next level play is. As they'll catch Quinn here until
he's very dead. Yeah.
The absolute next level play is you drop the gem in like a lane, and someone goes to pick it up, and then you thunder kill them from 0 HP. That is
motherfucker.
That's a trap right there. Someone needs to tell this man.
He needs to leave it right outside the Roshan pit, and he's inside the Roshan pit. I mean, that was the old strategy, right? The old strategy with Terrorblade was you go into the Roshan pit with Dagon, you kill yourself on Roshan, get yourself low against Roshan.
I actually believe in this gem trap strat. Like, I would do it.
There's
if I
no
were
way
the
you
team.
would do that.
I would do it.
There's no way somebody would fall for it.
I think they absolutely would. What are you talking about?
But there's no way. You just see a gem.
So you see a gem on the ground, and you're thinking,
and you think,
oh boy, I'm not gonna touch that. Every Dota player said, "I'll go a gem on the ground." It died in some fight, and we forgot about it.
There's no way. On a professional game, there's no way.
I guarantee you it would work the first time, 100%. There's no way you think about that. There's no way. I'm telling you, missed opportunity.
The way you're describing
we'll let it go.
Professional Dota players playing for millions of dollars. Ooh, piece of candy.
By the way, level 25 done for Satanic. He has the Tidebringer cleave damage. He has Daedalus finished.
Big.
This boy is a beast right now.
4,000 HP. He thick.
Radiant are scanning.
He is absolutely thick.
Got an X on
boy.
Quinn before the blink away. See if he can Burrow Strike out of this. He will. Still, those slight chains. Backing back into the wall. And one Tidebringer hit. Will bring down the Jakiro. They'll pick up Tofu as well. No one's diving deep into the base with his shield rune. And once again, the Primal Split is trying to kill supports in the back line, but there's nobody else doing anything for Gaming Gladiators.
This Primal Split's not doing anything.
That is true.
It did literally nothing. And Watson, he can't enter the fight because he doesn't know where the Terrorblade is.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, guys, I need eyes on 9 class. That's just a Rax. That was way too easy.
It was pretty damn easy. Not particularly inspiring Sand King, I would say, this game.
He is.
Oh my god.
He struggled.
Oh my.
This is where you drop the gem. Right there on the lid.
All right. He is not going to get Watson. Watson's spider senses are tingling.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
More XP. Don't
I
mind
bet.
if I do.
I bet what's going to happen. 9 class is going to blink to Sunder Watson, and he's going to get cleave hit. Like, Watson's just going to be hitting a creep wave, and the cleave hit, somehow 9 class is just going to die.
Okay, that's a fair prediction. Would you like my prediction?
Yeah.
I think he's going to do absolutely nothing and Power Vision will win. That's my prediction. He will be incredibly useless, but they will still win the fight because this Kunkka is a beast right now. No Primal Split available for 15 seconds here. Arcane in the river is too
picked
tempting.
up by DM. Too quick with it. Quinn could not
no
get
one.
the Arcane Rune. Here comes No One with his Shivas. Got locked down, hit him with the toss. Now Quinn has to drop the epicenter.
On what?
That class goes in and hits the Sunder.
We got him.
He dies, but still he brought Watson low. I don't think Parvision, they've got this team fight easily. With Watson losing 90% of his HP from one play from the support. Nice Burrow Strike, finished off one, but still Parvision, their cores easily pushed through.
He boomed him again.
Watson with the buyback is trying to make his way to this team fight. They do not want to give Roshan to Parivision.
You can't give Roshan to him while you're losing these fights every single time. But what do you have left to take this with no BKB on the Tiny, no Primal Split? You have a Sand King buyback with recall. You really want to commit.
Is under attack.
Gotta do something with this Tiny buy. Top lane's pushing in as well. You're on the clock.
Not gonna do a damn thing. Is that a second Daedalus?
That
is a second Daedalus.
Second Daedalus. He's hitting for 500 base.
I mean, all that's left is breaking apart this Radiance for Divine Rapier. You got full attacker Kunkka. 1100 damage crits. Those are regular hits, not Tidebringer ones.
I mean, pretty nice synergy with this Thunder play, right? You blink in Thunder the Tiny, he gets hit by a Tidebringer, he's just dead.
Yeah. There it is, 1600 damage with the Tidebringer.
And Aegis on No One, also level 25, so he has the Sleight of Fist charge, he has his Zags running. He's been an absolute menace. Game supports just cannot play the fight. There's no way. This guy is way too strong.
Watson trying to get his first Daedalus. He's a full Daedalus behind.
Not a good place to be. As 9 class continuing to be on the prowl.
God, man.
My prediction was wrong, though. He did do something.
He did a big something. He did the biggest something. Tofu pulling the Soul Squad down to this bottom lane area to help out Ace. He'll bring another one, too. Dakalis will get run down here. No One's just trying to pick up one kill for this, thanks to his Aghanim Scepter. He's pretty mobile. Got him in the toss. Burrow Strike, follow up with the Ice Path. They got him.
All right, what can Gaiman do here in the
Second
corner?
life, Epicenter coming up. Can Quinn do enough here with this Epicenter? Locks it down. PKB goes off from No One, shrugging off the damage. Primal Split goes out from Ace. Trying to figure out what to do here. Toss back, Burrow Strike onto 2. They're struggling on the damage, though. Satanic hasn't been touched, man. He is cleaving down hero after hero. Got the 2 cores, and I think that just might be GG. Meanwhile, 9 Class is still...
He's just staying...
There's no heroes on the map, 9 Class.
Why would he not even TP for this?
The only hero in the game is bottom. What are you doing?
Why isn't even he hitting the building? They're all dead. Like, who are you waiting for? I don't get this. He's waiting for someone to buy back and kill the wave just so he can get him. Just so he can boom him one last time. A true 4v5.
Oh my God. He's gonna go and creep in. He's gonna get him. He's gonna get him. He's gonna get him. He got him.
And it did nothing.
It did nothing.
He looks shocked.
A trip back to base for Tofu. Not even required.
Imagine being so good you can just win 4v5.
No one's just sitting there like, what is this game?
True 4v5. What a demoralizing game for gaming.
Yeah.
Maybe the real strat is just the mental damage. Well, to both teams.
I mean, no one is chilled out since his younger days, you know? You put this 9 Class on a team with no one 10 years ago on that VP squad, there's no way.
Someone's getting murdered.
Yes, there's no way they're surviving.
That manager's got 911 on speed dial with that squad. There's no way. You're right. He's matured. He's grown. He's like, son, I've been getting grief for decades. You're going to have to try harder than that. You think you're the first support to never show up to a team fight? No.
I just can't believe he just... Oh. Well, that just happened. Divine Rapier,
One
crit
shot. He got hit for 4K. 4K physical damage.
Tofu got hit so hard he died 2 times over.
He just died in this game and the next one.
It just starts off first blood to Satanic. Oh, another one! I mean, at this point, Satanic's just farming a highlight reel. Let them leave their fountain, guys. I can get another one.
How have they not GG'd out of this game?
Well, I mean, they're determined that they can kill Satanic once, and they can get a Divine Rapier, and maybe... Oh, God!
Jeez,
3/4 of his HP! That wasn't a Sunder! That was just Satanic! Ace, he's a tough cookie to crack, that's for certain, but eventually you gotta do some damage, and it's certainly not coming from the epicenter. Got him on the ice pass, Satanic. He still has BKB.
One hit and
he gonna pop it though.
Needs another
hit by Heroes, gets up. Okay, Sunder to be able to help him out now, activates BKB. Satanic is gonna be up in a second. He is good, he's clean, and he is going to wipe out even the Brewlings if necessary. Back to the form, Ace. They'll call GG, hoping the Ace will survive.
Dear God. Nope. That was a slaughter. The Satanic show. Or the No One show. I don't know how you look at it.
The 9 Class show.
No, definitely not that. He showed us almost nothing that game.
He got the Sunder.
That entire fight bottom.
In that one fight.
Yes, I'll give him that. But that entire fight bottom, I was watching it. He was just sitting in the trees. Wasn't moving, wasn't pushing,
wasn't hitting
just
the building.
sat in the trees for a full minute. He's probably looking on no one's monitor. Great job, man. Keep it up. Keep going. You're owning. Gaming do not look happy about that.
They shouldn't be happy. They got like 4v5.
Yeah, pretty much. That Kunkka build ended up being really nice. I really like that with the facet. You get these low cooldown Tidebringers, makes your crit build way more effective. You're super tanky. You are dishing out the deep 60k hero damage. That was a very interesting way to play the hero and gives them even more flex potential on a team that's already flexed and out of control. You have to be worried about so much with this squad. Really cool game from Party Vision. Except 9 class.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Pari Vision, all 5 of them pull their weight to get it.
They do it with the 100 to 0 strat. And normally you would assume that it would have been Terrorblade with the condemned facet that's doing most of the 100 to 0ing. But no, it ends up being Satanic with the double Daedalus into Rapier on the Kunkka, doing the majority of the damage when it really mattered. Whereas 9 class was, I don't know, so Ted, Avery posited a question during the cast.
Yeah.
He said that, do you think that at a certain point, maybe in a month or so, 9 classes shenanigans will be less viable? You know, teams will be wise to it.
You may not have, I don't think Avery fully understood what he was saying. This was a classic 1v9. 9 class won this game, put the game on his back, and did the business for his team.
1v9 classic?
1v9 classic, indeed. I mean, he was all over the map, Neil.
Yeah, but not in places where enemies were. He was all over the map, I will give you that much.
They won.
They did win, I'll give you that.
Say, you can question it. No one's laughing. It's like, this worked. 9 class told me this wouldn't work. It worked, and then some. 1v9 class.
And I feel like it worked the last time that it happened, that it looked really bad as well. So I have a conspiracy theory that there's something here. That, like, him existing in the game, letting his opponents know that at any moment this support is going to gain 700 gold getting a one-shot on someone on the map, means that they do things differently. It's kind of similar to Slark. It looked really bad at first, and then when you think about it more and you see them just winning consistently with it, you're like, this thing is... It does something. It forces these pro Dota players to not play the ideal way.
Yeah. So then I go back to Avery's question, that after enough exposure to these non-traditional ideas, don't you eventually learn, like, okay, he's going to be doing weird stuff. Let's not get thrown off balance?
He's playing position for Templar Assassin with the facet that the only time you would pick this facet if you misclicked or if you went to demo mode to see what it's actually about and then you forgot to change it when the game starts. So yeah, I think this guy actually has a bunch of ideas that team doesn't even allow him to play. But yeah, it was pretty much no one show, Kunkka show, and 9 class no show in some of these fights. Most of the fights, he was on a different side of the map. But really like the draft overall. I think this Kunkka, especially with the build, he becomes super tanky. Because when you're playing Kunkka from the mid lane, you kind of need an item in between. So you want to go for Blade Mail, but when you're playing carry Kunkka, you go for Radiance immediately, SNY, BKB, you become super tanky, which does allow you to stay in the fights. You have the cleave. He also went for double Daedalus to deal with these rulings, and you could see that Ace was definitely suffering.
So then what am I looking at for Gaming Gladiators? What did they get so thrown off by that they weren't able to execute a normal plan with...
I'll tell you why, Neil. You don't scrim against this. You don't, in scrims, come up against this kind of crap because people are actually trying to... you know, practice a strategy or something. In the scrims, you're not seeing, you'd be like, all right, we got to scrim against this random TB hiding in the trees for 2 minutes, going armor blink like the classics, right? You don't, they're not prepared. And like you said, it kind of throws them off. I think it does. Their timings are kaput. Who knows what's going to happen next?
Let's talk about Ona's Dota, something that did happen in the mid lane between no one and between Quinn, what they were able to achieve in the previous one, because this was, I would say, straight up outskill as well, what no one has been doing. The way it started as well, because they made a rotation relatively early on, but to focus on it, we could bang out some KDA, bang out some damage on the screen.
Show me the numbers.
To see the difference between what they've been able to do, because no one, he's been popping off. They had relatively limited amount of lockdown that they could throw onto no one to be able to kill him. Sure, you have like once Tiny gets online, he died 3 times in that game, but the hero damage more than double, which makes a lot of sense considering that he is playing counter. This is 24 Ember we're talking about with his Mage Slayer build. So sanking, you get hit by it, your damage is definitely going to be super reduced, and we can see damage taken as well. Very nice number coming out from no one as well, even though Quinn was tanking more damage because he was on the receiving end. But yeah, 9 minutes in, you can see how aggressive he is. He's in the triangle, knowing that sanking will go for some of these stacks, which will allow him to steal some of it and get some of the extra bit of an XP, and also drawing attention from both of these supports, not allowing him to get the kill. And a few minutes later, immediately he goes for the solo kill, gets the kill, 1v2, pretty much outskills them, and this is where he's going to start to pop off even more. Ducali is going to tip it. This is what I like about the team, because they're tipping each other immediately after finding something good happen on the map. And another fight where Quinn dies immediately, which means that most of your damage is going to be gone. So they're going to be chasing. They're going to be continuing what they've been doing. Good, very nice shackle from Ducalis, also showing that this position 5 Shadow Shaman can actually work, so that's going to be a flex pick for them. But no one with the chasing, that there's no Sanking, there is no Tiny, means that he has a pretty free entry to the fight.
Don't you feel as well that with this Kunkka, it's almost impossible for Sanking's damage to really matter? Because although he does have that burst of his stun, which is like not a big deal, it's set up for the Epi, it's set up to be able to get in there and get a good sandstorm off. And instead, Kunkka's easily going to get his bow off, and who gives a crap about a bit of sand in your eye? You wipe that off, you get back into there and fight.
I mean, I agree it's not ideal, but they picked it early because it gives some flex potential. It's the safe, like, I can pick this because I know that if I put this in the off lane and it has a bad lane, I can go jungle. That's why I pick it. So then I agreed, later on in the draft, they're like, well, we'll just put it mid. And then they have damage problems. That's one of the weaknesses of what Sanking provides if he's not counter-initiating fights. If he can start fights by blinking with Epicenter popping and then Burrow Strike like 2 or 3 heroes, his impact is way different. But if he's like jumping to stun one guy, to Sandstorm, to maybe Epi one guy, a pipe is going to offset a lot of that.
All I'm saying is, you're talking about flex. Everybody always talks about flex. When they picked this Terrorblade, we knew exactly what it was going to be. There was no doubt. No one was like, this is going to be carry. No.
Telling you, people get thrown off. You don't get to scrim against it, you don't get to see it that much, but at this point, you've got to be wise to it. How many more tricks you Aurora have up their sleeve, we'll find out for game number 2.
Our tale of mysticism and mimetic mercantile unfolds near the Bleeding Hills. Its namesake derived from a strange, highly flammable tar that oozes from the earth as if from a womb. Coveted by the hill trolls for its ancestral spiritual properties, but largely ignored by the citizens of the Hoven below, much like our plucky protagonist. But our story does not begin with him. It starts with a con man. Welcome to Tales from the Lorekeeper, Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman, narrated by the Lorekeeper himself. That's me, Mr. Actionslax, but it's brought to you by DHL. Magic, spiritual, medium, medicine, he did it all, or he claimed to, but his pitches lacked a certain pizzazz. He had traveled here to bolster his act with the exotic, but what he found was an eager assistant. An orphan outcast, half hill troll and half who knows. The child lacked any skills, but what he lacked in aptitude, well, he made up for in eagerness, despite if the con man wanted him to or not. Eager to leave his situation behind, the young Rasta pledged himself to be the ward of the con man, an exotic hill troll bringing the perfect mix of the unknown to their sham shows. And it worked! Rasta's mentor would teach him every trick in the book, and what began as a business soon became a bond. From escaping a town swindled patsies to swapping stories from father to son, it was a never-ending adventure of friendship, skill, and a whole lot of lying. For Rasta, the perfect life. Until everything changed. It was a stressful show. Traveling marauders are tough crowds. It was fine though, until one tiny problem. Their switcheroo had flown the coop, and with this crowd, well, there was no talking your way out of swindling at a gloaty horde. Something had to be done or they were finished. Rasta focused with all of his might, awakening a door and power from within. Whispers of hexes and shocking power when the con man revealed the trick. They were shocked to discover it was no trick at all. Rasta had real magic within it, and with the con man's showmanship, they traveled from town to town, kingdom to kingdom, as they dazzled audiences, raking in a fortune for years upon years. To many, hill trolls are strange, but humans, in some ways, well, they're even more odd. Rasta could not understand why his father, after finally achieving his dreams, would grow more, well, empty as the years went on. Why do humans, when they grasp everything they've ever longed for, find themselves emptier than before? Rasta would never get his answer. He awoke to his master missing, tracks leading to the nearest town, one that they had hit back in the old days. And there, among the rubble, he found his father's stage, ruined and burned. He had no chance to escape. Rasta found his master with his curtain drawn. Grief for his lost father quickly boiled into rage as the townsfolk gathered around him. They recognized him as the meek assistant, but now he would show them the true power of shadows, using his skills to do harm for the first time. That was many years ago. Rasta still travels from town to town, performing his acts of mysticism and the arcane for any really willing to pay to see his show, making good but strange friends along the way. His audience never truly knows if his powers are for entertainment or something more. But to any that would seek him harm, the great traveling shadow shaman can quickly show that his magic is very real indeed.
Your votes are in, and the next episode of Tales from the Lore Keeper will be Hoodwinked, premiering at DreamLeague Season 27. But now is your chance to vote on what hero you'd like to see next. You can choose between Silencer, Lone Druid, Ringmaster Razor, or Dawnbreaker, and win a free trip to ESL 1 Winter 2025. Brought to you by ESL and DHL.
Let's see what the masterminds over at Parivision are going to have for their opening moves as we get into game number 2, because they went for this Terrorblade Gambit. And by golly, it paid off handsomely. I don't know. It was a Gambit.
Gambit.
It was a Gambit.
Gambit.
I saw him die
Gambit.
at 1 HP.
It's a dead cert lock.
Oh, really? You're confident?
Gambit.
His KDA looked like he was the griefer on the team, and the rest of his team tried really hard and won. That's what that looked like. It was like
It really did.
The KDA, the damage dealt, he had like less than all of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, he was like 1-8 and 6, and everyone else on his team had like 12 kills with 3 deaths and like 15 assists.
I
didn't look good.
Cap or Avery were like, this guy would be getting reported after the game. 100%. Please report.
In the middle of the game.
Report TB.
Muted and banned in the future, but eventually it works out, and it has been working out for Parivision because we had also seen this at Raleigh, and I'm pretty sure we also saw it at Bangkok. This is not a new hat at this point, and yet teams refuse to respect it. I don't know at what point you finally start banning the Terrorblade just out of the support role.
I mean, let's be honest, he really didn't do that much. Like, you could feel his impact when he was sundering Tiny. Like, you sunder him, he goes down to 20% HP. Suddenly, Tiny needs to pop his BKB, but most of the time, he was actually, like, griefing the game. Let's be honest. But the problem
the death
is...
to Watson as well. Right?
Yeah,
exactly.
A random avalanche kills him. Yeah.
That was hilarious.
It's a difficult matchup, I would say, for Gaming Gladiators, even though they are doing relatively well. At the start of the Dream League, they haven't managed to beat Parivision in a best of 3 in 2025. They did beat them in 2 best of 1s during the Blast Slams, but yeah, in a BO2, in a BO3, this is a very difficult task to ask.
Well, since this one's a BO2, they still won't be able to break the record, even if they did win the first game. But now they're just hoping to get more points on the board. Thankfully, though, Gaming Gladiators is relatively safe in terms of their game score, as we're looking at the total Group Stage 1, so they should make it to Group Stage 2. But still, this is the team that everyone has been trying to beat. Liquid were finally able to conquer their Parivision demons at Wallachia because Liquid was also struggling to beat Parivision in any best of 3. They finally were able to do so. Now let's see if Gaming Gladiators can make it happen as well. As we get into...
What is going on here? He just slides in.
Tofu's like, are we playing? You guys didn't tell me.
He just sort of slid perfectly into view.
Had to get a better view of his monitor.
Oh, there he goes.
Nope. It's a little, just a rotate.
Do a little
casual rotate.
It is a rotate, you're right.
So this is the Darkseer opening that is was a little criticized in a different series.
It was the Liquid one that we just did.
I don't know about this one, Chief. I know that Ursa is considered to be a good counter against Darkseer because the illusion that you make from Ursa, he doesn't care about it.
Right.
Like, this is not a strong illusion by any means, not a Radiance Bar, not a real Agi. He relies on dealing the Fury Swipes damage. You're gonna have a good laning stage, but there's also ways to play around it. There's a good possibility that if no one wants to play it from the mid lane, they could swap it. And this is also Ursa first pick. Like, this is not a hero that you can flex by any means, which means that you have to stick with it. And there's multiple ways to play against this hero.
Then who did you say would be going mid with it?
It could be Darkseer going mid, so they don't even have a lane against Ursa.
You sound like Lyrical. He picks Darkseer and he says,
He goes,
pause
I'll go
1
everywhere.
through 5. And I'm
Anywhere.
like, Lyrical, I've played with you on every position of Darkseer. Other than 4 and 5, I think the hero has big issues. I think this is not... All right, maybe there's the carry Darkseer build with that attack speed. Facet that could potentially work. I'm sure do you got one in the tank?
Oh yeah, my friend Xylus would play carry Darkseer, and
I love.
We won a hell of a lot of games.
What items?
Oh, hell of a lot of games. I don't even have to ask him.
Have you ever made up a name and a person who played a hero? Because I feel like no matter what hero we have, you're like, oh, I had this guy back in the day in my stack who always used to play it. Are they all real?
Yes, these are real people.
Real people.
Yes, I don't, I only play party queue. You got to remember that.
I'm aware.
So I'm playing with a lot of people party queuing, and like solo queue just doesn't
sign. It means you're not whether you are extremely toxic and you need to keep changing the friends, or everybody wants to play with you because you're PMA.
Very charismatic.
Well, it's just a much easier game when you play with me because I'm Archon 2 at the moment. Because we've lost so many games, and I'm terrible.
Or is it because you haven't won that many games?
What do you mean?
Well, to gain MMR, you must also win.
What's the alternative to win in Dota, Kev?
You said you lost a lot of games.
Yeah, which means I haven't won.
Maybe you haven't won in the first place to gain the MMR to lose the game. That's what I'm trying to see. You guys get me? No?
Because Xylos,
Too obscure?
Xylos is out here carry Darkseering.
No, mate, he's gone to. He
It can't
started
be
playing PoE. We lost him for like 18
Shame.
months. It's just PoE.
I just don't think it can be a carry.
Oh,
Probably.
you're wrong, brother.
No, it can't be played from the mid lane. You're basically buying the same items. You're buying the Aura items. It's just that you're getting levels, but you also need safe laner, off laner, maybe even a position 4 who can utilize that Iron Shell. So something melee, maybe like a Tusk could really work well with it. But there's also a possibility, because Darkseer is one of those heroes that can creep skip. He can go for it level 1, especially if you pair him up with Tusk, then you block the wave. So there's a lot of ways you can play around it, manipulate the creep wave. And they're going to pick up ET, which is... kind of considered to be exclusively played as a position 5. You can't really flex it to 4. You need the long lane, pretty much, to keep the story short. He needs the long lane so he can utilize that spirit, and this is not really that strong of a lane. They are bully at early levels, but I think there's other supports in the game who can deal with it, especially heroes like Muerta as well, because it's very good. You have silence against Ursa. You also have the knockback against this guy as well. So I think there's quite a bunch of heroes. 9 class doesn't really have that big of a hero pool, but he might need to stick with something that is pretty basic in this one.
Yeah, it does feel like it's been a while since he played a more traditional hero, but that could be the hero.
Yeah, this also works.
Another way to get them to turn around and go the other way.
Yes.
Another way to slow people, so it should give them some very much needed lockdown to help keep the Darkseer alive during the laning stage.
I mean, once he gets Surge, how do they get on top of him?
Well, he can't surge all the time. The cooldown's pretty long, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes Ursa just walks up with Fury Swipes on. He's like, hey, let me slap that ass. And then he uses Surge, and you're like, haha, tricked you. You know, so it's not always simple. You can also kill the Iron Shell creeps pretty easy too, with Overpower if you want to. But AT is definitely going to be able to help zone them. He does a ton of damage. He's got high movement speed. Like, if they don't have stuns, basically, they're always going to be in danger a little bit.
It's happening! Do it again. Run it back. Run it back.
This seems like a decent solution. Carry versus Ursa. You've got really high armor.
What are you talking
It doesn't have to be that way.
It
Doesn't have to be that way.
You are
I'm just
out of your
saying
mind.
It could
I
be.
hope he's going to play it as a position 4 again, do the same thing, randomly die to ET Spirit.
Yeah.
You need to pick some uncontrollable damage. Where is Leshrac?
Yeah, that's a good one.
What about Ember passive? Just always going.
What if you just have Zeus? You just randomly press R every once in a while. You probably get him.
That's why they picked the Elder Titan right away. They're setting up for some eventual magic damage.
There you go.
Right in their draft.
Strat all comes together.
They just kind of see where he is and give him the zap.
It doesn't look like Quinn is looking at a monitor. It looks like he's just really interested in those LEDs.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
It's like, wow, they're so pretty.
I wonder if they fixed their lights in their boot camp, because yesterday it was RGB disco mode with their lights breaking every half second.
And Tofu's just there in the bottom right corner.
Well, the Tide is going to give them some much needed lockdown. That's one good thing going for them. It's nice AoE physical too. Ted, put down the horn.
Sorry.
Is that what that was for?
I don't know what that was. I'm not touching a horn.
Okay. We did see the previous draft.
Yeah. If they don't want to play this TB as carry,
they're not going to.
They're not going to. As Tsunami
But you can continue with the
just stated.
hypothetical
Yeah.
just in case.
Just wait for the next pick.
I think
Then
there's
we'll
a good possibility that they pick up something like Morphling, which is he kind of has free farm in the lane against Tidehunter. That in the water becomes a bit of an issue, but then again, you are a hero who's building into Hurricane Pike, you're building relatively early Butterfly, great against Ursa. Sure, there's ET on the other side, but nowadays, I don't consider that to be that much of a counter, because you need to get on top of Morphling. Like, you need to be close to him, and there's multiple saves, there's a good amount of ways to, like, disengage it, I don't know. I feel like if they want to go for it, same goes for TB. If they want to go with TB carry, there's still going to be ET on one side, but yeah, they're opting to go for slightly more team fights. Quite a lot of circles now that are coming out, good ways to disengage the fights. They needed some kind of a protection because they first picked Ursa, so now you have Tidehunter, you have Echo Stomp, you have Circle from Muerta, Silence, a good amount of control as well.
I just really like the Muerta against the potential TB support, like, because it might not be that. Because if you put down the calling, you have this AoE silence, it's going to be really hard for TB to run through there and sunder allies.
That's why you need the lens.
the Aether Lens and the 60-minute
Seer Stone?
Seer Stone.
Yeah.
It's not Seer Stone.
It's not Seer Stone. It's
anymore.
magnifying lens or
yes.
something, isn't it?
No,
Yeah.
that's the tier 4 one, not the tier 5. What's the enhancement called? It's like
Oh,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think
Something,
it's keen.
something.
I think it's keen. Yeah.
Maybe.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's going to make it harder.
Furiously typing in Twitch.
It's going to make it much easier to protect yourself against somebody getting Sunder swapped with that teamfight skill.
I also don't see as many potential uses of a defensive Sunder because 9 Class was making that useful in the previous series, previous game. So making Tiny go down to low HP was great offensively, but keeping the Kunkka alive for basically like 2.5 lives with his own rum. In this case, I don't really see much value of giving Pango a defensive Sunder.
No.
And I don't know if maybe they have a carry that they will go to that they can make that useful.
They are banning supports.
They are banning supports.
Looking like a TB carry here.
A
little bit.
I'm skeptical.
They underestimate.
Banning the techies, that's the classic Team Liquid counter to Elder Titan. Turn on the static taser and it dispels people that attack you, so it allows you to make that trade
Oh,
effectively.
does it dispel them as well?
It does. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, Team Liquid pick it routinely whenever they see an ET.
A proclamation is in order.
One of those people is good.
I
Good
do
job.
not wish to play against a Huskar, is what Pari Vision are proclaiming to the world. Nor do I wish to play against an Ember Spirit, because I intend to take this Pangolier to the mid lane and pick myself a Satanic hero for the end, or is it a 9 class hero?
That's the beauty of Dota nowadays. It feels like you need to have that flex mechanic.
Ah, boo!
What are you talking about? It's Carry Disruptor.
It is
hell
position
yeah.
5 disruptor, and this is something that they do. I remember in the last couple of months that they last picked overall disruptor quite a few times, which did allow them to have something that is going to be good against Tidehunter. Because if you're looking at the other 4 heroes, it means that Tidehunter would be getting that guaranteed Ravage. And now for Quinn, even though there is Disruptor, I feel like hero like Puck could be of a great value. There is literally no stuns. There is 1 silence, but that's about it.
Yeah, I like that Puck idea. That's really good.
Because you can keep them in place. Ursa needs some kind of a setup, even though they do have good amount of stuns as well. I think this last pick for Quinn should give them the upper hand in the draft.
It is another circle as well. So
it's a very easy pick for them.
You put the calling down, then you Dream Coil them to the same position, then you silence them and push them to the outer edges where they get silenced again.
And you ravage their ass.
Then you ravage them. And in the meantime, Watson's slapping them, giving them the swipes.
He's going to be swiping up in this lane. He is going to be indeed going up against that 4-position Ringmaster as 9 class takes that, along with DM as his lane partner.
Quinn's going to have a lot of burst damage too. I mean, Dream Coil's great against the Pangolier. It's good against the Darkseer. The ET Spirit's going to be there to lower their magic resistance, so his Witchblade is all going to be powerful.
A question for our casters. Which facet did he take on Disruptor? Because usually he takes Kinetic Field.
Are we fencing it up this game?
He took Thunderstorm.
A bit disappointed.
He's about to thunderstorm their ass.
I'm not surprised. I mean, he needs to
Ted
keep,
would say.
He needs to keep Tidehunter in place,
Yeah.
right?
They can't let the Tide Ravage. It's a classic counter there. Gives
there
them kill potential there.
Any interesting facets? We got Krill Tidehunter?
That's
Krill Eater?
normal.
Yes.
Did Satanic take the 9 class Condemned facet? Maybe he'll do the swapping?
We have the Unicycle.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding.
Oh,
You got
oh,
baited.
damn it.
You got unicycled in the ass, as Ted would say.
That's where it goes.
Why is everything in the ass?
I mean, how did none of you react to that?
Ted just in there. Ravage the ass. What?
It's true. I did say that.
It's getting late, huh?
Yeah.
None of you said anything.
That's some 2014 casting right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Signature casting line from Lax.
Why am I getting beeped? You can't say my name anymore.
You're being too lewd, Pyrion. We have to take you off the camera even. We have to get all of us backstage and watch game number 2 of Gaming Gladiators versus Pari Vision with Cap and SVJ.
That's right. We're going to take you into a world of adventure. Game 2 of Game Gladiators versus Pari Vision has wonders to behold. Isn't that right, Adrian?
Some might say a world of pure imagination.
That's true. That's true.
Where anything, apparently, happened to your ass. According to Ted. According to Ted. Not me. That's what Ted said. It would be a very different Willy Wonka. But instead, instead, we are blessed with a game 2, Austin. No one thought we were going to get a game 2.
No one thought.
But we are here
We
where
are
anything is
indeed,
possible.
Against all expectations, game 2.
And it's going to be a hype one.
Of Parivision.
There's the odds.
Gaming Gladiators.
Parivision
Those are
favored.
Odds. Thank you.
I think the community would favor Parivision.
I think they would favor them.
But do you favor them, Austin Walsh?
Yeah, I mean...
Make a decision right now. Right
yeah,
now, Austin.
I am
Who do you favor?
Parivision 2-0.
Wow. Biased caster, everybody.
I mean, they already got first blood. And look at 9 Class with the body blocks.
my.
Oh, that was nasty. Oh!
Didn't get
Hit him with the whip his ass.
Okay, chill on that. Let's save it for later. He's still looking. What's he looking for?
I can't believe he didn't dagger, man. He actually tamed the beast level 1.
You gotta win that rune fight.
And he won the rune fight. It got them the first blood. And it is getting DM solo lane for now.
I think he's already had more impact than he did on that Terrorblade the entirety of last game.
Come on, man. Come on. He had that one Sunder.
He had the
play.
one Sunder. Yes, he did.
He had the one
Can't live on these
Sunder.
moments forever. I'm happy to see him on an actual support hero.
Okay.
And they'll give the Terrorblade to the carry. Satanic Siggy. Gaiman got baited again. They were probably ready for the support Terrorblade. No, now it's the carry one.
Gotcha.
Is it that great of a carry Terrorblade game, though? I would say no. Not good versus Puck, not good versus Muerta, not great versus Tidehunter. Elder Titan owns this hero. And the Ursa matchup, that's like his one matchup you can say, okay, you can do some work there, but
yeah.
It's not anything to write home about. Ursa can play really fast, he can take Roshan.
I mean, it's a good Ursa game in other contexts, so, you know.
For sure. This was a first pick Ursa as well, by the way.
Yeah.
It was their big Darkseer counter. This hero is amazing versus Darkseer. Did he get punished enough? I feel like he did not. I feel like they got away with this first pick Ursa a little bit. I like what Gaiman have here in this game, too. I do. I think they're going to scale really well with the ET Tide. I think they have big Roshan threat. They have a lot of burst potential. They have a lot of control in teamfight. This is a tough lineup to teamfight into. Way harder than last game. So Parivision are going to have to continue to step up, but we have seen that they are capable of winning with any lineup. They are capable of winning 4v5. They're probably capable of winning 3v5.
9 Class with the boots windlace first. Good luck to the Elder Titan. Nice glimpse back. Ace is dead. A second kill for Parivision. No rebuttal.
The one thing they have going for them is they have some really nice direct answers to some of Gaiman's heroes. And this Disruptor, kind of a niche pick these days, but really nice Disruptor. Static Storm could really wreak some havoc here. Really nice spell versus the Tidehunter, of course, but this AoE Silence versus the Ursa and the Puck could also be pretty nasty. And you combine it with some easy setup here. Pango rolling in. Maybe you land a whip on somebody.
Dude, this lane looks miserable for Malady. He's either fighting into Ion Shell, he's chasing after a Ringmaster who's going to dagger him and kite him around constantly. Watson's definitely going to have to do the heavy lifting here, but the other lane's going very well for Parivision. 19 and 13 for Satanic. The Tidehunter matchup may not be the best for the Terrorblade, but especially with this Krill Eater facet. Early lane definitely still goes Terrorblade.
I would agree, especially when you have that glimpse potential like we saw.
Yeah.
I will say this bottom lane I think should have gone better for Malady, but you had a really fast boots on this Ringmaster who got all the extra gold from that early exchange. He was actually highest net worth out of that rune fight.
Yeah.
So 9 Class basically came to lane with boots. That changes that matchup for ET a lot.
For sure.
Mid. Very even.
All right, I got a question for you, Avery. Player-wise, not hero matchup, player-wise.
Michael Jordan.
Is this the worst matchup for Quinn in the game?
Who, no one?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, who is?
Miracle. Obvious. Stupid question.
Okay, all right. That's not a
Of
real
all the
answer.
top tier mids?
Yeah.
Are you talking about just laning or the entire game?
I mean, I would say a large part of it comes from laning, because that is supposed to be Quinn's expertise. Dead. I feel like every single time I watch this matchup, I feel like I am always seeing no one work Quinn.
I don't think it's his worst. I think no one has definitely shown up in this year, particularly laning-wise. But I don't think Quinn is afraid of him. I think Maureen has had Quinn's number a couple of times, especially since they're both kind of cheesy players.
Okay.
Who gets Huskar?
Still has a Lotus. Tofu will have to use it. Meanwhile, Malady gets the kill on 9 class. Looks like some backlaning shenanigans goes wrong for Parivision.
Level 3 for the ET also. It's really strong on this hero in the lane.
Is DM still dead? I think he is. Ursa, if he can get his claws on him, will slow him down with the Orb of Frost, and a TP will be the only thing that saves his life.
That's very close. Very close. That lane going well for Gavin. Other 2 lanes, not so hot. They need to make it up elsewhere.
Ace, good silence, but Dakalis still got the glimpse, and Ace is going to die again. This matchup is getting out of hand.
Pseudo tri-lane to put a little more pressure on him and boost this Satanic Terrorblade up. This Terrorblade is getting massive off the laning phase. 16 denies as well. Oh boy. Scary stuff if you are a Gaiman fan. All 3 of them. Do you think Gaiman is less hated now than they were when they were winning everything?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Because they're not ruining grand finals anymore.
Wow.
Dire structures are fortified.
Power rune, 6 minutes. Quinn jumps in and, well, saved by no one getting a little stuck there. As it stands, power rune for nobody. Tofu denied it.
It's all even across the board. Does leave Watson in the 1-on-2. There's no punish from Parivision.
Will say I haven't seen this combination, I think, ever. A Disruptor Ringmaster support duo. Because since this hero's been in the game, Disruptor kind of hasn't. But it does seem kind of interesting. Every single time you glimpse, you're going to be able to pre-cast Tame the Beast. Maybe combo that with the wheel. The wheel maybe setting up into a Static Storm, easy kinetic field opportunities.
You can also dagger for vision.
Oh, yeah.
Dagger someone for vision, glimpse them back, hit by Tame the Beast. You put the field down, you put the wheel down, you can't run away from the wheel, you Static Storm them, can't do anything while you're under the wheel, then you imprison somebody.
What spell is imprisoning?
No, it's just there. Fight for the Wisdom Shrine.
Here comes Watson, though. Watson might still be able to win this for them. Never mind, glimpsed away.
Wallace has done some work early. 1-0-4, secures the Shrine. He's having a pretty solid game on this Disruptor. Really set the Terrorblade up. Now he's rotating around, trying to get some action going on. Debilitated this Tidehunter, and he's going to have some impact in the team fights with Static Storm. He's made this pick work.
Yeah.
I think he is the real X factor here for Parivision, this support duo. They can control the Ursa and the Tide in the fights, eventually catch this puck. That's a huge turning point in this game in terms of Parivision winning the 5-on-5, and it's going to enable the Terrorblade to come in and deal the damage. The control has to be there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ace really trying to get aggressive on Satanic. The rest of his team is running in. They hit the stomp. Satanic, will he get the opportunity to Sunder? A silence doesn't. Oh, it does last long enough. The dead shot that followed up, interrupting the cast animation of Sunder. Well played by Tofu.
Even rotated Watson back up there. We've seen a lot more gate rotations from Watson.
Yes.
I felt like the team sat down and said, we need you to play like Doraccio.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he seems to have taken that to heart.
Which, of course, whenever you sit a player down and tell him he needs to play someone else, it's always worked out.
It has. The history of Dota has gone very well.
Double stomp here.
Watson trying to chase after the Ringmaster. With the help of Quinn, they'll be able to get that much, but they're going to be fighting into a Rolling Thunder. Dangerous. Ace, who's only level 4, does still have his Kraken Shell. He's going to be hard to bring down in this last little bit underneath tower. He doesn't even have to pop it. Now here comes Watson and Quinn. Quinn taking a lot of damage from the Terrorblade. Has to abandon ship, jump straight into the shield crash of the Pango.
Ooh, that's a bad death for Quinn.
That was, he just straight up got right-clicked to death as a puck?
That is not how his teamfight impact is supposed to go down. Level 30 puck player, you had coil up, you have everything you're supposed to be elusive at this point in the game before the supports have ultis. You just died at Terrorblade. Not pretty.
Terrible death. I mean, they got to get aced to level 6. I mean, they got to get aced to a point where he can actually challenge this Terrorblade. As it stands, it's going the other way around the entire time. Well, the coil will finally get used. Going to be used to kill DM. He's once again trying to backlaning. Tofu, not level 6. No way to protect himself against the physical damage. Will die on the other side of the map.
You cannot keep giving these kills to this Terrorblade. It's making this game so difficult down the stretch. Satanic is going to run away with this amount of gold injection. At least you find something with this coil. Quinn needed it. And I guess the upside for gaming is this Ursa's also having a really nice game here. 2-0, 2-star for Watson.
He is, yeah.
Pretty far for a first pick Ursa. He's living the life.
Yeah, he should be highest net worth. It's just that Satanic has been overfed.
It's a fair assessment. Been gifted a few here. Did get ganked once, but man. That rune fight in the early laning set him up for success. It's going to be big and bad. Still looking for ult here if you're Party Vision. Support ultis would open up the aggression a lot. Gaiman also looking for theirs. Not as necessary. They just need levels on Ace. I mean, that is, again, the guy suffering here in this early game, and he's not going to be able to catch up as quickly as the Darkseer or contribute as much map pressure while he does it.
He's so under-leveled because Satanic has 32 denies.
Yeah, he was just denying the entire laning phase. It's absurd.
That's crazy.
I mean, that's almost as much DS as Ace has. It was a rough start for him. On the hero, remember that this was the hero Gaiman found some success with in the last month or two.
Yep.
It was their go-to offlaner.
That was the Blast Slam 2 that they actually got to the grand finals. Was that the Tide tournament?
That was the Tide spam. Diffusal already done.
And part of the reason that worked for Game of Gladiators, short tournament. Didn't have to play too many games. This DreamLeague definitely tests
What's that mean?
your depth as a team.
Well, you're saying they don't have the gutso to go all the way? A team that made it to the TI finals twice? Once by slogging through the lower bracket in 5 consecutive matches? You were saying they don't have what it takes to go all the way?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Bold statement, Walsh.
Glimpse back into the fence. And Satanic comes in to clear out the tower.
Easy move for Party Vision. With this super fast diffusal on no one, they are not afraid of any fight right now. And that'll give them support ultis both online, Wheel and Static Storm.
They just get more and more dangerous, and they are well set up for the Tormentor at this point. 3 minutes.
You get an Arcane Rune for Quinn. Super nice find here. If you can finish the Switchblade, take a fight with both. You have a Ravage potentially available. Ace decides to skill it. Just catching up on the farm right now. And Pango TP top. They have Ringmaster up here. They want to catch the Tide again.
And he is caught. No doubt about it. How does
no game at all.
Can you not cleanse off the wheel? I bet you can, right? The taunt just probably persists.
I think you can. Because you get taunted into it, but if you dispel the taunt.
Okay, so you think that he'll just be able to walk away midway through the wheel charge up?
I mean, I think it depends when he gets the dispel.
Sure. Well, it didn't happen there. We'll keep an eye on it.
Or maybe not, I guess.
I think it's just like a constant reapplying taunt.
Yeah, you can't dispel taunts, as far as I know. So like if you axe fall, you can't do anything.
Oh, right. Okay.
So if it's truly coded like a taunt, which I assume it is, then yeah, you actually shouldn't be able to. So does that make both their support ultis just Ace can't do anything? That's really rough.
Yeah, if you've lost your lane to the Terrorblade, and you've got multiple heroes that can deal with your blubber cleanse nonsense, this is not a Tidehunter who's going to be able to frontline for you.
And that is a big problem.
Because it's not just the support ultimates, right? It's also Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is another answer to Tidehunter because you can keep him chain stun. He cleansed it off and he just gets re-rolling thundered again.
They need the front line this game. There's nobody else who could do it other than Ursa with Aegis's. We're a ways away from that.
9 class, look at how aggressive he's getting. He's actually going to try for the kill. And no one is here to help him collect.
Man, that's a feels bad man death if you're Malady. So what's going
next
on?
My tier 2.
Where am I supposed to play?
Well, what about my stacks?
Well, no one's going to take him with an amp damage. This game is escalating pretty fast for Power Vision. Still a free farming Ursa with Battle Fury. He's getting big.
Middle tower is under attack.
Have to be able to contest Roshan with this Ursa, though. If Roshan goes Power Vision's way, man, you're in trouble. Because then you really have no frontliner in this game. And I just don't see where Ace is going to find the farm. Like, he just lost his triangle, lost the stacks. There's no vision there. He's just been farming the 2 side camps and the occasional wave that comes in.
Yeah.
What is that, like 300 GPM? I mean,
didn't we have this conversation after Thailand? We were talking about what teams would be effective against Power Vision. And I think one of the teams we said maybe Falcons and their play style might match up. We also said Game and Gladiators, right? Didn't we say the Game and Gladiators, classic Game and Gladiators would just like go up to your high ground, you wouldn't be able to do the split pushing, and it might be effective against them?
No, I said Gaiman is good if they can tri-lane mid.
Wow.
In their old school, just keep rotating supports mid and ruin no one's game. If they succeed in that style, I think that style can be good for Power Vision.
Sure.
Because their supports...
Because they're very dependent on no one.
They're dependent on no one's playmaking initiation usually.
Early on, yeah.
And the supports are generally weaker than a lot of support duos you're going to pick in the early game. This, I think, is a rare example where they're not necessarily, but when you have these support Terrorblades or Slarks or whatever garbage...
Yeah, it's like lacking in it.
In theory, this 3-on-3 mid should be very favorable for you. I think a lot of time, Gaiman has just not had a favorable matchup for Quinn mid. Some of that's Power Vision flexing these heroes around and making sure they have options on what to give no one last. Like last game, they last picked that Ember, right? There's not much you can do about it. It's tough to get these favorable matchups, and their supports have not played around mid as much as they used to on this roster.
Almost stole it away with the stomp there.
That was close, yeah. Little disruptor shard, though.
But yeah, as it stands, Game of Gladiators just keep on getting destroyed in the laning phase. And they have been given no momentum to get things going. 5,000 net worth lead for Power Vision in game 2. Nice dead shot, but this is 9 class who's so farmed he's got a Glimmer Cape. He is not easily killed.
Doesn't tick out.
He actually survives. Damn. A dead shot? Oh, he tried.
There's a hasted Ursa here with Blink. Watson can join this fight. Gaiman want to take it? Nope. Too afraid of the static storm. But you're going to have to get the Ursa involved in this game very soon. Cannot AFK for too much longer. Need to start pressuring the Roshan, forcing Power Vision to think about it and thinking of having to teamfight you. You also got a Blink first on the Tide. Ace eventually got there, so your teamfight's online. If you can land a big Ravage here in
this could be a massive Ravage if they just went straight to that mid lane area. Ace making the call. Man. Time to head in. Dakalis is... Oh,
they see him.
Dakalis. This is a good jump. Ravage goes out. Immediately, the Disruptor already killed. Wheel goes out. Nice stomp to follow it up. Earth Splitter goes out. Satanic is in perfect line with his vacuum wall. He's not being allowed to just sit there and swing on them. Game and Gladiators got the initiation, and it goes terribly wrong.
The stomp was not there on time. Did not land. And then you're just in a world of pain. Stuck under this Wheel of Wonder, vacuum wall, you can't move, you can't do anything. No static storm, and your Ursa still just gets completely controlled. Rolling Thunder in that river as well is deadly when you don't have control for it. Not the fight game we're looking for with this Blink Tide reveal. And now this Terrorblade's even farther ahead, man.
I mean, what, that was just execution error? Did they over...
I think that jump is just
too many resources to killing the Disruptor.
A little executional, I think. If you can stomp directly after Ravage and Earth Splitter there, you have a chance to burst 2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
But I just don't know. I just don't think that jump is good enough. I think you have to find a better target.
Coil, Static Storm going to be used in response. Quinn does manage to get out of the silence, but Watson's not so lucky. And Satanic is not to be trifled with right now. He's got Manta, he's got his shard. Ace is going to punch forward and try and finish off, and they do manage to get him. The Ringmaster falls. Now Ace backs away after that pick. DM is coming in.
Glimpse available.
See if they can get the glimpse back. They do. Got it on Ace. Not much to follow that up.
Pango's
Still
coming
trying
in,
to
though.
chase him. Reflection to slow him down. Yeah, Pango coming in from behind with the Rolling Thunder. That'll definitely be Ace falling. Eventually, though, he's going to get some damage done onto Collis, and Quinn's getting a little bit of free space, though now stuck in the vacuum, surrounded by illusions. He's going to have to make a jump for it.
No one did not finish off the ET on the backside as well. Not only able to escape. No one takes a lot of damage on the exit, so Gaiman salvaged that escape a little bit versus a Disruptor lineup.
A little bit.
But you're still not winning the fight, and you're not getting closer to this Roshan. Every time you lose these exchanges, that Roshan gets further and further away from Watson's hands.
At this rate, you're kind of banking on this next Ravage turning Gaming Gladiators fade around. Otherwise, might be Parivish who gets the first Roshan of the game.
The problem is you are trying to win a fight with Ravage into follow-up versus Pipe Mech on this.
This is a big opening. Trying to finish off no one here. Throw out the wheel to stop some of the follow-up here. Does that save no one's life?
Dead shot.
I think it did. Quinn's still going to try and jump after him, but look at all the heal he got. Stomp on 2. Quinn has to blink back. I mean, the opening was there, but the follow-up completely stopped by 9 class and that great wheel, and now they're going to get a glimpse back. It's going to be Parivision who get the pick off instead as Malady glimpse back to his death. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Malady's not dead yet. Finally, the Rolling Thunder will roll him over. No one's actually taking a decent amount of damage here. He's got to be a little bit careful. Satanic, walk in the middle. Ravage goes out, finishes off no one. Now they turn attention towards Satanic, who cannot get out. Tried to Manta, but there was a follow-up silence from Quinn. Perfect timing there. 3 end up falling on Parivision. And sure enough, Game of Gladiators, they put all their hopes on this next Ravage turning their fate around, and it helps. They win a fight, they get a tower, and now they're going to get Roshan.
That felt over-cocky for Parivision. The way they're forcing that exchange, such a low HP pool on this Pangolier, just getting greedy with the fight. If you win that fight, you might just win the game because you're snowballing so much. Instead, you throw a lot away. Give an easy Ravage kill to Ace, and no Thunder. Very awkward with the Manta because he was about to get Escape Act. And the Manta self-dodged the Escape Act as well. So 9 class can't bail him out, and then he gets re-silenced anyway. That was your Pipe Mech Darkseer, who, in theory, should give you like an auto teamfight win in the 5-on-5. Huge swing in this game. Now you have an Aegis to play with. You gave it to the Puck. Quinn can get super aggressive. You're going to have BKB on the Ursa soon. That is a big window back in this game. Gaming can get a little more off of that. They're going to keep scaling up the damage with this Elder Titan.
Yeah, soon Watson's going to have BKB, and then he can just mow down Satanic. Just chase after him with the BKB. No chance of a turnaround Sunder.
You have a Surge Disengage. That's about it.
That's
I guess Escape Act.
Yeah, I guess at some point in time he's probably going to need Nullifier just for the saves that Parivision.
Oh yeah, 100% Nullifier. Versus Darkseer Ringmaster, way too juicy to not go Nullifier at some point. And you have Puck to boost up your late game damage. You shouldn't be afraid of scaling here if you're gaming.
Okay. What's Ace go next? He's got 2,300 gold. Back to Auras?
Yeah, you could just go the Vlad's Pipe here.
He wants
that
Ags.
nature. You could go. He does like this Ags build. He's thinking about it. A lot more aggressive, a lot more synergy with the Ursa Puck jumping in and scaling up that physical damage. Some nice synergy with the ET as well. Yeah, he's going to commit for it. I don't mind it here. I don't think the aura is doing you too much more. You're just trying to scale at this point. You're not playing some aura timing push lineup anymore.
Tofu, gonna be Static Storm, so his ultimate is usually a really good counter to the Pango, but Tikal makes sure that is not an option. And that will help push No One to his own Aghanim Scepter.
I'm very wary about how much gold you give Tikal in this game. He eventually can get to an Ags here.
Yeah.
He's going to stop for Yule's first. Super nice item in this game versus the Ursa, the Puck. Even this Tide, just guaranteed setup into the Static Storm. But this Ags later, it's tough to fight into for any lineup. Especially when you don't have a save.
Yeah, it's true. They will never really have that.
Wish you had Shadow Demon. Oh, this Smoke could just run into this Darkseer. Maybe Night Class on the way out. He got clipped by that.
He does not know that he is running away from the puck into the rest of the game in Gladiators.
Got No One's Courier on top of it, which he finished up the Ags on the way there, so he's not missing that item. Big finish for him. That leads to a tower, some gold off of this Aegis period. Gaimin continuing to recover this game.
I think this is the second hard part, though, about Parivision. Even if you walk away from the lanes in decent shape, which they're still down 4K, can you deal with the map pressure that Parivision always puts on their opponents? It always feels like you're struggling to deal with the waves that are pushing in, and as you deal with that, you get picked off by these little 2 or 3 man kill squads that they have out there.
I like Puck for that, though. He's a really hard hero to catch around the map, and he gets lanes out incredibly fast. They gave him Aegis for a reason. It means Quinn can shove more aggressively as well. That's your biggest answer to the lane shove between the TB and the Darkseer for sure. And he's thinking about the Nullifier. Okay.
It's Quinn. This hero is so close by.
I don't know if I like Nullifier on the Puck here.
Yeah, that's just such a natural Ursa item.
I mean, what is a natural Ursa item? Yeah, you'd like to get a faster MKB on him to deal with Terrorblade Butterfly.
I just feel like the Terrorblade is not the biggest factor, actually. Escape backed and then breaking the coil, taking less damage as a result. Still locked down by the anchor, but yeah, this guy is super hard to bring down. They're still throwing spells at him, and he's still not dead. The Earth Splitter tries to get him. Nope, whooping cushion. Get out of that one for free.
He tanked so much damage. He had another Strongman tonic, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Those tonics are busted.
I mean, that is a Pavi's Glimmer Cape Essence Ringmaster. With Strongman tonic, whoopee cushion, escape back into another potential tonic. A menace of a hero to kill in these situations.
And there you have it. A gold loss on the Aegis for Gaming Gladiators.
Oof.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, isn't part of the point of this Terrorblade Tidehunter matchup is he's going to be neutered by the Tidehunter's existence? So do you really need the Ursa to be able to...
Oh, Yules.
Good attempt, but major. Unfortunately, hits the neutrals rather than Quinn himself. Quinn trying to dance away. Oh, his TP gets canceled. Now phase shift into Blink. He does have the Blink up. Might have a chance here if he can just jump to the orb after the glimpse, and he does manage to do so. Another orb coming up in a second. I think he is home free.
Must we hit that?
Another glimpse. Oh, they're going to try for it. He's going to blink away. Another orb is up. Oh, that is so much wasted time for Parivision. Still looking for him. Still has a chance. Okay, they have him. I think they have him. They've got him. All right. Jesus. Took forever, but they got there in the end.
That's a massive commitment for a massive chase. What did Gaming get out of this?
Look at Tofu's got a Wisdom Shrine. That's what he got out of it.
It's not insignificant here. That's your big map control hero in the Puck. Every time he's dead, his map is going to collapse really fast. And already Parivision looking mid, invis on no one.
Thinking about making a little move here without their Puck being up. He's going to show. He's going to be locked down by the anchor. Escape backed into the wheel again. 9 class with the 6 saves. They still have a chance to be able to kill no one, but now they're walking into the wall, into Satanic, who is sitting on the high ground. might be able to get one off of this one. Ace didn't go anywhere on that glimpse. Or was that on Watts?
Oh, nice 4-man stall.
First splitter is going to be really nice.
Yeah,
the puck is back up into play. If he can get here in time, maybe Game of Gladiators make a turn.
Watson had to BKB that glimpse. Cannot get pulled back there. Call is still looking.
Quinn menacing the back lines. It's no one with a warning shot, and Parivision will start retreating.
You definitely want to go back in here. They just don't have the Ursa BKB. It's a little scary if you go into Vision, you get static stormed.
They're still trying to play around this very deep lane ward.
That was a bold attempt.
Attempt to just walk up and Yules him.
They have this ward on the lane. That's what they're trying to play around right now.
Yep.
Would hate to give up this area and then let it get de-warded. They do have another lane ward. Farther up the river, though, so... Yeah, they'll lose this one. They have another one. Could catch Gaiman off guard. See if they plant another sentry here. They might. Nope. Tofu's last one. You gotta be careful with it.
Playing for a 30-minute power rune.
They know Gaiman are here.
It's top. And as he's going for that rune, it means Ace is going to be pulled back into the river. Hit by the Tame the Beast, Rolling Thunder, interrupting a lot of these heroes, and they're stuck in a little bit of bowling alley. No one bouncing around. The Taunt will be able to finish off the Tidehunter. No Ravage in this fight, and Watson's just wandering around with his BKB. He can't even take the fight to Satanic, while Quinn is neutered by the Static Storm. He might be able to get away, but his other cores are already dead. His support's fleeing for the hills. Another fight won by Parivision.
And it's the positioning. The ward on mid lets Parivision set up for that. They take the fight at the choke point on the river. Impossible position for Gaiman to commit to, especially when Tidehunter is the first target to get gone on. You didn't even have Ravage available for that fight. Just a bad timing and a bad spot. Now you're down 8k, and this Satanic Terrorblade is going to work on your base. His BKB flying in right now.
If that was your MKB timing on the Ursa, you got nothing for it.
Could not afford to lose that team fight. It cost you so much right here. You might never get to these nullifiers in this game.
Yeah.
Which feels like your real ticket into the fight where you can go on a target, commit for them, all in them with this Ursa lineup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Parivision getting away with so much right here. They played the team fights damn well. Now they just get to farm, push towards items of their own, nullifier on the Pango, Ags for the Disruptor. There's so many goodies to pick up here.
The next fight for Roshan, Game of Gladiators. Again, I guess all hopes on Ace to get a good Ravage, win the fight, get them another Aegis, but that may never happen if they get picked off around the map. Tofu being chain stunned by the Rolling Thunder, so he's definitely dead.
And brought forward just to seal his fate as the nullifier arrives for the Pangolier. Say goodbye to your Ghost Scepters. They have frustrated no one a bit this game. No more. This Roche is a game ender if it goes to Satanic.
Yeah.
Can't afford to give this up. I think you have to take the rest of the fight here if you're gaming. It's not easy, it's not pleasant, but you gotta do it.
Parivision. They gonna get the opening on Ace again. Hit him with the wheel. Taunted up. Here comes Satanic. They're gonna force this Ravage out of him. Ace trying to run for it. He pops the Ghost Scepter. No one. I think the Nullifier already got used and got ward off, and he throws out the Ravage now. Static Storm got placed right as Quinn jumped into it, so beautiful. Quinn is just dead, and no one, they're not even gonna kill him. Another escape back. The supports just did some work for Parivision there. Beautiful Static Storm, fantastic saves from 9 class.
And that Nullifier on the puck was a couple hundred gold away. What you wouldn't have done to have it there. Let you all in that Pango. I think even if you do, though, that fight does not look pretty.
Yeah, I mean, Satanic is just shredding this Ursa.
I mean, let's get credit where credit's due. Ducalis, he took this game over.
He did.
He has owned them with the glimpses. He owned that top lane. These Static Storms in the fight have been perfect. 1-1-18. I mean, that is a disruptor score right there. True. Assist galore. And you're going to get an Ags in this game. You're not even going to need it to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, you use the Ravage. What is Parivision possibly afraid of at this point? They're going to go for full Megas.
Ace did crack in that taunt, but you can get re-taunted. So that was originally how I thought it works, but I don't know if
So
any
it's
other,
exactly what I said at the start.
But what other taunts can you crack it? I guess there's not that many taunts.
Axe, Legion, Winter Wyvern. 2 of those are old.
Maybe it's because it's a... I don't know, actually. It's kind of surprising you can crack it.
Satanic going to work on Roshan. Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they could contest if they wanted to. They're close enough to do so, but feels like a death sentence to do so.
I think you have to.
Well, we'll see. Manta dodge on the stomp.
You just
And
gotta
look
go
at no one.
pray.
He's gonna hit him with the Rolling Thunder, and it's gonna be a good hit. Doesn't need to be much, just enough to kill the support. Satanic did manage to pick up the Aegis. And Quinn, he tried his best to get in there, take away that extra life. Tofu fighting for his life. Nullified, forced staff, he's not gonna make it far. Parivision waiting now for their carry to join the fight. Or maybe they can kill Watson without it. Has to BKB, Enrage, TP away. Ace does not have the same luxury.
Yeah, impossible fight. No one knows. He just goes in, creates
Game
space.
over.
That's an easy Roche cleanup. Quinn almost had a snatch. Ends up just dying as Satanic on the backside. Man, Parivision supports. 2v5 in the game right there. Just own that early game, set all these fights up on a silver platter. Every time the Pango's potentially in trouble, he gets bailed out by an escape back and a static storm on top of it. Easy life for DM. I mean, he just has to push waves and buy some auras. Parivision 2-0. This game and left wondering, how can we beat this team? They just
I don't know.
can't.
I'm kind of feeling like Avery. Remember we were talking about game 1? It was 9 class. Would he fall off at any point in time? Maybe he's only going to get better. If the patch changes, then he has to play more traditional heroes.
That's true.
Less Terrorblade performances, more Ringmaster performances. He killed it.
He definitely has some more conventional supports we haven't seen him play in a while that he's very good on. You know, that Bat Rider's always in there, for example.
Oh, yeah.
So if he gets forced
true.
onto some of these, yeah, you may think you're getting an improvement in terms of advantage against his team, and it might go the other way. Because he's still very skilled on these conventional heroes. And the big story for me this game is just Ace he had his signature Tidehunter, and he got nothing, man. He got owned on the lane. The Disruptor counterpick was brutal for him. The team fights were incredibly difficult. He had trouble finding farm. The Ancients got taken away from him very early in this game. He just could not find his footing. And if Ace can't find his footing, this team is likely not going to win.
Ace missing in this game, too. Put him on a milk carton, Neil.
Have you seen my offlaner? I've been looking for it, but you're not going to find it in this game, unfortunately. This Gaming Gladiators as a whole, just unable to do anything against Parivision. Not just this game, I guess this series, which, Lacoste, you had mentioned in the statistics, Gaiman has been struggling immensely against Parivision all year long, basically.
Pretty much, except for Blast Land, where they were able to win in these shorter formats in the one-game series via ones, but when it comes down to 2-3 game series, they pretty much lost every single one of them, and you can tell the difference, the way that they've been playing since the laning stage, even though in theory, this looks like a very, very good overall puck game. He was really struggling. This Disruptor last pick for them has really been working out. Combination against this Tidehunter with the Pangolier who's rolling on top of them. Even though a lot of the times you will see Pango roll in and not be able to deal damage because he's playing against Muerta. She uses her ulti. Tidehunter with the Ghost Scepter. Ursa with the Enrage. It's just about the stun. It's about the control so that the TB and rest of the team can actually deal damage.
And even the Ringmaster ulti is a great Tide solution too. Like it feels sort of like Static Storm, and I feel like should be included in that convo now. That it just taunts them the entire duration, and it's a super good lockdown. So when he's playing from behind and has to deal with 2 sets of disables and a TB doing huge damage from super far away, I mean it was very, very impactful and made his game super hard.
There was also that moment where they were trying to kill 9 class, and they just couldn't. And this hero is just, you want to try and jump that kind of support and get him out of the game, but you just can't. The dude's too survivable. He did have the right items and stuff like that. What is this? The
Essence Ring, Tonic, Glimmer Cape. Makes it very difficult. Plus the box.
You'd normally expect a hero like him to get blown up, but he just persists and persists. And hey, you know, we made joke about 9 class in the previous game, but this was him at his best, I'd say.
No matter what, he's getting the W.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's with him actually involved in the game. Sometimes he doesn't even need to participate.
He wanted to make the first game a fair game. He knows they've been struggling. He was like, we'll give him the first one.
Right. If it's a full 5v5, then it's a little too lopsided.
Exactly.
Exactly. Regardless, though, Gaming Gladiators thought they had a bit of an idea. What was the idea behind the Ursa response to the Darkseer? Because they immediately thought that that was going to be a confident pick.
I don't like it as much because Ursa needs a very specific setup to be able to make him work. A lot of the times this hero is banned in the last banning stage because you're seeing these like Tide Hunters, these Underlords and such, and then you have a good counter. But this was the first pick or 9-pick Ursa as a counter to Darkseer, and you could see throughout the game that he was struggling to actually deal the damage. He dealt 10,000 damage, and also to point out carry-to-carry matchup, Ursa, he needs a lot of these items. We can't really deviate from his itemization too much. He needs his Battle Fury to farm, he needs his Blink Dagger, he needs boots. That's 3 slots. And then you need to have MKB because the other carry is going for Butterfly, so you need it pretty quick. Then you also need to start thinking whether you need a BKB or you need to actually deal damage. Do you need a Nullifier because it's a very good against Darkseer, great against the Ringmaster. So very, very difficult game when you are playing from behind with this hero.
Yeah, and normally you function really well if you pair him with a long duration disabler, and he didn't really have that on his team outside of like Ravage. Like if you have a Shaman jump in and Hex a guy and then shackle him, and Ursa blinks in, like that guy's dead no matter what. But all the fights were kind of chaotic. A puck isn't a great setup for him. I mean, yes, it's going to keep them in the general area, but ideally that guy's stunned. And even if they did have the guy stunned, you also have to deal with the Ringmaster abilities, screwing that whole thing up. Or they had to deal with the Darkseer wall, slowing him down extremely. Like putting Darkseer wall on Ursa in those fights was also really, really impactful. It just felt like there was all this stuff that Watson had to throw his body through, and it was very difficult to secure kills in time.
It's a long grocery list of requirements that were necessary for Ursa to find success, but it doesn't matter what we put 9 class into because he's going to find a win no matter what. 9 class, I don't know if you remember, but last Dream League, I had asked you for some advice about if I'm playing Jungle Venomancer, what do I tell my team to make sure that they don't report me? And now, 1 season later, I kind of want some advice on if I'm playing your Terrorblade in game 1, what do I tell my team so they don't report me?
Reported, I don't know.
So, okay, what were the communications in that game like? Because we watched multiple team fights where you were on the complete other side of the map and everyone on your team was fighting elsewhere and you were just standing still, waiting for your moment.
It's my gameplay. I thought he will BKB out and I catch him, but he refused to do it and he just died. So I don't know, it's my gameplay. We don't farming much because we don't know where I am exactly. But if I join fights, I can randomly die to spell. Like, so it's either we play map, but we can die, or we just farm less. So, yeah.
So I do appreciate the pressure aspect, but there were some times that I would see that you ping, they have vision, but I'll tell you, they did not have vision every single time. Sometimes it was literally just a random avalanche, you walked into it, and then you die.
No. Yeah, I don't know. Lioness doesn't unlucky.
It works out consistently, because now, at this point, we have seen you do this for about, like, 6 months, and it still works very, very well. So if you had the choice, because I see that your Slark is starting to get banned out more in the first phase, do you like playing your Slark more, or you like playing your Terrorblade more?
Slark, for sure. It's more fun, it's more impactful, but Terrorblade, sometimes it's risky to play. You know, with armed build, I'm always like kinda nervous to do Thunder play.
I do notice that, because even in the cams, we'll occasionally see you, and you are very focused during that 1 HP stuff. You are just scanning the map constantly, looking at the minimap. It is not like you guys are laughing and having a good time. You're definitely locked in for that. So it seems that it does seem fun, but it's stressful as well.
Yeah, it's, when I see a random spell around me, I'm just like, you know.
Whatever the case, though, you got the win in that game 1 and in the game 2, and I'm going to send you on over to Lacoste, who's got some questions as well.
Hello, 9 Class. Congrats on that dub. But yeah, I wanted to ask you about the style of Dota that you're playing, because not many other players are also playing this style of Dota. They also call it dishonest. How do you feel about it, and is this the type of Dota you want to play?
Yeah, it's how we play. Like Astini and Dukal said, I should create a game like, I don't know how to say correct, but bullshit. I should make a game way wrong, so we are not ready to play with Dota. So it's our strategy.
Yeah, is this something that you're prepping before the game, that you're gonna be playing like this, the typical strategy, or is this something that you think throughout the game in terms of itemization? Because I've seen you go for completely different items 5 games in a row in your TB.
We are not preparing, it's just my hero pool. If we're not ban with heroes, it always will be some wrong Dota. Yeah.
And how do you feel about position 4 hero pool right now? Do you think it's small? Do you think it's good?
I think it's small, not much really good heroes. I would like to see a patch during the DreamLeague, so yeah.
And what would you like to change for position 4 specifically? Would you like to see, I know a lot
I wanna see some Pudge buffs, some Tetris buffs, some Skyrus Mage buffs, these heroes.
Yeah, I'm definitely down for that. And one more question before I let you go. I wanted to ask you about Dota Pro Tracker. How did that influence what you can play, considering that others can't see what you're actually playing?
Oh, now I am enjoying Dota. I don't know what. I can play some maybe CK post 4, and we are not ready to do it, to ban. I played Vienna and they always banning, and I played 0 official games, but it always banned. So now we are not ready, so I enjoy.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Thank you.
And I think your coaches have also been enjoying that luxury as well. One last question. What was the experience like with Jerax for your Blast Slam coach most recently? Did you miss Astini, or was it fun to get a new perspective?
Oh, he was like a psychologist more, and Astini was helping. Yeah, he did a lot in our team. One good part, he said that we should be more positive, more friendly, so I changed my nickname in Steam, we now Positive Vision.
Do you believe it though? Because there are a lot of players that I'll see do positive mental attitude, and then those end up being the most toxic players on my team.
No, we're trying to change to React, so we will become better.
Nice. I'm glad to see it was a good influence then. 9 Class, congratulations on the series win. Can't wait to see more positivity coming out of you and Parivision, and we'll let you go and have a good night.
Thank you.
Catch you later. Yeah, if there was ever a team that I imagined needed a little bit more positivity, Parivision would probably be maybe the highest on the list. I actually can't think of a team that has roster players.
Yeah, I was going to say Bet Boom.
Oh, that's true, actually.
So I talked to Jerax when he was there, and I said, I saw him in the Paravision gear, and I was like, oh, what's up, dude? What are you here for? He goes, oh, vibes coach. And I was like, oh, describe. And he was like, I'm just here for the vibes. And I was like, oh, you're just vibing? He was like, no, I'm here to give them good vibes.
That's it.
So apparently it paid off, and I like to hear that 9 Class was like, oh, he was like a psychology mode. I thought that was interesting. I also loved that he said that his role in the team, they just say, make the game bullshit. And I think that is exactly what he did. And you guys were saying, they don't really expect to see this roaming TB hiding in the bushes with 1 HP ready to pop out. I think it's funny. It unsettles teams, especially teams that are maybe not having the best of times like Gaiman.
That's why the vibes have to be a little bit off all the time. You can't all be positive.
Right, but you need to have, within your team, the vibes have to be good, so you trust each other to do goofy shit. And when it doesn't work out, you don't go, you just, you chill. You laugh about it.
Smile on your face and move on to the next game, and move on to maybe some of the end of our day formalities, as we have now closed out day number 2 here of Group Stage 1 at DreamLeague Season 26. So let's take a look at the group stage results, which today we actually ended a little bit quicker on our stream, so I'm not sure if all of the games on Storm, Ember, and Earth are wrapped up. But Group A, no matter what though, is wrapped up with Aurora Gaming topping the list, 6-2 score, followed by Nigma Galaxy maintaining a high position deep into day 2 with a 5-3 score, tied with Bet Boom Team and Boom Esports. Bottom half, though, is currently occupied by Extreme Gaming, Team Liquid, Shopify Rebellion, and OG Latin America, which I am, we may need to put a little qualified icon next to Extreme Gaming, because they're going to EWC, which also makes me a little bit worried that 2 of the EWC teams are not looking too great in their group stage 1.
Well, there's still some games to be played for Team Liquid, and I think one thing I will say, despite their losing record now, I think that they're playing better as a team than they have for other Dream Leagues where they've gone blasted out. Like they had a lot of close matches that they ended up losing.
That's fair.
But they're playing as a team without their full team.
Yeah.
Well, which is another problem.
Which is another problem.
Yeah. And of course, they've already qualified.
They've already
Which
qualified.
is not a problem. That's a nice thing.
That's the solution. Group B has the team that you just witnessed topping the charts, along with a team that I don't think any of us have seen on the mainstream quite yet. Yakult Brothers are also 6-2 in Group B. Gaming Gladiators may have fallen 2-0 in this series, but they're still sitting pretty with a 5-3 score, and a Flipster Talon close out the 4th slot.
You don't know where you're going to be. This is the Southeast Asian squad.
It's a coin
23
flip.
Savage is back. It's a flip a coin, pretty much. Team, you don't know if they're going to be bottom or if they're going to be at the top, but pleasantly surprised by Yakult Brothers. Like, I still yet to see like more of them. I got a glimpse of like 2 games, and they look good. They cooked some of the very interesting drafts, but Paravision, a team that is exactly where you expect them to be. Falcons in the middle, kind of always there in the last couple of tournaments, but I feel like as tournament progresses, this team keeps getting better and better.
And I actually don't know if I can think of a time that Falcons has ever been eliminated in Group Stage 1 of a Dream League. In fact, I think during the last Dream League, it was the first time that they hadn't made playoffs, period. Because I know Nat, I think, kept an eye on that. So Falcons have high expectations whenever it comes to Dream League, and this is rare for them to see them on the bottom half of things. But still, there is 1.5 more days of Group Stage 1 action left, although this is the very last stop on the Esports World Cup journey, because points are being dealt out, and a great deal of them have already been collected. Dream League Season 24, a whole 8 months ago, was where this whole season began. Since then, we had Bangkok, another Dream League, and we just wrapped up Raleigh last month. Now we have to hand out these last 26,500 points to figure out who's going to make it to the Esports World Cup. A couple of the slots have already been determined, and a BetBoom team were early in the game to lock themselves into a slot because they got themselves that grand final 2nd place at Dream League Season 24, followed by a 3rd place podium finish at ESL 1 Bangkok. Then, maybe a little bit of a downwards trajectory. 6th place at Dream League Season 25, followed by a top 4 finish at Raleigh. You think that they could do with more positivity, Ted?
Very possibly.
Oh, yeah?
Very possibly. I think that team over multiple iterations has had a little bit of an issue with perhaps being positive. And I think that's fair to say.
It's a very gentle way of putting it.
Yes.
Because there are many documentaries to reiterate that that is a very fair thing to say.
Very fair thing to say, Neil. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Keep it politically correct,
Yes.
Ted. Yeah, BetBoom team have done quite well over the season. Always a contender and never quite the championship team, but I'm proud of them making it to Esports World Cup, and I have high expectations for them moving forward.
And they're still playing well despite having to stand in for the tournament, so yeah, they should be pretty happy.
I don't know if we'll get a chance to see them on this mainstream, though, but perhaps if I look at the schedule, we'll be able to find out who we're going to be seeing on which streams. For the Amber, they'll be starting off with witnessing Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion to start off their day, followed by Navi Jr. versus Gaming Gladiators. And their second half of the day will be occupied by OG Latin America versus Shopify Rebellion, and then Parivision versus Navi Jr. to close things out. Storm will have Boom Esports versus Enigma Galaxy at the top of the morning, followed by Edge versus Falcons, then Liquid versus Boom Esports, and their last series on the Storm stream will be Falcons versus Avalis. And then last on the Earth stream of the secondary streams, OG Latin America versus Extreme Gaming will be the first match of the day, followed by Flipster Talon against Yakult Brothers. Then Aurora Gaming will be facing off against Extreme Gaming, and the last series on Earth will be Edge versus Flipster Talon. But here, on the main stream, you'll be seeing Shiver watching BetBoom team. Perfect. It's a BetBoom doubleheader on the main stream. First off, they'll be facing off against Aurora Gaming. Then, Parivision will be against an Avalis who has been struggling immensely so far in this group stage 1. Then we'll get a chance on the night shift to see BetBoom team versus Enigma Galaxy. And we'll be closing things out with another Gaming Gladiators match versus Yakult Brothers. Great, we get to see Yakult Brothers now.
A cult team in many ways.
I have a interesting theory, and let me know what you guys think. So there's less top teams in this tournament because a couple teams already qualified for EWC, so they're saying, "Oh, we'll take it easy." Spirit
Tundra
backed out, Tundra backed out. More unknown teams, less Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Maybe it's harder for some of these teams that we normally expect to be topping their groups. There's just a lot more unknowns going on right now, so they have less information going into their games, whereas they've been playing tournaments consistently for months here. Maybe that's part of the reason the groups are looking a little bit up and down.
Definitely agree on that one. If you're keep showing your strategy, we didn't have a patch in a really long time. That's why yesterday I checked almost 50 heroes uncontested. It was only
50.
day 1.
Wow.
It was 48, but yeah, things are definitely going to change as tournament progresses, but you know what you can kind of expect from these teams. Some teams are a bit more, I would say, they're trying to theory craft a little bit more with their drafts, but others are not. And then you have these Yakult brothers, which usually you don't see at the tournaments, and suddenly they start doing well. Boom Esports as well, because they're bringing in new stuff.
Yeah, this was one of my disappointments whenever the DPC was dismantled, that I thought the inevitability of Western European dominance and Eastern European dominance would just encompass all of Dota, but then opportunities like this where the top teams are not showing up, we get to see new things happen. It's encouraging.
Yes.
I'm happy to witness it. And you're all joining me for it, but not for much longer. Because we have to wrap up this second day of DreamLeague Season 26 Group Stage 1 action. But don't worry, there's still plenty more. A week and a half of action continuing. So join us tomorrow for Day 3 of Group Stage 1. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're
today's the first day. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. I got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. These choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better. Gotta be you. Thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly